This guy is our main character, a genuine police officer. But he's also an incredible pianist. Dangerous criminals that even his colleagues were afraid of. But when they met a skilled pianist like him, they were all beaten to a pulp. Because he's a living weapon trained since childhood, specializing in silencing the organization's enemies. But he wanted to turn over a new leaf and become an artist. A true artist, so the entire organization ganged up on him. Determined to get revenge on the secret organization, he resolved to become a true pianist. And okay, no more long introductions. Let's get started. When a citizen sees a crime they can't handle, the first thing they do is go to the police. Just like this girl, who immediately reported it after seeing a group of thugs bullying a girl in an alley. The police officer, with a very friendly smile, told her he already knew about the case. The girl who reported it nodded and left, but couldn't help but feel worried. However, her worries were justified because the person she just reported to was also a police officer, but part of a corrupt, rotten group. The smile vanished. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Well then, let's do it." The female officer next to him was shocked, pointing to the small alley directly across from them. At the entrance, a group of thugs was surrounding a helpless girl. "Isn't that who the girl was talking about?" "Let's go now," the female officer said. But the rotten cop sneered and asked, "Go where? Can't you see how many of them there are? We can't do anything even if we go in." The female officer still hadn't given up. She suggested, "Then let's call for backup." The rotten cop shrugged, saying it wasn't his problem. They'll leave when they're done. "This kind of thing happens all the time here. It's a waste of effort." Suddenly, a male voice interrupted their conversation. In front of them, another police officer was confronting the thugs, demanding they take their hands off the girl. The thug, interrupted, turned his attention to the newly arrived young officer. He frowned and asked, "What is it?" The officer stared at him, impatiently repeating his words. "I said, take your hands off her." The thug shoved the girl aside and walked towards the officer. He blew cigarette smoke right in his face and asked smugly, "What if I don't want to?" The officer didn't waste words and resorted to direct force. With a single blow, he smashed the thug's teeth together, causing him to bite his own mouth until it bled. The pain shot through his entire body. The lit cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. The officer coldly watched the thug writhing on the ground, clutching his mouth. His expression didn't change at all. The two officers in the car stared with their jaws dropped. A cop beating a civilian like that was just too fast, so fast that no one could react. The officer rubbed his hand and said casually, "If you don't like it, you get a beating." The thugs had strength in numbers, so they always thought everyone should be afraid of them. They didn't even take this officer seriously. They cracked their knuckles, cursed in unison, and rushed the officer, led by their leader who had momentarily forgotten the pain. But if he'd forgotten the pain, the officer was about to give him a direct reminder, a punch straight to the thug's face. His face was smashed into a distorted mess, his head snapping back. Yet the officer remained unchanged, his sharp, calm gaze looking at them as if they were nothing. The two officers in the car were even more astonished, staring at him wide-eyed and open-mouthed, barely even breathing. In just a few short moves, the officer had completely knocked out the thugs, but the leader lived up to his title. He was still barely conscious, but his face and mouth were covered in blood. He had even lost a tooth. He gritted his teeth and swore, "You bastard, today I'll kill you." As expected, when someone reaches into their jacket, they're bound to pull out a gun or a knife. And a common thug would definitely have a folding knife on him. Hearing this, the officer gave a faint smile. "Kill me? Hey, have you ever killed anyone before?" The thug roared, "Fine, today it's you. You're bluffing. You've never killed anyone. Your eyes give it away." The officer showed no fear. He reached out and grabbed the thug's hand holding the knife, then spoke softly, like the whisper of a demon in his ear. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Can't kill." "What do you mean?" he said. "Then kill me." The officer pulled the thug's hand, pressing the knife directly over his own heart. "I said, kill me." The thug trembled, clearly not daring to do it. He stared, each word a threat that struck the thug's weak soul. "Instead, if you can't kill me, you will die." The thug was so scared he almost passed out. Cold sweat was pouring down his face. The dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. Trembling, he backed away, looking at the officer and asking, "Who the hell are you?" The officer calmly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. The two officers outside the car watched without blinking. They were too scared to even think about intervening. He squeezed, veins popping on his hand, gripping the thug's shoulder so hard the fabric of his shirt wrinkled. "Who am I?" "I'm the one who catches and interrogates scum like you." "I am a police officer," he said, grinning through the thug's pain screams. About a week earlier at Incheon Port, it was late afternoon. so no one was around. A figure appeared in front of a closed blue container. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened it. Inside the container was a group of men holding all sorts of sharp weapons. This group looked like they could actually kill, unlike those wannabe thugs from before. As he stepped inside, he commented dryly, "Quite a crowd." This man was originally an assassin, codenamed Fai Kwang. The leader of the group was also an assassin named Dongfang. Wiping his sword, he looked at Fai Kwang and remarked, "You're a little late. This is the last mission, and you made us wait forever." Fai Kwang walked inside and said coolly, "I'm only a little late, don't overreact." He looked at the assassins who clearly held no goodwill towards him. "What's the mission?" "Yutat told me to work with you." Behind him, an enemy who had been hiding nearby launched a silent sneak attack from the rear. The man held both ends of an iron chain, trying to wrap it around his neck. With a swish, the chain came down in front of Fai Kwang. Acting on instinct, he immediately shot his hand out, stopping the chain just before it tightened around his neck. Reacting swiftly, he spun around. He grabbed the chain, and using the momentum, drove his elbow hard into the neck of his attacker. The attacker was instantly knocked out, collapsing to the ground. The iron chain from the man's hands now fell into Fai Kwang's. He gripped the chain tightly and growled, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Dongfang stood up and walked towards him. His eyes narrowed to slits. He chuckled. "What am I doing?" "I'm working." The assassins behind him also slowly advanced on Fai Kwang, their faces grim. "Working?" Fai Kwang was surprised, not yet understanding what was happening. Fong let out a cold laugh, a horrifying smile like a villain about to meet his end. This is Fai Kwang's decommissioning ceremony. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs charged forward, but they made a mistake letting Fai Kwang get his hands on a weapon. He was strong enough barehanded. This just gave him another chance to show off his strength. The first one charged in. Fai Kwang, holding both ends of the chain, deftly wrapped it around his opponent's neck. Using the man as a launching point, Fai Kwang jumped up and kneed him right in the middle of his rugged face. Right behind that guy, another man with an axe rushed forward, aiming to split Fai Kwang's head open. The axe blade was only 3 centimeters away, but he didn't even blink. He just swiftly leaned back, using his right leg as a pivot, and kicked his left leg hard into the axe wielder's neck, snapping his head to the side. Another one rushed him. This group was nothing but numerous and persistent like leeches. With fluid movements, Fai Kwang threw one end of the chain, wrapping it around the knife-wielding attacker. At the same time, he slipped under the man's stabbing arm to get behind him. His other hand caught the end of the chain he'd just thrown, and the attacker was now caught with the chain tied around his neck. He pulled with all his strength, and the chain snapped. The man's skin turned pale as fresh blood poured out. The 2 broken ends of the chain remained in Fai Kwang's hands. Seeing this, the smile on Dongfang's face vanished. It didn't take long for him to defeat this amateur crew, aiming for their heads and beating them until they bled. He held up one of them, who was bleeding from his nose, mouth, and head. He threw the body to the ground with a thud and looked at Dongfang, asking coldly, "You plan to take me out with just this?" Dongfang sighed in frustration and reached into his jacket. And as I said before, when someone reaches into their jacket at a moment like this, a gun is sure to appear. Sure enough, when Dongfang pulled his hand out of his jacket, he was holding a pistol. He said, "I hate using guns. Fai Kwang, this is an order from Bodhisattva. I'll give you a clean death, and you know guns are for finishing things." Fai Kwang gritted his teeth and asked, "An order from Bodhisattva?" His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with anger. He clearly said this was the last mission, that I'd be free after it was done. Why? Ask that in hell. Goodbye, Fai Kwang. Dongfang gently squeezed the trigger. With all the hatred he could muster, Fai Kwang charged madly at him. A gunshot rang out and fresh blood sprayed across the ground. The hazy smoke of incense blurred the golden Buddha statue. The scene shifts to a luxurious and ancient temple. An old monk was sitting before the Buddha statue. In front of him were 4 recently lit incense sticks. Below the 4 incense sticks was a plaque for Fai Kwang. The old monk stared at his phone screen as a new message notification chimed. "Is it over?" the old man asked. "Yes, it's all done," the person on the other end replied. But the voice surprised the old monk, because it wasn't the voice he was expecting. On the other end of the line, the person who should have been answering, Dongfang, was dead, his blood pooling on the ground. Fai Kwang held Dongfang's phone, staring at it and cursing the bald monk on the other end. "This bastard." The monk glanced at his phone, his voice as calm and compassionate as ever. He looked at the Fai Kwang plaque in the incense burner and said, "I was just preparing your 49-day memorial service." "How did you know to call for your own funeral? Are you at the temple now?" Bodhisattva laughed coldly. "Of course. Where else would a monk be? But Fai Kwang, can you even make it here? He meant that a group of assassins was waiting at Kwak Temple to deal with him. But Fai Kwang simply said coldly, "Open the gate. I'm already at the temple gate. If you don't come out, then I'll come in." He threw the phone to the ground and tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. "Let's talk face to face." He completely ignored the group of assassins in front of him. A man bigger than him stepped forward, foolishly blocking Fai Kwang's path. "Bodhisattva is preparing a funeral service," Fai Kwang sneered. "Bodhisattva, the bastard who kidnaps children and turns them into living weapons. Someone who kills for money is a bodhisattva." The man was silent, his hand tightening on his axe handle, veins bulging. He roared, raising the axe and swinging it down hard. Fai Kwang gave him a cold glance, his dagger moving slightly. He slid forward, slashing across the waist of the man blocking his way. "Get out of the way, you bald bastards!" Fai Kwang roared, blood splattering his shirt. His face was ferocious, like someone fighting for their life for the last time. He was raised from childhood to be a killing machine. "That bald donkey, Bodhisattva, he took everything from him. My body." He grabbed a young man's wrist, his dagger piercing through the man's stomach. "My life." The dagger swung again, slicing across the throat of another unfortunate soul. Fresh blood sprayed. "And my family." His body went rigid as blood spurted from a wound. He turned his head. A dagger was still stuck in his back. The woman who had stabbed him froze, a sudden fear creeping into her heart. Fai Kwang roared and charged at her, his eyes blood red, as ferocious as a wild beast. "But now he even wants to take my life." Fai Kwang panicked. All the other assassins were dead, but his body was covered in wounds. Facing him was the cold barrel of Bodhisattva's gun. "You promised," Fai Kwang said, kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth. "You promised to let me live like a human being, that once this mission was over, I would be free. You promised me," he roared, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Bodhisattva said coldly, "That's right. That's why I'm giving you the life of a human now." Fai Kwang, the old man, leaned close to him and said with a smile, "The end of a human life is death. That is the life of a human." Fai Kwang burst out laughing. He wanted to curse everything that had ever happened to him, to curse that bald monk. Behind the old man was the solemn Kwak Temple. A monk in saffron robes pressed a gun to his head, chanting Namo Amitabha Buddha. Behind Fai Kwang lay countless bloody corpses. A gunshot rang out, blood flowed freely. Fai Kwang slowly closed his eyes, telling himself, "I will have my revenge, even in hell." Revenge. An unknown amount of time passed. A dim light crept into the corner of his eye, and a few blurry figures slowly came into focus. In front of him were 3 young police officers looking at him with worried eyes. He shot up, looking at them in confusion, which confused them just as much. Why was this guy acting like this? The doctor said he had temporary amnesia. The only female officer said in a panic, "Hey, Kim Kyong-soo, calm down." Fai Kwang asked blankly, "Who is Kim Kyong-soo?" The female officer quickly said, "It's you, who else?" Another officer handed him a mirror and Kim Kyong-soo's police ID. Fai Kwang took the ID card. It read, "Insan Police Station, Kim Kyong-soo, a police officer." But the person in the police officer's body was none other than the legendary, blood-soaked assassin, Fai Kwang. He looked at his face in the mirror, then at the police ID in his hand and couldn't help but tremble. What the hell? He died and woke up. He turned pale and stammered, "I'm a police officer." Yes, the legendary assassin Fai Kwang, after being betrayed by his own organization, he was reborn as a police officer. He thought he'd be busy planning revenge, but instead he was getting painfully slapped in the face. The ones causing trouble were to other cops of the station, and looking at their faces made his hands itch to hit them. On the ground, the female officer was trembling with her head down, while the other 2 guys looked like complete thugs. How did he end up in this situation? We have to go back to the moment he just woke up. Looking at his reflection and hearing the story from the 3 officers, Fai Kwang couldn't believe it. This idiot, no, I tried to kill myself. The female officer said aggressively, "That's right. How could you do that to yourself? You're lucky the rope broke. You've been unconscious for a whole week. Listen, you idiot, did you think writing those bastards' names in your suicide note would solve everything?" Fai Kwang frowned and asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" The female officer replied, "You wrote the names of the senior officers who bullied us in your suicide note. As a police officer, I'm especially suspicious of Kwang Chae-on-min and Kwang Jian-tran, those damn bastards, and that's why he was in this situation right after starting work." Wang Xianmin walked up, poked him in the chest, and warned with a glare, "Hey, Kim Kyong-soo, Your parents were confirmed to have committed suicide together after committing a crime, right? Why are you trying so hard to follow in their footsteps? Kwang Rang-chan, chiming in perfectly from behind, added, the son of criminals becoming a police officer. If you want to die, just die quietly. Why did you have to write our names in your suicide note? He raised his hand, ready to bully him again out of habit. Little did he know, the soul inside that body was no longer Kim Kyung-soo's, but Phi Kwang's. He stared wide-eyed at Kim Kyung-soo's face. What's this? Are you crazy? Phi Kwang simply raised his hand and gripped Kwang Cheon-min's wrist tightly. He growled, you dare to stop me. He looked down at the female officer cowering on the floor and called out, hey, Cho Deong-hee. Cho Deong-hee was trembling with fear, but when called, she still had to reluctantly answer, yes. Wang Xianmin asked, this counts as insubordination, right? Cho Deong-hee, with her eyes barely open, trembled and said, I'm down here. I can't see anything. Oh, is that so? Kwang Rang-chen approached her, reaching out to touch her orange hair. He said with a smirk, then I'll help you myself. His action was cut short when he heard a curse from Phi Kwang. He turned to look at him. Phi Kwang raised an eyebrow and sighed. Is this place also such a damn mess? Huh? What did you say? Kwang Cheon-min's face twisted with anger, but Phi Kwang was done playing around. He squeezed harder, causing Kwang Cheon-min so much pain it felt like his arm was about to break off. His face turned beet red. He screamed in agony, his whole body shaking. He tried to pull his arm away, but once Phi Kwang made a move, there was no escape. What the hell? All the other officers present were stunned. Kim Kyung-soo was fighting back like this? Wang Xianmin's whole body ached from the grip. He tried to pull Phi Kwang's hand off, but couldn't, only able to threaten through the pain, get your hands off me right now. Phi Kwang couldn't be bothered to talk to this type of person. He raised his fingers and jabbed them into a pressure point on his opponent's neck. The man's eyes rolled back, his pupils contracting from the sudden pain. With a single simple move, Wang Xianmin was taken down, so fast it was hard to see with the naked eye. Kwang Rang-chen stared blankly at Kwang Cheon-min and stammered, bro, what was that? He saw his vision gradually being blocked by Phi Kwang. What the hell? He lifted his leg, aiming straight for Kwang Rang-chan's face. But no, he gently lowered his foot, right into the man's groin. This kick was even more painful than what Kwang Cheon-min had just experienced. Kwang Rang-chan was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He screamed, snot and tears everywhere. Even onlookers felt the second-hand pain. Phi Kwang's moves were vicious. In the blink of an eye, the two senior officers were defeated. The three rookie cops with him were completely shocked. What was that? Are you defying a superior officer? Facing Cho Deong-hee's question, he just gave her a cold look. After being so painfully beaten, the two senior officers immediately went to complain to Senior Officer Choi Chin-ha. The old man slammed his desk, yelling at Phi Kwang nonstop. Wang Xianmin, still not knowing his place, tried to charge forward to fight, but was held back by another officer. Choi Chin-ha slammed his desk and yelled, "Get out." A police officer getting into a fight, and you hit your senior. You think it's not easy to get fired as a cop, huh? I'll make sure you never wear that uniform again. Now get the hell out of my office. By the time Phi Kwang got out, it was already dusk. He took off his police cap and muttered a curse. Seriously, how can these cops be so terrible? Sitting in the park, he was quite conspicuous. A mother walking her child home from school pointed at him and said with a smile, "Look, a police officer." The child looked at him with admiration. But he had no time to care about that, because his mind was elsewhere. After the fight, Cho Deong-hee ran up with her to friends and questioned him. "Phi Kwang, are you crazy?" he asked coldly. "Why?" "It was self-defense. Have you forgotten?" "That senior's father is the assistant commissioner." Phi Kwang asked. "Assistant commissioner?" "Yes, assistant commissioner. He even has a Manga cluster on his rank. So, get home safe, we'll miss you." The three of them, without planning it, all backed away. They were quick to run. He sat back on the wooden bench, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "That's why they can never catch people like me. They're rotten from the inside." His father has a Manga cluster. That's equivalent to stars in the military, right? At least I should have been reborn as a high-ranking cop. Because he wasn't speaking quietly, his words reached the little girl with her mother. The girl then asked her mom, "What's a cop?" "And I was an outsider in my organization too." He sighed and looked at the police cap in his hands. Even so, some unpleasant memories returned to him. Back then, he was just a child, an orphan in ragged clothes, tiny from malnutrition. Bodhisattva came and reached out to him. asking, "Hey kid, do you want to come with me?" That child had no idea that his choice then would push him into a life he would come to despise. The assassin Fai Kwang, his hands stained with the blood of others. He looked at the countless people who had died by his blade. And then, one fine day, that old bodhisattva came to him. He pointed a gun straight at him, a wide smile on his face. He said, "May the compassionate Buddha save us." A shot rang out. At the same time, Kim Kyong-soo hung himself with a rope, ending his life. Fai Kwang stared blankly at the tie in his hands, knotted like a noose. He then looked at the photo on the man's desk. Kim Kyong-soo, abandoned by his parents and also by his organization, had to face death. Well, at least he and I have one thing in common. He looked out the door, wondering if he should just leave. At the Gyeonggi-do-Sebu West Police Headquarters, in his office, Senior Police Chief Hong Chun stared at the file in his hands. The hack walked to investigation, but this plan had long been stamped with the red rejected mark. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. "Long time no see. You've been well, I hope." Hong Chun froze, instinctively turning to see who had just broken into his office. But the sharp tip of a ballpoint pen was pressed against his neck, forcing him to sit perfectly still. The person asked coldly, "Can we talk for a bit?" Hong Chun looked at the pen tip pressed against his neck. He swallowed hard and asked, "Who are you?" The person said plainly, "I am Fai Kwang." The room was so quiet you could hear a fly buzz, if there were actually flies in the senior officer's office. After a long moment, Hong Chun asked blankly, "Huh?" What followed, of course, was a calm, one-on-one conversation. Hong Chun stared at the person in front of him. He frowned and said, "Nonsense. You're Fai Kwang, so what? You died and now you're reborn as a police officer. If you were me, would you believe what you're saying right now?" Fai Kwang stated flatly, "I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm threatening you." Fai Kwang smiled. Hong Chun clicked his tongue. "This damn kid." Fai Kwang leaned forward slightly and proposed in a low voice, "Mr. Hong, I will help you with your hack quack to purge operation." Hong Chun froze, staring at Fai Kwang with utter astonishment. He stared back coldly as if waiting for an answer. Hong Chun's expression grew increasingly grim. He asked, "Who exactly are you?" Fai Kwang frowned and replied, "I already told you. I'm Fai Kwang." "Listen," Hong Chun had already discreetly pressed a button under his desk to call for backup. On the surface, he tried to stay calm and talk to him. This doesn't seem like the right place to talk about hack quack to. But his call was met with only silence. No one picked up. Hong Chun looked down at the radio in his hand in shock, while across from him, Fai Kwang let his killing intent fill the room. "Mr. Hong, I already told you. I'm not asking for your help." With the style of the assassin Fai Kwang, sneaking into Mr. Hong Chun's office silently was impossible. Instead, he chose the most brutal and violent method. He took down every police officer on duty in the lobby, leaving no one standing. He placed his hands on the desk, leaned towards Hong Chun, and looked at the man. He stared intently at the old man and said, "I'm warning you. Of course, I don't know who he is." However, this action by Fai Kwang left Hong Chun with no choice but to reconsider. But he still couldn't fully believe it. He repeated his question one more time. "Who are you?" Fai Kwang said with a hint of impatience, "I am Fai Kwang." Hong Chun shot up, slamming the desk and shouting, "Ridiculous." Fai Kwang cut him off directly. 3 years ago, you made me a promise. 3 years ago. It was also a day of pouring rain. At that time, Hong Chun was the police chief chasing Bodhisattva at Hak Kwakta Temple, but was injured. Facing him was an assassin from Hak Kwaktu, wearing the organization's characteristic mask. He held an umbrella and slowly approached Hong Chun, saying, "I am Fai Kwang." Fai Kwang looked at him and asked, "Hak Kwaktu?" Fai Kwang cut in, "I hear you're chasing Bodhisattva. You're the first man to get this close to him. I send my regards," he said. Fai Kwang pressed a hidden button on the umbrella handle, and a sharp needle emerged from the tip. Pointing the needle at Hong Chun's face, he said he doesn't like old men. Although he didn't have much hope, Hong Chun still begged at that moment, "Please, save me." Fai Kwang asked coldly, "You want to live?" "Mr. Hong." He reached out and took off his mask. "Then, please make me a promise. I will take you home. I will save you. In exchange, within 3 years, you must catch that bastard. I will do everything in my power to protect that bald donkey." Hong Chun asked in shock, "Why? Aren't either from the same organization? Do you like monks?" He asked, then put his mask back on. "I don't know. I hate people with no hair." Back in the present, after reminding him of the promise, Fai Kwang took off his hood and said, "You clearly promised me that. But you didn't keep your word." His gaze fell on the two flowers on Hong Chun's uniform. Two large hibiscus flowers. You've been promoted quickly in 3 years. You didn't keep your promise and only focused on getting promoted. That's not good. He took a ballpoint pen from his pocket and said coldly, then you'll have to die. In that moment, Hong Chun truly felt as if he was seeing Fai Kuang himself. A chill ran down his spine. He backed away, hastily trying to explain, it's not that I didn't keep my promise, it's that I couldn't. Do you know why I climbed to this position? The higher the position, the easier it is to gather information. With that kind of information, it's not like he had never reported the Hakwak organization to his superiors. An assassination organization, even Bodhisattva. Is Monk Du-ho the boss of the organization? Hong Chun pointed at the file he had collected, nodding with firm conviction. Yes, that's right. The police officers here were mostly higher ranking than him. Hearing him say that, they just laughed at him. Ha ha, Hong, you've been reading too many comics. Hakwak is our cultural heritage. Hong Chun hurriedly said, about that, according to our team's investigation. The highest-ranking person in the room spoke up coldly, cutting him off. Chief Hong, if you do that, you will be punished by the heavens. Hong Chun couldn't remember how he felt at that moment. Perhaps it was fear. The room was silent, only the voice of the police commissioner echoed. Religion is not something to be trifled with. In other words, someone else was obstructing him. Fai Kuang frowned, watching Hong Chun return to his desk to get the documents. The old man placed the documents he had collected in front of Fai Kuang. Read this. Our team worked very hard to gather these documents. Fai Kuang opened the file to take a look. After a moment, he tossed both files onto the table and leaned back in his chair, sighing. An investigation this sloppy will be blocked by the higher-ups, but you did your duty anyway. So I'll let you live for now. Hong Chun instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. That was incredibly tense. But suddenly, Fai Kuang turned hostile again, glaring and threatening the old man. What are you so relieved about? I said for now. After just glaring and threatening the man, a second later he changed his tune, flashing a bright smile. So from now on, I'll help you so you don't have to die. I'll be in your care from now on, Fai Kuang said with a bright smile and a military salute. So Chief. The next day, another beautiful day began. At the Insan police station, as usual, the new police officers began their busy work at their computers. The door was violently thrown open, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the office. Cho Deong-hee and Kwang Hee-chun shot up, looking towards the main door. Fai Kuang walked in from outside, with that same arrogant face, greeting them. Good morning, he said. Cho Deong-hee and Kwang Hee-chun walked towards him, both worried and surprised. What's going on, Kim Kyong-soo? Weren't you fired? The commotion outside also alerted the team leader of this tiny police station. He burst out of his office, shouting, What the hell is going on, damn it, what is it? Kim Kyong-soo immediately walked over, pointed at his face, and said, This guy. I told you not to come anymore. Kim Kyong-soo asked calmly, Haven't you heard anything, senior? Heard what, you bastard? He gritted his teeth and said, Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure calmly walked in from behind Kim Kyong-soo. The three people present were all stunned, especially the police officer, whose face turned pale as if he had just eaten a chili. He stammered, looking at the two hibiscus flowers on Hong Chun's uniform. He blurted out, Chief, Chief. Cho Deong-hee and Kwang Hee-chun instinctively raised their hands to salute, while the officer who had been harassing Fai Kuang was pale with fear. A superior officer suddenly appearing while you're doing something wrong is, of course, terrifying. Hong Chun cleared his throat, put his arm around Fai Kuang's shoulder, and forced a smile, saying, Our Kim Kyong-soo came here to work, but what was that situation just now? He was so scared his whole body trembled, and it took him a while to utter a coherent sentence. Patrol Officer Kim Kyong-soo and the Chief. What is your relationship? What's with our Kim Kyong-soo? Their closeness was unexpected. Hong Chun awkwardly patted Fai Kuang's head, and he acted as obedient as a puppy, showing a bright smile. The old man said uneasily, Patrol Officer Kim Kyong-soo is my savior, right? So please take care of my Kim Kyong-soo. The junior team leader hurriedly saluted. Fai Kuang smirked and also saluted as if nothing had happened. A little while after the meeting, he went out to sit in the park with Hong Chun. Leaning against the wooden bench, Fai Kuang looked up at the sky and exclaimed happily, Having connections really makes things easy. Hong Chun took a drag from his cigarette and asked, Is that enough? Fai Kuang said, There's one last thing. I want to ask you for one more favor. That night, the moon was full and bright. At Hakwakta Temple, the evenings were always as serene as its outward appearance suggested. In the main hall, Bodhisattva was sitting on a cushion, tapping a wooden fish. The steady rhythm echoed throughout the hall. In front of him was the incense burner with Fai Kuang's memorial plaque on it. The tapping slowly faded. Bodhisattva turned his head. Looking at the figure standing at the only open door to the outside, he asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" That figure slowly walked into the hall. As he walked, he said, "I am one who cannot forget his hatred and has lost his reason." Bodhisattva's expression changed. He glared, staring intently at the newcomer, but he couldn't believe it. Yes, that person was none other than Fai Kuang wearing his mask. He stepped inside and said coldly, "I am the ghost of Fai Kuang." Bodhisattva made a quick decision. He spun around, pulling out for incense sticks from the incense burner. He spun 180 degrees, and the incense sticks in his hand were flung out. For sharp points flew towards Fai Kuang. Looking at the sharpened incense sticks, Fai Kuang was exceptionally calm. He tilted his head slightly to the side, letting the still burning incense sticks embed themselves in the wooden pillar behind him. The incense sticks were lodged deep and smoke still curled from their tips, creating a hazy illusion. He reached out, pulled out the 3 incense sticks and dropped them to the ground. "A monk shouldn't stain the Buddha's residence with blood," he said. Bodhisattva asked, "Then who are you?" Fai Kuang replied, "Didn't I already tell you? I am the ghost of Fai Kuang." The ghost of Fai Kuang. The old man snapped his fingers. From behind some wooden cabinets, a group of people emerged. Obviously, they were the assassins he always kept in the temple. Well then, it's time to achieve enlightenment. Once again at Hak Kwok Temple, Fai Kuang faced a group of assassins, but this time was certainly completely different from the last. The assassins all looked menacing, radiating killing intent. They rushed towards Fai Kuang to attack him. Bodhisattva just stared intently at him, as if sizing him up. It's impossible to know what he was thinking. An assassin with a knife rushed forward, aiming for his throat, but he just gently swung his hand. A fist slammed into his stomach, and at the same time, a slap landed squarely on his face, making his head ring with pain. The knife in his hand fell, and he was knocked backward, blood from his nose and mouth spraying in an arc. His knife didn't hit the ground, but landed perfectly in the hand of a knife-wielding master like Fai Kuang. With a knife in his hand, even if those assassins had all sorts of hot weapons, it would be useless against him. An axe-wielder charged forward. Fai Kuang calmly reached out, stopping the arm that was about to bring the axe down on him. The hand holding the knife swung in a curve from back to front. He aimed right for the opponent's carotid artery and sliced. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood stained the Buddhist sanctuary. The other assassins hadn't even managed to touch a single hair on his head. Fai Kuang cut a path, a familiar, stylish motion. Several lackeys were killed instantly. Only a few remained, standing in front of Bodhisattva, but their faces showed that they were terrified. And on Bodhisattva's face appeared a rare expression of surprise. Because in that moment, he believed. He had seen Fai Kuang. Could it really be the ghost of Fai Kuang? Seeing the assassins about to charge to their deaths, Bodhisattva shouted, "Stop." The hall fell silent again. The 2 assassins slowly backed down but remained wary of him. Fai Kuang also stared intently at the old man. Just as he predicted, the signal jammer at Hak Kwok Temple was preventing his camera from working. He had previously asked Hong Chun to make a micro camera attached to the mask. If things went well, he could have secretly recorded something, but with this kind of interference it was completely impossible. He was no fool. Fai Kuang decided to just say his hellos for today. He said, "Sorry to bother you. Now you have more souls to enlighten. Do it if you can." He was referring to the assassins he had just killed. He raised the knife in his hand. A cold, chilling killing intent of a seasoned assassin radiated from him. "If you don't act quickly, they'll become vengeful spirits just like me." The remaining assassins were agitated and wanted to rush forward, but Bodhisattva waved his hand, telling them to back down. "I don't know which patrons send a malicious person like you here, behind that mask." The old man suddenly changed his tone. "Come here, my dear. Let me see your face." He smiled and reached out to him. Fai Kuang instinctively shuddered, a sense of disgust and revulsion rising from the depths of his soul. Fai Kuang was lost in thought for a second or two. Then he snapped out of it. "Forget it. I'm just here to say hello today. When the time is right, you'll know who I am. Just wait patiently." He frowned slightly. "Not to mention, I still need time to train. This body is completely unsuitable for my current abilities." That old monk was truly cunning. He said that, but then suddenly rushed forward, reaching out to remove his mask. How could Fai Kuang not have anticipated this? The moment he saw the old man charge, he pulled out a device from his person and detonated it. A thick cloud of smoke filled the main hall. The surviving assassins quickly covered their mouths and noses. The thing that guy just threw was a tear gas grenade. Bodhisattva, are you alright? One of them asked instinctively, looking towards the temple door. Bodhisattva, amidst the smoke, had also used the sleeve of his cassock to cover his nose. In his other hand was a mask. He said calmly, I'm fine. It's just that the rat who just broke into Hak Kwak To has disappeared. In front of him was only the doorway leading out into the pitch-black night. He clenched the Phi Kwang mask in his hand. He crushed it into pieces, and of course, Phi Kwang had anticipated this, which is why he put the camera there. The fragments of the mask fell to the ground. Bodhisattva stood among the corpses, turning to look at the incense burner with Phi Kwang's memorial plaque, where one incense stick was still burning. His eyes flickered with the light of the flame. The memorial plaque remained still. He pondered, a vengeful spirit, huh? The next morning, at a beautiful green park, people were strolling around enjoying the fresh morning air. However, in the park, there was a haggard-looking man, as if he had been up all night, or had just woken up and rushed out without fully waking up. And that man was none other than Chief Hong Chun. Phi Kwang looked at the old man with a judgmental gaze. It's only been a day, and you look like you've aged 10 years. Hong Chun said resentfully, it's because of you, and you're still asking. Do you know how much trouble I've had because of you? First, I had to clean up the mess of you breaking into the police station. Then I had to worry about the tear gas grenade you asked me to sneak out. I had to work overtime to cover up all those incidents. Phi Kwang waved his hand and said as if it had nothing to do with him. If you had caught that bastard back then, you wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Hong Chun grumbled in dissatisfaction. You make it sound so easy. First, you need to gather evidence. Then, you have to coordinate with the prosecutors. Phi Kwang frowned and asked, is it that complicated to catch a single criminal? Hong Chun tried to stop himself from losing his temper and explained to Phi Kwang, how would someone like you, who only knows how to run around killing people indiscriminately, know? Phi Kwang squinted one eye, looked at the old man, and raised his hand, gesturing as if he were choking someone. I don't kill indiscriminately. I only kill those who need to be killed. And you're living proof, right? Hong Chun frowned and said, listen here, you're Phi Kwang. No one in this world has the right to kill another person, even if that person doesn't deserve to live. Everyone must be brought to court to be judged based on the laws recognized by our society. So has that bastard been brought to court to be judged by the law? Phi Kwang asked him with a tilt of his head. Faced with this question, Hong Chun was surprisingly calm. He said, even if we catch a criminal, we still have to presume them innocent until proven guilty. So we need solid evidence to arrest him. Phi Kwang loudly cut him off out of impatience. Stop saying things like we need evidence. It sounds so ridiculous. My God, Phi Kwang sighed in frustration. He put his hand to his forehead, wondering if he should just create his own team. Hong Chun asked blankly, what did you say? You're just a rookie cop who just started. You can't do that. Phi Kwang pouted, but I'm the strongest. Am I not? Hong Chun angrily scolded, but you still can't, you damn bastard. Phi Kwang asked, why not? Hong Chun frowned and said, in the police force, rank decides everything. What rank do I need to reach to have the authority to form my own team? Hong Chun replied, at the very least, you need to have a Mugamwa. I currently have a Taegyuk Mugamwa. Phi Kwang cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, is that so? Then let's do it while it's hot. I'll get promoted quickly to be appointed. Right away. Hong Chun crossed his arms and lectured the damn kid. Stop running around causing trouble. Just wait patiently, and I will. But when he opened his eyes, the man was gone. He really disappeared quickly. At the Ensign police station, that evening, as soon as his shift started, Phi Kwang went to find Cho Deong-hee to ask how to get promoted. Cho Deong-hee said, you have to take the promotion exam. Phi Kwang asked, I have to take a test. Behind them, Kwang Hee-chun was struggling with a drunk woman and asked Phi Kwang if he could keep an eye on her for him. He then left, leaving the drunk woman to cling to Phi Kwang's arm. He ignored her for the moment, focusing on Cho Deong-hee and asking, when is the test? Cho Deong-hee raised an eyebrow and asked, you said you got your memory back, so why are you asking? You need at least 1 year of experience first. A whole year? Phi Kwang was very dissatisfied. The woman's shrill screams rang in his ear, bring me alcohol, accompanied by the reek of alcohol in his face. Having no other choice, Phi Kwang reached out and chopped the woman on the neck, knocking her out instantly. On the other hand, he continued with his question. Is there no other faster way to get promoted? The woman was temporarily knocked out, and he was even thoughtful enough to get a thin blanket to cover her. His eyes never left the conversation with Cho Deong-hee. Cho Deong-hee said, Why are you asking? You need a Manga badge urgently. It would be good, he replied. Cho Deong he held up both hands and said frankly, dream on. For a rookie cop to get a Manga badge, it takes 10 years. Fai Kwang fell silent, his face darkening. He frowned and asked, even with the backing of the Inspector General. Cho Deong he's mouth twitched. She sighed and mumbled, damn it, I'm so jealous of you. In reality, you have to take the promotion exam to get promoted, so there's really no other way. Cho Deong he said, there is one way. If you achieve a lot by catching criminals, you can get a special promotion. That's the only thing you can do. But as rookies, we don't have the experience to do that work, so we just do what our superiors tell us and handle civil complaints. As soon as she finished speaking, Cho Deong he was called away to handle a civil complaint. When she returned, intending to continue the conversation, he was already gone, as fast as when Hong Chun was lecturing him about promotions. After receiving the highly effective promotion method from Cho Deong he, Fai Kwang immediately went out. The place he went to was, of course, a bustling nightlife street, prostitution, thugs fighting in alleys. He stopped, looking at the street in front of him, and people passing by also had to stop to look at him, because he left the station without even changing his uniform, causing some guys on dates to startle and avoid him. The thugs also had to stop fighting. Fai Kwang pondered as if he had just realized the truth. That's right, a police officer doesn't need to be smart. Just catch all the bad guys and throw them in jail. So from now on, I'll work hard to catch criminals to get a special promotion. And what better place to catch criminals than this street? Fai Kwang also realized he was quite conspicuous in his police uniform, so he found a jacket to wear over it, very discreetly, and entered a rather lively bar. His gaze fell on a table with one man and two women talking nearby. It wasn't by chance that he was looking at them, because one of the three people sitting there had a criminal record. Of course, a criminal record could just be for something minor, but that doesn't change the fact. Isn't 1/3 a bit high? And among all those who have committed crimes, the one he was looking for right now, of course, it wasn't an ordinary criminal because that wouldn't get him a promotion. He was looking for a dangerous criminal who would advance his career. It was a crime he had also committed in his past life. He stared, his eyes fixed on the side. A deal was taking place. Staring at what looked like a patch but was strange, Fai Kwang smirked. Found you. The person who had just made the deal he had certainly never met before, but he knew what was in his hand. This guy. A major crime. Someone's going to die for sure. The club was as lively as ever, with people dancing below. Suddenly, the DJ stopped the music. This cut short the high for those who were dancing. The DJ looked at them and said loudly, "Hey everyone, why are you all so stiff? Shake your hips, or did you use them up too much last night? I can't take it anymore." Just then, a girl who looked a bit high suggested champagne. If you bring out the champagne, we'll have more fun." The others, upon hearing her words, started to stir as if they were about to do drugs. The DJ narrowed his eyes. He grinned and asked them, "You want that stuff?" They quickly nodded. He said again, "Come on, girls, open your mouths." The three girls in the front row all did as he said. He then took out 3 patches and said with a smile, "Hey gentlemen, do you have a backache? Want some pain relief patches?" The men were just as excited. Ready. He held to open champagne bottles in his hands. A shower of champagne along with a bunch of patches were thrown out, and the people went wild. The DJ shouted excitedly, "Right now, let's start partying like there's no tomorrow." "No tomorrow, my ass," Fai Kwang cut in coldly. All eyes turned to the person who had just spoken. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Fai Kwang held the patch in his hand and said coldly, "More like you'll be in jail tomorrow morning." The DJ was a bit annoyed but couldn't show it directly, so he could only force a smile and say, "Hey buddy, are you upset because you couldn't find a girl to hang out with? Well, just take one of these and you'll be able to party all day." Fai Kwang said coldly, "I don't need this stuff to party all day. And these things, they're hallucinogens, right?" The crowd below froze. They looked at the patches in their hands in confusion. It seemed they didn't know that the substance they were using contained hallucinogens, which are illegal. The DJ stared at him. "Hey buddy, what the hell are you talking about? Who the hell are you? Spouting such stinking nonsense." Fai Kwang slowly unzipped his jacket. "Me, you're asking who I am?" He took off his outer jacket, revealing his police uniform. As soon as the DJ saw the uniform, he looked at his underling beside him in a panic and asked, "Hey, why is there a cop in here? What the hell are the guards doing outside?" Just as the guard said, "I don't know," a bottle flew and hit him right in the face, deforming it instantly. Fai Kwang looked at them and said coldly, "You can continue your conversation in jail." Damn it, the DJ cursed and quickly ran away. The situation was not looking good. The guards also quickly followed in his footsteps. Fai Kwang weaved through the crowd, running to the stage to chase him. The DJ ran while shouting an announcement to everyone at the back of the bar. Hey, there's a cop here. Clean up and get out of here fast. The receptionist was still pushing a cart full of stuff when a guard was kicked and sent flying to that spot. The DJ ran off. The receptionist had just cursed once before a shoe hit him in the face. He immediately fell next to the drug cart. In front of them, the ones who had run ahead were in a huge hurry. Seeing the guard fumbling with the lock, the DJ was getting incredibly impatient. He quickly said, "What are you waiting for? Open the door." He wanted to open the door too, but for some reason, he couldn't. The thing is, Fai Kwang wasn't stupid. He had planned everything in advance. Before storming in, he had already taken care of a bunch of guards and thoughtfully blocked the door with a chair. Before the door was fully open, Fai Kwang approached like a grim reaper and spoke slowly. "Hey, are you trying to play a game of cops and robbers with me?" The DJ froze and said in a loud voice, Wait a minute. Did you come here alone?" Fai Kwang asked bluntly. "What if I did?" The DJ was now trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I got scared and ran just because of one freaking cop. I thought this was a raid." Brothers, the two guards behind him nodded in understanding. Fai Kwang frowned slightly. The guards took a red patch from their vest pockets and all stuck them on their necks. Immediately, the stimulant spread throughout their bodies. Veins bulged on their necks, turning a dark, gruesome color. They suddenly screamed like madmen high on drugs, their minds in a state of unstable excitement. Fai Kwang truly appreciated this scene. It was a real eye-opener, an instant transformation. The DJ stood behind the two drugged-up guards and said arrogantly, "You damn cop, your life is over now. It's not yet clear who will win." Fai Kwang didn't waste words and immediately rushed forward, landing a powerful punch on the face of the guard closest to him. Even on drugs, he was knocked out instantly. His large body flew backward, sliding a long way across the floor. Fai Kwang said coldly, "You shouldn't scream like that." On the ground, the guard who got a taste of Fai Kwang's discipline clutched his teeth. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from his mouth, mixed with blood from his nose and his pain screams. Fai Kwang clenched his fist and declared, "You should be screaming in pain like this." What followed was a gruesome, bloody scene. He beat the gang with his bare hands until they were a bloody mess, crying for their mothers, only able to scream in pain. The DJ was scared out of his wits, so much so that his legs went weak, making it hard to even stand. His face was pale. He probably didn't even know what he was saying anymore. Officer, please, let's settle this with words. Do you need something? I'll give you anything you want, so. You'll give me anything I want, really?" He nodded like a woodpecker, sweat pouring down his face. He quickly asked, "Yes, really, what do you want?" "Drugs, beautiful women, money? I'll give it to you." Fai Kwang cut him off coldly. "A special promotion." The DJ froze. Fai Kwang reached out to him, like a madman hunting for a special promotion. The next day, the news reported on the raid of a drug trafficking and distribution organization at 20 clubs in Incheon. Hong Chun reached out and paused the news clip on his phone. He put down his phone, smiled at the person in front of him, and said, "Well done. You did very well, Senior Officer Kim Kyong-soo." Fai Kwang, wearing a senior officer's uniform and holding a briefcase, gave a smile that couldn't be more fake and said, "I was just doing what a police officer should do, but thank you, sir." Hong Chun tapped the table and grumbled, "Thanks. What rookie dares to neglect their assigned duties?" Fai Kwang cut him off directly as usual. "I'm not a rookie anymore, am I?" Hong Chun added, "And the way you caught them was." Fai Kwang reached into his briefcase. He took out a package and pushed it in front of Hong Chun. "Stop and look at this, Hong." Hong Chun looked at the neatly folded leaf on the table and asked curiously, "What is this?" Fai Kwang said in a low voice, "This package was hidden in a safe at the crime scene." Hong Chun was horrified. He asked in a panic, "You stole evidence from a crime scene?" "A hung leaf," Fai Kwang said, then unfolded the leaf to reveal a pile of green stuff inside. "Does it look familiar?" "This is phoenix grass, the main ingredient in that hallucinogenic patch." At the same time, at a special criminal hideout, a big guy wearing a chicken mask was holding a patch in his hand. He pressed it against a man who had been stripped naked and was kneeling on the ground. The old man already had two patches on him and looked to be in great pain. Facing him was a woman. The old man quickly tried to explain to her, "I'm the head of Incheon, but one of the brats under my command." Unfortunately, she had no intention of listening to excuses. She raised her voice and asked her lackeys, "What are you waiting for? Put another one on him." The man shouted in panic, "Miss Phoenix, please," but the patch was still applied. The old man's body suddenly swelled up as if it was about to explode. He trembled, his body tensing as it inflated like a balloon. Then it burst. Fresh blood sprayed all over the ground. The old man's body collapsed, revealing the woman opposite him, sitting with her leg crossed on a chair, wearing a very colorful outfit and covered in countless other patches. She muttered, "Brother Fai Kwang is dead and Brother Fong Deep has been arrested. I don't want to get caught." She looked at her phone. On her face, she wore a mask very characteristic of the assassin organization at Hak Kwak To Temple. On her phone screen was information about that police officer, Kim Kyong-soo. "Well then," she said, "I have to quickly deal with this bastard." At Hong Chun's office, the identity of another assassin from Hak Kwak To Temple was also revealed. The November Leaf, Hong, Phoenix, alias Cynic, a filthy drug dealer. Before dawn, Fai Kwang was already drenched in sweat from his usual light exercise routine. After being in this body for a while, the only thing he felt was, this body is very well trained. Muscle strength, endurance, flexibility, and agility are all very balanced. However, for me to be able to overthrow the Lord of Hak Kwak Tu and all those old bastards in law enforcement. His fingers slid on the floor. His body slammed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, panting heavily, sweat covering his body. Yes, this body has not yet reached the level to achieve his goals. I need more time. After finishing his workout, as soon as he arrived at the police station, he saw the 3 former colleagues of this body run up to him with smiles. Their attitude had done a complete 180. "Senior Officer Kyong-soo, could you spare us a moment?" Fai Kwang turned his chair around, his face so annoyed it was a wonder he didn't tell them to get lost. But he still went out with the 3 of them to talk privately. Fai Kwang sat on a chair, looking at the 3 people standing in front of him. He asked directly, "So, you 3 want a promotion too?" "Yes," the 3 of them answered enthusiastically, their eyes sparkling like stars. Fai Kwang frowned and asked, "But why are you telling me?" "Zhou Diong," he said bluntly, "because you have the backing of the senior chief officer." This woman was extremely straightforward. Hong Hee-chun panicked, quickly covering Zhou Diong's mouth and saying, "No, it's because you were just promoted. We're always here to help if you need it." Lai Se-ong Hai puffed out his chest and said enthusiastically, "We're willing to be your workhorses." Fai Kwang looked at the 3 of them, 2 excited and 1 frowning, in front of him. He felt even more confused. "Why would I need your help?" Zhou Diong he puffed out her chest and asked aggressively, "Hey, don't you remember how well we treated you?" "Not at all." Fai Kwang nodded. "Yeah, I have short-term memory, so I don't remember anything." As if injected with a stimulant, Zhou Diong's mouth fired off like a machine gun. "We were criticized by the chief together. We even visited you when you were hospitalized, see? We treated you so well." Lai Se-ong Hai cleared his throat and walked over, placing a hand on Fai Kwang's shoulder. He smiled and asked, "Besides, we're colleagues, right?" Fai Kwang froze, his mouth agape as he stared at him. Colleagues? Old memories came flooding back. It was a day of heavy rain, casting a gray pall over Hak Kwak To Temple. Fai Kwang stood outside, holding his familiar black umbrella, standing guard as usual, wearing his Fai Kwang mask. A voice spoke from behind him. "So you're Fai Kwang, an assassin who decides who deserves to die, and who doesn't." Fai Kwang frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the person who had just appeared. Another person appeared. His build was no different from the first one. They shared an umbrella, looked at Fai Kwang, and said, "Are you kidding me? A guy like you is the best among us. We don't believe it." Fai Kwang silently looked at them. He knew these 2, but had no intention of talking to them. Another voice spoke up. This time, it was a woman's. "November, Phoenix." She walked over, followed by 2 well-built men holding an umbrella for her. She said, "Lord Bodhisattva has given Brother Fai Kwang special treatment. It's really annoying." She reached out and took off her mask. Fai Kwang stood still, looking at her. Looking at the face covered in drug-induced marks staring at him, she said, "So why don't you just die?" "Colleagues," Fai Kwang muttered again. The 3 of them were still looking at him with extremely friendly and enthusiastic eyes, completely oblivious to the look of disgust from him. Fai Kwang bared his teeth and cursed, "Hey, colleagues my ass. Don't come looking for me until you get promoted. You only have 2 stars while I have a 3-star rank. Why should I be colleagues with you?" Zhou Diong he gritted her teeth, wanting to rush in and fight, but was held back by Hong Hee-chun. She could only struggle and curse, "You damn loser. If you're so tough, fight me. To hell with ranks and all that. Oh my, a rebellion against a senior officer. With 4 police officers not at the station chief naturally had to go out and look for them, and a group of people gathered in this place was very conspicuous. He naturally saw them and immediately ran over, glaring and scolding them. What's going on here? What are you guys doing gathered here? The 3 police officers quickly stood up straight and saluted. Fai Kwang, however, remained seated, though he did raise his hand in a salute. The police chief frowned and asked, "Have you all completed your duties?" Cho Deong, he said awkwardly, "We were just taking a short break here. You people, I have no words to describe you anymore. What a disgrace." Of course, he strode towards Fai Kwang, who was sitting on the chair. His attitude did a complete 180. He patted his shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, "Of course, our Kyong-soo here is an exception. Oh, the pride of our station, are you hurt anywhere?" Fai Kwang answered honestly, "My shoulder is a bit sore." The police chief immediately came over and massaged his shoulder. "Don't overwork yourself." The other 3 were dumbfounded seeing the scene. This old police chief, he completely changed his attitude after Kyong-soo's promotion. Anyway, Cho Deong, he pondered, "I wonder what those 2 are planning." She meant the 2 senior officers. They hold a huge grudge against Kyong-soo. They probably want to beat him up on sight. Especially that Kwang Jiang-chan, who had to take a long leave because he kicked him right in the family jewels. He strode aggressively towards the station, with Wang Xianmin walking beside him. Wang Xianmin placed a hand on his shoulder and advised in a low voice, "Bro, calm down. If you get angry, your blood pressure will rise and blood will rush to you. Know what will happen if you keep this up. You think I can calm down?" He gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. He's backed by the senior chief officer. Can you believe something so absurd? And he got a special promotion too. Wang Xianmin sighed and said, "Our station is revolving around him now." Kwang Rangsheng gritted his teeth. "I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes." Kwang Xianmin sighed helplessly. "I'm telling the truth." At that moment, a woman carrying a large bag of unknown contents called out to them, "Officer, could I ask for a little help? I'm trying to find my way to." Kwang Rangchan was already in a bad mood, so he said bluntly, "We can't help you and we don't know the way. Find it yourself on your phone." But Kwang Xianmin quickly tapped his shoulder and told him to turn around and look. As soon as they saw the person, their faces flushed. She was definitely a beauty, a long-legged beauty that everyone would love. But if Fai Kwang saw her, he would immediately attack because she was Phoenix. Phoenix smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear, and said, "My phone is dead." Kwang Rangshan stammered, "I'm sorry for being rude to you." Kwang Xianmin forced a smile and said, "Hey man, don't get too excited. You'll end up in the hospital again." Phoenix approached them, smiled and asked, "Can you help me?" Of course, seeing that face up close made them incredibly excited. Home Jiangshan quickly said, "Of course. Where are you going?" Phoenix said, "I'm going to the Ensign police station." "Oh, what a coincidence. That's our police station. We can go together." "Oh really?" "Thank you," she said with a smile. "If you're police officers at the Ensign station, then you must know Kyong-soo, right?" The smiles on their faces froze. The atmosphere became awkward. Wang Xianmin said, Him? Yes, we know him. He's my junior." Wang Rangshan frowned and asked, "What business do you have with Kyong-soo?" Phoenix sighed and said, "He has something of mine, and my father will kill me if I don't get it back." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were going to say you're his girlfriend," Kwang Rangshan said with a grin. "I was about to leave." Phoenix smiled, took out a cake, and offered it to them. "As thanks, would you like some gukwa bread on the way?" A little about Phoenix. She is the November Leaf Hong, the treasurer of Hak Kwakta Temple, and she primarily carries out assassinations through poison. Each type has its own stage, and the one Fai Kwang recovered is called Buddha's Tear, belonging to the highest stage. It's worth noting that she is terrified of being reprimanded by Bodhisattva, and at Hak Kwakta Temple, she has a notorious nickname. The door of the police station opened. Fai Kwang was sitting and enjoying the service of Cho Deong-hee pouring tea and Kwang Hee-chun massaging his shoulders when he looked towards the door. Phoenix walked in from outside, chewing on a piece of gukwa bread. It was fine for her to eat it, but for ordinary people like those two ugly cops, they were directly poisoned and passed out on the street. Phoenix casually threw the rest of the bread into her mouth. The three people in the police station's reception area all looked at her. Yes, Phoenix's notorious nickname is the Crazy Bitch. The moment Fai Kwang saw her, he recognized that familiar face. Phoenix made a sound, and while the bread was still not fully swallowed, She smiled happily and said, "Found you, officer." The police station door closed behind her. Phoenix smiled at the three people opposite her and stated her purpose. Cho Deong-hee looked at her, still unaware of how dangerous this person was, so she spoke as she would to any ordinary citizen. "You said you lost something, right? What was it?" Phoenix smiled and said, "A hong leaf." "A hong leaf?" Cho Deong-hee frowned, seemingly not understanding. Phoenix tilted her head and said with a smile, "A hong bud wrapped in a hong leaf. Do we have something like that here?" Cho Deong-hee looked at Fai Kwang and asked, while I say Ong Hyen, being more practical, had already rushed off to look for it. Phoenix shook her head, pointed at Fai Kwang's face and said, No need to look for it. That police officer has it." Fai Kwang looked at her in silence. Cho Deong-hee asked in surprise, "Kyong-soo, what is she talking about?" He didn't answer and took out his phone. As expected, no signal, out of range. She's still the same. I don't know what's going on in her head. The call failed due to a signal jamming device, the surveillance cameras too. Seeing Fai Kwang look away, Cho Deong-hee asked helplessly, "Are you ignoring her?" Phoenix insisted, "Give my stuff back." Fai Kwang remained silent. It was starting again. That day, as usual, Fai Kwang was testing the strength of the new kids. It was a day of pouring rain. He stood in the rain, holding a wooden sword, watching the little girl charge at him. Her two hands gripped the wooden sword tightly. Then she swung the wooden sword forcefully, aiming for his neck. Fai Kwang coldly watched the blade as it neared his neck. He ducked, and at the same time, his other hand swung the wooden sword, striking the little girl across the waist. The girl's body bent to the side, her face contorted in pain. The wooden sword in the little girl's hand also fell to the ground. The rain was still pouring. Fai Kwang pointed the wooden sword right at the little girl's face. The girl trembled on the ground, coughing incessantly. Bodhisattva approached and asked, "What do you think, Fai Kwang?" The old man smiled and asked, "Have you found someone useful?" Fai Kwang pondered. He looked at the other children he had already defeated and said coldly, "No. I thought so too." Bodhisattva said with a snap of his fingers. Two assassins appeared before him out of nowhere. He gave an order, not even bothering to glance at the children. "Take them to see Bodhisattva." Fai Kwang hesitated slightly. He stammered, "If we train them a bit, then they could be." His gaze fell on the little girl collapsed on the ground. Bodhisattva placed both hands on his shoulders. He looked straight into his eyes and said, "Fai Kwang, I've told you before. Pity is not an emotion you should have." He fell silent, staring into the old man's eyes. Bodhisattva left. Fai Kwang looked towards the children who were being fed a bowl of poison by the assassins. They cried out in pain and died instantly. Fai Kwang closed his eyes as if to escape the painful sight. The little girl was the only one left alive, and her young voice rang out hastily. "Lord Bodhisattva, sir, I can still fight." The little girl trembled, using the wooden sword to prop herself up, despite her body being covered in bruises from the beating. She quickly spoke up, begging, "I will train hard and become useful to you." So Bodhisattva asked, "You want to be useful to me, little one?" Then he smiled and reached out to the little girl. "You should die quickly and meet me in your next life after you're reincarnated." "Lord Bodhisattva, please," the little girl cried and wailed. However, her strength was no match for the two assassins. They grabbed her arms and legs, forcing her to drink the poison. Fai Kwang turned away, not wanting to see the scene. The poison was slowly poured down. An assassin squeezed the girl's mouth shut, forcing her to swallow the substance. Late in the afternoon, the rain had stopped. The evening glow covered Hak Kwok temple. The bowls of poison were all empty. The ground was covered in corpses. Bodhisattva gave a cold command, "Clean this up." But at that moment, something unexpected happened. That little girl was still alive. An assassin walked over, lifted her up to check, and reported to the old man, "Sir, this one is still breathing." Bodhisattva stared at her. Although her face was purple from the poison, she was indeed still breathing. And so, that little girl was allowed to live. As soon as she recovered, Bodhisattva prepared a pile of various drugs and forced the little girl to drink them all within a month. Bodhisattva smiled and said, "If you want to become useful to me." So, she gradually built up her tolerance little by little. And when she grew up, one day he summoned her. In his hand he held a mask. The mask in Bodhisattva's hand was given to the grown-up girl, and to a drug-addicted woman. She took her mask and put it on. "Sir, thank you, Lord Bodhisattva. I will be a valuable child to you." From then on, she became the crazy drug-addicted bitch. Fai Kwang's continued silence was making Phoenix extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Officer, are you listening to me? Are you ignoring me?" She walked towards him. The the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor. Where is my stuff? She got close to his face and questioned him. Answer me. Hey. Phoenix reached out and shook his shoulder. Fai Kwang sighed. A lot of people are watching us. But it's so annoying. Fai Kwang slowly opened his mouth. Your stuff? Oh, Phoenix exclaimed excitedly. You finally decided to speak. Fai Kwang said with a serious expression. Let's go to my house. It seems you want to follow me home, right? After luring her away, I will definitely kill her, Fai Kwang told himself. Phoenix unconsciously stepped back while Fai Kwang had already stepped onto the table, ready to lunge at her. Come with me, Lai Se-ong-hai helplessly reminded him. Kyung-soo, don't use this as an excuse to run away. After Fai Kwang left the desk, Phoenix suddenly said, Liar, there's no way the drugs are at your house. Drugs, drugs. The three police officers behind them still didn't understand what the hell was going on. Phoenix placed one hand inside her paper bag, her body filled with killing intent as she looked at him. You think you can fool me? From inside the bag, she pulled out two patches. The action was clear in his eyes. The patches flying towards him were actually three. Fai Kwang immediately dodged to the side. The three patches flew past him. They went behind him and conveniently slapped onto the faces of the three other officers, one patch for each. This patch was really effective. The moment it touched them, all three fell into a dazed state. Then they all passed out, not knowing what hit them. Brother, Phoenix said. Phoenix's men had, at some unknown point, applied a patch to the face of every single person in the police station. The station chief was no different. Phoenix smiled and said, Brother, you wouldn't let them die, would you? If they don't get treated in time, they'll die. If you tell me where my drugs are. Phoenix had no idea that this very action gave Fai Kwang an opportunity to act. He immediately rushed towards Phoenix, his hand outstretched like a claw. Phoenix, also trained as an assassin, quickly dodged on instinct. Fai Kwang slid behind her. A piece of Fai Kwang's shirt was torn, revealing a body wrapped in bandages. On her body was also one of those addictive patches. Phoenix froze, staring at the police officer in front of her. What the hell? Fai Kwang held up the piece of cloth he had grabbed. Inside was a small, sophisticated device. He crushed the small device and said coldly, This jamming device is done for. Phoenix gritted her teeth and said, My shirt. Fai Kwang held up his phone. The call to Hong Chun is back to normal now. He then took out a baton from the police station. There's no one else here to see us. He swung the baton in his hand down hard, so hard you could hear the wind whistle. What a good time for an assassination. Fai Kwang frowned. What are you talking about? Fai Kwang bared his teeth in a smile. He tapped the baton against his palm. You knew I could read your intentions. Shall we start now? I'll make sure you remember this fine day forever. The air was still for a moment until it was broken by Phoenix's laughter. You're a real harsh brother, she said with a laugh. Threatening to hit a woman. My shirt is torn now. Are you preparing to? Before she could finish her sentence, Fai Kwang rushed forward and swung the baton at her. Phoenix ducked, avoiding the baton, but Fai Kwang seemed to have predicted it and kneed her. He fought viciously without a hint of mercy. She quickly raised her hands to block the knee strike. She was knocked back, and the paper bag in her hand fell to the ground. Her body swayed a little. She raised her hand and touched her head. Her fingertips were covered in blood. Her face twisted in anger. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You damn cop. You want to die. Fai Kwang casually smiled and said, You look ugly when you're angry. Phoenix hissed loudly. She stuck out her tongue and licked the blood from her hand. You surprised me a little. You're not an ordinary police officer, are you? Fai Kwang smirked. Stop pretending to be calm. Phoenix stared intently at him and asked, Where are you from? Maybe the Special Forces. Who knows what you think? He chuckled. Phoenix took a red patch from her inner pocket, just like the ones the guards he had beaten up the night before had used. She smiled and said, I think I should pay less attention to your previous job. She slapped the red patch onto her neck. Then she roared, unclear if it was from pleasure or excitement. Fai Kwang held the baton in his hand, his face dark with a clear look of disgust. Truly disgusting. Phoenix gave a cold smile, as if certain she would win. I believe you'll soon find a new job in hell. Fai Kwang looked at her sullenly, his expression not changing one bit. Phoenix suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Fai Kwang, her 5 fingers extended, sharp nails aimed at his neck. Fai Kwang asked in surprise, Do you really think one patch is a joke? The baton in his hand slammed straight into Phoenix's face. Her body trembled, then slowly collapsed to the ground, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Fai Kwang asked coldly, Can't say anything after being hit like this? You'll need at least 10 patches. If you want a chance to fight back against me. The baton in his hand swung up and down repeatedly, the sound of the baton repeatedly striking Phoenix's body. She could only raise her hands to shield her head. Even a cornered worm will turn. She roared, her face ferocious. She swung her arm, scratching a line towards Fai Kuang, buying herself time to retreat. Fai Kuang raised the baton to block. Phoenix raised her hand to wipe the blood from her face. She panted and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you?" Fai Kuang sighed. "You still haven't changed, have you? You still only rely on drugs and avoid training your body. Anyway, with my current situation, you should be grateful for that." He slightly raised his arm as if warming up. Phoenix roared, "Who the hell are you to pretend you know me?" "Who knows," he said as he ducked, swinging the baton towards her legs. "Who knows," he said. "Who do you think I am?" The baton swiped through the air. Phoenix's body flew into the air, having lost her balance. She landed hard on the ground, her head ringing with pain. As soon as she opened her eyes, the baton was pointed straight at her face. If it were a knife, she should probably be grateful it wasn't. Fai Kuang pressed down on her, a cold killing intent radiating from his smile. "When you're beaten to death like this, maybe you'll realize who I am." Phoenix's pupils contracted in fear. She frantically sat up and asked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Fai Kuang said, "Even if your brain is damaged from all those drugs," he stabbed the baton into the space between the patches on Phoenix's neck, "you'll still realize everything before you die, right?" Phoenix trembled and raised her hands, grabbing the baton to throw it away. She gritted her teeth and forced out each word, "Ooh, you disgusting bastard, let go. Die," Fai Kuang declared coldly. For a moment, he really looked like the Fai Kuang that Phoenix used to know. She was stunned. He put his strength into it, stabbing the baton hard into her neck. Phoenix let out a cough. Fai Kuang frowned slightly. Damn it, the baton. It didn't stab straight into Phoenix's neck, but retracted into a shorter length. Taking advantage of Fai Kuang's surprise at the baton, Phoenix quickly gathered her strength and slapped him hard across the face. She sat up, desperately gasping for air, sweat pouring down her forehead. Fai Kuang stood up, looking at the collapsed baton in his hand. "The quality of this thing is really terrible. They give this cheap stuff to low-level police officers. It's no wonder they fight so badly." In the moment Fai Kuang was distracted, Phoenix suddenly lunged forward, attacking him as if she had just injected a new drug. Fai Kuang quickly raised his hands in front of his face to block instinctively. His body trembled slightly. Fai Kuang looked at Phoenix in front of him in shock. On her forehead was a special patch. He froze. "I've never seen a patch like that before." Phoenix's face was also covered in blue veins, clearly visible on her face, looking extremely distressed. Fai Kuang narrowed his eyes. A new type of patch. He paused, looking at his own hand. His hand was also covered in those same bloody veins. "This is bad. I got like this just from contact through clothing." But he frowned, looking at Phoenix who was panting in front of him. "Even with that, she still can't beat me," he thought. Her pupils turned red, a look of fear clearly on her face. She asked hurriedly, "Who the hell are you? Why?" "You feel like..." Her words were cut off as a man in a chicken mask burst into report. Miss Phoenix, Sir Fong Lan has just contacted us. The cop reinforcements are coming." Fai Kuang coldly waved his hand. "Get out of here. I'll let you go today. We'll meet again soon, won't we?" He frowned. Phoenix bit her lip, looking at him with suspicion. Fai Kuang thought to himself, "The other cops will definitely chase her, and they'll die if they try." He was sure of it. Phoenix turned around. She reached up and peeled off the patch on her forehead, then ordered, "Call everyone to this location." The man in the chicken head mask followed her, asking worriedly, "Miss Phoenix, your face, are you all right?" "Sorry." At that moment, she had no mind to listen to his concern. She bit her thumbnail, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "Why does that cop remind me of Brother Fai Kuang?" A short while after she left, 3 ambulances and 3 other police cars arrived in front of the police station. Everyone quickly cleared the scene, taking the injured to the ambulance, while Fai Kuang, of course, was talking with Hong Chun. After hearing his brief explanation, Hong Chun's eyes widened in surprise. "You lost them?" The baton in Fai Kuang's hand flew straight at the old man's face, making a sound so loud that the police officers handling the scene behind them jumped and turned to look. Fai Kuang raised his eyebrow in annoyance. "I wouldn't have let them escape if you hadn't given me this crappy baton. How could it break just from me using a little force?" Hong Chun touched his nose. He said, "They're not bad batons. They break easily because they're not made for fighting." The police officers who saw this were scared to death. Does this count as defying a superior? Fai Kuang sighed and held out both of his hands in front of Hong Chun. Then he said, "My hands are numb." Hong Chun was surprised again. He quickly shouted for a doctor to come and handle it. Fai Kuang looked at the palm of his hand, where the disgusting veins were clearly visible. This is a truly unexpected development. Luckily, Phoenix was scared off. This was just simple contact through clothing. They must have increased the drug dosage. Fai Kuang pondered, or it's a new type of drug. At that moment, she turned into a drug demon. I was hoping things would go smoothly, but it seems there are some difficulties. On the other hand, the doctor had arrived to check the changes on his hand. Fai Kuang looked at Hong Chun standing beside him and suggested, "Senior Chief Officer, I have something to ask you." Hong Chun was surprised. "Huh? What is it?" The scene changes to Kyung-soo's private home in a dark room. In the apartment building, where he lived, everyone was going about their daily lives as usual, and no one was loitering in the hallway. Fai Kuang stopped in front of his door. The door slowly opened. He stepped inside. On the wall, two men in chicken masks were clinging to it, their eyes fixed on him. A smoke bomb, definitely containing poison, was thrown down. Thick smoke filled the room, enveloping Fai Kuang's body. The two chicken-masked men jumped to the ground. One of them said, "That's a drug that will make him hallucinate and pass out." Anyway, Miss Phoenix said to use a lot, so he probably won't just see hallucinations. An overdose will be fatal. Yes, but how could Fai Kuang not have anticipated this? He was already armed to the teeth with special gear for riot police. "I know you're here." Back then, he had proposed to old Hong Chun that he wanted to borrow some equipment, and of course, not the cheap kind, but the expensive stuff. Looking at the two chicken-masked men in front of him, Fai Kuang muttered with amusement, she was so scared she didn't dare come here herself. What a cowardly cat. Well, anyway, let's see how good this expensive equipment is. Selling drugs is Phoenix's job, but delivering democracy is his. The gun in Fai Kuang's hand was slowly raised. The two chicken-masked men froze, looking nervously at the terrorist in front of them. They had clearly come to ambush someone, but now they were being retaliated against. One of them was so scared he almost wet himself. "He's got a gun." The other one said with uncertainty, "Don't be so scared. That gun looks like it doesn't have any bullets." As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet was fired, hitting him straight in his chicken mask head. Gunshots rang out continuously, hitting the walls and ceiling. They repeatedly hit the chicken masks the lackeys were wearing. The drinking glasses in his house were also affected. The two lackeys were hit by countless bullets, their bodies shaking violently. Although there was no blood, their bodies were covered in red marks. The force of the gunshots was enough to cause injury. Fai Kuang fired without any mercy, regardless of the neighbors or his own house, which could all be cleaned up later. The gunshots stopped. The room was still filled with a hazy smoke. The two lackeys had been shot unconscious, their bodies covered in red marks, their masks shot to pieces. Fai Kuang stared at the two idiots in front of him and remarked, "It seems this piece of hardware works pretty well." A short while later, the sound of police sirens stopped in front of Fai Kuang's house, blaring loudly. "What happened?" "I think I just heard gunshots." The neighbors finally poked their heads out to be nosy, but were held back by the police. Inside Fai Kuang's house, the two lackeys were tied up securely. But even if they weren't tied, they definitely wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Hong Chun knelt on one knee, looking at the muscular but bullet-riddled body. "Even though they're just rubber bullets, how many shots did you fire in total? Are they still breathing?" Fai Kuang smirked. "Good boys deserve candy bullets." He reached out, took off the helmet he was wearing, and said, "These two might wake up on the way, so don't forget to have someone put to poison pills under their tongues." Hong Chun turned to look at him and asked in a low voice, "Are you really Fai Kuang? You still have doubts, but you still lent me the equipment, didn't you, old man?" He replied, "I was just confirming. How can an ordinary person believe in such an absurd story? But after witnessing the drug incident, the Phoenix case, and now this, I can be 99% sure that you are Fai Kuang." "Why not 100%? Hong Chun stood up and said, "The remaining 1% is because, if you really are Fai Kuang, why didn't you go and kill Monk Duho directly?" Fai Kuang said, "You yourself said that solid evidence is very important." For a police officer to say something like that, Hong Chun shook his head. "That's from a police officer's standpoint, but from your standpoint." Fai Kuang cut him off. "Monk Duho, Bodhisattva. Every citizen of this country worships and respects him, even seeing him as the embodiment of Bodhisattva. If that damn bald donkey kicks the bucket, how do you think the public will react?" Seeing Hong Chun's surprised expression, Fai Kuang continued, "Besides, just killing him won't solve the problem. The underworld is much larger than you imagine. Hong Shun asked worriedly, so there are other organizations besides Hak Kwok too? Fai Kwang cocked the gun in his hand and said bluntly, I don't give a damn about other organizations. All I want is the downfall of that bastard bald donkey. The more painful and humiliating, the better, so that no one else has to live a life like I did. Hong Shun looked at him in surprise, but in that moment, it was as if he had made up his mind. He held out his hand to Fai Kwang and said, I will help you. Let's work together to put him behind bars. Fai Kwang looked at the hand extended towards him. His face suddenly darkened. Then he reached out, grabbed Hong Shun's hand and squeezed it hard. Senior Chief Officer Hong Shun, what do you mean you'll help me? I'm the one helping you. You should be glad I haven't sent you to the afterlife yet. If you don't want to meet your maker early, then obediently follow my orders. He released Hong Shun's painfully squeezed hand. The old man could only protest loudly to mask his frustration. I said that to express my goodwill. Fai Kwang looked at the old man, his eyes partly serious and sincere. And one last thing. It's not that I haven't tried to kill him. It's that I can't. Who do you think trained me to be like this? At Hak Kwok Temple, after failing to retrieve the drugs, Phoenix was naturally summoned to be punished. As soon as he saw her, he reached out, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her body into the air. His two thumbs pressed hard on her larynx. Phoenix was in so much pain she couldn't breathe, tears streaming down her face. She trembled, barely able to form words. Lord Bodhisattva, I am very sorry. Please, spare my life. Bodhisattva slammed her to the floor. She didn't dare to struggle because this one move from Bodhisattva had already knocked her unconscious. Her body was covered in drugs. Bodhisattva cursed coldly, You idiot. Did you use so many drugs that your brain is waterlogged? You got the goods and just stormed into the police station. Tears streamed down her face. She trembled and mumbled, I'm sorry, just as Fai Kwang had said. Phoenix's fear of Bodhisattva was deeply ingrained in her body, almost instinctual. Phoenix heard the old Bodhisattva's call. Her face turned pale with fear, her eyes trembling. She looked at Bodhisattva. In that moment, Bodhisattva in her eyes was like a demon that had crawled up from hell. The old man said coldly, It seems I still need to teach you a lesson. Phoenix hurriedly crawled towards the door, crying pathetically like a dog. Bodhisattva, please, I was wrong. I made the same mistake twice. I beg you. Suddenly, loud laughter cut through Bodhisattva's judgment. It was the two muscular, tattooed brothers. They entered the main hall, saw Phoenix rolling on the floor, and couldn't help but mock her. Look who it is, crying like a little kid. You've just hit a new low, you junkie. Crying too much will reduce muscle mass, and losing muscle is a big problem, isn't it? Phoenix looked at the two newcomers, the Ho Chi brothers. She shouted, Why are you here? Indeed, the only person she feared was Bodhisattva, and besides him, there was Fai Kwang. A woman entered from outside, holding a pink folding fan with a cherry blossom design. Why, Sister Phoenix, oh Sister Phoenix, don't you think Lord Bodhisattva summoned them? Dao Ho knew, Phoenix said in surprise. Ho Chi the fourth frowned and said, Why is this one here too? Phoenix trembled and turned to look at Bodhisattva. Lord Bodhisattva. The old man didn't even bother to glance at her as he announced, Everyone is here. Then, the consideration of eliminating Phoenix will now officially begin, he said, then turned to face the golden Buddha statue, ignoring Phoenix who was kneeling and begging. He was always such a cold-blooded person, but it was a mystery, where she found the hope to keep begging him. I will definitely repay you for what I have lost, so please spare me. There's no need for that, he said, opening a wooden box on the cabinet. Inside the box was a leaf-wrapped package. Phoenix asked in shock, How did you? Of course, she was very familiar with that leaf package, but it was clearly still at the police station. The old man didn't answer, only looking at the three people he had just summoned and asking, What do you all think? Ho Chi the fourth, Ho Chi the seventh, Dao Honyu the third. Ho Chi the seventh said, We should dispose of this junkie right here, sir. Ho Chi the fourth added, getting stronger by relying on addictive substances. I don't think anyone could be as malicious as her. Dao Honyu seemed to be smiling. She said softly, Over the past few years, I've really grown very close to you. But what else can I do? We need to act professionally, and the world of professionals is a very cold and cruel place. Bodhisattva said, Now that most of us agree. Phoenix trembled, tears and snot smearing her beautiful face. That pathetic look was so ugly. She said, Bodhisattva, Master, you are truly too cruel. From the beginning, you were determined to eliminate me. Bodhisattva said in a long-suffering tone. She's starting to complain again. Phoenix trembled and said, "You brought here all the bastards and cronies who already hold a grudge against me." Dao Honu pretended to be sad with a cold voice. "Oh dear, is that what you really think of me, Hong? I'm hurt." "Bodhisattva, master." Dao Honu pretended to be sad and ran towards Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, meanwhile, was sniffling and wiping away tears. Phoenix froze, watching Dao Honu bow before Bodhisattva, her hands raising an object for dispensing democracy. Bodhisattva reached out and took the gun that Dao Honu handed him. He said, "Phoenix, I don't need those who cannot serve me." The dark barrel of the gun was pointed straight at her head. Bodhisattva, with one hand in a prayer gesture and the other holding a gun, chanted, "May Bodhisattva bless and protect us." His finger twitched slightly, and the trigger was slowly pulled back. Phoenix quickly bowed her head and said, "I have created a new drug, a compound that is 5 times more addictive than the previous one. It's a drug that I developed myself, so it will be very difficult for others to trace." Hochi IV frowned. More drugs. Clearly, he didn't like that stuff. Bodhisattva temporarily lowered the gun. He asked, "How many kilos?" Phoenix, still prostrated on the ground, reported, "About 10. "How will it be distributed?" he asked. Phoenix replied, "I have reconnected all the distribution routes, the red light districts in Korea, Japan, China, and including Southeast Asia. Please just give me half a year. That's all I need. I will become a useful child for Bodhisattva," she said through tears. Bodhisattva said coldly, "Half. I've suffered too many losses because of your little games. Prove yourself. I will give you 3 months to do so." Phoenix cried with joy. She quickly said, "Thank you, Lord Bodhisattva," but she had no idea who she would be facing in the days to come. At the hospital, it seemed that Phoenix's drug was a bit too potent for first-time users. So Cho Diong, he was still in a dazed state, mumbling some incomprehensible language. Fai Kuang sighed helplessly. "Is there something wrong with her?" Kwang Hee-chun said, "She's going through withdrawal. The doctor said her body is quite sensitive to drugs or something." Cho Diong, he pointed at her own face and uttered a string of incomprehensible words. Fai Kuang frowned and asked, "What is she rambling about?" Kwang Hee-chun stroked his chin. After a moment of thought, he said, "She's asking if you can wipe this, meaning wipe the drool for her." Fai Kuang grimaced, "EW. Gross," but he was still kind enough to grab Cho Diong-he's hair to hold her head still and use a towel to wipe her drool. What a treatment, to have her drool wiped by the best assassin in the story. Kwang Hee-chun was moved to tears. "Wow, I'm surprised you came to visit us. After all, we're colleagues, aren't we?" "Colleagues?" Fai Kuang raised an eyebrow, shattering the young man's dream. "Are you talking about how you all visited me when I was hospitalized? So now I'm here? Now we're even. Okay. You rude bastard," Wang Hee-chun translated Cho Jiang-he's in clear words. Putting that aside, Lai Se-ong-hayan asked excitedly, "Kiang-su, did you get another special promotion?" Kiang-su shook his head. "I haven't heard anything from them yet." Lai Se-ong-hayan said honestly, "I'm jealous." "If you're jealous, then work harder. I have to go now." He waved and left the room. He went out and slammed the hospital room door shut with his usual roughness. Wang Hee-chun exclaimed in surprise, "Kiang-su, he's changed so much, hasn't he?" And the 3 of them sighed in unison. It's unclear if they were pitying their own fate. "I don't know what the hell we're doing anymore." At Hong Shun's private office, after returning to the police station, Fai Kuang would of course come here to talk. Hong Shun sat opposite him and said seriously, "I think there's a rat hiding in this police organization." Fai Kuang blurted out in surprise, "What?" Hong Shun said, "I wanted to re-examine the addictive substances you gave me, so I sent them all to the forensics department. But now it's missing. Someone has secretly taken it out." "Do you have anyone you suspect?" "I don't know either. I'm not sure about anything in this police organization anymore." "Well, that addictive substance was supposed to be our key evidence. I'll bring back more when I catch that bitch. So, you deal with the rat lurking in our ranks yourself, and quickly get me more information about Phoenix's subordinates." Hong Shun said, "We are still interrogating them." Fai Kuang frowned and demanded, "More. You said you had a special task force dedicated to investigating Hack Kwok 2. When are you planning to send them to investigate?" Hong Shun said honestly, "Actually, they're all dead. Not a single one is left." The air was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fai Kuang glared at the old man. He lunged forward, grabbed Hong Shun by the lapels, and raised his fist, asking, "You bastard. You've been lying to me all this time, haven't you?" Hong Shun quickly said, "I couldn't trust you back then, so I..." He slammed his fist into the old man's face and warned, "Don't move if you don't want to get hurt." Hong Chun's brain worked like lightning, quickly coming up with an escape plan. He quickly suggested about that. "Why don't you form a new team?" "What?" he growled. "You yourself said I need at least a small manhwa to form a team." Hong Chung quickly said, "It'll be fine. I have to take yuk manhwas." Who would dare say anything then? Fai Kwang pointed at his own face, his other hand still clutching the old man's lapel. He growled, I'm the one protesting. I like working alone. You just said you needed a team. This bastard is so stubborn, he thought, but didn't dare say it out loud. Fai Kwang said, "That's because you're not doing your job properly." "I didn't mean that." Hong Shun slapped his hand. Fai Kwang finally let go of the old man's lapel. "Sergeant Kiang Su, the police department is an organization. There will be limitations you'll face when working alone. It will be easier to work if you have a team. You'll get more funding, and it will be easier to make excuses." He lowered his voice and said with a serious tone, "So, as a senior officer, this is an order. Sergeant Kiang Su, form a team." "I can't form a team on my own because there are too many eyes watching, and there are too many risk factors." "An order?" Fai Kwang stood up and pointed at the old man. "If you had asked nicely, I might have considered it." Hong Shun corrected himself helplessly. "Please form a team." And so, he returned to the hospital to talk about his intention to form a team with his 3 former colleagues. A sergeant forming a team, they were all very surprised. He said, "I don't know. They told me to form a team. It wasn't hard to guess that this Kiang Su guy really had a senior officer backing him." Cho Deong he uttered another nonsensical phrase as usual. Hong Hee Chum pointed at her and translated, "She's asking who will be the members of your team." Fai Kwang said bluntly, "Of course, it's you guys. Besides you 3. There's no one else under my command in the station." Lai Seong Hyan was the first to rush towards him. He grabbed Fai Kwang's shoulders, crying and saying, "Kiang Su, thank you so much. I thought after you hit your head you became a complete scumbag. But you still thought of us. Thank you so much. I'll work like a dog for you." Cho Deong he cried just as pathetically, though she looked a bit silly right now. Hong Hee Chun raised his hand to wipe away a tear. "I also thought I would die doing paperwork for the rest of my life." "That's right. What are good colleagues for?" His expression darkened. It seemed these people weren't listening to him carefully at all. "Colleagues? You mean colleagues? Don't you know your place? Listen here. I don't need colleagues to help me. I just need people who will obediently do as I say." "So, we're not your colleagues." "That's right," he said. "You are my slaves. People who die when I tell them to die, and live when I tell them to live." Looking at the 3 innocent faces, Fai Kwang gave a very friendly smile. "Now, if you understand, then call me master. If you do that, I'll let you on the team. But if you want to report me to the authorities, well, of course, he had a whole government backing him up." He looked at the 3 people in front of him. He had already reviewed their files, and of course, that report came from Hong Chun. According to the document, Wang Haiken, 20 years old, he is quite well trained in several fields such as boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and countless other martial arts. Looking at his resume, he seems to be a promising candidate. However, he failed the written exam 4 times and only barely passed, ranking last. Hong Hee Chun asked blankly, "Kim Kiang Su, what do you mean by inspector? Don't you need at least a small manhwa to be called an inspector?" "You're so stupid," Lai Seong Hyan said helplessly. "Hee Chun, it's not inspector, it's master. In short, he's a meathead with a developed body. And the person standing next to him with the overgrown bangs is Lee Seong Hyan, 25 years old. He is well trained in martial arts related to grappling or ground fighting, such as jiu-jitsu or judo. His resume is also decent. But on the day of the interview, he cried like a baby. Yes, just like right now. He was crying and saying, 'Kim Kiang Su, I don't understand what you mean by master. It sounds so scary. Come on, we're colleagues.'" Cho Deong he bared her teeth in disgust. My God, he's crying again. "What a waste of all that muscle." Kwang Hee Chun said excitedly, "Deong he, you can speak clearly again?" "Yes, the last person in this team is Cho Deong he, 25 years old, with no training in any martial arts and ranked last in the physical fitness test. She is the weakest officer in the police station. However, she was the first to finish the written exam and also ranked first in the interview. This means she is very intelligent." Cho Deong he looked at him with eyes sparkling like stars in the sky and said, "I will do whatever you tell me to do, master. Please let me join your team." And so, After they were discharged from the hospital, the 3 members of his team were called out during their break, not knowing what to do. Fai Kwang wore a tight-fitting tracksuit and began a warm-up. Wang Hee-chun asked curiously, "Hey Kim Kyong-soo." Cho Deong-hee made a sound to remind him, and he immediately corrected himself. Master. Why did you suddenly call us here on a weekend? Fai Kwang didn't answer and asked back, "Why are you just standing there? Start warming up. You're police officers, aren't you?" Cho Deong-hee asked blankly, "Yes, so." Fai Kwang pointed to himself and said, "And I am a dangerous criminal. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Then you all come at me at once and try to take me down." "What?" the 3 of them said nervously. "This will be a 3-on-1 fight. Are you sure?" Lee Seong-hyeon accidentally called him Kim Kyong-soo out of habit, but Cho Deong-hee reminded him, so he had to correct himself. "Kim Kyong-soo, no, master." "What if you get hurt?" Fai Kwang said coldly, "You have 4 minutes left. We'll start in exactly 4 minutes. The 3 of them looked at his imposing presence and couldn't help but turn around and huddle together, whispering, "Hey, that bastard Kim Kyong-soo, has he lost his mind?" Lee Seong-hyeon said, "Deong-hee, he told us to call him master." Cho Deong-hee scoffed, "Who cares?" Fai Kwang kindly reminded them from behind, "I can still hear you." Cho Deong-hee immediately shut up and instead started discussing the attack. Hong Hee-chun frowned and asked, "What should we do now?" "We've already agreed to do whatever he orders." Cho Deong-hee quickly thought and directed, "Hee-chun, you pretend to go straight for him, and Seong-hyeon, you tackle him to the ground." Lee Seong-hyeon nervously pointed at himself. "Me? But I'm scared." Hong Hee-chun asked blankly, "So all I have to do is go straight at him, right?" Cho Deong-hee raised an eyebrow. "You idiot, you practice boxing, so use your confusing footwork." While they were still discussing, Kwang Hee-chun had already stepped forward. Tossing his tracksuit jacket aside to reveal a finely toned body, he asked coolly, "Are you ready?" Cho Deong-hee looked at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "That body is really amazing." The other 2 idiots still didn't understand what had just happened. He said, "Time's up. Come on. There's no choice but to fight." Cho Deong-hee stood up, pointed at him, and commanded, "Go, Hong Hee-chun." Hong Hee-chun muttered, confused the opponent with confusing movements. Confuse, confuse, confuse. It seems his brain was starting to short-circuit again. Confused like this, Kwang Hee-chun got into a boxing stance and kept shuffling on the spot. Cho Deong-hee was speechless. Fai Kwang even cursed at him directly. "What the hell? Why are you suddenly jumping around like that? You idiot," Cho Deong-hee said. "You have to get closer." Suddenly, their gazes shifted from the ground upwards, because Hong Hee-chun's body had been sent flying into the air, fresh blood spewing from his mouth. It was a terribly vicious move. Du Jeong-hee and Lee Se-ong-hyeon screamed in fear at the same time. Fai Kwang frowned, slowly walking towards them. "Hey you guys, are you kidding me? You bastards." Only one person was left. She quickly said, Go Lee Se-ong-hyeon." But this guy was a real coward. The moment he saw Hong Hee-chun pass out, he was scared stiff. Then he quickly turned and ran away. He ran while crying pitifully. "I can't do it. I really can't do it." Fai Kwang's voice echoed in his ear, right next to him. Lee Se-ong-hyeon's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw his cold face. You really turned your back on a criminal. You idiot." He swung his arm, punching Lee Se-ong-hyeon hard in the face. And as expected, he fell to the ground instantly. Everything happened too fast, too dangerously. Only Cho Deong-hee was left, watching as he suddenly walked towards her. Cho Deong-hee was completely flustered. She said in fear, "Wait, hold on a second. Kim Kyong-soo, Kim Kyong-soo, no, master. You're not going to lay a hand on a woman, are you?" Fai Kwang reached out, touched Cho Deong-hee's cheek, and lifted her head. "A woman can't be a police officer." He let go of her hand and at the same time, kneed her hard in the jaw. Looking at the 3 people he had defeated with just 1 move each, Fai Kwang was too bored to even speak. "You guys are unbelievably terrible. You know that. How are you going to catch criminals like this? Take a 10-minute break, then we'll continue training 3 more times today. And if you don't want to get beaten to a pulp like this, then try to use everything you have to fight back against me. Answer me." 3 weak, unified voices replied, "Yes, master." A few days later at the police station, Hong Chun, eating a chocolate bar, asked Fai Kwang, who was sitting opposite him, "So, how's your team formation going?" Fai Kwang spat out one word, "Bad. They're all trash." How the hell did they manage to pass the exam and become police officers? Hong Sheng kindly reminded him. Don't be too hard on them if you hit them too hard. Fai Kuang frowned and cut him off. Don't you know that we're not fighting ordinary criminals? We're hunting people like me. Hong Sheng said awkwardly, yes. Fai Kuang tapped his hand on the table and said angrily, putting that aside, when are you going to finish the interrogation? It's been this long, and there are still no results. What's going on? Hong Sheng sighed helplessly. They're keeping their mouths shut. What can I do? Fai Kuang grinned and said, leave it to me. I have a brilliant idea. At the interrogation room, a dim light from the ceiling shone down on the interrogation table, while the rest of the room was dark. The two criminals still had visible injuries on their bodies. Then, the door opened and a figure walked in. One of the two immediately said, it's no use. We won't talk. Unexpectedly, that person suddenly asked, how's Choi Sang-muk been lately? Phoenix's right-hand man. Wait, wasn't he the left-hand man? The person said as he pulled out a chair. Kim Dong-chien is the right-hand man. Am I right? That bitch. What was her name? She's also hanging around Phoenix, right? The two of them asked in panic. Who are you? Long time no see, he said. It's me, Fai Kuang. Let's talk. Yes, Fai Kuang had disguised himself to put on a play for the two captured men, and he didn't make any mistakes. After all, he was a seasoned assassin. One of the two recognized him at a glance and blurted out, "Be Boss Fai Kuang." The one next to him shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? Boss Fai Kuang is dead." But he looks a lot like Fai Kuang. Fai Kuang gave a cold smile. It seems we've met before. Goodbye. You recognize that scar? It's from being stepped on by a high heel, right? You were punished by Phoenix for smuggling drugs, weren't you? Fai Kuang asked with a smile. Hearing this, the two men went from disbelief to half believing. But isn't Boss Fai Kuang dead? He glared at them and lied smoothly. Bodhisattva gave me a secret mission. I faked my death and infiltrated the police to monitor all their actions. And I heard that the bitch Phoenix lost the drugs and caused a ruckus at the police station, but she came back empty-handed. The November leaf, Hong, Phoenix. What is that bitch doing? He asked in a low voice, his gloomy face emitting a terrifying aura that made the two men Zedson not dare to doubt his identity anymore. Fai Kuang said, I've cut the signal from the recording device, so you can talk. Phoenix's fate depends on your answers. If that bitch is hiding somewhere sulking after causing all this trouble, and I can't handle it, then, as per Bodhisattva's orders, I will end it myself. The men frantically cut him off. Boss Fai Kuang, you don't need to worry about Boss Phoenix. Boss is currently making a new type of drug. He fell silent, thinking. His lips curled slightly. You've hit the nail on the head. So, why don't you say more? He growled. In a short time, Fai Kuang successfully obtained all the information from the two men in prison and gave it to Hong Chun. Looking at the documents Fai Kuang had collected, Hong Chun broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe it was a drug 5 times stronger than the current one. Fai Kuang reached up and took off his mask, then said they're planning to distribute it everywhere within 6 months according to the report. Every nightclub under Phoenix's control is cooperating, as well as gangs willing to sell drugs for them. Hong Chun asked again, did you find where Phoenix is hiding? Fai Kuang shook his head. Even these guys don't know where she is. Only her senior managers know. Hong Chun nodded. Then we'll make them talk. Fai Kuang agreed. We need to attack their den and drag those bastards here. Although I believe getting information from them won't be easy. In her own hideout, Phoenix was lost in a hazy cloud of drug smoke, her body covered in patches. She looked like she was temporarily getting high to forget the harsh reality. A man entered. He is Choi Sang-muk, one of the 3 senior managers and also her subordinate. He said, Boss Phoenix, isn't 3 months to fast? The old saying goes, haste makes waste. The other person, another manager, agreed with this. Kim Dong-chien, the production manager with a scar-covered face, had a lollipop in his mouth. He said, Phoenix, I heard 2 of our people were caught by the cops. It's too dangerous if we rush. It's best to ask the Buddha for more time. She growled, her cold eyes staring at them. Will you take responsibility if I get yelled at by him? Of course, Phoenix. A woman entered from behind the 2 male managers. She smiled and said, I'll take responsibility. Fear has taken over your mind at a time when I'm not by your side. This woman is S. Sang-pi, the last of the 3 managers and the one closest to Phoenix. Phoenix looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, if I say within 3 months, then you must do it within 3 months, understand? Choi Sang-muk, go and connect all our distribution lines and speed up the process. Kim Dong-chien, you go prepare the product as quickly as possible. And S. Sang-pi, she softened her tone. S. Sang-pi smiled, as if she knew what Phoenix would ask of her. A little later, the two other managers left, and the room was once again filled with the smoke of drugs. From ceramic jars, a hazy smoke spread, and next to them was a drug similar to the one Fai Kwang had brought back from the first raid. The sound of a young woman's whimpering echoed intermittently in the room. Phoenix threw herself into S. Sang-pi's arms, hugging her tightly as if seeking salvation. S. Sang-pi smiled and comforted the person in her arms. "Don't be afraid, Sister Phoenix. I'm always here for you, remember? I will take care of everything for you as quickly as possible." At the same time, in the familiar park, the three police officers under Fai Kwang's command were being tortured by him until they were almost unable to stand. Faced with their dazed, expectant eyes, Fai Kwang frowned. "All right, you've rested for 10 minutes. Get up and come at me again." Cho Deong he finally couldn't take it anymore. This kind of torment was making the physically weak one extremely dissatisfied. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hey Kim Kyung-soo, aren't you being too harsh? We never heard anything about this training." Fai Kwang asked bluntly. "You said you would do anything, didn't you? But this is torture. We joined the team to catch criminals, not to do this kind of thing." "Oh, is that so?" he asked. Fai Kwang asked calmly, "Do you really want to catch criminals?" The three of them nodded like pecking chickens. Fai Kwang also stopped the training and instead led them on a trip. All three of them followed him blankly, not knowing what for, but they went anyway. Fai Kwang led the three of them to an abandoned factory area with only a pile of old buildings left. The heavy iron door opened, letting light into the room. Cho Deong-hee, Kwang Hee-chun, and Lai Se-ong-hyeon entered one by one, while Fai Kwang stood right outside the door. In front of them was a group of people sitting and arranging patches. They looked like criminals in every way. And it seemed these criminals didn't understand who the newcomers were. Fai Kwang looked at them, then at the patches scattered on the table. He said, "We've come to the right place." The apparent leader of the group frowned and cursed. "What the hell?" Cho Deong-hee trembled and turned to look at him. The other two did the same. Cho Deong-hee asked, "Kyung-soo?" "No, master." Fai Kwang asked bluntly, "What are you waiting for? The criminals are right in front of you. Aren't you going to arrest them?" The leader raised an eyebrow, looking at the three normally dressed people in front of him. Cops? Fai Kwang didn't even give them time to process what was happening. He kicked them hard, sending them flying forward with a look of pure mischief on his face. The three of them fell face down on the ground, but their eyes never left the man who was slowly walking out of the abandoned warehouse. Their hearts were filled with panic. How could they just say they were going to catch criminals and immediately find such dangerous ones? This wasn't right. A weak call for their master was met only with a wicked smile from Fai Kwang. "Now, have fun," he chuckled. Then the door closed completely, isolating him from the three incredibly foolish-looking faces. The criminals also charged towards them one by one, and of course, this group was the type to kill without hesitation. The three of them, having just been trained and still very weak, were basically heading to their deaths. 8 criminals slowly advanced towards them, their faces menacing, while the 3 innocent chicks still didn't understand what was happening. Lai Se-ong-hyeon trembled and cried as usual. "I want to go home." Wang Hee-chun said awkwardly, "What should we do? I've fought one-on-one before, but never against a whole group like this." Cho Deong-hee was the smartest one here, playing the role of calming and directing the other two. Now, calm down. It's not like we're going to die here or anything. Even if Kim Kyung-soo is a scumbag, he's not scummy enough to leave us to die, right? Let's show Kim Kyung-soo that we are police officers too." Fai Kwang was watching them from outside, just as Cho Deong-hee said he wouldn't let them die. And Cho Deong-hee's performance was just as expected. She was smart enough to understand that in this situation, they had to stay calm. Cho Deong-hee said aggressively, "Wait there, Kim Kyung-soo. Go on, officers, get them." Fai Kwang was speechless. Her actions were truly hopeless. Hong Hee-chun asked awkwardly, "How?" Cho Deong-hee thought for a moment and said, "You have to take a hit first, remember. Go. Go, go," Cho Deong-hee shouted, directing them. Wang Hee-chun charged forward with his eyes closed. His opponent swung his fist, landing a blow straight to his head. It sounded powerful. Lai Se-ong-hyeon was so scared he lost even more hair, his bald spot getting bigger. His face turned green. "If you hit your opponent's forehead," Wang Hee-chun muttered, "it hurts." "Of course it hurts," Cho Deong-hee shouted helplessly. But Hong Hee-chun took the hit and said, "It doesn't hurt." Cho Deong-hee asked in surprise, "It doesn't hurt?" Hong Hee-chun, while taking a punch from the thug, said with excitement, "Compared to Kim Kyung-soo, he hits like a child. Have I gotten used to being hit by Kim Kyung-soo's fist?" He took a blow to the cheek, and at the same time, raised his own fist. After all, even if it didn't hurt, he couldn't just keep taking hits. Hong Hee-chun was a former boxer, so his punch to his opponent was truly like a bolt from the blue. One was down. Wang Hei-chun shouted excitedly, "Awesome. Come at me again," Lai Se-ong-hai asked in surprise. Compared to Kim Kyong-soo, their punches are really like a child's. Just then, another man with a bat rushed forward. Hong Hee-chun looked behind him, momentarily forgetting to dodge. Lai Se-ong-hai gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. He charged forward, tackling the opponent from behind. He used a waist lock, trying to use a judo throw to slam him to the ground. Fai Kwang frowned. Now they're all improving. Those could be useful if I train them a bit more. Cho De-ong, he was still standing behind, cheering excitedly. Fai Kwang was getting frustrated. This girl was really making him feel helpless. Couldn't she just charge in? Seeing his two underlings being beaten to the ground, the leader finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and shouted angrily, "Useless bastards, defeated by the damn cops. What a disgrace." He took off his shirt, revealing a large but muscular body with dragon head tattoos on both shoulders. Lai Se-ong-hai and Kwang Hee-chun were momentarily stunned. For a moment, they really didn't want to fight the person in front of them. Fai Kwang observed coldly, "This is the end. They've let fear take over their minds. I'll kill you," the leader growled. A killing intent they had never truly faced before emanated from him, the kind that only appears in a life-or-death situation. Ki Se-ong-hai was the first to get hit, a blow like a thunderclap right in the middle of his face, and he couldn't do anything to defend himself. He was immediately thrown several feet away and clutched his face in pain, tears streaming down his face again. Yes, when they let fear take over, the pain is multiplied many times over, and Wang Hee-chun was slightly distracted because Lai Se-ong-hai got hit. In a fight, if you get distracted, you're sure to face a bitter end, because their enemies are real criminals who will kill. Fai Kwang thought to himself, they still have a long way to go. Lai Se-ong-hai and Kwang Hee-chun were quickly defeated after just one hit. It showed just how much Kim Kyong-soo had been holding back with him. He glanced at the two defeated men and grumbled, "You guys lost to these two cops again? Pathetic." As for Cho De-ong-hee, as soon as she saw the two of them go down, she knelt on the ground and begged sincerely, "I surrender. I'll tell you everything I know, so please don't hit me." Fai Kwang closed his eyes and sighed, "This brat." But he had to open his eyes and take a closer look at her again. It seems she has a bit of a police spirit, because while the opponent wasn't paying attention, Cho De-ong-hee had pulled out the taser she kept in her pocket. "This is what you call using brains when brute force fails." She gritted her teeth and slowly pressed the taser against his leg. He roared in pain as a current of electricity spread through his veins. Cho De-ong-hee screamed in fear, Die. You." He gritted his teeth. For an ordinary criminal, a taser might be enough to take them down, but for someone like this drug dealer, it only made him more furious. You damn bitch," he roared, kicking his left leg back, and then lashing out with a powerful kick aimed at Cho De-ong-hee's face. She squeezed her eyes shut, but luckily, no kick landed on her. Instead, Fai Kwang rushed in from outside like a superhero, landing a straight kick to the chest of the drug distributor. Now you know what hell is like. He felt like his stomach had just been crushed by something from the outside. Before he could do anything else, Fai Kwang spun around, his body leaning back towards the man. An elbow strike landed right in the middle of the drug dealer's dirty face. Cho De-ong-hee stared with her mouth wide open at the scene in front of her. Is that it? The leader was knocked out instantly. Fai Kwang placed his hand on the man's fat belly and looked at Cho De-ong-hee and the others. Now you feel it, don't you? How useless you are. The three of them had absolutely no way to argue. Fai Kwang gave a cold order. Let's go. Take all the drugs on the table. Cho De-ong-hee asked worriedly. Is it okay to leave these guys like this? Who cares? Someone else will take care of it. And soon I'll have to carry the burden of 3 dead weights. Now, let's go back. However, a little later, that Choi Sang-muk who followed Phoenix arrived at this place with 2 other of Phoenix's subordinates. Looking at his face, it was clear he was not happy about losing the drugs. The big guy quickly knelt on the ground and begged, "Sir, the cops." Choi Sang-muk put both hands into the man's mouth. Then he coolly ripped it open. Fresh blood flowed down. He glared, looking at the bright red throat that was making meaningless sounds of pain. At that moment, one of the 2 men with him looked in one direction and said, "Manager Choi, over there." Choi Sang-muk looked in that direction. He stared, momentarily stunned, because on a nearby table, a memorial plaque had appeared out of nowhere. It was Fai Kwang's memorial plaque. Choi Sang-muk's jaw dropped, a look of fear on his face. Fai Kwang. The scene shifts to Hong Shun's private office. Hong Shun looked at the amount of drugs Fai Kwang had recovered and couldn't help but exclaim, with this much, we could go into the drug business ourselves. Alright, so the information was correct. We can proceed with the plan? Fai Kwang asked, are the ambush plans finalized? Fai Kwang said, of course. I'll introduce you to one of the officers who will be participating in the ambush. She's one of the people I can trust. He took out his radio and called for that person to enter the room. The person appeared very quickly. Hong Shun looked towards the door and said to him, say hello to your teammate for this operation. She is a member of the KMPSU, Chief Officer Kim Jeng. Hong Shun then turned to Kim Jeng and introduced Fai Kwang to her. And this is Senior Police Officer Kim Kyong-soo. Have a seat. Senior Police Officer, she approached. She lifted Fai Kwang's face and said in a very annoyed tone, just a Senior Police Officer, yet you're sitting in the Senior Chief Officer's room like it's your own living room. Have you completely lost your senses? Fai Kwang slapped her hand away and said, my leg hurts. Hong Shun said, it's fine, just calm down and let's plan. Kim Jeng said sharply, no, I don't think it's fine, sir. Hey, Senior Officer, get up. I don't like rude kids. She kicked him hard in the thigh and said in a commanding tone, I said, stand up. Fai Kwang's face darkened. Make me stand up. Kim Jeng raised an eyebrow and asked, make you? Fai Kwang said, I don't want to stand up, so try to make me stand up. Then he growled, emphasizing, Chief Officer, Senior Officer, or whatever, they're all just officers. I don't see much of a difference, so stop with the rank discrimination. Kim Zeong gritted her teeth. What did you just say, you punk? All right, I'll make you stand up. It was as if sparks were flying from Kim Zeong's eyes. Hong Shun said worriedly, hey, Chief Officer Kim Zeong, don't cause trouble. But it seemed she couldn't hear a word he was saying anymore. Kim Zeong suddenly pulled her leg back. She pulled back and then launched a powerful kick towards him, trying to kick me. Fai Kwang thought, but halfway through the kick, it was just right. Kim Zeong suddenly raised her leg instead of kicking from below. Fai Kwang leaned back, dodging a kick that came down from above. Wow, a Brazilian kick, Fai Kwang genuinely exclaimed. The KMPSO is not like Haechun, their skill levels are quite different. Fai Kwang thought as he dodged, not showing any particular emotion on his face. Kim Zeong, unable to land a kick on him, became even more furious. Now, she let her anger take over her mind. She shouted defiantly, you bastard, how dare you dodge all my kicks? If you want to play like that, I'll hold you down and beat you to a pulp. Kim Zeong immediately lowered her leg and rushed towards Fai Kwang. He looked at the woman in front of him. She switched to a grappling stance in an instant. Her footwork was also very agile. This alone was on a different level compared to Lai Se-ong Hyen. He raised his hand, thinking she would be a valuable piece in his plan. His index and middle fingers slightly extended and then jabbed hard into Kim Zeong's chin. Without a doubt, for a moment, Kim Zeong's thoughts were temporarily paralyzed. By the time she realized it, she had already lunged at him. It was truly a humiliating posture for someone who had just been so aggressive. Fai Kwang smiled and asked, you said you would beat me to a pulp, didn't you? Why have you collapsed? She was both angry and ashamed, only able to speak without being able to act. You bastard. Kim Zeong once again struggled up and intended to slap him straight in the face. A flurry of slaps was unleashed, but Fai Kwang dodged all of them as usual, not forgetting to praise Kim Zeong's body. Also a member of the KMPSO. This body is amazing. Amazing my ass, die. You damn bastard. It seemed Fai Kwang really didn't care, so Hong Shun didn't bother to intervene. Instead, he chose to sit and chew on a chocolate bar, watching the show while snacking. After failing to hit Fai Kwang, Kim Zeong finally had to give up, and now it was time to discuss the operation. Hong Shun said, from now on, I will explain Operation Phoenix on the Hong Tree. According to reports, on the last weekend of every month, the managers of the drug organization we are targeting will gather for a meeting at an underground club on the last weekend of each month. So that's about 15 days from now. We will wait for an opportunity, and then the second platoon of the KMPSO, led by Chief Officer Kim Jeng, and the team of Senior Officer Kim Kyong-soo will proceed with the action plan. I object, Kim Jeong said. Hong Shun calmly said, this information was obtained from the interrogation by Senior Officer Kim Kyong-soo. Kim Jeong slammed the table in anger. Ridiculous. When I interrogated them, they didn't say a word. Fai Kwang shot her a pitiful look and made a mocking face. You should be grateful I managed to get the information, so why are you complaining so much? From start to finish, Kim Jae's face showed nothing but dissatisfaction with him. Every time he spoke, she childishly retorted, "Shut your mouth, you bastard, and how dare you speak to me so informally?" "What can you do to me?" he asked nonchalantly. Kim Jae aggressively declared, "I won't believe it unless I hear it from their own mouths. I will interrogate them again." Hong Shun said, "Unfortunately, we can't interrogate them again. Because they're dead." Kim Jae was startled. "Dead?" Fai Kwang frowned. "Why is the security here so terrible?" Hong Shun said, "Regardless, you must always be prepared. I'll see you two at the next meeting." "You may leave." Kim Jae quickly asked, "Wait, how could they have died?" Hong Shun didn't answer her. He just looked at Fai Kwang and said, "Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo, please stay for a moment." Kim Jae looked at him suspiciously. Why does he get to stay? What the hell is going on? But she had no choice but to obey. Kim Jae could only reluctantly leave, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. So as soon as she touched the doorknob, Kim Jae turned back, pointed at his face, and said, "Hey, my specialty is shooting. You better be ready, because I'm going to chase you with a gun." The door slammed shut violently. Fai Kwang frowned slightly. "What is that crazy woman talking about?" Hong Shun lowered his voice. "It seems something more serious has happened." Hong Shun took out an evidence bag and pushed it in front of him. "Hey, we found this in the interrogation room where the bodies of those two were found." It was a card from the 12-month deck that Bodhisattva uses to name his people. Hong Shun asked, "Does this bring anything to mind?" Fai Kwang looked at the card on the table. Was it a star? At the same time, over with Fuang Hong, Fai Kwang's card was also delivered to her. Her body trembled involuntarily as fear began to take hold of her. Choi Sang-muk said anxiously, "This was found in the warehouse the police raided." Kim Dong-chien said, "Something's not right here. Should we report this to Lord Bodhisattva?" "No," Fuang Hong said, shaking her head. "It's impossible. Fai Kwang is dead. Lord Bodhisattva will scold me for talking nonsense. It can't be. It just can't be. We have to proceed with the plan. If I can't atone for my mistake this time, then But why did those guys leave Fai Kwang's card? It can't be, is it him? No. That's absurd. I have to continue with the plan. If I don't, I will." Her heart seemed to skip a beat. Fuang Hong clutched her head and screamed in agony. The scream echoed through the room. It seemed her brain was overloaded with unusual emotions. Kim Dong-chien looked at the guards outside and ordered, "S. Sang-pi, bring Miss S. Sang-pi here, quickly." S. Sang-pi quickly ran to Fuang Hong's residence. A trail of cigarette smoke was lit again. The hazy smoke filled the room. S. Sang-pi held Fuang Hong's hand with one hand and placed the other over her eyes as if to soothe her. On the table was a new type of drug. On Fuang Hong's body, the veins were clearly visible as she was immersed in a state of euphoria. "Choi Sang-muk, Kim Dong-chien," she called. The two men responded. "Yes." Fuang Hong glanced at them. "Continue with the plan." Kim Dong-chien said worriedly, "Sister Fuang Hong, that's too risky. The cops know everything now, and we still have other matters to attend to." She just said, "As Sang-pi, give them each a dose too. If you worry too much, things will never get done." As Sang-pi smiled and turned to look at the two of them, "Come over and get a dose." On the table was a very fine blue powder with a pink leaf on top. Fuang Hong said, "This was just purified by S. Sang-pi, it feels great." The two of them nervously put the powder into their mouths, absorbing it immediately. And then, a dazed feeling took over their minds. "All my worries have vanished. Now, everything will go according to plan. Now we will proceed with everything, Sister Fuang Hong." After meeting with Hong Shun, Fai Kwang continued training the other three as usual. He looked at Cho Jeong-hee in front of him and said, "This is no good. You're too anxious," to the other to run off. Cho Jeong-hee scratched her head and replied, "They said they'd stop by the hospital on their way here." "The weakest bunch?" "No, actually, this is better," he said. Cho Jeong-hee asked excitedly, "Since it's just me here, can we take a break?" "Please, Chief." Fai Kwang's face darkened. He walked over, grabbed Cho Jeong-hee's shoulder, and said, "Until the others arrive, you and me, one-on-one," he said with a smirk. "How about some secret special training?" Although Kim Kyung-soo was a bit annoying, his face was still very handsome. Being this close made Cho Jeong-hee's heart flutter a bit, and special training, too. While she was getting excited about his ambiguous declaration, Fai Kwang bluntly judged, "Your body is like trash." Cho Jeong-hee flinched. She hugged her body and asked, "Trash? You know I have a great body." "A great body?" He laughed mockingly. More like a piece of crap. You have no muscle, no stamina, and your flexibility is like a statue's. You don't even have a distinct fighting style. We'll be sent on a mission soon, and you'll probably be the first to die. Cho Jiang he asked in a panic. Die? What kind of mission will we be sent on? Fai Kuang sighed helplessly. Cho Jiang he. At first, I wondered who would let a slut like her become a police officer. But as time went on, I found a reasonable explanation. I knew she was smart, but she's even smarter than I thought. From what I heard, she memorized all the restaurant numbers in this area and was nicknamed the human-powered delivery app. He pulled a baton from his pocket and said, if you don't want to die young, then right now. The best thing you can do is focus your energy and stop wasting time avoiding your weaknesses. From now on, think of this 3-section baton as a weapon. When you extend it, it's a knife. When you retract it, think of it as a blunt weapon. And I will keep a closer eye on you so you can master it. He walked towards Cho Jiang he and tapped the baton on her head. Make sure you remember it with that genius brain of yours. Cho Jiang he asked blankly, remember what? He gave a cold smile. You'll find out soon enough. Tell me what it is. Just you wait and see. His face showed a sinister, cunning expression as time passed. Wang He-chun and Lee Se-ong-hyan finally arrived for their usual training, but as soon as they got there, they froze. Because Fai Kuang was sitting on Cho Jiang he's slender body, using the exhausted woman on the ground as a chair. Cho Jiang he lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. It was too harsh. What are you two doing? Fai Kuang looked at them. Do you really want to know? They both nodded, and he flashed a very friendly smile. You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry about it. Their faces turned pale, and the words came out with difficulty. Can we live the rest of our lives without knowing? Time passed, and everything continued as usual, training and planning for the operation. And 15 days later, the day for the Fuang Home on the Pink Tree operation arrived. That night, with a full moon in the sky, the 3 members of Fai Kuang's team finally had to join the operation. Wang He-chun muttered, I just survived 15 days in hell. I don't want to go through that again. But Cho Jiang he frowned worriedly. What kind of operation is this anyway? That we have to work with the KMP-su. Kim Jang is still up there arguing with Kim Kyung-soo. She's been unhappy with him from the start, and he doesn't bother to talk to her much either. At that moment, a scout at the front suddenly gave a warning. I think we've arrived. In front of them was a long tunnel. In front of the tunnel, 2 men wearing chicken hats were warming themselves by a fire, serving as guards. Who is that perverted chicken-headed guy? While Cho Jiang he was still wondering, Kim Jang had already rushed forward at top speed. From the bush, a dark figure shot out, surprising the 2 chicken-headed men. Before he could react, one of the 2 had his chicken head bashed in with the butt of a rifle. The other guy jumped up, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a folding knife. Well, cops. But before he could shout or do anything else, Kim Jang launched a kick from below, sending the chicken head he was wearing flying. The 3 members of Kim Kyung-soo's team stared with their mouths agape in astonishment. It wasn't just experience that made them different, but also their actual combat skills. After taking them down, Kim Jang stood at the entrance, took out her walkie-talkie, and began to test it. Testing, she said. Successfully took down the 2 guards. I will now begin the operation. Fai Kuang nodded in admiration. That was great, absolutely fantastic. Let's go. But just as they were about to move forward, Kim Jang raised her hand to stop them. With a very bossy tone, she gave an order, not knowing it was a fatal mistake. You guys stay here and watch these 2. What? Fai Kuang bluntly remarked. She's quite an idiot. Kim Jang frowned and said, from the beginning, having the KMP-su and a few town cops working together was clearly a foolish idea. Cho Jiang he frowned. Town cops? You mean us? Kim Jang stared, taking off her mask and asking, Town cops, are you trying to defy my orders? Cho Jiang he looked at Kim Kyung-soo with teary eyes, as if seeking comfort. Kim Jang continued, I let you come along because of the senior officer's orders, but from now on, you'll just be in the way. In the way? Fai Kuang gave a cold laugh. All right, you're on your own now. It's better for us anyway, since we don't have to break a sweat. So you're finally following my orders. Kim Jang smiled triumphantly, still competing with Fai Kuang, without realizing his true strength. Now, we're going in. Fai Kuang led his team inside. As for Fai Kuang, he just threw her a look of pity. What an idiot. At that place, after dealing with the guards outside and going down a long staircase, I saw a man. They reached a room where loud music was blasting. Kim Jang led her team, rushing inside. Then she froze at the bizarre scene before her. It was a place where music blared loudly, but there were people swaying like zombies. They were all civilians. Kim Jang froze. After all, only Fai Kwang truly understood this operation. Kim Jang had never seen these people before, so she had no idea about her opponents. In a normal fight, she had already lost from the first minute. On the second floor, he looked at the police officers who had just entered. Kim Dong-cheon sighed helplessly. I knew it. I knew this would happen. It's about to get ugly. He turned on the walkie-talkie in his hand. Then he announced through the room's speakers, ahem, this is an announcement for all club members. We currently have some uninvited guests who have broken in and are trying to ruin our party. If you successfully capture and bring them to me, for each one of them you bring, Kim Dong-cheon said with a faint smile, I will reward you with a card that allows you a month's worth of medical treatment. The hall erupted in screams of excitement, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. They all rushed towards Kim Jae's group who had just appeared. Crazy was the only word to describe them. The Fuang Hong on the pink tree operation began. Kim Jae quickly shouted, everyone, shields up. A shield wall was formed. All the KMPC members hid behind the police shields, forming a solid line that was hard to break. But the other people were like madmen, fearlessly charging forward. A chaotic scene of pushing and shoving unfolded. Normally, the police are the ones who are well-trained physically. But now, facing people immersed in a state of euphoria, their strength was nothing. They were even pushed back. Kim Dong-cheon looked down from above with an amused expression. You can't open fire. Shooting civilians is big trouble, understand? Kim Jang, at the center of the platoon, shouted an order. Firing squad, aim for the sky, attention, put on your gas masks. Kim Jang quickly pulled out a grenade and pulled the pin. She threw it into the air while also putting on her own gas mask. The grenade exploded in midair. A white smoke filled the room. But her subordinates didn't act, which frustrated Kim Jang immensely. She frowned and said, use this time to push them back. Captain, a squad member said hesitantly. Kim Jang looked past the shield wall. Even though tears were streaming down their faces and their eyes were red from the tear gas, the crowd still desperately charged forward. The tear gas had no effect. How naive. Kim Dong-cheon waved away the tear gas smoke blowing towards him. They're in such a state of excitement that they don't even notice the pain. There's no way this tickle would affect them. He turned on his walkie-talkie and contacted his subordinate to give an order. Confiscate the drugs and lead Miss S. Sang-pi out the back door. At that moment, from the other side of the door, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The attention of both Kim Jang and Kim Dong-cheon turned towards that door. A police officer in protective gear rushed in. It was none other than Fai Kwang. As soon as she saw him, Kim Jang once again wanted to lecture him. You, who gave you permission? Before she could finish her sentence, he had already jumped up, kicking her straight in the head to launch himself into the air. With that, he was able to leap directly to the second floor to attack Kim Dong-cheon. Kim Dong-cheon looked in horror at the police officer rushing towards him. All he could see were the cold, sharp eyes visible under the gas mask. Kim Dong-cheon's heart skipped a beat. A loud noise rang out. Damn it, Kim Dong-cheon had just managed to curse when Fai Kwang shot past him like a gust of wind. Kim Dong-cheon was too stunned to speak, his face turning pale. The walkie-talkie in his hand was cut into two pieces. Fai Kwang glanced at him and muttered in admiration. I underestimated you. Unlike the boss, the staff must have been trained in martial arts, right? Kim Dong-cheon frowned. What? Just then, a new development below temporarily drew their attention. Finally, the shield line was broken. Kim Jang shouted, use force to stop them, push, push. Kim Dong-cheon looked down below and muttered, do you really think force can stop them? Fai Kwang furrowed his brow. Hey, Kim Dong-cheon. The man froze and looked at him, probably not expecting the officer to know his name. As if teleporting, he appeared behind Kim Dong-cheon. At the same time, countless new cuts appeared on Kim Dong-cheon's body, and fresh blood soaked his shirt. Below, Kim Jang also saw the scene above. She froze in astonishment. Kim Dong-cheon was still crying out in pain from the wound on his chest. Fai Kwang then grabbed his neck from behind and squeezed hard. Kim Dong-cheon's body was thrown forward. Fai Kwang slammed him against the wall. He smirked and asked, why are you so careless? Am I so weak that I'm not worth your attention? Kim Dong-cheon looked at him, his face filled with horror. Fai Kwang said, don't worry, you won't die. Someone begged me to limit the killing as much as possible. So he pulled out a dagger. He aimed at a point on both of Kim Dong-cheon's arms. Then he stabbed through them. Kim Dong-cheon screamed in pain, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His face contorted in agony. He stared wide-eyed at the knife in his arms, feeling the sharp, cold object constantly tearing at his flesh. Fai Kwang said coldly, I'll let you live. Stay here and be pinned to this wall. Kim Dong-chien trembled as fresh blood slowly spread across his sleeves. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, his whole body shaking. "Who are you?" he said. "Who knows?" Fai Kwang took off his mask and left the battlefield. Below, with a final kick from Kim Ajeng, the last conscious person fell to the ground. "We got him," she said. Then she hurried upstairs, wanting to follow Fai Kwang closely. Strangely enough, the man he had pinned to the wall suddenly appeared before her. The knife was still stuck in the wall, with a streak of blood running down from it. Both of Kim Dong-chien's hands were covered in addictive patches, mixed with blood. He trembled and cursed. Damn it. Although the gauze pads had absorbed some of the blood, it didn't feel any better. Kim Ajeng asked in surprise, "You managed to escape in that condition?" Even though he escaped, the fear of him still lingered in his heart, so much so that his breathing was chaotic. He trembled and asked, "Who is that bastard? Is he also from KMP-su?" Kim Ajeng took off her gas mask and looked at Kim Dong-chien. "I have the exact same question as you." While they were talking, Fai Kwang had already gone a long way, with several chicken corpses behind him. He moved forward, looking around the club. It seemed everything was too simple. These rainy season chickens are too weak. Back at the club room, Kim Ajeng pointed her gun at Kim Dong-chien and threatened, "Come down here, surrender, and face the punishment of the law." Kim Dong-chien gave a cold laugh. With Fai Kwang gone, he had nothing to fear from these people. "There are a lot of cops here. Even back in the special forces, I never saw this many." Kim Ajeng asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Kim Dong-chien grabbed one side of his jacket and opened it, while his other hand quickly drew the gun he had hidden inside. He raised his gun, aimed it straight at Kim Ajeng's face, and said, "A pleasure to meet you, my juniors. I'm Kim Dong-chien, 29th class." "What class are you guys from?" Kim Ajeng froze. She raised her gun and quickly ordered everyone to open fire, although confusion had been present in her heart from the very beginning. Gunshots echoed continuously. The glass panels on the second floor were shattered. Outside, the three, Cho Jeong-hee and the others, were still standing guard as ordered by Fai Kwang. After all, they would be a burden if they actually went in there. When the shootout began, they heard it from outside. Wang Hee-chun said worriedly, "You think Kim Kyung-soo is okay?" "I just heard gunshots," Lee Se-ong-hyan said, "but he told us to stay here and wait." Cho Jeong-hee frowned and said, "I hate this. Why bother gathering us here just to make us stand outside? Did they just bring us for the numbers? Then what's the point of our secret internship?" Cho Jeong-hee stomped her foot in anger. "Training like a bull just for this." Suddenly, a large figure appeared right behind them silently. It wasn't until he spoke that they noticed him and looked up. "What are you doing here?" Choi Sang-muk frowned. "You damn rats." The three of them jumped up and quickly retreated. "Damn it, when did this guy show up?" Cho Jeong-hee quickly pulled out her taser and fired at Choi Sang-muk. 2 electric wires shot out from the taser, with 2 barbs at the end to directly embed into a criminal's body. However, Choi Sang-muk didn't bother to dodge and instead raised his hand. He caught the electric wires with his bare hands. It was as if he couldn't feel the electric shock at all. Cho Jeong-hee stared in horror at the person in front of her. "Is there really someone who can catch these wires with their bare hands?" Choi Sang-muk muttered in admiration and dropped the now deactivated wire. "That tickled a bit. Well, compared to Fuang Hong's abilities, it's not much." Guns. South Korea has strict regulations on the use of firearms, and guns are a very sensitive topic in this country. Of course, police officers are no exception. A case where a police officer uses live ammunition is seen at most once a year, and other police officers are taught to use non-lethal weapons like tasers or rubber bullets like the ones the KMP-su was using to attack Kim Dong-chien, because Fai Kwang had already inflicted several fatal wounds on him. No matter how strong his individual combat skills were, Kim Dong-chien could hardly withstand such powerful waves of attacks. He sat leaning against the table used as a shield. Blood dripped incessantly from his forehead. His body was covered in wounds and blood. He panted and muttered, "Use whatever you want. But can you really put a hole in this guy with rubber bullets?" The police officers firing were also extremely frustrated. What kind of material was that table made of? The rubber bullets could penetrate a normal table. Kim Ajeng frowned and said, "It's not effective. We're switching to live ammunition." Then she looked at Kim Dong-chien again and warned, "Senior Kim Dong-chien, I am Kim Ajeng, 30th class of KMP-su. The next round will be with live ammunition, so stop resisting and surrender. You'll need medical treatment or you'll die." Unexpectedly, he said, "I'd rather die." "You want me to rot in prison for the rest of my life and not be able to use my stuff anymore, right?" Kim Jeng angrily shouted, "Are you really choosing drugs over your own life?" Kim Dong-chien looked up at the ceiling, his voice weak, and even as he began to reminisce about his life. Back when I was active in the KMPSU, after obtaining drugs during a mission, my whole life was turned upside down. I came to this area to find high-quality drugs, using my position for my own benefit, but my body started to build a tolerance to common addictive drugs. Gradually, no drug could satisfy me anymore. At that time, I really felt like my life was over. But one day, she appeared. Fu Hong was sucking on a blue lollipop, followed by S. Sang Pi and Choi Sang Muk. She licked the blue lollipop and asked, "You're Kim Dong-chien. I heard your body has built up a tolerance to drugs. Is that right?" Here, she held out the lollipop in her hand towards Kim Dong-chien. "This candy is made from the purest ingredients here." She brushed her hair aside and asked with a smile, "Want a taste?" As if possessed, Kim Dong-chien trembled as he stuck out his tongue and licked the blue candy in front of him. His eyes suddenly widened, and in that moment, he felt as if he had just gone to heaven. A feeling of euphoria spread throughout his body. He trembled, clutching the tiny lollipop with both hands. "I found it. It's so exciting and relaxing." Then he eagerly sucked on the candy. Fu Hong smiled and asked, "Delicious, right? If you work under me, I'll give you even better stuff than this." Kim Dong-chien quickly said, I'll do anything." "Good," Fu Hong said. "However, promise not to eat this more than once a day, okay? You'll get very sick if you do." Back to the present, after telling that tragic story, Kim Dong-chien suddenly asked, "If I'm going to die anyway, there's no need to keep that promise, right? I've lost too much blood. Who was that monster? How sad. It's heartbreaking that I won't be able to eat these anymore. It's more painful than death." He pulled out about 5 such lollipops from his pocket and put them in his mouth, crying as he crunched them, letting them dissolve in his mouth. Below, the police officers had all replaced their ammunition with live rounds. Kim Jeng said, "We will begin firing," but they didn't expect a variable to suddenly appear at this moment. From behind the table, Kim Dong-chien reached out his hand holding his own live ammunition gun. He pulled the trigger. He aimed at a bulletproof iron pillar near him, using its ricochet to send the bullet flying back behind him, that is, towards the police officers below. Kim Jeng instinctively ducked this bullet. On the second floor, Kim Dong-chien shakily used the table to stand up and pointed his gun at the people below, shouting, "My juniors, why are you just standing there? You need to turn your senior's funeral into a grand one." He was completely lost in his madness. Gunshots rang out once again. The bullet was still aimed at Kim Jeng, and somehow she still managed to dodge it. The lackeys below also drew their guns and fired continuously at the KMPSU Special Task Force. In another area, Fai Kwang was also dealing with a similar team. He rushed forward, grabbing the wrist of a chicken-headed man holding a gun. He ducked low to avoid stray bullets, his other hand forming a claw-like shape. Then he used the back of his hand to strike the chicken-headed man's gun-wielding hand. The gun in his hand fell, and he immediately caught it. With one hand still holding the chicken-headed man's hand, he fired with the other, shooting through the man's thigh. Each gunshot was accompanied by a painful cry from the man. And of course, the spots he aimed for were meant to disable their attacks rather than aiming for vital points, which was already showing great restraint. In a flash, he took down 4 or 5 men until the gun couldn't fire anymore. Fai Kwang immediately dropped the gun and fought barehanded. He grabbed the jaw of a chicken-headed man whose mouth was agape in pain and pulled back hard. Fresh blood sprayed from the man's mouth like rain. Behind the door that the others were guarding was S. Sang Pi. A group of people was taken down in an instant. Fai Kwang slowly approached the door. He reached out and opened it. And once again, he faced the first-generation Fu Hong. S. Sang Pi looked at him and said with a calm smile, "I was wondering who caused this mess." "So it was you? I've heard about you from Sister Fu Hong. I was planning to meet you in person, but it seems you've come to me." She stood up and said with a smile. Fai Kwang closed the door and asked, "Did you receive my gift, first-generation Fu Hong?" The nonchalant expression on S. Sang Pi's face vanished, replaced by her true nature. She stared at him and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Fai Kwang smirked. "I've heard that question a few times now." "Well, actually, I don't mind hearing it. I'll make you remember the good old days." Kim Jeng knew she had to open fire. Her professional instincts urged her on. If she hesitated any longer, they would die. Gunshots rang out continuously in the room, hitting the table Kim Dong-chien was using for cover. This time, they were using live ammunition, so the bullets pierced through the sturdy table. Kim Dong-chien's shoulders and hands were riddled with wounds. Kim Jeng kept firing while ordering her team members not to stop shooting. At this moment, Kim Dong-chien decided to go all out. He jumped up and threw the table in his hands towards the police officers. The officers probably didn't expect the heavily injured perpetrator to still be able to fight back like this. The table flew down below, crashing into the shield of one of the KMPC members. The officer flinched, still holding his shield tightly. The table was knocked aside, sliding a long distance on the ground. Kim Jang was also startled by the move, but quickly composed herself and continued to aim her gun at Kim Dong-chien. He'll be dead soon. With a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye, Kim Dong-chien jumped down, the long tail of his coat sweeping through the air. He rushed forward, aiming to attack through the gap below the police officers. A nearby officer raised his shield, then slammed it down. However, just before it hit Kim Dong-chien's head, a bullet was fired from below, hitting him right in the chin. Fresh blood spurted from his chin, and the squad member immediately fell backward. Kim Dong-chien's body was covered in blood, his eyes were red, and his face was covered in hideous veins. He gave a faint smile. "Don't raise your shield so high without thinking, Junior." Then he rushed forward again, taking advantage of the opening he had created. He was aiming for Kim Jang, who was standing in the middle of the formation. His bloody face was right in front of hers. He raised his gun and said with a smile, "You wouldn't dare shoot at this close range, afraid you might hit a comrade, right?" He gently squeezed the trigger. As Fai Quan expected, Kim Jang reacted quickly to this. She lowered her gun and switched to a Brazilian kick, right into the center of Kim Dong-chien's chest. He was kicked backward by her, his body losing balance. Kim Jang didn't dare to delay any longer. She knew how strong Kim Dong-chien was. She quickly reloaded and fired continuously. 8 bullets hit Kim Dong-chien's body, which convulsed in the air with each shot. By the time his body hit the ground, it was already riddled with countless holes. A normal person hit by that many bullets would surely die. Kim Jang believed so too, so she turned her attention to the comrade who had been shot by Kim Dong-chien. Unfortunately, that person was already dead. A shot right through the chin meant the chances of survival were almost zero. Damn it, Kim Jang cursed under her breath, temporarily taking off her gas mask. If there was ever a moment in Kim Jang's life when she felt desperate, it was this one. Because Kim Dong-chien's voice rang out again, as if a corpse had risen from hell. He grinned and said, "I'm not dead yet." He threw a bomb towards Kim Jang's group. The bomb exploded immediately. A thick smoke quickly spread throughout the room. Kim Jang only had time to shout for everyone to disperse. But a faint shadow could still be seen in the smoke, and it was only a faint shadow. So in terms of advantage, Kim Dong-chien had the upper hand, while the others didn't dare to shoot for fear of hitting their comrades. As soon as the smoke bomb exploded, a gunshot rang out, and one of them was hit right in the head. The police officers began to panic again, shouting chaotically. Kim Jang frowned and thought, "These idiots are so loud." Kim Dong-chien's voice once again echoed through the large speaker in the room. He laughed and said, "You look so pathetic. Panicking just because a colleague died. The more weapon technology develops, the dumber the users get. You don't have enough, no. You don't even have a bit of experience. Consider this a lesson, my juniors. Although the tuition is your lives." He fired again, and this time another person fell. The survivors began to let fear take over. They trembled, the guns in their hands suddenly feeling heavy. A faint shadow appeared in front of them. The terrified police officer screamed madly and fired relentlessly at that spot. But then he realized something was wrong. But that mistake cost him his life. He trembled, looking behind him. The voice of death rang out, "Where the hell are you shooting?" Amidst the smoke, the sound of bullets echoed, and comrades fell one by one. Kim Jang lay flat on the floor, listening to every terrible sound. Where is he shooting from? She thought to herself. That damn bastard. I will. She placed her hand on her gun. Then, Kim Jang suddenly thought, am I going to die here? Kim Jang felt her life was threatened. A faint shadow appeared in front of her. Kim Jang frowned. Who is it, friend or foe? It was a foe. The black muzzle of a gun was pointed straight at her face. Kim Jang's face turned pale, and sweat dripped down. In that moment, she couldn't think of anything else but the fact that death was coming for her. But no, death did not come, because Kim Dong-chien had died from excessive blood loss. He was finally dead, though still clutching the gun in his hand. Kim Jang froze, then looked up, squinting to get a better look at Kim Dong-chien. Is he dead? With the uncomfortable feeling of death seeming to fade along with the smoke in the room, Kim Jang staggered to her feet. But then, reality was what Kim Jang was forced to face. She looked around her. Everyone was dead. From her comrades to the one who caused their deaths. Panicked, Kim Jang's tears streamed down her face. She mumbled, No. The feeling of fear and despair hit her all at once for the first time in her life. Kim Jang could only control her groans in fear. Just then, a terrified scream echoed from outside. Kim Jang trembled and looked towards the door. It was the voices of the 3 members of Fai Kwang's team. They were being closely pursued by Choi Sang-muk. Cho Jeong-hee was crying and screaming as she ran, closely followed by her 2 friends. It's not working. It has no effect on this guy at all. Choi Sang-muk, who couldn't catch them, was also furious. These guys keep running away like mice. Cho Jeong-hee yelled in frustration. What kind of secret training was that? It has no effect on this guy. Kim Kyung-soo, you lying bastard. To talk a little about Fai Kwang's secret training for his slaves, it was very intuitive. He taught them everything about the vital organs of the human body. With blunt weapons, he taught them to attack the temples, the back of the neck, the hips, and the joints. With sharp weapons, he taught them to aim for places with the most blood vessels. If you encounter an enemy on a mission, depending on the weapon you have, aim for the corresponding locations I've taught you, he said after exhausting them with his training. They will surely be taken down. But he also said, oh, and of course, there are some exceptions. And unbelievably, all 3 of them encountered that exception on their very first secret mission. After using blunt weapons to attack the weak points as Fai Kwang had taught, the guy just stood there with a blank face and said, that feels nice. That was the beginning of the current chase. The 3 of them tried their best to flee, while Choi Sang-muk chased them relentlessly from behind. Cho Jeong-hee cried and screamed, Captain, help us. And here, reality suddenly slapped Cho Jeong-hee with a painful blow. In front of her was a pile of unconscious civilians on the ground, and the more horrifying sight was right in front of them. Lee Se-ong-hyeon was so scared he almost threw up. Cho Jeong-hee frowned at him. What's wrong with you? Lee Se-ong-hyeon tremblingly pointed at Kim Jang. In front of us is. Kim Jang had completely collapsed on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of her entire platoon. Cho Jeong-hee asked in fear, are they all dead? Oh, Choi Sang-muk, who was behind them, grinned and said, not bad, Dong Chien. You cleaned this place up pretty well. Unfortunately, the next second, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by despair and anger because his friend was dead. He stared blankly and called out, Dong Chien. The scene shifts back to the confrontation between Fai Kwang and S. Sang-pi. Currently, he is still questioning her about the whereabouts of the current Fuang home. S. Sang-pi frowned and asked, but who the hell are you? Fai Kwang said coldly, you're pretty sharp about these things. You must know by now, right? I'm not sure, S. Sang-pi said, narrowing her eyes with a smile. You're a person with very interesting words. That's the only thing I can guess. If we could have met under different circumstances, I would have invited you for tea in a chat, as Sang-pi said, while secretly slipping her finger into her chest pocket. But Fai Kwang rushed forward and threw a punch right at her face. The characteristic of drug addicts like you is. As Sang-pi's face was smashed to a pulp, with blood gushing from her nose and mouth at the same time. Her body flew backward. This guy really never discriminates by gender when he hits people, Fai Kwang said, pretending to talk while secretly preparing a strength-enhancing patch. As Sang-pi sat up, wiping the blood from her face while also taking out another red patch. But Fai Kwang rushed forward again. He jumped into the air and kicked his left leg high above his head. His body descended with that powerful kick, landing straight on the joint of her hand holding the patch. I just need to attack during the time you waste on that patch, he said. As Sang-pi suddenly moved her mouth, spitting out a pill. But before she could crush the pill, Fai Kwang reached out. He squeezed her cheeks hard. This is too obvious. Fai Kwang calmly took the pill out. Isn't it uncomfortable to brush your teeth if you keep that pill in your mouth all day? Sang-pi looked at the blue pill being taken away, her face showing clear despair. Against this person, she had absolutely no resistance to use her trump card. Then she jumped up, using both legs to wrap around his arm that was tightly gripping her mouth. All her body's strength was focused on that squeeze, but he just coldly threw her to the ground. A hand grip from a drug addict without drugs. You think that will work? His hand moved from her mouth to S. Sang-pi's neck and slowly tightened its grip. Now, tell me Fuang Hong's hiding place. What's so good about protecting a coward like her? Someone who doesn't even dare to show her face while her subordinates are being slaughtered. Even in this situation, Sang-pi managed to say, Fuang Hong is not a coward. He sneered. Yeah, right? She's just a drug addict, okay? If you don't tell me the location, Fai Kwang's words and actions were cut off because 2 pieces of paper were thrown at his back. Fai Kwang slowly turned to look. A look of horror was clear in his eyes. At the doorway were 3 children, with those patches on their faces. They looked at him and shouted, Bad man. Fai Kwang frowned. What? What is this? S. Sangpi, under his hand, laughed and said, Kids, you're too late. I told you to come out immediately if you heard any noise outside. The little girl was the first to rush at him. She held a knife, stabbing at him with all her might. Don't touch Miss S. Sangpi. Fai Kwang jumped up, easily dodging the knife. A child's strength was nothing to him. He reached out and chopped the back of her neck. The little girl immediately collapsed to the ground. The two little boys also rushed forward with knives to attack. Fai Kwang glanced at them, and at the same time, he gave each of them a hard chop to the neck. The two children collapsed at the same time, and S. Sangpi got up from the ground. She smiled and asked, Now what are you going to do? The drug addict has her drugs now. Fai Kwang's face darkened. From his tone, it was clear he was truly angered. Did that Fuang Hong bitch allow you to use these children? S. Sangpi pondered. Who knows? S. Sangpi raised her foot, aimed at the knife the little girl had dropped, and stomped hard on the handle. The knife bounced up into the air. He reached out and grabbed the dagger. It doesn't matter anyway, he said, because you're going to die right now. Congratulations. You've landed on the deserves to be killed space, and the executioner is Fai Kwang. On an afternoon a few years ago, at that time, as Sangpi still held the position of Fuang Hong, she sat there, chin in hand, looking down at the battle below. Fai Kwang was confronting the previous Fai Kwang. Bodhisattva had appeared beside her at some point and asked, What do you think? The old man smiled as he looked down, seeming to be in a good mood. The old man laughed and said, That kid is the new Fai Kwang. Fuang Hong thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. He seems stronger than the previous generation's Fai Kwang, but it looks like he can't finish him off. That Fai Kwang looks pretty good in many ways. Bodhisattva laughed and said, You're mistaken. Well, your mind is affected by drugs, so how could you see it? He could easily finish him. He just doesn't want to. Fuang Hong watched Fai Kwang's new attack from below. She asked doubtfully, So you mean he's just playing with him? With someone who once held the title of Niet Yuok. Don't say anything about him. That kid, the first time he came here. All the other children were killed by the previous generation's Fai Kwang, except for him. Bodhisattva came up behind Fuang Hong, placed his hands on her shoulders and said with a smile, Look again. Can you feel it? Fuang Hong's eyes widened as she looked down below, with old man Bodhisattva's words in her ears. The injuries that child inflicted, aren't they beautiful, like countless falling leaves? Who is more suitable for the position of Fai Kwang than that child? Down below, the previous Fai Kwang had been defeated. He lay on the ground, blood slowly spreading, and returning to the present, feeling Fai Kwang's knife cuts for the first time, as Sangpi immediately realized everything. So that's it. Now I understand. She looked vaguely at the person in front of her. The man in front of me is definitely Fai Kwang, because only he has such a beautiful technique. Currently, as Sangpi's gaze was fixed on the chandelier on the ceiling, she lay on the ground in a large pool of her own blood, covered in countless cuts, her breathing growing weaker. Fai Kwang approached, stomped hard on her chest, and said, I'll ask you one last time. Where is Fuang Hong hiding? As Sangpi stammered back, Even if I tell you, you'll still kill me. Am I right? He nodded. Yes, but I'll give you a painless death. As Sangpi was silent, a smile on her face, she said, Miss Fuang Hong is. As Sangpi, the first generation Fuang Hong, had stepped down from the November position of the red leaf, Bodhisattva had placed her fate in the hands of the new Fuang Hong. When the old Nuyet is replaced by the new Nuyet, a replacement ritual must be completed, and it usually ends with the death of the previous generation. However, the new Fuang Hong did not kill the old Fuang Hong. She spared the old Fuang Hong's life, but then one day, as Sangpi was tied up and brought before Fuang Hong, she held a glass of wine in her hand and stared at Sangpi, who was kneeling on the ground, asking, Why did you try to poison me with this? How much poison do you think I've drunk until now? Did you really think I wouldn't find out? I let you live, and you want to kill me. Why? Don't you like me? As Sangpi sneered. How can I possibly like you? Then, at that moment, as Sangpi suddenly felt something new appear within her, because the current generation's Fuang Hong was crying in front of her, crying and saying with a heartbroken expression, Why? Why does everyone hate me so much? When I was weak, they wanted to kill me. So I tried to survive, and now I've become a Nuyet. But now they hate me because I use drugs. But out of everyone, you shouldn't hate me. You've been through the same things as me. All right, let's do this now. She stood up and walked over to Sangpi, tears still streaming down her face. In Sangpi's eyes, there was only Fuang Hong. If I drink this, you have to like me. With that, she raised the cup of wine and drank it all. Well, I've drunk it all, she asked, as blood dripped from her eyes and mouth, mixing with her tears due to the poison. I did a good job, didn't I? From now on, you'll like me, right? Answer me. At that moment, as Sang Pi, who had lived a selfish life to survive, saw Fu Hong crying in her arms. For the first time in her life, she felt love. She smiled and said, how could I possibly bet the life of the first person I've ever loved? Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and he couldn't understand that feeling at all, nor did he bother to. Fai Quan looked at her and said, so that's your final answer. You can die now. He used his knife to slice right across S. Sang Pi's throat. She would slowly die from blood loss and pain throughout her body. He withdrew his foot and left. Well, I'll just go ask another bastard. S. Sang Pi coughed behind him, each word spoken with all her remaining strength. Miss Fu Hong will be back here, and the matter with the children was all my doing. So, please, don't kill Miss Fu Hong. Sir Fai Kwang, he said. Outside, Fu Hong, covered in drug patches, was trying her best to rush to this place, not knowing that what awaited her was endless despair. He walked away and said, it depends on what that bitch did. Flashing back to the past, when the sky was blue and the willow trees were lush with leaves, Sang Pi sat pensively, resting her chin on her hand. She was sitting on a high cliff, looking down at the current Fai Kwang executing the first-generation Fai Kwang. Then old Bodhisattva approached her and asked, what do you think? That child is the new Fai Kwang. The old man looked down at Fai Kwang, who still had a serious expression on his face. Sang Pi replied, I don't know. He seems stronger than the previous generation's Fai Kwang, but it seems he can't finish him off. That Fai Kwang looks pretty good in many ways. Old Bodhisattva said, you're mistaken. Well, your mind is affected by drugs. How could you see it? He could easily finish him off. Below, Fai Kwang was throwing knives. Then he slashed right across his opponent's chest. Old Bodhisattva continued, he just doesn't want to. Sang Pai said, so you mean he's just playing with him? With a character who once held the title of Nyet Yuok, old Bodhisattva replied, that child. The first time he came here, all the other children were killed by the previous generation's Fai Kwang. Except for him, old Bodhisattva placed his hand on Sang Pi's shoulder and asked, look again, can you feel it? Countless injuries, and that child caused them. Isn't it beautiful, like a willow? Who is more suitable for the position of Fai Kwang than that child? Back in the present, Fai Kwang had slashed Sang Pi in the same way he had slashed the long-haired man in the past, with slashes like willow leaves. Sang Pi said, so that's it, now I understand. This man is definitely Fai Kwang. On the ceiling, a chandelier emitted a faint light. Sang Pi had collapsed on the floor, barely breathing, constantly moaning. Fai Kwang walked over and stomped on her chest, and he said, I'll ask you one last time. Where is Fu Hong hiding? Sang Pi replied, even if I tell you, you'll still kill me. Am I right? Fai Kwang said, that's right, but I'll give you a painless death. Sang Pi smiled faintly and replied, Ms. Fu Hong is. Returning to the past, when the first generation Fu Hong, now known as Sang Pi, stepped down from the November position of Tri Hong, Bodhisattva had placed her fate in the hands of the new Fu Hong. When the old moon is replaced by the new moon, a replacement ritual must be completed, ending with the death of the previous generation. However, the new Fu Hong did not kill the old Fu Hong. Fu Hong said, why? Why did you try to poison me with this? Do you have any idea how much poison I've consumed up to now? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? I let you live, yet you want to kill me. Why? Don't you like me? Sang Pai replied, how can I possibly like you? Fu Hong covered her face and cried, why? Why does everyone hate me so much? When I was weak, they wanted to kill me. So I tried my best to survive, and now I've become a Nyet. But now, they hate me because I use drugs. But out of everyone, you shouldn't hate me. You've been through the same things as me. She sobbed. Fu Hong stood up and continued, all right, let's do this. If I drink this, you have to like me. Sang Pi's eyes showed clear astonishment. She never expected the person she hated for stealing her position still cherished and forgave her. Fu Hong said, well, I drank it all. At this point, Fu Hong's eyes and mouth were bleeding profusely because she had just drunk the poison water. Fu Hong continued, I did a good job, right? From now on, you'll like me, right? She leaned towards Sang Pi and said, answer me. To Sang Pi's surprise, she who had lived a selfish life to survive, but seeing Fu Hong crying in her arms, for the first time in her life, she felt love. Back in the present, Fai Kwang was stepping on Sang Pi's chest. She said, "So, how could I bet the life of the first person I've ever loved? Could I?" Sang Pi laughed and cried at the same time. Fai Kwang said indifferently, "So that's your final answer. Go. You can die now." With a swoosh, Fai Kwang's blade slid her throat. Turning away, he added, "Well, I'll just go ask another bastard." At this moment, Sang Pai forced herself to speak. "Miss Fuang Home will come back here." Sang Pai coughed up blood with difficulty, "And the matter with the children was all my doing. So, please, don't kill Miss Fuang Hong, Sir Fai Kwang." Fai Kwang turned his head to look at her. He remained silent. At that moment, his eyes fell upon fresh, green grapefruits. A red patch was stuck on them. On her neck was also a tattoo. It was Fuang Hong. She was speeding on a motorcycle. Her eyes were filled with panic and fear. Fai Kwang replied to Sang Pi's words, "It depends on what that bitch did." Over here, Choi Sang Muk was wailing, "Dong Qian," while Cho Diong He was shouting, "Captain." Both of them were shaking the other person. Cho Diong He slapped the captain once. "Wake up, you two, try slapping her," Ong He said. He Chun and Seong trembled with fear and said, "Huh?" Someone called out, "Ong He." Cho Diong He looked over in a panic. Choi Sang Muk had stuck power-up patches all over himself. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared, "Dong Qian." Then he lunged towards the three of them. All three panicked. Cho Diong He said, "Stop him." He swung his arm forward, but was blocked by the two men. But with the strength of the two of them, it still wasn't enough. He threw them both far away, crashing to the ground. He said, "I'll tear." Cho Diong He trembled with fear and said, "Hey?" His eyes blazed with fire. He continued, "Tear you to pieces." Choi Sang Muk reached his hand towards Cho Diong He. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. It was blood from Choi Sang Muk's arm. It turned out that Fai Kwang had arrived just in time to sever his arm. He cut the blood vessels with the most nerves, causing him to scream in agony. Cho Diong He screamed, "Sue." Fai Kwang said, "You can't tear them apart. At least not while I'm here. Her body is still useful for something," Fai Kwang said calmly. Hearing this, Cho Diong He couldn't help but be confused, at a loss for words with Fai Kwang. Fai Kwang looked at Kim Dong Qian and said, "I thought I gave him a fatal wound." "Are you dead?" Fai Kwang asked. "Did I overestimate him?" From behind, Choi Sang Muk was raising his fist, preparing to strike him. But he quickly used a shield to block him. Choi Sang Muk's eyes were nearly red, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Fai Kwang said tauntingly, "Is that all?" He immediately cried out in pain. Then Fai Kwang said, "You three." The three quickly replied, "Yes." Fai Kwang continued, "Watch over the kids." He pointed to the three children lying on the floor. He picked up the gun from the ground and said, "I will finish this quickly." His eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Choi Sang Muk was holding the civilians by the neck and taunting, "Come on, shoot." Kwang raised his gun and fired without hesitation, saying, "Sure." He shot through the two people. The bullet lodged straight into Choi Sang Muk's shoulder. He cried out in pain, dropping the two people and clutching his shoulder. Fai Kwang said, "Come on, I won't kill you. The others are dead, so I'll at least keep you alive." Choi Sang Muk said, "What? You dog." Then he roared like a hungry tiger and lunged at Fai Kwang. Before he could reach him, Fai Kwang had already put two bullets in his leg. This blow caused him extreme pain. Fai Kwang said to the two men behind him, "Report back to headquarters." "We're heading back." The two men replied, "Yes." Fai Kwang looked at the fallen comrades lying on the ground and thought to himself, "I thought it would be easy, but it seems I was wrong. I misjudged the situation. I overestimated them. But I overestimated her too much. She's done for." Fai Kwang thought as he looked at Kim Ajeng. Just then, Cho Diong He said, "Hey Fai Kwang, can you tie him up?" Fai Kwang was still lost in thought. She's better than these three, so I accidentally overestimated her abilities. Fai Kwang said, "You three should finish." Before he could finish his sentence, Fai Kwang heard something. A motorcycle appeared. On it was Fuang Hong. She suddenly sped the bike towards Fai Kwang. The front wheel was just a few centimeters from him. With a thud, the wheel hit the ground, but he had managed to dodge. Then he raised his gun and aimed. But she had already drifted, causing the wheel to hit him. This sent Fai Kwang flying. At this point, she drifted one more circle before stopping. Choi Sang Muk stammered, "Fuang." By now, she had also taken off her helmet. He joyfully exclaimed, "Fuang Hong." But when she took off her helmet, it revealed a face covered in a fluid. The three of them said in fear, "That crazy bitch is back." Ong Hae turned to Fai Kwang worriedly. Fuang Hong said, "Choi Sang Muk, gather everyone and follow me." Find an escape route. It's taking more time than expected. Instead of being yelled at and dying, I'm going to leave. I want to. Choi Sang-muk said, Fuang Hong, everyone except me is dead. He announced with difficulty. Fuang Hong said with a surprised face, What? Fai Kwang then continued, It's just as he said. Then Fuang Hong turned back in a panic, seeing that Dong Qian was dead. At that moment, Fai Kwang continued, The others are all dead. Dong Qian was covered in blood, leaning against a fence. Zhang Pai was lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, Fuang Hong's eyes suddenly blazed with rage. With one hand, she revved the engine, and with the other, she pulled something out of her pocket. In her hand were blue stars, which she threw straight at Fai Kwang in an attack. She said resentfully, I will kill you with my own hands. Fai Kwang replied smugly, Oh my. I'm so scared. Back in the past, it was raining heavily. Fai Kwang's arm was injured, and he was sitting on a rock. Suddenly, he heard a voice, Brother Fai Kwang. It was the Fuang Hong of the past, looking very innocent and pure. Then she continued, I heard you got scolded for not listening to the Buddha. Are you okay? Fai Kwang asked coldly. How are you? Fuang Hong forced a smile, clutching her wounded arm, and replied, I'm fine. Being too weak is also a sin. The Buddha said that from next month, you'll be in charge of evaluating us. Now that I know you'll be handling it, I'm so happy, Fuang Hong said cheerfully. Fai Kwang remained silent, not knowing what to say. Then Fuang Hong continued, I'm so jealous of you. You got promoted to a judge and even got a nickname. Fai Kwang sounds so cool. Do you think I'll be able to get a nickname in the future? Fai Kwang replied, You're small, but you dream big. Fuang Hong continued, Who knows, right? I heard that the relationship between the judges is terrible. So if I become one of the judges, Fai Kwang silently looked at the little girl. You'll still be close to me, right? Promise me, Fuang Hong said cheerfully. Back in the present, Fuang Hong was different from her innocent, pure self of the past. She was now a drug addict. She threw several blue stars at Fai Kwang. One of them hit his hand. With a bang, it turned out to be a poison gas bomb. It didn't use explosive force like a normal bomb, but it obscured his vision too much. His hand was still stiff, so he couldn't move. Before he could think much, Fuang Hong's bike emerged from the smoke. Luckily, Fai Kwang dodged it by a hair's breadth. Then she drifted and came back. Fuang Hong said, How much longer are you going to run? She was surprised by the sight before her. At this point, Fai Kwang had already run upstairs. Fuang Hong said, Do you really think I can't chase you upstairs? She angrily rode her motorcycle up the stairs. By now, Fai Kwang had run to a higher floor. The poison gas bomb followed him up, but then it stopped at the door. Soon after, Fuang Hong also caught up. Suddenly her face was filled with surprise. In front of her, her subordinates were lying all over the floor. Fai Kwang stood calmly among the corpses. He said, Try it. She revved the engine. With a few swerves, she had cleared the area without touching any of the bodies. She gritted her teeth, her expression growing angrier. However, at this moment, looking around, she couldn't see Fai Kwang anywhere. Suddenly, a voice said, You handled that thing pretty skillfully. Looking up, he saw Fai Kwang hanging onto the wall above with one hand. Then he jumped down. He wrapped his arm around her neck. He choked Fuang Hong with both hands. He even carefully wrapped his legs around her, making it impossible for her to resist. Suddenly, she revved the engine and sped forward. He quickly said, Are you trying to speed up to throw me off the bike? But you're not wearing a helmet, he reminded her, and with a whoosh, both Fai Kwang and Fuang Hong fell to the ground. Fai Kwang clutched his aching hip and said, I won't have to do something like this a second time. Fuang Hong screamed, Exactly what? What kind of thing are you? Her forehead was now covered in blood. If it weren't for you, everything would have gone according to plan. And then I would have, Fai Kwang said. I'm not sure when it started. But at some point, you started blaming me for everything. When you were little, you were such an obedient girl. The person you're blaming isn't me, Fuang Hong screamed. Stop talking nonsense that I don't understand. Who the hell are you? He replied, Fai Kwang. You are Fai Kwang? Fuang Hong replied in confusion. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Fai Kwang continued, Fuang Hong, turn yourself in. She was surprised when he said that. I was going to kill you. But you managed the funds, and the transaction data is likely still there. And besides, I was ordered to capture you alive, to testify about the vile things that bastard Bodhisattva made you go through, and to provide us with evidence related to that bastard Bodhisattva. If you agree to do that, I'll spare your life. Fu Hong immediately burst out laughing. She laughed loudly. Fai Kuang has a disciple, and he kept it a secret. And he's a cop, too? Fai Kuang replied, of all people. You should know that I don't have any disciples. You've investigated a lot about me since you became a judge, haven't you? Right? Fu Hong listened silently to him, saying nothing. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the people tailing me while I was on a mission? Fai Kuang said. Fu Hong remained silent, not answering. There are only the people in Hokwak too who hate that Bodhisattva guy. That's you and me. Why did you become? Fu Hong gritted her teeth and trembled. She screamed, stop, stop. Shut your mouth, shut your damn mouth. Brother Fai Kuang is dead. The Buddha brought his body before me and told me I would be next if I didn't obey him. She cried out in anguish. Fai Kuang said, I know it's a little hard to believe. Before he could finish, Fu Hong cut him off. And another thing. It seems Brother Fai Kuang didn't tell his disciple about this. Back to the past when she said, I heard the relationship between the judges is terrible. Back to the present, Fu Hong continued that I hate. Back to the past, she once said. So if I become one of the judges, Fu Hong covered her face in horror in the present. Brother Fai Kuang is even worse than the Buddha. Then you'll still be close with me, right? Promise me. Those were the words she had said in the past. She lunged at Fai Kuang, her eyes as red as a demon's. He immediately became wary and stepped back. Fu Hong clawed at him, but he dodged and kicked her in the side. But inside was a poison smoke bomb. After a boom, the entire space was enveloped in smoke. Fai Kuang was surprised by the scene before him. She was unaffected and even more excited. Fu Hong laughed and said, This feels so good. Oh, it's so good. Drugs are the best. She kicked Fai Kuang in the stomach and charged into attack. Fu Hong thought, even if I have a headache or a stomachache, even if I'm injured, drugs can make everything go away, even when I'm in the worst situation or feeling unwell. Fu Hong delivered a powerful punch to Fai Kuang's face and said, Drugs will solve all problems. She stood still, looking up at the sky with an ecstatic expression. This is so amazing. At this point, she had gradually lost all control and was entering a state of euphoria, lost in a fantasy land. Even her human emotions were distorted. Fu Hong lay down on the ground and enjoyed it, saying, This feels so refreshing. If you use drugs as a therapeutic food, you will gradually get better and be healed. However, drugs only make you hallucinate about what's happening in reality. Fu Hong was surprised to see Fai Kuang standing in front of her and saying, Yeah, how are you still able to stand? Reality doesn't change. It only makes things worse. At this point, Fu Hong began to feel the pain. She clutched her head in agony. It hurt so much. Fu Hong said, Damn it, why? I was in the upper hand. No way it would turn out like this. I need more drugs. She was rummaging through her pocket when Fai Kuang spoke. Fu Hong, this is pathetic. Give up? Her eyes widened in surprise at his words. At this point, Fu Hong had entered another space where only a beam of light shone on her. She thought, Am I pathetic, me? Then she pulled out a few more strength-enhancing patches and screamed, What the hell do you know? Fai Kuang replied, I know everything too well, which left her stunned. Then Fai Kuang snatched all the patches, threw them into the air, and continued, Better than anyone. At this point, Fu Hong had lost all reason, screaming, My drugs! My drugs! Fai Kuang raised his fist and said, You should give up and turn yourself in. A punch to Fu Hong's head sent her spitting. He stood sternly in front of her. Fai Kuang continued, and also, stop making that pathetic face. Fu Hong sat down on the ground, crying out in pain. She begged, Give me the drugs, give them to me. Fai Kuang said, If you promise to turn yourself in, I'll give you a dose. Fu Hong said, Then I'd rather you kill me. I'm more afraid of being blamed by Lord Bodhisattva than of death. At that moment, Fai Kuang took off his mask and said, Sang Pai asked me for a favor. She begged me not to kill you. Fu Hong sat in silence. Then she said, But if you were really Brother Fai Kuang, you wouldn't have killed Sister Sang Pai. You could have gotten enough information from her. Fai Kuang said, Sang Pai, she abused children. After hearing that, Fu Hong unexpectedly looked up. Then Fai Kuang continued, with a reaction like that, You had no idea. What a relief now, do you understand why I killed her? Fu Hong said, You keep acting like your brother Fai Kuang. Fai Kuang replied, If it's because you're afraid of that damn old man, then don't worry. Because I will kill him. Fu Hong stared blankly for a moment. Then she laughed and said, You'll kill Lord Bodhisattva. Then she continued, Brother Fai Kuang. Even he was killed by Lord Bodhisattva. Really believe you can kill him? Fai Kuang said, my previous body was injured and disabled. Through the years of harsh training and beatings I endured since I was a child. It was a shortcut to becoming strong, but our bodies accumulate damage, and the wounds will always remain. And then, the mission that hammered the final nail in the coffin of my battered body was the mission to wipe out the Church of Truth organization. I was seriously injured after that. You know that too, right? But this new body I have, it's completely different. It has been trained with diligence, so I can charge into battle whenever I need to. And it has no signs of childhood abuse. This means this body is in excellent condition. Should I say it's brand new, but just unboxed? Fai Kuang thought to himself, good thing I was lucky. If I had gotten her body, the image of Cho Jianghe appeared, replying, what about my body? Fai Kuang continued to think, just imagining it is painful. Then Fai Kuang continued, if I can get used to this body and continue to train, then that bastard master, I can kill him. At this moment, Fuang Hong looked at him with horrified eyes. She stammered, no, brother. Are you really brother Fai Kuang? Fai Kuang said, it's me, now choose. Turn yourself in, or die here, right now. Facing the person Fuang Hong had always respected, she stammered, outside at this moment. He Jun said, will Fai Kuang be okay? He snapped back, he'll be fine. Let's go call everyone and get out of here. Reinforcements will be here in 30 minutes. Jun stammered, He, should we give him bandages? He's lost a lot of blood. Choi Sang-muk threatened, if you dare touch me, I'll kill you. He stepped forward and said, then I will touch you with my finger. Choi Sang-muk was silent for a moment. Then he said, hey, take these patches from my pocket and stick them all over me. He said in surprise, huh? What is this? He roared, just do it, hurry up. Cho Jianghe said, that's a drug. You're a real addict. Why should I give drugs to an addict? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. That's right. She turned around to see the figures of two men. He said, drugs are for. He and Sang-muk were surprised to see the two who had just appeared. On this person's leg was a tattoo of a black and red leaf. Kwok Taho and Kwok Taho crossed their arms and said, you scum. Sang-muk looked terrified when he saw the two who had just appeared. Cho Di-ong, he asked, who are they? The two muscular men advanced, growling, Sang-muk, 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 Sang-muk. What's wrong with you? The wooden logs you used as weapons are now just twigs. I sent you here to kill a drug-addicted bitch. Sang-muk was now trembling like a leaf. Back in the past, his meeting with Fuang Hong. Fuang Hong said, you're the one serving Hakochi, right? Are you here to kill me? Fuang Hong sat in the bathtub looking out. Sang-muk's eyes showed clear surprise. She said, I have something much more interesting than killing me. Would you like a dose with me? Fuang Hong held out her hand with the blue vial. Back to the present, the two muscular men said, following a bitch like that, now look at you. I've warned you about women time and time again, yet you. The guy next to him said, brother, there's nothing wrong with women. What's wrong is that woman is a drug addict. The younger one retorted, you too, brother. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with women? Women are trash. They can't train their upper bodies. But they're on another level when they focus on their leg muscles, right? Choi Sang-muk asked in a panic. Hochi brothers, why are you here? The two men replied, what an obvious question. We're here to kill that bitch. Where is she? At this moment, Fai Kuang was carrying Fuang Hong out. Fuang Hong said, carrying me like this reminds me of the old days. Fai Kuang replied, talk less, save your breath for your confession. Fuang Hong continued, you remember the first time we met, when we first met. The scene shifts to the past, when Fai Kuang was training, an old bodhisattva came to call him, Fai Kuang. He brought a child with him. This child has passed the entrance exam from now on. The two of you will be in the same unit. Teach her some basics in the meantime. Fai Kuang was silent. During training, Fai Kuang used a stick to whip Fuang Hong. She was weak and fell to the ground. Fai Kuang said, hey, you. How could you complete the entrance ceremony with such a weak body? Fuang Hong was sweating profusely, unable to answer. Before Fai Kuang could finish his sentence, Fuang Hong replied, corpses. I woke up among a pile of corpses. I was the only one alive. Fai Kuang said, you didn't have the skills to pass. Fuang Hong cried, saying, I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Please, I beg you. Don't tell Lord Buddha. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Fai Kuang remained silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, he said, get up. I won't tell anyone. Fuang Hong replied, really? Fai Kuang said, yeah, I won't tell. When I pass the entrance exam, I promised myself that I would always protect the lives and safety of my future comrades. Fuang Hong said, promise. Can you promise me? Then she held out her pinky finger to make a promise. Fai Kuang said, what's with the pinky finger? Fuang Hong replied, a promise has to be made by hooking pinky fingers together tightly. My mom used to say that. Can you promise me? Fai Kuang replied, yeah, I promise. A hand reached out. It was old Bodhisattva. This is the scene from the past where Fuang Hong was forced to drink poison. Fai Kuang could do nothing. He could only watch as every drop of poison was poured into Fuang Hong's mouth. And at this moment, Fuang Hong said, I knew you couldn't keep that promise. How could you survive in such an environment and protect me at the same time? I shouldn't blame anyone, but I gradually started to blame you more, Fai Kuang said. You're wrong. I have never once broken my promise to you. Fuang Hong was surprised and said, what? Fai Kuang replied, you still don't know why you were the only one who survived that day. Fuang Hong was surprised and said, what are you talking about? Outside, the muscular man was gripping Choi Sang-muk's hand tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. He said, you've become so skinny. What a shame. What a shame. At this moment, Cho Di-ong-hee shouted, stop him. The two men raised their bulletproof shields. Then they charged forward together. Before they could get very far, their eyes showed surprise. The muscular man raised his leg and swung it at the two of them. The kick even hooked their shields. Even though they had shields, it was nothing to him. The two of them fell to the ground. He looked at Cho Di-ong-hee and said, stay here and keep quiet. We'll eliminate the traitor now. The younger Ho Chi brother squeezed Choi Sang-muk's hand tightly and said, I used to be very fond of you. At that time, Choi Sang-muk was pulling a strength-enhancing patch from his pocket. He looked at the two men with a warning expression. But the younger Ho Chi brother said, are you going to use drugs in the final moments of your life? You never cease to disappoint me. All right, go ahead and stick it on. Let's see where the path you've chosen leads you. Choi Sang-muk said, the person I don't want to disappoint. As he spoke, he stuck the strength-enhancing patch on his neck. Is only Miss Fuang Hong. He swung his fist at the younger Ho Chi brother, but he easily blocked it and punched Choi Sang-muk, drawing blood. He collapsed on the spot, blood flying through the air. The younger Ho Chi brother said, the path you chose is the path to the junkyard. The Ho Chi brothers continued, now it's your turn. They suddenly exclaimed, looking closely now. There are a few tasty-looking ones here, aren't there? They smiled slyly. The three of them said in unison, what? Cho Di-ong-hee asked again. Tasty. The younger Ho Chi brother said, oh, I wasn't talking about you. I don't care about women. Cho Di-ong-hee was confused. Then he continued, you men have pretty good bodies. Even wearing full protective gear can't fool my eyes. He pointed at Hee-jun, saying, you. The boy said, hummy? The younger Ho Chi brother continued, what sports have you played? For how long? Hee-jun replied, boxing for over 10 years. Cho Di-ong-hee shouted from behind, hey, why are you answering him? You're such an idiot. He clapped his hands continuously, saying, excellent, excellent, you have an excellent body. I like it. He then pointed to Jun and said, and you? The boy was startled. Cho Di-ong-hee shouted, hey, don't answer him. Why are you guys talking to those psychos? He yelled. Don't you talk, woman. The older Ho Chi brother grunted, then he exclaimed, oh, wait a minute. Looking closely now, that woman. She's amazing. Cho Di-ong-hee said, me? It turned out they were talking about Kim Jang, which made Cho Di-ong-hee feel embarrassed. He said, she has a body that has gone through very rigorous training. He immediately targeted Kim Jang. He flew towards Kim Jang's position. He grabbed her by the neck. Beside him, Cho Di-ong-hee was hitting him with both hands, but it was insignificant. Let go, you bastard. On this side, the younger Ho Chi brother had restrained Hee-jun and was pinning him to the ground. Hee-jun said, his strength is incredible. They said in unison. They opened their mouths wide and said, thanks for the meal. On this side, Fai Kuang still hadn't carried Fuang Hong to their destination. It must have been a few hours already. Fuang Hong said, what? What do you mean? Why was I the only one who survived that day? Maybe it's because I already had some immunity to the drug. Fai Kuang said, after becoming partners and training you, I realized one thing. No matter how hard you train, in the end, it was inevitable that you would be killed by that bastard. The old Fai Kuang let out a sigh. Suddenly, a voice said, are you worried about that girl, kid? It was the man in the black suit, with long hair and a scar on his face, the one the older Fai Kuang had executed. At this point, he broke the stick in his hand and charged straight at him. He stabbed the man with the stick, but he grabbed the stick and said, "Calm down. Even though you've been chosen as the next one after me." Fai Kuang continued to struggle, trying to stab him with the stick. The man continued, "You're still just a kid." After saying that, he slapped Fai Kuang, then threw the stick away. He continued, "I'll show you a way to prevent that girl from being killed." Fai Kuang replied, "What?" He continued, "I know what poisons are used to make yak. If you give the girl small amounts of the poison and gradually increase the dosage, she will develop an immunity and survive." A little explanation. Yak was a bowl of poison wine given to condemned prisoners to drink during the Joseon dynasty. Fai Kuang said, "What do you want?" He said, "You're a smart kid. It was a wise decision to spare your life that day." "I want." Just like that, Fai Kuang obtained the list of poisons needed by making a deal with the first-generation Fai Kuang. At this time, Fai Kuang held out the bowl and said, "Eat this." Fuang Hong excitedly said, "This porridge." The little girl happily took the bowl and ate. "Of course," Fuang Hong, while chewing, said, "The porridge tastes a bit bitter." Fai Kuang replied, "You're just imagining things. The truth is, he had been secretly adding them to her food, and after a few years, she was able to survive. And we were able to meet again like this." Fuang Hong trembled and said, "You're lying." Fai Kuang said, "You remember the times you had a fever and broke out in rashes all over your body? That's when your body was building up resistance." Fuang Hong said, "Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Fai Kuang replied, "If I had told you and you let it slip while you were high, what then? Both of our lives would be ruined, and that bastard always thought you had a natural resistance to drugs. Just like the first-generation Fuang Hong, sang Pai, so he focused on turning you into an addict, with the goal of making you the second-generation Fuang Hong. As for me, the person who was secretly preparing to escape without Ho Guksa's knowledge went to where you were staying with the intention of taking you with me." Fai Kuang said, "Fuang Hong, wake up. We have to go now." She replied, "Brother Fai Kuang, why are you in such a hurry?" "Before they find out," she said. "Go? Go where? This place is heaven." But Fai Kuang had made a huge misjudgment. Fuang Hong said, "What? Are you taking me for a walk?" At her feet, drugs were scattered all over the floor. "Just stay here, brother. Let's do something even better. Drugs are the worst thing that exists in this world. And it changed you as a person. The more I looked, the more you gradually changed. I started to regret my previous choice more and more. I wondered, would it have been better if I had just let you die back then?" Fuang Hong said, "Why didn't you run away on your own?" Fai Kuang said, "Who knows?" Suddenly, he heard screams outside. He said, "Is that someone screaming?" Fuang Hong said, "I think it's Sang Muk causing it. I have to tell him quickly." "Choi Sang Muk, stop." Fai Kuang ran out carrying Fuang Hong. The scene before them left both of them speechless. The younger Ho Chi brother had bitten He Dung's shoulder, drawing blood, and the older Ho Chi brother was biting Kim Jae's neck. Cho Deong Hu shouted, "Jiaong Su." Fuang Hong was surprised. "Hack Ho Chi?" Fai Kuang gritted his teeth. "Really?" Looking at the Tahochi brothers, their teeth were stained with fresh blood. It was horrifying. These two were cannibals, craving fresh blood. There was once a pair of brothers. The older brother was born with a weak lower body, and the younger brother was born with a weak upper body. The physical defects of the two brothers became their weakness. That was why they were abandoned. The two brothers were locked in a starvation room, where children with physical disabilities were kept. The two brothers could not accept that they had to die just because they were born with physical defects. And so, the two children swore to overcome reality. They trained, they killed. They ate flesh, trained, and killed. Ate flesh. Just like that, over and over. They gradually became stronger. A few months later, when old Bodhisattva opened the door, the two brothers had managed to survive and went through years of training. The older brother successfully transformed his weak lower body into legs as strong as a wild boar's. And the younger brother, with his weak upper body, gained shoulders as broad as an eagle's wingspan. The two brothers were given tattoos by the old Bodhisattva. The two of them praised it. "This is cool. It's really cool. Kwok Tahoe of July, truly cool. Hak Kwok Tahoe of April. The Kwok Tahoe brothers are awesome." Back to the scene of Fai Kuang carrying Fuang Hong on the floor. Looking down at them, the two men said, "What is that drug-addicted bitch doing, letting a cop carry her on his back?" At this moment, Fuang Hong was stunned. She discovered Choi Sang Muk's body lying in a pool of blood. She screamed, "Choi Sang Muk, The hack to Ho of April said, "Oh, how long has it been? How long have I waited for this day? I effing despise people like you, walking around acting like you're something special just because you're one of the ones the Buddha loves. That arrogant attitude as if you're so important in his eyes, even though you're nothing. Now, Phi Kwang is dead. If you die too." Hak Kwok to Ho said cheerfully, "The crane of January, the cherry blossom of March, the barren mountain of August. There will only be the three of us left." A little explanation. The barren mountain of August is actually called silver grass or miscanthus because the card has a silver grass meadow with the moon. However, because the picture looks like a mountain with the moon, it's also called that in Korean. In short, that's what Hak Kwok to Ho was referring to. The Kwok to Ho of July said, "Hey, little brother, can you spare the cherry blossom? She's beautiful, isn't she?" The younger Kwok to Ho was speechless with his brother. Every one of them is a pain in the ass, Phi Kwang thought. But the two brothers were not the only ones acting as a pair. Phi Kwang, standing above, said, "Cho Deong-hee, have you called for backup?" Cho Deong-hee replied, "Yes, they'll be here in about 10 minutes. Phi Kwang supported Fuang Hong and thought, 10 minutes. I can definitely hold them off for 10 minutes. At this moment, Phi Kwang saw them blurrily. He was confused. What the hell is happening to my body? The fluid had spread to his face. It turned out that the addictive drug had entered his body through Fuang Hong's blood and caused this dizzying reaction. She kept whining and said she wouldn't go with me if I didn't carry her. Did I soften up? That's not good at all. Fuang Hong said, "Brother, your body." Suddenly, the younger Kwok to Ho flew up. He jumped to get him. He used both hands to grip Phi Kwang's head tightly, causing blood to splatter. But that was just a fantasy in his head. When he looked again, he couldn't see him anywhere. In reality, Phi Kwang had dropped down. He used his legs to stride forward and kicked him, but it had no effect. He said, "You can't sweep me off my feet." His eyes showed clear surprise. He clasped his hands and delivered a super powerful blow, and said, with such weak strength, "You should just die." "Huh, damn it," he frowned. "This damn rat." He missed again. At that moment, Phi Kwang taunted, "I think you've gotten bigger. But you've also become slower." He said, "Yeah, how the hell? Do you know me?" At this moment, strength was gradually leaving Phi Kwang's body. Phi Kwang said, "Fuang Hong, go with the other police officers and leave. I'll follow you closely. Cho Deong-hee, take the children and the members of the team and leave," he ordered. Cho Deong-hee said clearly, "I will." The older Kwok to Ho brother interrupted, "Leave. Think I'll let you do that?" Phi Kwang thought to himself, "I don't have much time. I have to finish this quickly." He lunged at him. He replied tauntingly, "Oh, such a real man. I like it." He raised his fist towards Phi Kwang, but he dodged and was about to punch him. But his opponent's speed was not inferior, which surprised him. He immediately switched to an elbow strike. Luckily, Phi Kwang dodged in time, but was still injured. Fuang Hong, witnessing the scene, thought, "He's catching up to brother Phi Kwang. I've always been a burden to him." She thought about the past. Fuang Hong gritted her teeth in pain. She clutched her chest and said, "Is this really the end?" Then she took out a bottle of blue liquid from her pocket. The younger Kwok to Ho brother said, "You're slowing down. You have a beautiful body too. It's a shame it's been contaminated by drugs, so I can't eat it." Well then, farewell. He threw a punch with 100% of his strength towards Phi Kwang. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed through the room. He stared in wide-eyed surprise. The person who easily blocked that punch was none other than Fuang Hong. At this moment, she had transformed from her physical form to her hair color. Fuang Hong said, "I'm sorry. I certainly can't bear all the mistakes I've made." But even so, the younger Kwok to Ho brother still crowed, "Kwok Jia, this woman." Fuang Hong continued, "This time, I will protect you." This is each level of Fuang Hong's drug. The tears of the Buddha were created by the former Fuang Hong, Pai, and Sang Pai. The upgraded version is Kwang, or light. The pleasure and physical enhancement one receives will depend on the level of the patch. Of course, the side effects after it wears off also come with it. The patch with the strongest effect among them is Kwang, strong enough to knock out Sang Pai with just one patch. But even the high-level managers didn't know about this level that was even higher than light. Fuang Hong discovered that her body was gradually becoming immune to Kwang. It took time and effort to refine a drug with an even higher concentration. And the product of that dedication was called Phoenix's Tears. Fuang Hong decided to drink it when the Kwang patch no longer had an effect on her, or when the most important moment of her life came. And Fuang Hong could feel one thing. The Phoenix's Tears were safely stored in a sturdy glass bottle. If she drank it, the place she woke up in would be hell. At this moment, Fuang Hong's hair had turned silver white. Her eyes were lifeless. Fuang Hong gently took the hand of the younger Kwok Taho brother. This greatly surprised him. He raised his other fist and said, "Get your filthy hands off me." Fuang Hong swung her arm, landing a hook to his side, causing him to cry out in pain. Damn it. At that moment, he was extremely surprised. He raised his hand and saw that the fluid had spread all over it. He said angrily, What is this? This drug addict, my clean body, my clean body." He trembled and muttered. Fuang Hong whispered to Fai Kwang, which made him furious. He didn't know what the two were talking about. He shouted, "What are you talking about? How dare you dirty my body?" Fuang Hong said, "Just as I thought. You use drugs too. Look at how it has no effect on you." He said, "White, you bitch, take that back right now. I'm strong because my spirit is strong." He pounded his chest in anger. He swung his fist at Fuang Hong. He punched her right in the stomach, causing her to spit blood everywhere. He said, "I am very clean. I will kill you, you bitch." At this moment, Fuang Hong had achieved her goal. She spit a mouthful of blood from her mouth. She shot it straight into his face. It made him scream in agony. My eyes, you damn bitch." While he was still clutching his face and screaming, Fuang Hong had already wrapped herself around his neck, her two legs clamping his neck while her two hands twisted his arm behind his back, forcing him to his knees. He said, "Let go." Fuang Hong said, "Red hair, you and your comrades get out of here." Seong Jun said, "Why is she suddenly helping us?" Cho Deong, he said, "That doesn't matter now." She shouted, "Let's go, Jiaong Su. Let's get out of here." Then the older Kwok Taho brother blocked their path, saying, "Stop. I said no one is going anywhere." The three of them cried out in fear. Suddenly, Cho Jiong he saw something at her feet. It was to strength-enhancing patches, as if seeing a ray of hope. Above, the younger Kwok Taho brother was still struggling with Fuang Hong. He shouted, "Let me go." He slammed Fuang Hong hard onto the floor, yelling, "Let go." "This bitch," the older brother below said. "Little brother, need help?" He said, "Hurry up and kick this bitch off." The older brother said, "Wait a minute, let me kill these guys first." Then he approached Cho Deong-hee's group. He was surprised by the scene before him. Cho Deong-hee had stuck the patch on her face. She said, "Nice, isn't it?" Her high expression was truly epic. The older brother said, "A cop doing drugs? Is she crazy under the influence of the drug?" Cho Deong-hee quickly moved and stuck a patch on his thigh, causing him to scream loudly. "Whoa, hey, he said. "Gross, so gross. Drugs are disgusting." Cho Deong-hee said, "Lai Songhun, get Jonso. Hong Hai-jun, take the kids." The two replied, "Got it." "Me too." Cho Deong-hee said, "Now, let's retreat." Seong Jun said in a panic, "Deong-su, hang in there. The doctor is coming soon." At this moment, Fai Kwang was gradually losing consciousness. On this side, Fuang Hong was trying her best to let everyone escape. She smiled and said, "Goodbye, Appa." The older brother was still fumbling with the patch, shouting, Hey, get this thing off me. Ooh, it's disgusting." At this moment, the younger brother had slipped his hand around Fuang Hong's leg. He said, "Damn it." Fuang Hong panicked. Right after that, a punch straight to her face from him. He said, "You motherfra, you bitch, die." He trembled as he swung his arm, a hook landing on Fuang Hong's jaw. This bitch, at this moment, he wiped away the remaining blood and began to recover. The older brother below had finished removing the patch from his leg. He then said, "I'm going to find that red-haired cop and kill her myself." Fuang Hong threw several poison smoke bombs and said, "Where do you think you're going?" With a bang, the poison smoke bomb had spread throughout the room. Fuang Hong continued, "You two and I have something to settle. This will be our end. So let's die, the three of us drug addicts." One day, late at night on a rainy day, brother Fai Kwang arrived. Fai Kwang told Fuang Hong, "I killed someone today." Fuang Hong replied, "I know. I heard you killed the old Fai Kwang and officially became a demon." Fai Kwang said, "It feels like I've lost something." Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Have you ever killed anyone before?" Fuang Hong replied, "No." Fai Kwang continued, "Right, of course. You haven't yet. Please, don't change." Then he held out his pinky finger to make a promise with Fuang Hong. So the two of them hooked pinkies and made a promise. From that day on, brother Fai Kwang became a demon, successfully carrying out missions to eliminate murderers like himself. But he failed a mission to kill civilians and was tortured by Lord Buddha. But he was too good for Lord Buddha to kill him. On the other hand, when I became a demon, to please Lord Buddha, I turned countless people into drug addicts and dragged them into the depths of despair. I don't feel any remorse for not keeping my promise to you. Isn't it also true that he always broke his promises to me? But I was wrong. I had gotten high on drugs and killed someone in front of Brother Fai Kwang, and I hated him. But I was wrong. At this moment, the Tahochi brothers had teamed up to attack Fuang Hong, punching her in the stomach, then grabbing her head and kneeing her. She gradually lost her resistance. She thought to herself, why have I changed so much? Drugs. She remembered Brother Fai Kwang's words again. Drugs were the reason she had changed so much. Fuang Hong thought Brother Fai Kwang recalling the image of the Buddha talking about regression. It says that if you commit a crime in your past life, you will regress into an insect or a pet to atone for your sins. After that, you will be reincarnated as a human. Brother Fai Kwang still retained even the smallest part of his humanity and was reincarnated as a human. So he can atone for his sins, right? So in my next life, now he will have to atone. Will I regress into an insect or a pet? Or will I be reborn in hell again? At this moment, Fuang Hong was lying motionless on the ground. The younger Kwok Taho brother said, is the effect of the drug gone? She doesn't seem to be in good shape anymore. The older Kwok Taho brother said, I think we hit her a little too much. The two were surprised to hear Fuang Hong still managing to say, drugs. Give me drugs. The two brothers laughed gleefully, saying, still craving drugs even when you're about to die. What a true addict. Do you want to have another hit before you die? The younger Kwok Taho brother picked up a patch from the floor. He held up the patch and said, take back what you said about us being addicts. Then as a farewell gift, I'll let you have a little more. Now take it back. Fuang Hong said, drugs. You'll really give them to me? The drugs, he said, of course. Fuang Hong held out a trembling hand and said, drugs. Suddenly her eyes widened. Suddenly a hand grabbed her thumb and pinky finger, saying, please, this is the symbol of a promise. The image of a crying Fai Kwang now appeared in her mind. Don't change. Then the times they made pinky promises. She snapped out of it. At this moment, Fuang Hong looked at the two scumbags and thought, that's right. When I die, Fuang Hong gave a friendly middle finger and said, hey, you damn potheads, stop trying to play the victim. You're just like me. Fuang Hong thought to herself, I will die sober, and before I die, at this moment, he had grabbed the woman's friendly middle finger, Fuang Hong, and yanked it out. He continued to punch her in the face and said, you bitch. I've told you how many times, Fuang Hong thought again. If I apologize to the people I've destroyed from the bottom of my heart and with my remorse, even if I can't regress like Brother Fai Kwang. The younger Kwok Taho furiously cursed, you bitch. The younger Kwok Taho brother was using both hands to strangle Fuang Hong, causing her to gradually lose consciousness. Then she continued to think, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Insect or pet, I don't care. I don't get to be reincarnated as a human. No, I don't even get to be reincarnated. So, please don't ever repeat this. Never let me be born in a place like this again. The younger Kwok Taho brother said, what are you talking about, you damn drug addict? At this moment, Fuang Hong was officially dead. He looked at his hands, he said, now they're dirty. He turned back to the older brother and said, let's go, brother. The older brother said, are you planning to chase the cops in that condition? He said, I have unfinished business. The older brother continued, anyway, the reinforcements are probably close by. He said, do I look like I care? I'll kill them all. Are you scared of something? The older brother said, yeah, I'm a little scared. He continued, brother, what the hell? You still have a thing for that blonde bitch. The older brother said, little brother, did you train your upper body so much that your brain atrophied? We don't even know how many reinforcements the cops have, right? He said, forget it. If you're not going, I'll go there alone. The older brother said, if that's the case, I have no choice but to follow you. Suddenly, the brother heard a bell. In front of him was Fong Lan sending a signal. As Fuang Hong been dealt with, he said, we were about to retreat after killing her. At this moment, the Fong Lan signal reported, reinforcements are on their way to you. They are climbing the mountain as we discussed. If you look in the club's storage room, you will find gasoline. Burn all that weed before they arrive and escape through the back door. I will tell you the location. The younger brother said, why do you keep ordering us around? Fong Lan said, this is an order from Lord Buddha. The older brother said, then we will do it. In the storage room, the two brothers clicked their tongues. The two Ho Chi brothers threw all the drug patches on Fuang Hong and said, this will be the perfect funeral for a drug addict. The younger brother said, I want to take her body back and use it as fertilizer for that bitch's peonies. The older brother said, the peonies will be angry for being fed dogs' leftovers. Then the two of them lit a fire. Looking at these flames is always fun, the younger brother said. Hurry up, do you want to become barbecue? The two stepped out and said, well then, the flames were gradually consuming everything. Goodbye, you pothead bitch. Back to Fai Kwang's side, he was in the hospital. He suddenly sat up, his hair messy and a panicked look on his face. He looked up and realized he was in a hospital. Fai Kwang clutched his aching head and clicked his tongue. Suddenly, a bird chirped outside the window. Fai Kwang looked out. At this moment, he stared at the bird. The bird looked back at him. Perhaps this was the regressed Fuang Hong. In front of him was the card symbolizing Fuang Hong, held in the hand of old Bodhisattva. He looked at it for a long time. Then he clenched his fist and crushed the card. He said, Fong Lan of Mei. Fong Lan replied, yes, Lord Buddha. The peonies Fuang Hong had planted were still blooming in the room. He continued from January to October. Gather everyone. The Buddha ceremony must begin now. Back in the hospital, Cho Ji-ong he was suffering from brain swelling. She wouldn't stop chattering because she had used the red strength-enhancing patch to save everyone. The nurse treating Cho Ji-ong he also laughed and said, calm down. Fai Kwang added from the other side, crazy. At this moment, Hong Chung came and said, Senior Officer Kim Kyong-soo, are you okay? Can we talk for a moment? Fai Kwang frowned and turned his head. The two of them moved outside to sit. Fai Kwang asked, how long was I unconscious? Hong Chun replied, 2 days. Fai Kwang said, Fuang Hong is dead. Hong Chun said, she's dead. He continued, I know. I should have saved her and gotten information from her. Fai Kwang thought silently, she's dead. His face showed a hint of sorrow. At this moment, Hong Chun was silent for a long time and then asked, while you were unconscious, there was an opinion that the police's use of live ammunition in the Fuang Hong on the Pink Tree operation was excessive force. On the other hand, some politicians are protesting, saying it was the right action to capture him. Thus, a battle of opinions has begun. Fai Kwang said, even special forces soldiers died. But they say it's excessive force. Do they even know what excessive force is? Hong Shun said, politics is always divided into two factions. If side A holds a circle, then side B holds a triangle. Conversely, if side B holds a circle, then in many cases side A will hold a triangle. Kwai Kwang said, this is annoying as hell. Hong Shun continued, and finally, Director Kim Ajeng, who participated along with officers Kwang Hee-jun and Lai Seong-jun, said that they want to resign from the police force. Fai Kwang said in a panic, what? Hong Shun replied, I've tried to pull them back, but Fai Kwang continued, those bastards are so annoying. Hong Shun stood up, picked up his hat, and said, well, this is a press conference about important matters. First, you have to come with me. We'll talk about the rest later. Fai Kwang asked curiously, go where? Hong Shun replied, to the farewell ceremony for the Special Forces soldiers who served us and sacrificed their lives. Fai Kwang said, a funeral. I've never been to one. Hong Shun reminded him, put on your uniform. Fai Kwang replied, wait, before that, I have to go somewhere else first. I'll be back soon. Back at the Hoguk Sa Temple, the statue of Buddha was placed in the temple of old Bodhisattva for worship. At this time, everyone had gathered. January was not present. This is Mandia February, she said, so the crane isn't coming again. Hoen Dao of March said, he must think we're not busy. I'm late by many days. Hakwak Taho of April said, yeah. Why is she pretending to be busy when she's not even married? Ochi of May said, you should wear a muzzle. Want me to make one for you? Homodon of June replied, it's okay, my dog doesn't bite. Kwak Taho of July thought to himself, should I ask Homodon on a date after the ceremony? Nui Dong of August did not attend. Hokuk of September said, when is Lord Buddha arriving? La Fong of October replied, I see the bastard is dead. At this moment, the door opened and everyone sat up straight. An old Bodhisattva arrived. He said, is everyone gathered? The La Fong of October said, January and Nui Dong of August are not here. Old Bodhisattva said, Nui Dong is cleaning up Fuang Hong's traces. Homan of February asked, what about January? Old Bodhisattva replied, January is not mentioned. Kwak Taho of April clicked his tongue. This is why they're so optimistic. Ho and Dao chimed in. Well, I'm here anyway, a little explanation. The card placed behind them is from a Korean deck. Guang is the most valuable card among the rest. Old Bodhisattva said, have you heard that Fuang Hong is dead? Ho Man replied, that stupid bitch did something worthy of death. Ho and Dao interjected. To you, it's just the wisdom of a drug addict. So, Lord Buddha, should we meet to choose a new November and December? Old Bodhisattva denied it. No, you're wrong. The reason I called you is because one of you will assassinate the senior chief officer, Hong Chun. Everyone said in unison, a cop. Ho Cook was curious. If it's a request like that, instead of sending one of us, you could probably kill him with the children you've prepared. Ochi agreed. I agree. In the past, we had no real beliefs, just killing an ordinary old cop. Before he could finish, old Bodhisattva cut him off. Before, I had Fai Kwang get close to Hong Chun. Ho Cook was impressed. Fai Kwang is quite good. He won't kill anyone unless they're a murderer. The hack Kwok Taho said. And then what? Old Bodhisattva replied, however, something was different that time. He came back after being beaten to a pulp. Fai Kwang said, Lord Buddha, that cop is incredibly skilled. Homo Don was surprised. What? Extremely skilled. That damn bastard. Even Kwok Taho is impressed. In that picture, he looks like a piece of trash. All eyes turned to Hong Chun's portrait. The younger hack Kwok Taho agrees. This is absurd. Fai Kwang definitely wasn't fighting at full strength. Oki waves his hand. Wait a minute. He did that while his own body was in pain? The old Bodhisattva says, I can't believe it either. That's why safety is paramount. Instead of killing him, let's make sure he can't follow our trail anymore. However, this guy tracked us down again. Maybe now you'll see whether this guy is skilled or not. So, who's going? Everyone fell silent, looking at the picture of Senior Superintendent Hong Chun. Absolutely no one said a word. The old Bodhisattva's voice rang out again, to kill this man. Elsewhere, Hong Chun felt a shiver down his spine. What was that? I suddenly have a chill. The scene shows mountains, clouds, and a clear blue sky. A great day to all of you watching this video. At this moment, Fai Kwang, dressed in black, is climbing a steep slope. He pants heavily and thinks to himself, right there. While I was unconscious, Vuong Hom's last words were coordinates to some place, a very beautiful one. According to the coordinates, it should be right here. It's an empty patch of land. What the hell is this? Don't tell me it's underground again, damn it. Fai Kwang scanned his surroundings and couldn't help but curse. Digging this place up would take a lifetime. At that moment, Fai Kwang found a man. Hearing a chirp, Fai Kwang turned around and saw the bird that had been following him all along. He looked at it in surprise. It chirped, as if trying to give him a signal. Back at the temple, Oki asked, Buddha, will it really be okay to kill a police officer at a high-profile location like the station, especially after the Vuong Hong incident? The old Bodhisattva replied, it's fine, in fact, this can easily be covered up. Society is full of fools who are easily led by the nose. It's best to create a big spectacle once, then redirect their attention to another event and let them forget everything. Not to mention, we must kill that man at all cost. Oki asked worriedly, is he really that dangerous? For us, and even for January. The old Bodhisattva continued once. A man wearing a Fai Kwang mask came to the temple. He was extremely skilled. Fai Kwang and that man have a similar aura. Oki stuttered, a Fai Kwang mask. The old Bodhisattva said, I have two theories. First, Fai Kwang has trained someone inside the police department to evade our investigation. Second, Hong Chun, who has the potential, has trained a professional team to take down the Ho Kwok Jia. Oki's eyes widened. Fai Kwang has been under constant surveillance, so the first theory doesn't seem to fit. He has spent all his time at Ho Cook SA. And Hong Chun's secret team also interfered in Vuong Hong's case, making the second theory seem more plausible. In that case, if Hong Chun is skilled enough to defeat Fai Kwang by himself, but is 1 month enough for this operation? The old Bodhisattva answered. Fai Kwang's condition was critical after the mission to exterminate the heretics. He couldn't escape that assassination attempt. Although his strength remains against this police officer, who is also quite skilled, I think 1 month should be enough. Oki replied, I understand. Then please stay here and await our move. The old Bodhisattva said, no, I have to go somewhere. You go on ahead. Oki bowed. Then I will take my leave. Lord Buddha. Oki stepped outside. He stared intently at the photo on the table and said, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun. Is he really talented? I guess I should look into him. As cool as that was, on the other side, Hong Chun was crying out in pain as his shoulder was being squeezed. The one doing it was Fai Kwang. He said, hey old man, what's in it for me to read the eulogy? Hong Chun replied, but Chief Officer Kim Jae isn't here. I've already written it. You just have to read it. Fai Kwang said angrily, Don't just decide things on your own. At least give me a heads up next time. Hong Shun retorted bitterly, Hey you bastard, I'm still your superior. How dare you treat me this way? Fai Kuang replied nonchalantly. So what? Hong Shun asked, bewildered. Why's that? Fai Kuang replied seriously. Because the thought of having to escape those bastards to save you gives me a headache. Hong Shun trembled in silence, not daring to speak. The scene shifts to the funeral for the fallen police officers. A woman is standing at a podium in front of the crowd. She announces, Now, we will have the eulogy by Officer Kim Deong-so. At this moment, Fai Kuang held up the paper, thinking, praying for them to rest in peace. I'm not the right person for this. But as I read the eulogy written by Hong Shun, I could feel his regret and sorrow. He genuinely mourned for the fallen officers. However, for me, instead of making me sad, reading this eulogy just gives me a terrible feeling. Fai Kuang finished reading, Police Officer Kim Deong-so. The entire hall fell silent, looking up at the South Korean flag. As he finished and stepped down, he thought, it's best to avoid this awful feeling. Suddenly, a voice called out Officer Kim Deong-so, surprising him. What surprised him even more was seeing a rank insignia with 4 flowers, to more than Hong Shun. The man continued, So you're Officer Kim Deong-so. He was Kim Nak-ho, the commissioner of the National Police Agency. He said, You're the one who caught the first drug dealer at the nightclub, right? Fai Kuang answered cautiously. Yes, sir. The man laughed loudly and said, You'll be a great cop. I hope you'll work even harder in the future. Fai Kuang replied, Thank you, sir. Then the man added, But you know, there's something that keeps bothering me. To handle such a big case, shouldn't Senior Superintendent Hong Shun have reported to me first before taking action? But since the mission was a success, should I consider it a stroke of luck? Or with the deaths of so many young officers, should I see this mission as a failure? What do you think, Police Officer Kim Deong-so? At this moment, Fai Kuang was startled and afraid. He thought to himself, Could it be this guy? He thought that the man was bald. Just as he was about to answer, a voice cried out, Oh, my son, my son. A woman who appeared to be the mother of one of the fallen soldiers was wailing. The sounds of crying, screams of grief from the relatives of the fallen officers. Fai Kuang thought, That's why I find the atmosphere here so suffocating. Maybe it's because when I die, there will be no one to genuinely grieve for my death. Thinking about it, how is this new life any different from the life of an assassin? Then a man looked at him and asked, You said you were on the mission with my son, right? Even so, it's a good thing that the others survived. My son always dreamed of becoming a great police officer. Young man, you're just like my son. Then the man extended his hand for a handshake. He continued, Please live on his behalf and make his dream a reality. Above all else, you are someone else's child too. Then Fai Kuang also extended his hand to shake the man's and said, Yes, sir. He returned to the audience section. He walked past Hong Shun, who said, You've worked hard. Fai Kuang remained silent. The MC stepped up to speak. That was the eulogy from Officer Kim Jong-so. And next up is Monk Du-ho, the abbot. Fai Kuang was surprised to hear this. The old bodhisattva was walking up to the podium. Hong Shun was also surprised by his appearance. The MC continued. Of the relic, National Intangible Cultural Heritage Hokuk essay. Fai Kuang's face darkened when he heard that. What? The old bodhisattva went to the podium, clasped his hands and said, Namo Amitabha Buddha. In Buddhism, those who are connected by him are called family. These young people received grace from their country in the form of a salary, and they repaid that grace by dedicating themselves to their duties as police officers. Therefore, everyone here today is one family. To the fathers and mothers, do not grieve too much. The young police officers sitting behind you, they are all your children. To the young police officers, do not be afraid. The people sitting in front of you are all your parents. We are all one family. As Fai Kuang listened, he thought to himself, Back when I was an assassin, I saw the Buddha from a closer perspective than anyone else. But this is the first time I've seen him outside of Hokuk essay. He digs into the pain of others and tears their emotions apart. In the end, they force people to rely on them. His speech gave Fai Kuang goosebumps. The old bodhisattva continued his speech. Now we will have a moment of silence. The old bodhisattva was surprised to see someone in the audience below. It was Hong Shun and him. Hong had at that moment sworn that he would expose all the wrongdoings of that sidekick and kill him. The old bodhisattva on the stage looked at him without saying a word. The MC spoke again. With this, we will all say our final goodbyes and conclude the funeral. Everyone went down to the old bodhisattva, crying and saying, "Monk Duho, Buddha, how are we supposed to live from now on?" Fai Kuang walked past, only able to stand and watch them mourn before the one who caused their children's deaths. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "Senior Officer Kim Deong-so." Before him were high-ranking leaders, all with numerous rank insignias. Old Kim Nak-ho said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm looking forward to your future activities." Fai Kuang replied, "Thank you, sir." The man said, "I was planning to treat you to a nice meal, but to be serious, well, officially. So, when you're out, at least grab a cup of coffee from the vending machine." Then he took a coin and tossed it to Fai Kuang. He turned and left, adding a reminder, "Be careful from now on." Fai Kuang held the coin in his hand. He saw it was a 501 coin with a crane on it, and now before him was a cup of coffee. A voice asked, "So?" Hong Shun said, "So you found Fu Wang Hong's hideout?" Fai Kuang replied, "That's right." I pushed a rock aside, and there it was. "There's a door leading down." Hong Shun was curious. The rock must have been quite distinct. That's why you were able to find it so quickly. Fai Kuang was silent, at a loss for words. Then the man continued, "So, what was in there?" Fai Kuang recounted, "A journal that Fu Wang Hong had written in, and information about the members." Hong Shun was delighted. "That means we can use that information to catch them." Fai Kuang disagreed. "No, it wasn't written in that much detail. It just supplements what I already know." Hong Shun sighed in disappointment. "I see. So, when can I get it?" Fai Kuang replied, "I'll try to finish by tomorrow morning. Instead, we need to discuss something more important today." Hong Shun asked curiously, "More important than that? What is it?" Fai Kuang said with a serious face, "Let's get straight to the point. I'm moving in with you." Hong Shun was surprised and waved his hands in dismissal. "Huh? What are you talking about? But why? How can I live with you? I don't want to." He repeatedly refused. Fai Kuang reached his hand behind him. He pulled something from his pants pocket, held it up in front of the man and said, "You still don't want to?" In his hand was a solid gold bar. Hong Shun was stunned. He stammered. "You? What?" Fai Kuang replied, "It was in Fu Wang Hong's hideout. Looks like a slush fund. There are over 30 more like this." Hong Shun was speechless. "Are you trying to bribe me with this?" He answered, "Just consider it rent." Hong Shun hesitated. "No, even so." Fai Kuang interrupted. "Are you sure?" The man immediately replied. "I said no. I don't live alone. I have a daughter too," he replied. "If that's true, then I have even more reason to stay with you." Hong Shun was so surprised he swore. "What are you saying, you idiot?" Fai Kuang explained. "Senior Superintendent Hong Shun, you might have escaped the assassination attempt thanks to my lie so far, but the man cut in." "What lie?" he continued. "But since Hong Shun is now in charge of the Fu Wang Hong operation, I think you'll get through it." Hong Shun said, "So you're saying I'm in danger, right?" Fai Kuang replied, "Exactly. I bet they're planning to kill your daughter along with you." Hong Shun paused to think for a moment, then answered, "All right, I'll prepare a room for you." Fai Kuang replied, "Good. But, are you sure you don't need this?" He was referring to the 49's gold bar. Hong Shun said, "Just keep it all." Now at the hospital, Fai Kuang said to Cho Deong-hee, "Are the other three planning to quit?" She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't quit even if I die." Fai Kuang was surprised. "Really? I hope you're the same." She replied, "No matter how strong you are, in the end, it's all about your mentality. The mental mission determines the winner." Fai Kuang thought, she's not wrong, but the way she says it makes it sound unconvincing. Fai Kuang agreed. "Right, I guess you don't have to worry anymore. At least get some exercise when you get out of here." Cho Deong-hee replied, "Anyway, did anyone mention a promotion?" Fai Kuang recounted, "Well, they said promoting me to ranks was a bit too soon for me. So I refused." Cho Deong-hee smiled smugly as he continued, "Senior Officer Kim A-gyong and I were both in that operation, but I heard all the officers are getting promoted." She laughed loudly and said, "Deong-so, that means we're friends now, right?" Fai Kuang pouted and replied, "Friends? That means we're friends now." She explained, "Well, now we have 3 hibiscus heads, and you two. We're friends, right, my dear friend?" Fai Kuang replied, "I forgot something. You've been removed from the recommendation list." Cho Deong-hee asked in a panic, "What are you talking about? You're just lying because you don't want to see me happy, right?" He crossed his arms and replied, "You're right. I can't stand it. But it's the truth, she asked curiously. Why? He answered, because you used drugs in the middle of a mission. She looked dumbfounded after hearing that. But I didn't have any other choice. Fai Kuang replied, I understand. You couldn't do anything else. But finding drugs in a hospital is different. On top of that, you've been disciplined. She scratched her head and said, disciplined? No way, Fai Kuang mocked. By the way, friends, I'll look at this delusional slave. I'll deal with you after you're discharged from the hospital. Di Anghe now had bitter tears welling up in her eyes. Fai Kuang walked out of the hospital and said, now then, I don't have to worry about her anymore. And I just need to go beat up the other two and take them with me. Shortly after Fai Kuang arrived at Kim Jae's house, he knocked hard on the door. Currently, she was locking herself in her house, unwilling to see anyone. She opened the door and asked, who is it? At this moment, Fai Kuang's demonic face appeared. It scared her so much that she fell backward. Her mouth screamed loudly. Fai Kuang stared at Kim Jae and said, open the door. The girl said, Kim Deong-so? Why are you here? Fai Kuang replied, open the door and let's talk. She shouted, are you going to call the police? Why don't you find somewhere else and get lost? Fai Kuang replied, we're on the same team. Why would I do that? Fai Kuang said while yanking the doorknob. I said open the door. At this moment, Kim Jae panicked. You're going to break the door. Stop, she said fearfully. I said you're going to break the door. You psycho. After getting inside, Fai Kuang asked, so, the only thing you could do after withdrawing from the team was to lock yourself in your house? She was silent and didn't know what to say. Fai Kuang continued, aren't you going to the funeral for the others? She remained silent, wringing her hands in remorse. Kim Jae, 29 years old, the youngest chief officer, born at the finish line, she had never known failure. Senior Superintendent Hong Chun had told her, I don't doubt your abilities, but this mission is extremely dangerous and the information is unofficial. But I think our opponent is considered the best agent of KMP Seoul, and also part of Commander Byun Chong-gok's Special Task Force. This may sound a bit strange, but please carry out the mission with Chief Officer Kim Deong-so as a junior officer. That's my order. Kim Jae thought before I went against that order. It was my fault. I was too arrogant. Fai Kuang grabbed Kim Jae by the collar. He stood up and dragged her across the floor. Follow me, she replied. Where are we going? I'm asking. Where are we going? She screamed loudly, but no one answered. The same scene of a clear blue sky and white clouds. Fai Kuang had taken Kim Jae to a place that greatly surprised her. Fai Kuang said, oh, so they're here. Kim Jae was confused. Hey, my stuff. Fai Kuang replied nonchalantly. Who cares? Standing in front of the parents of the fallen officers. What do you think you should say? What should I say? How can I apologize? Suddenly, the father approached and said, you were the commander on the mission, right? She was scared and speechless. The father continued, don't forget my children, and make sure something like this never happens again. When Kim Jae heard these words, she was stunned. At that moment, tears welled up in her eyes. She cried like a child. Then she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's my fault, just because I. Then everyone hugged and cried, making the scene quiet, filled only with sobs. Kim Jae couldn't believe her guilt could be soothed so quickly. At that moment, Fai Kuang stood watching. He looked at the family of the fallen soldier and thought, and carefully, about how. You can apologize to your comrades. She held her head and screamed, crying in helplessness, tears and snot streaming down, a mix of emotions. At this point, Fai Kuang was at a coffee shop and said, all right, we don't have time, so let's summarize it in 3 sentences. It was the 2 young men, Lai Xiang-hyen and Kwang Hee-chun. The 2 boys were afraid. They said, huh? Didn't you call us out here to solve our problem, Ajangso? How can 3 sentences be enough? Fai Kuang said. Who has time to talk to a bunch of guys? Kwang Hee-chun, 3 sentences, start now. Kwang Hee-chun hesitated. I had a friend I always lost to when I was a boxer. But he became a criminal, so I became a cop to catch him. Fai Kuang said, okay, next, it's Lai Xiang-hyen's turn. When I was young, I was bullied for being too weak in school. So I studied martial arts and law to become a police officer, to catch the bad guys. Fai Kuang slammed his coffee cup on the table and said, but why, when both of you have such clear goals, do you dare to think about quitting the police force? Lai Xiang-hyen hesitated. You saw it. We couldn't do anything. We're just dead weight. We're useless. Fai Kuang looked at the two of them and thought, low self-esteem. Kim Jaeong still has some confidence, so she'd be fine. These two are the most troublesome. At this point, whatever I say will be useless, he thought, and then said, if you talk about quitting again, the fastest way is to threaten them, then I'll beat you to a pulp. Shut up and come back here, he said while smiling and cracking his knuckles, making the two young men wet their pants. Fai Kuang continued, don't waste your energy on trivial things. Li Zionghayan trembled. You said you would solve our problems. And just like that, you said you would solve our problems. Kim Zheng, Wang Hechun, and Li Seonghayan all returned to being police officers. Wang Lichen and Li Zionghayan were both promoted to officers. Cho Diong cried and said, why am I the only one who didn't get promoted? And to overcome our weaknesses, we began special mission training. Fai Kuang stepped on the two boys, said, faster. Get up now, do you want to die? The two of them cried out, Diong So, help. On this side, Diong So was sent to another course. Entering the classroom, she said, I'm here for the professional training session. A mysterious man's voice said to Kim Zheng, who's this? Isn't this the person who got the whole team killed by Dong Qian? If it weren't for Senior Superintendent Hong Chun's request, I wouldn't have met you. And Dong Qian, that bastard, is still living foolishly. So, he put a cigarette to his lips. This is someone from the former KMP to the security force. Why did you come here to see me? He is the commander of KMP Seoul, Chief of Staff Bayan Trangok. Back to Senior Superintendent Hong Chun's office. To Kwang said, this is the document I've summarized and the data Fuang Hong collected. Hong Chun replied, so it's March Cherry Blossom, April Hak Ho Chi, and July Ho Chi? Fai Kuang said, yes, they are the ones Fuang Hong is least familiar with. April and July, the Ho Chi brothers, 3 months ago. They were even paid by Ho Cook SA, but after that, they didn't receive a single penny. March, September, and October are also people who haven't received any financial support. The reason they aren't getting paid might be due to their business activities. It's still not determined what that is. When they're not on missions, they continue to train, however. Sometimes they also go out. We failed to tail them. We don't know where they went, but we saw them come back more muscular. Maybe they trained at an outside gym and returned. They claim it's natural muscle, but they've clearly used steroids. The younger brother definitely used them. Hong said, good information. I'll investigate businesses that opened 3 months ago and imported large quantities of steroids. Next is March Cherry Blossom. She doesn't receive a salary from Ho Cook SA, but rather gives money to Ho Cook SA. The previous payment structure was top-down. Fuang Hong, Fong Deep, Banan Dao. Fong Deep has now surpassed Fuang Hong, so Fuang Hong is very worried. Hong Shun was surprised when he read this far. Why are these all pictures of celebrities? Fai Kuang asked curiously. Do you know them? Hong replied immediately. It's impossible not to know them. I'm a fan of all of them. No, wait. All 3 are famous, right? It's strange not to know them. Fai Kuang said with a serious face. One of those 3 is An Dao. Hong said in alarm. What? Impossible. Fai Kuang continued to explain. Fuang Hong investigated it. I don't know if An Dao is really among them, but if you look at the subsequent information, her relationship with Fuang Hong isn't good, but most of the time, she only meets to get drugs when needed. But it seems she doesn't use it herself. Last month, there was a drug overdose incident in the entertainment industry, and that was caused by a new drug that Fuang Hong gave to An Dao. It raises suspicions that An Dao is someone in the entertainment industry. Hong Shun said, Ho Kwak Jia, your former organization. Fai Kuang cut in. Mine? I'm not in it anymore. Hong continued, no. That bastard, what the hell is his motive? Fai Kuang said seriously, that bastard's motive is, when I was first given the name Fai Kuang, at that time, the old Bodhisattva said, you know what the most important thing is about being alive. Fai Kuang replied, no, sir. The old Bodhisattva said, it's fear. Humans live to conquer fear. To conquer the fear of starvation, they work. To conquer the fear of loneliness, they meet people. But before the fear of death, no one is victorious. Then people seek the Buddha. Who knows in this chaotic world? Fears continue to gnaw at people. When someone loses all hope in life, that's when they stand at death's door. Then I can become a bodhisattva to save them. December, Fai Kuang, you and the other months will become the first terror of this country. Over here, Fai Kuang finished. The goal of that gorilla bastard is to become a Buddha. A Buddha? That's a rather delusional ideal. I have a question. Hong Shun said. Why are you months so? Fai Kuang interrupted in disgust. I'm not one of them. Hong continued. Why are the months so loyal to the Buddha? The people you mentioned, most of the months are absolutely loyal to that bastard gorilla. The main reason is because they were all raised by him to be assassins since childhood, and they have all at least tasted the fear of hell or death once. However, the reward for becoming a month is too tempting, like a gift from the gods. Fai Kuang said, I've experienced it, so I understand. To the months, the Buddha is like a god, so he has already achieved half of his goal. Hong said, but you still managed to escape the temptation. Fai Kuang replied, I made a deal. Hong said, a deal? What kind of deal? Fai Kuang dodged the question. Anyway, those guys are absolutely loyal to him to keep those rewards. And the one who isn't loyal to him is right in front of you. Look what happened to me. I never directly rebelled, but 5 years ago, a month did. You know about the Truth Cult, right? Hong replied, yeah, it's a religious organization. No way, Fai Kuang said. That's right. The leader of that cult was the first Maple Leaf. The current leader is likely the second Maple Leaf, after establishing the Truth Cult. The first Maple Leaf wanted to oppose the 12 months and establish 12 disciples to confront the Hokwakjia, and so the 12 zodiacs appeared. With only a few months sent into action, they defeated that force. The first Maple Leaf and the remaining survivors fled to the Philippines. And then, back in the past, she was tied to a pillar. She said, why? Didn't you also hate that gorilla bastard? Fai Kuang replied, he promised me that if I completed this mission, he would let me live a normal life. She laughed loudly. You believe that bastard? Let me tell you something. You will never have that life. And so, I killed the first Maple Leaf. Hong Shun said, but you just said the current leader is the second Maple Leaf. Last time you said you killed the second Maple Leaf too. Fai Kuang explained, that wasn't the second Maple Leaf, no. I'm sure that couldn't be considered the second Maple Leaf. Hong was curious, is Maple Leaf just one person? Fai Kuang replied, there are many strange things about the second Maple Leaf. Even though we had a mission to act as a group and were prepared, there was always someone who arrived first. The strange thing is, although they were all of different genders, ages, and voices, their actions, their personality, and way of speaking were all the same. Anyway, I have confirmed all the materials obtained from Fuang Hong have been brought in, so now you should go. The next target will be Cherry Blossom. She's definitely one of the dangerous trio. Hong was silent for a moment, then said, all right. Fai Kuang didn't understand what he was thinking. By now it was dark, the bright moon shining down. A car was driving on the road. In the car were Fai Kuang and Hong Chun. Fai Kuang said, why is a senior officer driving this piece of junk? Get a new car, or do you want me to buy you one? Hong replied, my wife. She died 3 years ago. This is the car she bought me 15 years ago as a birthday present. Fai Kuang smirked. Your wife didn't love you at all, huh? That's enough time for her to have gotten you a new car. Hong snapped. This bastard. Want to get out of the car? Fai Kuang said. How did she die? Was she sick? Hong replied, she was also a police officer. Fai Kuang was silent, then replied, died in the line of duty? Hong recounted, 3 years ago. A psycho killed her. Fai Kuang said, I'm sorry to hear that. Hong continued, that psycho was a disciple of the Truth Cult. Fai Kuang was surprised to hear that. I felt something was strange. But when I found out it was related to Hokwakjia, so that's why you left when I said we should catch Cherry Blossom first. Fai Kuang said, or should we catch Maple Leaf first? Hong Shun answered, it's okay. Compared to Maple Leaf, we have more information on Cherry Blossom. Anyway, she's the priority target, but maybe because both my wife and I were cops, my daughter also wants to become one. Fai Kuang said, the father is a senior superintendent, paving the way for his child. What could be better? Hong said honestly, I don't want her to become a police officer. You're about to work with her, so help me convince her otherwise. And don't tell her I said this. Fai Kuang raised his fist and said, can I hit her? Hong Shun sighed. You still have a long way to go to learn how to be human. Your social awareness is crap. When they arrived at Hong Shun's house, Fai Kuang said, your place is so old. How many years has it been? Hong Shun quickly shushed him. Get inside. Don't talk to me so casually in front of my daughter. Got it, Fai Kuang yelled. Yes, sir. Don't worry. Opening the door, Hong Shun's daughter was already waiting inside. She said, Dad's home. Hong replied, oh, my dear daughter, you just got back. His daughter replied, I just came back from studying at the library. So from now on, he will be the one living here with us. She looked over at Fai Kwang. Hong Chun said, "It's a little inconvenient, but please understand. You don't need to get too close to him." The daughter said to Fai Kwang, "Hello. It's nice to meet you, sir." At that moment, Fai Kwang froze. "What did you say?" He was like a drunk man. "Probably drunk on love," the daughter said again. "Sir, did Dad bring you here?" Before Fai Kwang's eyes was a family photo of Hong Chun's family. Fai Kwang said, "The kid looks just like her mom." Hong was speechless. "It'll probably take you a long time to live normally. You have zero communication skills. I've prepared a room on the second floor for you. Go upstairs and sleep. I'm going to bed first." The daughter said, "Good night, Dad." At this moment, the two looked at each other awkwardly. Fai Kwang left, thinking he should also go rest. Just then, the girl took his hand and said, "Can I come to your room later?" Fai Kwang replied, "For what?" The girl hesitated. "I have something to ask you." Fai Kwang silently looked into her innocent eyes. Later, in Fai Kwang's room, it turned out the girl asked Fai Kwang, "What did you do to become a police officer?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I want to become a police officer in the future too." Fai Kwang recounted with a serious face, "After dying and being reborn, I became a police officer." The girl had no idea what he was talking about. "You mean you worked so hard you wanted to die?" Then Fai Kwang suddenly thought, "Now I remember. I don't know much about the previous owner of this body. His parents committed a crime and abandoned him when he was young. I don't know anything else other than that he grew up in an orphanage. Even if I knew, it wouldn't change anything." Fai Kwang replied, "Don't ask questions related to the force." The girl flinched. "Why not just tell me something?" Fai Kwang said honestly, "Your dad told me to stop you from becoming a police officer." The girl's face turned pale with disgust. "Ugh, I hate Dad," Fai Kwang continued. "He also told me not to tell you about it." The girl pouted sullenly. "It's my life. Why does he always interfere?" Fai Kwang crossed his arms. "Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you want to go to the training ground with me?" He thought, "Just once. It should be fine." The girl smiled brightly. "Really? Thank you so much. If I show her how tough the training is, she'd definitely give up." He smiled calculatingly. The next morning, under the same clear blue sky and sparkling water, the three of them, Kwang Hee-chun, Cho Deong-hee, and Lai Xiong-hyan, were surprised to see a new person. Fai Kwang introduced her. "Say hello. We have a special guest training with us today." The girl bowed and said, "Hello." Cho Deong-hee rushed over in a panic. "Isn't that girl a student? Were you kidnapped?" The girl explained, "Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Hong Yong. I'm a senior in high school. I want to become a great police officer like all of you, so I hope you don't mind me being here today." Cho Deong-hee thought with a smile, "Great. This girl is a good judge of character." Then Cho Deong-hee laughed loudly. "Of course. Want me to tutor you?" The girl naively replied, "No, that's okay. I'm number one in all my subjects," which left Cho Deong speechless with nowhere to hide. At this moment, Fai Kwang said, "All right, let's chat later. Start training." Before he could finish speaking, Kwang Hee-chun threw a punch at Fai Kwang. But it wasn't that easy. Fai Kwang dodged by ducking down. His eyes quickly scanned the situation, and he gave the boy a painful elbow to the chest. Next up was Lai Xiong-hyan. "It's your turn." He wrapped his arms tightly around Fai Kwang. He let out a roar, intending to slam Fai Kwang to the ground. But Fai Kwang's center of gravity was too strong. He lifted him up and threw him backward, causing him to fall flat on the field. The girl said in a panic, "Why are you suddenly fighting?" Fai Kwang answered nonchalantly, "It's training." Then Fai Kwang looked at the two boys and said, "A surprise attack. Good plan, which means there's no way you guys thought of it." Fai Kwang turned to Cho Deong-hee and continued, "Why didn't you attack me?" Cho Deong-hee replied, "I have sore muscles after going to the gym." Fai Kwang grabbed her head, causing her to say fearfully, "I surrender." Fai Kwang replied, "Stop just giving orders. You have to jump in and fight too." "Got it, you get it." Then Fai Kwang knee Cho Deong-hee straight in the head, terrifying even Hong Yong, who was watching from a distance. Fai Kwang approached Hong Yong and said, "Now, you try hitting me." The girl said in alarm, "Me?" Fai Kwang replied, "Didn't you come here to train? I won't let you get hurt. Attack. Don't worry." Yang trembled and backed away. "Huh?" Wei Kwang didn't need to say much more. He charged forward. "If you don't want to," he punched the girl in the side. The punch looked quite painful. "Then I'll strike first." The girl cried out in pain, clutching her side as she crumpled to the ground. Fai Kwang thought, This way, she give up soon. Then Fai Kwang said, if you become a cop, it will hurt even more. Fai Kwang was extremely surprised when he saw the girl. She was trying to clutch her injured side. He thought most people would collapse after being hit in the liver, but she still looks fine. Fai Kwang turned back to give instructions. Alright, this time, Kwang Hee-chun fights Lai Ong-jun and Cho Deong-hee fights Hong Yang. Begin. Pair up and fight. Yang was surprised. Me and her? Fai Kwang crossed his arms and replied. It's fine, she's pretty good too. Cho Deong-hee laughed and said. Even if you're a student, I won't go easy on you. At this moment, Fai Kwang reminded her. Oh, I forgot to mention this. She's the daughter of the senior superintendent. This sentence made Cho Deong-hee's smile vanish from her face. She immediately threw herself to the ground, letting Hong Yang step on her. She kept shouting, you're too strong. Fai Kwang was speechless. What a coward. As evening fell, walking down the street, Yin rubbed her body and said, I'm sore all over. Fai Kwang replied, you did well for your first time. During training, you looked very enthusiastic. You'll become a great police officer one day. The girl replied, thank you. Arriving home, Hong Chun was holding a hot cup of tea. He asked in surprise, why are you two coming home together? Fai Kwang said, it's a coincidence. Hong Chun said, what do you mean? He ran to his daughter. Reminded Yang, you're not allowed to hang out with this guy. He's bad news. Fai Kwang said uncomfortably, I'm still standing right here. You have no communication skills at all. The girl said shyly, he's not bad. He's cool. Hong Chun was surprised and speechless. He turned to Fai Kwang with an extremely angry expression, leaving him unsure of what to do. Hong shouted, get out. Fai Kwang was surprised. But I didn't do anything. Inside the room, the girl said, Dad, why are you kicking out a guest? Hong Chun replied, Hong Yang, and their voices trailed off in whispers. Suddenly, I peeked through the peephole from outside. Fai Kwang heard a noise and turned around. The bright yellow moon still shone in the sky, for assassins were standing outside the house. They had firearms, knives, and iron bars. Fai Kwang spoke up. I thought the Kwok Taho would come, but instead they sent the maple leaves. They said, do you know who we are? Fai Kwang replied, who else would send so many people besides him? Very well. Hong Chun will love this, because you guys will be the lead to catching Maple Leaf. The four of them, with blazing red eyes, rushed towards Fai Kwang. One of them brandished a knife and charged aggressively. But a single elbow from Fai Kwang made him spit blood. He collapsed on the spot. He could see these guys probably weren't well-trained assassins. Just from the way they held their knives, it looked clumsy. They were complete amateurs. The group woke up and said, ow, that hurts so much. What happened? What is this? One of them looked around, startled. Where is this? They looked at Fai Kwang in confusion, not understanding a thing. A moment later, a voice rang out. Is that all of them? Hong Chun came out wearing pajamas with an extremely floral pattern and said, you don't remember why you came here? Fai Kwang crossed his arms. This is the first time I've seen a case like this. The men tied up by Fai Kwang said angrily, untie us now, or I'll sue you. Hong shouted, you attack someone first. What grounds do you have to sue? One of them said, didn't I already say I don't remember anything? Fai Kwang looked at a card. Searching their belongings, he found their ID cards. Some even had family photos. It seems they aren't lying. They're all very ordinary. Hong Chun's expression changed as he said, could it be? Just like the people who killed my wife. Feng. Elsewhere, a voice rang out, look at this maple leaf. From now on, your mood will become more peaceful. The fear and pain of your current life will disappear. Only serenity will remain in your heart. You have helped yourself escape from pain and are admiring someone. If this maple leaf stops, then let your soul be at ease and open your eyes. Now I'll ask you a question. Who is it? The man wearing the mask is Maple Leaf. The girl at that moment said with a somber face, you are you, the beautiful maple leaf that saved me from suffering. The maple leaf knelt down and replied, that's right. Then I will make you truly beautiful. After saying that, he took off his mask, greatly surprising the girl. He extended his hand and said, I am the embodiment of the maple leaf, the one who brings you happiness. The girl flinched when she saw him reach out his hand. She let out a cry. His face was ruined by scars. He said, so you weren't hypnotized? The girl said, no, it's not like that. I was just surprised to see your face. He picked up the maple leaf, and with a single slash, cut her throat. Then she fell down, clutching her neck and screaming. He picked up the mask from the ground, put it back on his face and said, This is the umpteenth failure recently. I've spent so much effort hypnotizing for such a long time. It's really difficult now that Fu Hong is dead. It's easier to hypnotize if you use drugs. This appearance is very satisfying. But it's a pity. Hypnotizing her is too difficult. At that moment, a girl spoke. There's still a little bit of the drug we got from Fu Hong left. If you like that girl, you could just use a little more on her, right? The red-haired girl with the beautiful figure is zitch deep. Then the maple leaf guy said, I have to save it until I find the new Fu Hong. Just then, a blonde girl appeared and said, even so, you failed too many times lately. Isn't that right? Just this week alone, 20 people have died. They know our faces, so we have to eliminate them. It seems there are still enough active maple leaves to use, right? This blonde girl with an equally impressive figure is Home Deep. Maple Leaf said, is Home Deep jealous? I said the more maple leaves, the more beautiful. Anyway, your status is completely different from theirs. Home Deep said, I know that, but you don't need to try so hard. Hypnosis is draining, and now there are no drugs to help. There have been too many failures. Finding suitable people to become maple leaves is not easy. Therefore, I think you need to rest a bit. Maple Leaf replied, I completely understand your meaning, Home Deep, but do you know my intention in this? To have more followers, I must try my best even if I'm tired. It's for me and the organization. Home Deep replied, I understand and sympathize with you on this. If you remain this persistent, the Buddha will surely take notice. It's just that human nature is hard to change. Once you decide to do something, you see it through to the end. Maple Leaf raised the hypnosis string and said in a low voice, I understand what you mean. To achieve that, both of you still need to try harder. If change is good, I will do it. But if a change doesn't bring any improvement, it only creates more trouble. Do you to understand what I mean? I can say that you two are the most perfect products I have ever created. I hope that in the future, I can create more perfect products like you two. Suddenly he changed the subject. Anyway, what happened to the fools sent to the cop's place? Home Deep replied, it seems they failed. Maple Leaf grunted. Even if you send untrained ordinary people, they should have been able to deal with regular cops. I must report this to the Buddha. Returning to the scene at Hokuk Sa Temple, the subordinate said, Lord Buddha, a report from La Fong has arrived. Hongshan seems to be a pretty good cop. The old Bodhisattva said, all right. Fong Lan on the side spoke up. I'm worried about something. Lord Buddha, may I ask? The old man said, go ahead. Fong Lan said, once a mission personally ordered by you is completed, the level of the months will increase, and if Maple Leaf's level rises, he will almost dominate all the other months. And it could end up like the first generation Maple Leaf. The Kwok Tahoe brothers said they would take on this mission, so aren't they a better choice? They don't care about power, only about their bodies. The old Bodhisattva replied, Fong Lan, I never said I would only assign Maple Leaf to this mission. Fong Lan seemed surprised. What do you mean? The old Bodhisattva explained, this mission has Maple Leaf in October, but in total, there are for other months participating. Fong Lan was stunned. Which other months? Didn't you say 1 month was already too many? The old man replied, the plan has changed. Fong Lan asked, isn't 4 months still too many? The old man continued, it's fine, it's just for reconnaissance, to be honest. I have a very interesting plan. Back to the present scene. There is a potted plant in the room. It looks very beautiful. Suddenly, someone says, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun, will you take charge of sweeping up the truth cult? It was Kim Nak Ho trying to lure Hong Chun into his plan. He said, I will provide you with the necessary information. Hong Chun's face looked somewhat troubled. Hong Chun said, Commander, didn't I say that religion cannot be touched recklessly? It is a very serious matter and cannot be acted upon arbitrarily. Kim Nak Ho replied, I heard that Officer Hong Chun was attacked again this time. I realize that this time it is related to that truthism. Just like your wife's case. Hong just remained silent. Kim Nak Ho continued. You've realized it too, haven't you? Then he placed his hand on the table and said, those who follow that faith have used religion to do many wicked things. We need to eliminate even those who fake their faith. They have used churches and temples to do many evil things. You've investigated it yourself, so you know about it. According to this document, quite a few related subjects have been investigated in the management area. They all have illegal proselytizing behavior and are also suspected of being involved in some matters. Specifically, there have been many mysterious disappearances of young girls recently. You take charge of this investigation. How about it? Will you take on that part? He looked towards Hong Chun expectantly. Back at the office, Hong Chun told Fai Kwang about the issue. Fai Kwang said, "You must take it on." Hong Chun replied, "I'm a bit worried." Fai Kwang replied, "What's there to worry about? They killed your wife. This time they attacked again, wanting to harm you and your daughter. And now there's even an investigation order from above. Isn't that enough reason to catch Red Maple? You just take charge of the investigation for this job. I'll be behind you to help. Right now, the investigation into them hasn't made much progress, so we need to act cautiously. First, we'll see if it's Red Maple, Cherry Blossom, or those two bastard Kwok Taho brothers who act first, so we can grasp the situation." Before he could finish speaking, Fai Kwang had disappeared, leaving Hong speechless in his office. He sighed to himself. This is so tiring. The scene changes to Fai Kwang meeting the 3 team members and announcing, "Your mission is to catch the gangsters disguised as missionaries or operating in that area, and also to investigate the disappearances. They often pretend to be missionaries or something similar." Fai Kwang proposed, according to the documents, the truth cult is proselytizing a lot in this area. Let's use someone as bait. Diong he wondered, there are so many fake religions. How do we know which one is the truth cult to use as bait? Lai Xiong Haiyan agreed. No matter what you say, catching them is not easy. The fake missionaries there are very clever. They always know how to avoid police investigations. They won't do anything too outrageous to attract police attention. Fai Kwang asked curiously, "How can you predict what they'll do like that?" Lai Xiong Haiyan replied, "I've investigated them a lot before. So the situation won't be simple. Finding and controlling them is too difficult." Looking at the subway station map here, it runs around the vicinity and into the city center. People will go to the station to wait for the subway. This is an area where a lot of people gather, so we'll use bait to lure them here. Xiong Haiyan is very suitable for that because he's so gullible. You can tell just by looking at his innocent face. Kwang Hee-chun said excitedly. Diong he replied in frustration. "Hey, don't you see in the document that they mainly target pretty girls?" Fai Kwang crossed his arms and thought. This is difficult. Are there no pretty girls around? Kwang Hee-chun suggested. "Yeah. Should we have Lai Xiong Haiyan dressed as a girl?" Lai Xiong Haiyan replied. "Kwang Hee-chun, are you crazy?" Cho Diong he said. Hey, wait a minute. What about me?" The 3 of them were speechless. They didn't know what to say. Fai Kwang changed the subject. "Let's use the officer's daughter as bait. She wants to practice being a cop anyway." Kwang Hee-chun broke out in a sweat. "That's a bit much." Lai Xiong Haiyan continued. "Diong so, are you crazy?" Cho Diong he shouted, "Huh, isn't that a bit disrespectful? What are you guys waiting for? Don't you understand what I'm saying? A beautiful girl like me is standing right here. Why go searching anywhere else?" The 3 of them were speechless. A moment later, Cho Jiong he stepped out and said, "So, how do I look, you fresh-faced young men?" She surprised the 3 men. She came out in a floral dress with a purple jacket over it. She was carrying a black handbag. Cho Diong he teased playfully, "Don't tell me you've already fallen for me." Kwang Hee-chun was surprised. "What the hell is this? How did you turn into a different person? Your hair has grown so much." Lai Xiong Haiyan added, "How did you do that?" "Show me how to escape baldness." Cho Diong he replied, "It's just hair extensions. What's so surprising?" Fai Kwang commented seriously, "If someone didn't know you before, they might be fooled by you. If you just keep your mouth shut, you're worth a second look." Cho Diong he said with a proud look. Lai Xiong Haiyan suggested, "In that case, Jiang he can just walk around by herself. If she just walks back and forth, they're bound to notice her," she said. "Alone?" Lai Xiong Hin nodded. "Of course, alone, a girl walking all by herself. They'll definitely go crazy for her." As expected, a moment later, a man and a woman approached her and said, "You look so beautiful. May I get to know you?" Dion he turned around in surprise. She thought, "Really? Why are there so many guys who are into girls? And I've already run into them." She acted cautiously and replied, "Oh, yes, thank you." The man saw this and explained, "We're not some kind of fakes. We're still students. When I saw you, it was like meeting an idol. I was wondering if you could come to our place and help us with some charity work for the ascetic believers. They revealed a scary expression. If you agree, you can follow us. This is truly a great fortune for us. What do you think of our offer? Do you agree? If you agree, let's go to a coffee shop and talk for a bit." Cho Diong he hesitated a little. That She didn't think it would be this fast. Turns out Xiang Haiyan was right. When they find a target to lure, they will approach and actively seduce the prey. They might make an attractive offer. Then they will actively invite her to a cafe for a drink, food, and conversation. After successfully inviting her there, they will say they have no money for some reason or didn't bring any. As expected, the other said, "Actually, we don't have any money on us right now, so could you pay for us? We'll pay you back later." At that point, "You should just buy it for them," Lai Xianghai said. "You must buy it for them." Cho Diong he also complied. "Sure, it's nothing, my treat." At that point, they would have guessed that she was a kind person who was easily taken advantage of or easily influenced by external factors. After that, they will start talking to her. At this moment, after the man finished explaining, he asked again, "So, have you understood everything?" Cho Diong he replied, "I understand everything." The woman next to him added, "Yes, great." Cho Diong he thought to herself, "My goodness. These guys barked for 20 minutes straight." The woman stood up and said, "Now let's go to our place. There will be many surprises for you. They will take you to their place as originally intended. You should pretend to agree to show them that you are a gullible person. They will have no suspicion at all because they have already tested you before." Cho Diong he forced a smile and thought, "It's just as predicted, these guys are pretty dumb, but I didn't think their base would be this far." Cho Diong he thought after walking through streets and rows of houses, now she was struggling to climb each step. Suddenly the two of them stopped in front of an old, dilapidated house and said, "We're here, please come in." After stepping inside, the woman announced, "Inside here you will see things that you have never," not letting her finish. Diong He Chung cut in and replied, "Thank you." Upon entering, she was surprised by the surrounding scenery. In front of her was a woman with a symbol on the back of her neck. It was a six-petaled green leaf, matching her hair color. The green-haired girl and her subordinates were restraining a group of tied-up young women. Next to them was a man lying in a pool of blood. The green-haired girl turned to look at Cho Diong-hee. Then she realized something was wrong. Turning around, the two people from before had shown their true colors. They locked the door tightly. The two of them jumped up, intending to grab her. They lunged towards Cho Diong-hee. But Cho Diong-hee had been training with Fai Kwang for a while and had made some progress. She grabbed the woman's hand. Then she decisively punched her in the side. Then it was the man's turn. She gave him a kick that twisted his face. At this moment, the green-haired girl said, "Huh, not bad. I didn't think this girl had any strength." Cho Diong he looked at her hands. She let out a sigh of relief. "I've gotten a little stronger, haven't I?" Just then, she glanced over at the girls tied up in the corner of the room. "Cho Ringong," he asked, "are you guys kidnappers and human traffickers?" The green-haired girl said, "Huh? Kidnappers and human traffickers? Not at all, we're just bringing these girls closer to the Buddha." As she spoke, she put on iron knuckles. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise. Over here, Cho Diong he was holding a taser. The green-haired girl said, "A taser?" Cho Diong kept her finger on the trigger. "But it won't work, little sister." With that, she threw her black jacket at her. I slashed the coat with my nail-studded hand, making her fall backward. Cho Diong he was now blinded by the coat. She rushed forward and shouted, "It's time for you to die, little sister." Suddenly, a foot kicked her straight in the face. It sent her tumbling to the ground. It was Fai Kwang. He sighed. "What a pain. You did your best. Leave these guys to me. You've caught a lot of girls here, haven't you? But today is the day you meet your end." Cho Diong he looked at Fai Kwang's face, touched, and said, "Oh. Thank you, Diong So." The green-haired girl clutched her jaw, furious. "Hey, big brother. You're going too far. How can a man hit a woman so excessively?" Tich Kwang replied nonchalantly, "I do what I want. Got a problem with that? You bastards don't even deserve to be called human." After saying that, Fai Kwang rushed in and beat her up relentlessly, leaving the green-haired girl's face unrecognizable even to her parents. He swung his club down. Without hesitation, he slammed it into her face and thought, after the battle with Fuang Hong and those two bastard brothers, my fighting skills seem to have improved. I've also adapted better to this body. At this rate of development, I hope to regain my former Fai Kwang form soon. The green-haired girl, covered in injuries, shouted, "What are you talking about? What are you standing there for? Get in here." At that moment, all three of them rushed towards Fai Kwang. Fai Kwang held the club firmly in his hand. One swing, two swings, then three. All three of them took fatal blows. They flew into the air. Fai Kwang struck without a change in his expression. By then, The three of them were lying on the floor. Fai Kuang thought to himself, it won't be long before I can return to my prime. Cho Diong he sat behind, her mouth agape. Incredible, the green-haired girl was now barely breathing, trying to say something. This bitch hasn't been knocked out yet. Not bad. I might as well give her a few more hits. As he spoke, he brought his club down on her face, leaving Cho Ring-ong he speechless behind him. Fai Kuang called to Cho Diong he, request backup. Drag these guys outside. We need to clean this place up. Cho Diong he sat on the floor and replied, my body has no strength left. I think what happened just now made my limbs go weak. Can you help me up? Fai Kuang said sarcastically. You're already too scared to stand up from just that. Cho Diong he looked at the men lying on the ground and complained. Well, I didn't think they'd have so many members here, so I couldn't handle them all by myself. Fai Kuang said, alright, this mission is progressing quickly, isn't it? In such a short time, you found the place where they keep the girls. At that moment, Fai Kuang picked her up and said, good job, I commend you for that. At this, Cho Diong he panicked. What are you doing? Fai Kuang asked, confused. You told me to help you up, she said shyly. Who helps someone up like this? I just asked you to help me stand up. I can still walk. You don't need to carry me like this. The scene changes to the office of Senior Superintendent Hong Chun. He said, really now, stop acting on your own. If this incident gets out of control, it will be too dangerous. Fai Kuang replied, so, just wrap it up neatly, right? Hong Chun, with his messy hair and a listless face, answered. You have to report before you go so I can be prepared. Fai Kuang replied. If I reported it beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to go. Hong was at a loss for words. Youth these days. I told you not to go, but you still went. Fai Kuang said reluctantly. Alright, fine. I promise to report beforehand next time, Hong replied. That's good. Fai Kuang asked curiously. So are you taking on the truth cult case now? Hong sighed. I have to see the investigation results before I can decide. I heard the police department will be investigating it directly, so I also have to consider it. Kuang said with frustration. What can those people do? Didn't they lose track of the whole Fuang Hong drug case last time? This time, let us handle it. Hong nodded. You'd be fine, but they won't agree. This is also a high-profile case due to the disappearance of many young girls. The public is also watching us. Hong Shun's face was stern. If anything happens, I will personally direct it if I can get the case from above. Fai Kuang understood that he would also be involved in this case. However, Hong continued. This mission has also mobilized some other members from headquarters, but there is a problem with one person. That is Police Chief Kim Nak-ho, 54 years old, a man of great ability. He was formerly an investigator and gradually rose to his current position. He can be considered a talent of the headquarters. He has held the position of police chief for several terms. According to the law, each police officer cannot serve more than 2 terms. But with the major cases he has solved, along with his current high reputation at headquarters, the lack of successors, and his extensive connections with the political world in Korea, he has put pressure on the general headquarters, making it very difficult for them. In the end, the general headquarters had to concede and change the law to allow a person to hold that position for more than 2 terms. Thus, he has now served 3 consecutive terms as police chief. Furthermore, after gaining power, he has relentlessly recruited talented people from all police headquarters across the country to his office. Through these actions, he has further solidified his already firm position. Therefore, it is now almost impossible for anyone to oppose him. It is unknown how long his position will last. He is also the one who stopped old Hong from investigating the bald monk back when Hong Shun was just a regular police investigator. Hong Shun continued, so compared to us, they are more trustworthy. There are many talented people there. Fai Kuang replied, that's true. So that's why the special police task force here is like this. All of them are kids with no real skills. Hong Shun was speechless. Anyway, they are people with great potential. If trained, they can definitely develop further. But to be honest, I'm also a bit confused. Fai Kuang asked curiously, but isn't this a mission we were assigned to? They can't interfere much from their side. Why are you worried? Hong replied gravely. Not necessarily. That person has immense power just like you. If you have real strength, you can do whatever you want. Because you know so much about Hogok Temple, you can anticipate their intentions. But for him, that's not necessarily the case. From being just a patrol officer to becoming a police chief, that person's progress is suspiciously fast. No one could have expected such a smooth promotion. Fai Kuang commented, maybe someone like that only comes around once in a century. A true living legend, right? Hong crossed his arms and said, such a talented person is about to. Yet he doesn't know the identity of Ho Kuk Sa Temple. He even suspended the investigation into the missing girls as well as the so-called cult of justice. Isn't that too contradictory? Fai Kuang was silent and said nothing. At this moment, the two had returned to Hong Shun's house. Hong Yang opened the door and entered. She had returned from school. Hong said, how was school today? Yang replied, I have a lot of work in class, so I've been coming home a bit late lately. Hong replied, all right, I understand. That's why my daughter is always at the top of her class. I have some work to do in my room. You can go talk to him. Yang obediently replied, yes. Fai Kuang suddenly noticed the girl's expression. Yan was looking at him with a slight smile. He asked curiously, are you happy about something? Yan replied, of course. I'm happy to see you. Fai Kuang was speechless. He couldn't say a word. Then the girl continued. Before you came here, my dad told me about you. After my mom passed away, Dad was in a lot of pain for a long time. He couldn't do anything. But after meeting you, he's cheered up a lot. Especially when he talks about you. Dad told me, daughter, the last words my mother said to me were that she wanted me to take good care of you. I try my best for that reason, but recently I haven't been doing well. It's okay, from now on, things will be different. The investigation into the criminals has made progress. I can finally bring them to light, thanks to a new member of the agency. The promise I made to your mother is getting closer to being realized. I don't know what mission Dad was talking about, but it must be very important to him, ever since he met you. Then he cheered up again. Fai Kuang comforted her. You don't need to worry about anything. I will definitely complete that mission with your dad. I love you. The girl said, you promise? You have to work hard with my dad to finish it. At this moment, Fai Kuang remembered his little sister Fuang Hong from when she was young. He was silent for a long time, as he listened to her words. At this moment, Fai Kuang extended his pinky to make a promise and said, all right, I promise. The girl was surprised and replied, yes. Why are you sticking out your pinky? Fai Kuang replied, you don't know. It's a pinky promise. The girl replied, yes, you know a lot of things. You're so cute. Fai Kuang's face darkened. What did you say? Cute. Yang quickly corrected herself. Yes, I went a little too far. At this moment, in old Kim Nak Ho's office, police officer Hong Chun reported. The interrogation of the related subjects has yielded results. It's true that they are connected to the truth cult. Old Kim Nak Ho announced. Everything we need to know about that cult has been fully investigated. Their methods of operation, locations, etc. Hong was surprised. So fast? He replied, that's right. So now will you take over the investigation of this case? Scene change. The truth cult. A fake cult founded 10 years ago by a woman who believed she was a female saint. After that, it grew at a terrifying rate and spread enough to become a large organization that could not be ignored. But for 5 years, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The female saint took her executives and a small number of her followers and moved her base to the Philippines. However, all the executives and the female saint were found dead. The police concluded that their deaths were the result of an internal conflict, and with that, the truth cult was believed to have disappeared. But at that time, one believer survived. It was the current Maple Leaf who was moaning outside the door. Oh, holy maiden. Then old Kim Nak Ho continued, I believe they have started their fake cult activities again, with what's left. The second leader of the truth cult seems to be a man, in his 20s, and uses fake street missionaries to kidnap people. After torturing and holding those people, to make their spirits hit rock bottom, no longer in control of anything, they rewarded them with what they dreamed of and made them dependent. They were also hypnotized for a long time. By then, they had become their pets. He turned men into scholars. And the women he liked would become his servants, based on the implementation of brainwashing as described above. Then the green hair is lamb deep, yellow hair is home deep, red hair is zish deep, black hair is hack deep. He divided them and tattooed maple leaves in corresponding colors so he could easily control them. He's a pervert. I think he built himself a house on a deserted island. If you decide to take on this case, I'll share its location with you. Hong Shun was silent and said nothing. Then he stood up and asked, Senior Superintendent Hong Shun, Why are you hesitating so much? Isn't this your chance to avenge your wife? Hong replied gravely. Commissioner, don't you think this is a trap? Old Kim Nak-ho replied in surprise. A trap? The scene changes to the Maple Leaf's hideout. He was hugging two beautiful women and saying, I heard Luke Fong was captured. What a disgrace. There were so many things she still hadn't done, and yet she got caught. They might storm this place soon. We need to prepare. Are you all excited? He directed his gaze towards the corner of the room. Hak Kwok Taho, I can see the smug look behind your mask. The younger Hak Taho said. Yeah, I'm only interested in swinging a crowbar around. Anyway, I don't expect you to be happy about accepting the mission to make your organization bait for them. Maple Leaf stood up and said. The Buddha said that if this mission is successful, he will give me a special reward. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Maple Leaf, are you only carrying out this mission for the reward? Fong fell silent for a moment, then replied. What? Is that not allowed? I'm the one who should be shocked. It's not fair. Both of you Hak Kwok Taho. It's always easier for you to do a mission together than for me. The younger Hak Kwok Ta said. No, my brother does most of the work. So don't be mad at me. The Mountain of a Man replied. The only person I know who's currently on a pretty important mission is Cherry Blossom. Maple Leaf said, I don't expect you to volunteer for this mission with me. Hak Kwok Ta sneered, well, if you fail, it will affect your career too. Even though I don't like you having girls all over you. But for the Buddha, for the organization, I have no choice. Besides, I think we'll be able to achieve a victory we've never had before in this mission. Maple Leaf asked curiously, what about you, Mountain of a Man? He crossed his arms and calmly replied, if the Buddha told me to do it, I will do it. The Hak Kwok Ta couldn't help but curse. This annoying bastard is so arrogant. Maple Leaf didn't seem very pleased but let it go. Yeah, whatever the reason, it's fine. I'm quite looking forward to this mission. The moment this island is stained red with blood, it's like a maple leaf is approaching. Returning to the conversation between Hong Chun and Kim Nak-ho, Hong Chun said, that's right, it's a trap. The last time we tried to catch the entire drug gang, our forces suffered losses. This time, the scale is even larger. We got some information from interrogating them last time. But this time, the interrogation got results too quickly. The suspect might be lying. Kim Nak-ho interrupted. Senior Superintendent Hong Chun, are you questioning my abilities? Hong immediately replied. I'm not questioning you, Commissioner. I'm very suspicious of Kim Nak-ho. He was silent for a moment after hearing that. Then suddenly he burst out laughing. I knew you were great, and yet you can still remain calm when your beloved family is involved in this case. Excellent. All right, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun. Don't worry, even if it is a trap, to overcome it. To complete the mission, I'll have Captain Jun Jiangguk Special Task Force assist you. How about that? Better. You two have known each other for a long time. Hong suddenly spoke up. May I suggest something? Kim Nak-ho asked back. What is it? Hong said, if this cleanup operation is successful, let me investigate Du-ho, the mastermind behind the Ho Cook essay case. Kim Nak-ho replied, oh, you're really amazing. I've seen many people like you, people who have gone through countless missions. But Hong Chun frowned and asked back. Sorry, Kim Nak-ho replied. It's all right. It doesn't matter how much you think about it. You're the only one I trust to succeed this time. As for the other matter, Hong Chun interrupted. I don't understand what you're saying. The man replied, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun. Then he continued, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your proposal just yet. Hong Chun lost his composure and asked again, why am I not allowed to investigate him? The old man replied, because of me. Hak Thang Ring, Hong asked in surprise. What did you say? The man replied, when you and your wife started investigating Ho Cook essay, I saw you and your wife start investigating Ho Cook essay. I've had my eye on you. When your wife died, I was going to order you to stop investigating, but it seemed you were going to give up on your own, so I thought you were like everyone else. But after the Fuang Hong incident, my opinion changed. I thought if I gave you a small warning, you would stop the investigation, not knowing it was all a conspiracy, like a cunning fox. You prepared everything without my knowledge. Although you didn't succeed in completing the mission, you did very well. I underestimated you. Hong gritted his teeth in anger and asked, what is your motive? Kim Nak-ho said, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun, you love this organization. I do. But this organization is very different from what I imagined. I thought this place was tough and resolute in confronting evil. But in reality, They waver at the slightest excuse. And this organization is only used to cover up activities for another organization. And then, I met that person in the past on a rainy day. He met the old bodhisattva who told me, although our paths are different, he told me, in the end, our goals are still the same. Join me. I will make your dreams come true. Kim Nak-ho mused. It's been 30 years already, hasn't it? Time flies so fast. I've been the police commissioner for 5 years. And our organization has changed a lot. The power to investigate and the authority from the state, which had been weakened, became strong again. Our budget increased compared to other organizations, and our voice also became stronger. What do you think? Do you see anyone who works harder for the organization than me? Hong interrupted. You don't do it for the organization. You do it for yourself. Kim Nak-ho glared and replied. Well, you're not wrong. Because I am the organization. My term is also only 1 year left. I can't extend my term. But shouldn't I be planning for something greater? So, I'm thinking of using you to achieve my goal. Thank you for following and supporting the Lala School channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos. Hong Shun questioned. It seems you're having a hard time controlling everything. So, you want a position where you can easily control everything, right? I will never become a corrupt cop like you. The man continued, Senior Superintendent Hong Shun. No matter how hard you try, evil will never disappear. It will always appear somewhere. There is evil that can be negotiated and evil that cannot be negotiated. I will choose the latter. If you were me, I bet you would choose the latter too, right? Hong said nothing. He chose to turn his back and walk away. Kim Nak-ho was surprised. Are you leaving? Hong replied gravely, I'll answer you next time. The man said, and to answer your question about my motive, I want this country to be at peace. That's all. You should take this with you. This is information about the maple leaf. It's all true. I swear. He handed over a file. You have to avenge your wife, right? The mission's name is Raking Leaves. Cool name, right? Then as Hong was about to leave, the man continued, Senior Superintendent Hong Shun, you have a good reputation, so don't die. He had managed to keep his composure in front of Hak Thang Ring, but in reality, his mind was a mess. Questions kept popping up. However, his conclusion was simpler and clearer than those questions. I'm weak. What can I do? At this moment, the scene returns to Hong Shun's house. Hein walked into the house in an unstable state. Fai Kwang said, You're back. You were out for a while today. He noticed that Hong was walking unsteadily and snorted in judgment. What? Were you drinking? Hong's face was pale, and all he could see were stars. At that moment, Fai Kwang helped Hong into the room and said, What if you were attacked? You should have come straight home. You drank while in uniform? Have you lost your mind? Hong stammered today. I met the crane. The crane? Fai Kwang was surprised. Hong replied, The police commissioner is the crane. Fai Kwang couldn't help but exclaim, What? The bald head, explain it to me clearly. Calm down. Hong continued, The plan to eliminate Ho Cook SA has been cancelled. Fai Kwang was surprised and said, Are you crazy? Hong replied desperately, It was a battle I couldn't win from the beginning. I was just dancing in the palm of their hands. Fai Kwang was silent and said nothing. He noticed that Hong was holding a file of some sort. By now it was morning. Looking up at the ceiling, Hong felt his head pounding like a hammer after drinking a liter of alcohol the night before. Suddenly, 2 men were staring at him with wide eyes, making him almost wet his pants. He screamed, What is it? Why are you guys in here? It turned out to be the 2 young police officers. Kwang Hee-chun explained. Deong So told us to stay here for a while and look after you. Lai Ziong-hyen added. We were very worried because you were still drunk and hadn't woken up. Hong Shun broke out in a cold sweat and asked, What are you talking about? Officer Kim Deong-so. Where is he? Lai Ziong-hyen replied. We don't know. He said he had to go somewhere, but Deong-so told us to tell you this. If you're dancing in the palm of their hands, then this is the perfect time to bite their hand. Senior Police Officer Kim Jeong-so. He was standing at the pier. According to the Raking Leaves mission, he was acting alone. Suddenly from behind, Cho Zeong-hee shouted, Me too. I want to go on the mission too. Fai Kwang turned his head in surprise and said, Huh? How did you know I was here? She replied, Remember the dating app you downloaded on my phone during the last mission for me to be bait? I used it to track you. It has your location on it. Fai Kwang was speechless. You're so annoying. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID said slave is calling. It turned out to be Hong Shun. Fai Kwang answered the phone. Hello. I'm listening. Is something wrong? Cho Deong, he asked excitedly. Who's calling? Hong immediately got straight to the point. Where are you? Fai Kuang replied. I'm planning to go to the island, so I'm at the port now. Hong was surprised. What? How are you going to get there? Fai Kuang replied nonchalantly. I bought an old fishing boat from a fisherman with gold. Cho Diong asked nasally. What gold? Hong Shun said gravely. Senior Police Officer Kim Deong-so. I will send reinforcements immediately, take care. Fai Kuang smiled and said. You've got your groove back. That's good. If I finish this and you're still not back to your senses, you're in for it. Hong Shun was a little speechless. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Cho Diong he was still curious and asked, Who called you? Fai Kuang got on the boat, leaving Cho Diong he at the port. See you later. Cho Diong he pleaded with tears in her eyes. I'm going to. Let me go with you. Those cultists are crazy about pretty girls. I'll be bait for you again. I even brought makeup and nice clothes. Fai Kuang replied. Go home and rest. She was a little jealous. Why do you give missions to He Jun and Xiong Jun, but not to me? He replied, because they are stronger than you, and they already have mission experience. It will be a long time before you can catch up to them. She frowned and said, You have to give me missions so I can get experience. Otherwise, how will I get experience? Fai Kuang retorted immediately, You want to do the mission because you want a promotion. Cho Diong he replied, That's not it. I'm also a member of this group. He corrected, A slave. She said sadly, That's right, even as a slave, I feel like I'm being left out. You don't know that. Maybe I can do surprisingly well and get praised by you again. Who knows, right? To be honest, when you complimented me, Fai Kuang raised his hand and said, If that's what you think, then I commend you for it. But this mission is too dangerous, so don't follow me. Then he chopped Cho Diong he on the neck, making her feel like her head was about to come off. At that moment, Fai Kuang boarded the boat, casually setting off and said, Go to sleep, leaving Cho Diong to faint at the pier. The scene changes. On the side, someone opens a door and enters. It was a female police officer. She announced formally, Sir, Police Chief, Senior Superintendent Hong Chun requests that you dispatch Chief Officer Jun Jeongguk. Old Kim Nak-ho replied, Really? Then send him immediately. She immediately complied. Then the police officer closed the door and left. At this, Kim Nak-ho smiled smugly and said, That's right. That's how it should be. When a fat piece of bait is right in front of you, you have to bite. He took out a signal flower from his pocket and said, Can you hear me? Fong Lan, Hak Jiang, the trap was a success. If he leaves from here, it will take about 3 to 4 hours to get there. Fong Lan replied, Understood. Reporting to Fong Heap. Hak sighed a sigh of relief. Finally it begins. Fong Heap will lead. Ho Chi and Kong Tam's son will confront the army against Hong Chun's team and Jun Jeongguk's special task force. This is going to be fun. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. When he proposed this plan to the Buddha, he didn't care which side would win. Because whichever side won, it would benefit him. If he wins, then the plan he discussed with the Buddha is considered a success. As a result, he will become even more trustworthy in the eyes of the Buddha. And if Hong Chun wins, his position as police chief will be even more secure. In this mission, he only wanted one thing, which was to see both sides shed blood. He believed that the monks possessing immense power would become variables when he made future plans. And he saw Jun Jeongguk, the only one in the police force who disobeyed orders and didn't support him as police chief. Like a thorn in his side, he tapped his fingers on the table and said, Balance. The important thing is that everything must be balanced. If one side completely dominates the others, then that side will dictate everything. Suddenly, a voice came from the signal flower. Hak, this is Fong Lan. Didn't you say it would be 3 or 4 hours? Kim Nak-ho nodded and replied, Yeah, that's right. The other end of the line replied, Fong Heap's subordinates who were waiting in ambush have all been killed. Kim Nak-ho's eyes widened in surprise. What? The other end of the line continued to ask, What's going on? Suddenly, Kim Nak-ho seemed to realize something. He let out a small laugh. Look at that. What a cunning bastard. Pretending to be weak in front of me, and secretly plotting behind my back. I'm starting to like him more and more. Kim Nak-ho laughed and replied, It seems Hong Chun and his team have made the first move. Send my apologies to Fong Heap. He thought to himself. So he secretly formed a team. The other end of the line replied, Information just came in. It's not a single person. Over here, Someone is moving like the wind, surprising the two people in front of him. Then that person slashes diagonally, slitting the throats of multiple ambushers in a single blow. It was Fai Kwang, blood gushing like a fountain. Fai Kwang looked cool holding his combat knife. The line reported, "It's just one person." Kim Nak-ho was surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Could it be him? He put his hand to his chin and thought. I didn't anticipate this at all. I thought he was just a good cop. I didn't expect him to be this good. He's a huge variable. He furrowed his brow and thought for a moment longer. Then he decided he had to do something to rebalance things. Over here in the maple forest, Fai Kwang was on the phone with someone. He said in surprise, "What? You want me to wait and go with the special task force?" He asked again, "Kim Jang is on that team, right? If I wait for them, I'll be slowed down, won't I?" On the other end of the line, Hong Chun replied, "Trust me, Junjeongak's special task force is the best. Over here at the police headquarters." A man opened the door and entered. He was Junjeongak. He announced, "We have a mission." A female police officer named Chai Yuan replied, "A mission? It's been a while." A male police officer named Park Jong-hoo couldn't help but swear. "Oh, hell yeah, that's great. How long has it been?" A police officer named Cho Sang-hoo reminded his colleague, "Jong-hoo, don't swear." Kim Jang had no comment. Hong Shung commented, "At the headquarters right now, but Jeongak's special task force is the strongest." He announced, "Let's go. The special task force is moving out." Fai Kwang won. One hand holding his phone, the other holding a knife, he replied decisively, "No, it's more comfortable to do missions alone. It's tiring when people suddenly join in and give their opinions." At Fai Kwang's feet were the bodies of those he had defeated. Hong Shun answered the phone, "Senior Police Officer Kim Jiao-so, back when you were an assassin, didn't you say you were injured while purging the truth cold?" Just as he finished speaking, a beautiful girl with hair orange appeared in Kim Jiao-so's mind. Kim Jiao-so replied to Hong Shun, "The first Maple Leaf. She was a very strong person, even I had to admit it. The current Maple Leaf isn't that strong because all the people he sent on the mission were very bad." At Kim Jiao-so's feet, bodies were scattered around. Hearing those words, Hong Shun said in a stern voice, "Senior Police Officer Kim Jiao-so, he's the one who killed my wife. I want to end this once and for all." Kim Jiao-so replied, "Me too." Hong Shun seriously discussed the plan with Kim Jiang-soo once more. "So listen to me. I want to end this mission without any injuries. I have a plan." Scene change. 3 large men appear in front of Kim Gelso. The one in the middle looks fierce, smoking a cigarette, and asks Kim Gelso, "Senior Police Officer Kim Gelso." Fai Kwang replied, "That's me." The man introduced himself. "I've heard a lot about you from Indong. I'm the captain of this special task force, Bunjeong Hawk." Fai Kwang interrupted with a question, "But why did you bring her?" Cho Deong-hee, holding Cha Xian's arm, sulkily replies, "What about me?" Bunjeong Hawk asked, "Isn't she part of your group?" Cha Xian added, "It's not good to abandon your team members, Kim Jiao-so. I heard you abandoned her. But isn't teamwork essential during a mission?" Hearing that, Cho Xiang-hee nestled against Cha Xian's arm and pouted, "That's right." Cha Xian looked at Cho Xiang-hee's cute gesture and thought to himself, so cute. Suddenly, a red-headed guy named Dong Ho appeared and asked Kim Jiao-so, "Are you the bastard who caught the drug gang?" The guy, Choi Sang-ho, behind him saw Dong Ho's aggressive behavior and words and stepped in to stop him. "Dong Ho, don't call him a bastard. Where are your manners?" Back Dong Ho retorted defiantly, "Who cares about manners? His rank is lower than mine. I was looking forward to seeing who he was since he caught the whole drug gang." As he spoke, he got more worked up. Back Dong Ho pointed his finger at Kim Jiao-so's face and continued with sharp words, "But he's the one who left his teammate behind. And you call yourself an exemplary team leader." Kim Jiao-so just calmly replied, "She's useless, so why bring her along?" Hearing that, Back Dong Ho got even angrier and shouted, "What? Even so, you still abandon her, right?" On one side, Park Jong-ho was explaining the importance of teamwork to Kim Jiao-so, while on the other, Cho Jiayong-hee whispered to Cha Jaeon, "He's mean." Hearing that, Cha Jaeon comforted her, "Don't listen to him, he has a foul mouth." Seeing Kim Jiao-so's indifferent attitude, as if he didn't know he was wrong, Back Dong-ho's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, "This bastard." Choi Sang-ho behind him pulled back Dong-ho's shoulder and reminded him, "Dong-ho, don't curse." Kim Ji-ho-so looked at the group in front of him and thought to himself, "Should I just ditch them and do it alone?" Suddenly Kim In-dong appeared. She touched Kim Jiao-so's shoulder and said, "Just put up with it for a bit." Kim Jiao-so thought to himself, Kim and wrong. She's really nice. I thought she was someone else. Hearing Kim Jiao-so's whispers, Bak Dong-ho shouted angrily, "Hey, what did you say?" Bak Dong-ho, a voice called from behind. Blonde Jiang-hak reprimanded Bak Dong-ho. "Are you going to fight even before the mission starts? Stop it. It must be starting." "It means he has his own reasons." Bak Dong-ho said reluctantly. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry." Cho San-ho raised his hand to explain. "I haven't said anything, Captain." Kim Jiao-so looked at the group in front of him with a helpless expression. Blonde Jiang-hak was enjoying a cigarette in his hand when he turned to look at everyone, as if he remembered something. Then a voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, are you all gathered?" Hearing that, Ban Jiang-hak immediately replied, "Yes, I've also switched all the channels." Hong Shun said, "Then I will now begin to brief the mission." As he spoke, Hong Shun visualized the base as a magnificent church. Hong Shun continued, "The enemy's hideout is on the 3rd floor of the church. On the 1st floor are the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, and there is a corridor leading to the dining area and the basement. The 2nd floor is the church, and the 3rd floor is the residence of the cult leader, also known as Maple Leaf." Hong Shun continued to analyze. "If I were the enemy, then after luring my opponent deep inside, I would surround them with countless rooms, forcing them to split into teams and go in different directions, straight ahead, to the right, to the left, and down to the basement." Hearing the detailed analysis, Ban Jiang-hak immediately said, "Is there any difference in the information provided?" On the other side of the radio, Hong Shun replied, "No. I observed it myself and saw no difference." Kim Jiao-so crossed his arms and listened carefully to what Hong Shun and Ban Jiang-hak were saying to each other. He thought to himself, he said he wouldn't take this mission, yet he secretly investigated it. On the other side of the conversation, Hong Shun was still analyzing. "But what I suspect is that their fighting force can't be this weak. There must be more of them. Let's handle all the designated areas as quickly as possible, then regroup and prepare for any unexpected situations." Kim Jae-ho spoke up, "Then I'll take care of going straight up to the 3rd floor." Everyone wondered, "Why?" Kim Jiao-so said seriously, "Because I'm the strongest." Hearing those arrogant words made Dong-ho furious. This bastard is so arrogant. Cho San-ho behind him said, "Dong-ho, stop cursing." Ban Jiang-hak yelped. He extended his hand in a gesture of cooperation and said, "Senior police officer. Come to think of it, did we shake hands when we greeted each other?" "I don't think so. I think we should shake hands." Kim Jiao-so seemed hesitant, but then he also extended his hand and shook Ban Jiang-hak's, showing his intention for good cooperation. The look in Ban Jiang-hak's eyes as he watched Kim Jiao-so shake his hand suggested that Ban Jiang-hak was quite surprised. Then he said the senior police officer would go straight in. Bak Dong-ho gasped, "What?" In contrast, Cha Xian replied, "If the captain says so, then I won't complain." "I understand," Cho Sang-ho replied obediently. Blonde Jiang-hak continued to give the mission to Kim Jiao-so. "I'll let you handle that part. Just focus on getting upstairs. We'll do our best to stop them." "It's a pleasure working with you." Looking into Ban Jiang-hak's eyes, Kim Jiao-so replied thoughtfully, "I understand." Suddenly Indong called out to Ban Jiang-hak in a panic, "Captain, this isn't our weapons case." Bak Rong-ho checked each one and said, "What is this, a fishhook?" Ban Jiang-hak said, "It seems they gave us the wrong suitcase when we left the boat. Try calling the people who brought us here." Cha Xian held her phone and called repeatedly, but there was no answer. She replied, "I tried, but they're not picking up." The ship departed with the phone ringing continuously, but no one answered. Ban Jiang-hak frowned and said, "They played us. The man in the hat is quite mysterious. You've arrived, right? Thanks for fulfilling my request." On the ship above, Coast Guard Commissioner Choi Jun-jin was on the phone and replied, "It's nothing." Then both sides hung up, reassured. The man on the other side was quite flustered, rubbing his head and saying, "Although it's quite annoying, there's no other way." The scene changes to the church where the group of smugglers was assigned their mission. A man wearing a mask and priest robe stood on the stage, holding a maple leaf and shouting loudly to balance all things. "A saint was born. I am the one who has met God, and I can confidently tell everyone that he truly exists. Those who believe in him will be saved, and those who do not believe will be punished. The non-believers are currently coming to attack us, but we will win, because we believe in God." Hearing Fong Deep's instigating words, everyone seemed to fall into a hallucination, their mouths constantly muttering, "Believe, believe, believe, believe in him." Everyone seemed to be controlled, shouting loudly, "After this battle, we will be even closer to the city." Maple Leaf's crazy speech began by influencing his followers. Seeing the people go crazy with faith, Ha Kwok To Ho said, believe in God. The only thing I can believe in is my own body. Just as the maple leaves begin to change color. Insanity. All for the body. Just like that. Scene transition. The guards outside the church were knocked out by Bun Jianghok's men. They were overwhelmed by the fire. The grandeur of the church made them say, "It's huge." Everyone started to enter the church after receiving the order. "Let's start infiltrating this place." Mission name, Kaola. The door slowly opened. The group of smugglers appeared. Witnessing the scene before him, Bak Dong-ho said with some surprise, "Oh, quite a crowd." Before them were the controlled believers. Everyone. La Fong used the believers as a shield to prevent the group of smugglers from advancing deeper into the church. I remember Hong Chun's warning that many people have been brainwashed. Those who are brainwashed will wear white, and believers who are not civilians will wear blue, yellow, or red. Jia Xian said, "They're all wearing white, so they seem to be all civilians. We have to arrest them without hurting them." The words had barely left his mouth when Kim Jiao-so charged forward like a gust of wind, catching everyone off guard. Kim Jiao-so leaped up and kicked straight at. In the faces of the brainwashed followers, he landed safely. After that kick, he continued to advance and deal with the remaining ones. Bak Dong-ho couldn't help but be surprised by Kim Jiao-so's reckless action. Bak Dong-ho shouted, "That guy. Hey, don't forget they're civilians." "I know," Kim Jiao-su replied to Rong-ho. Seeing the situation before him, Choi Sang-ho said with concern, "At this rate, he's going to accidentally kill someone." Hearing that, Bun Jianghok said, "That's enough, stop watching, and go to your assigned areas." Bun Jianghok continued to think. Hong Chun's judgment was correct. Maple Leaf placed his white-robed followers in front of the stairs, and after luring his opponents deep into the church, he will surround them with followers dressed in colored clothes, and his subordinates in the next rooms and the basement. Fong Dip held a laptop in his hand. He watched every move and action of the group of smugglers and then gave an order. "Hello 123, everyone please wait in your respective rooms." Everyone said in unison, "Understood, sir." Fong Deep suddenly felt strange and began to analyze. That's odd. Verification is much easier than proving something. Finding information about Ho Kwok Tu was not as difficult as imagined. That shows that verifying the information he provided was extremely easy. Hong Chun confirmed that the information was completely accurate and ordered the attack. They won't go up to the second floor after dealing with the first floor, but instead of splitting up and going to different locations, they know all the secret passages. The room on the left, the room on the right, this is the basement. Hong Chun's plan was complete. Fong Deep said worriedly, "It seems the information has been leaked." This is what made this Maple Leaf suspicious of why the attackers knew all his secrets. Before Fong Heap's Luke Deep was captured by the police, he had brainwashed her to give false information to mislead the police. However, the information Hong Chu received was not from Luke Deep, but from Zhu. That's strange. Was there a problem with the brainwashing? Impossible. Both Hong Chun and I investigated, but he couldn't have found that much information. In Ho Kwok Tu, only the Buddha and Fong Lan knew that Su was working for the police, so La Fong thought that Ho Kwok Tu had sold information to the police. So don't say it's Achip. Ho Chi, Kong Tam's son. After analyzing and connecting all the information, Fong Deep immediately turned angry and asked, "Why are you guys here?" Maple Leaf's conclusion was completely wrong. Ha Kwok Tu replied, "What the hell is wrong with you? We're here on a mission." Fong Deep shouted, "Don't pretend you don't know." Both Kong Tam's son and Ha Kwok Tu were bewildered, not understanding what Fong Deep was talking about. Ha Kwok Tu's eyes widened, "Huh?" Fong Deep continued to plead, "You guys came to deal with me and my organization, right? Did the Buddha have to send someone?" "Why? I have never dared to offend anything, unlike the first-generation Maple Leaf." Ha Kwok Tu asked blankly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Fong Deep continued, "I have obeyed the order to remain silent and serve with all my heart." Ha Kwok Tu said annoyed, "What the hell are you talking about? Just now you were rambling on about faith in God and the Buddha and stuff." Fong Deep stubbornly said, "Hey Hak Ho Chi, you think I'm stupid?" Kong Tam's son also spoke up annoyed, "If we came to kill people, I would have done it a long time ago." Fong Deep said, "Then do it." Fong Deep approached Kong Tam's son provocatively, "Kill me." The scene changes to Bak Dong-ho's side, where he is fighting fiercely with Maple Leaf's men. A brainwashed civilian attacks Dong-ho. He raises his fist and shouts, "Die." Bak Dong-ho doesn't back down. He grits his teeth, raises his fist and shouts, "No, you die." Then Bak Dong-ho punched the deluded believer straight in the face, knocking him unconscious. Seeing this, Cho Sang-ho immediately reminded back Dong-ho, "Dong-ho, I told you the person in white is a civilian. You have to hold back a little." Back Dong-ho shouted back, "Stop nagging." Cho Sang-ho immediately replied, "No." Looking at the group of people in white in the hallway ahead, back Rong-ho sighed, "Why is this hallway so long? It'll take forever to deal with all of them." Cho Sang-ho immediately added, "Just keep moving forward." Back Dong-ho continued to complain about Kim Jiao-so. "He's already finished and gone upstairs, right?" Choi Sang-ho, busy dealing with the believers, had to constantly explain to back Dong-ho, "Dong-ho, it's the captain's order, so stop complaining." Dong-ho raised his eyebrow and said, "I'm just worried, you bastard. He's handling everything by himself, so of course I'm worried." Choi Sang-ho immediately replied, "Just worry about yourself first." The group of believers had been cleared out, lying unconscious all over the corridor. Kim Jiao-so looked around, still holding the collar of a defeated believer. Kim Jiao-so thought, this hallway should have led to a room on the second floor, but it's still full of civilians. But as he was lost in thought, the believer in his hand muttered, "Ahead is where Lord Maple Leaf is." "You shall not pass," Kim Jiao-so said angrily. "These damn white-robed people. No matter how much I hit them, they won't wake up. They're too heavily brainwashed." With that, Kim Jiao-so repeatedly slapped the believer's face to wake him up, saying as he slapped, "Brainwashing has to have its limits." The believer continued to mumble, "Ahead is where Lord Maple Leaf is." Hearing that, Kim Jiao-so said helplessly, "I'll just go upstairs and ask." "Let's keep going." On Bun Jeong-hok's side, they had also defeated all the believers. The long corridor was filled with unconscious believers. Bun Jeong-hok asked, "The corridor is quite long. Are you okay?" And Rong immediately replied, "Yes." Bun Jeong-hok turned his back and said, "We're going in." And Dong saluted and replied, "Understood." The two went deeper inside and encountered a group. Henchmen with strange masks, a grotesque shape with large horns, were sitting and waiting inside. Therefore eyes met, and Bun Jeong-hok immediately said, "So these are the lackeys the commissioner mentioned. Wang, they are the murderers who cooperated with Ho Kwok-tu, but were abandoned and taken in by Fong Heap. Brainwashed and controlled with drugs, they are his puppets to command at will." The length of the horns represents the time they served as confirmations for Ho Kwok-tu. After a moment of analysis, Bun Jeong-hok turned to ask the masked men, "Are they heavy, those horns?" The words had just left his mouth. The masked man's eyes widened in panic. Bun Jeong-hok had already rushed forward and grabbed a pair of golden horns, and used his strength to break it. Bun Jeong-hok asked while breaking it, "Isn't it heavy?" Blood began to flow from the broken horns. Bun Jeong-hok exclaimed, "It feels really solid in my hand." Bun Jeong-hok broke the pair of horns and crushed the mask of the one with the longest horns in the masked group sitting there. Then Bun Jeong continued to curl his hand into a fist and expand the face of the person on the left, then the person on the right. Although they were numerous, with Bul Jeong-hok's skill he quickly dodged all the attacks. He countered the attack and punched the face of the one who tried to sneak attack him. Suddenly, among the lackeys, he grabbed a knife, rushed forward and stabbed hard, right into Bun Jeong-hok. But luckily, and Rong appeared, she kicked the man straight in the face. It made him fall to the ground. Bun Jeong-hok immediately praised and Rong, "Good job," and Rong shyly replied, "Thank you." A sound rang out, startling both Bun Jeong-hok and Indong. Looking over, the person in Rong had kicked earlier suddenly sat up and took off all their clothes. The mask surprised the two people standing there. On Fong Deep's side, the argument between him and Kong Tam's son still hadn't ended. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Hak Kwok-to waved his hand, all right, stop. Both of you calm down, relax and unwind." Fong Deep said with a challenging tone, "Fong Heap, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you need to fix your way of thinking." Hak Kwok-to pointed straight at Fong Deep and said, "Both he and I are cooperating with you, so there's no reason for us to take on a mission to deal with you. I've even stopped training for 2 days to help you." Kong Tam's son also added after Hak Kwok-to, "If we really received a mission to kill people, we would have killed people on the first day on the ship. Kong Tam's son, this annoying bastard pretends to be busy and never attends any meetings. And if we had received a mission to deal with you, he would have acted on the very first day." Hak Kwok-to asked, "Am I wrong?" Both Fong Deep and Kong Tam's son were silent before Hak Kwok-to's firm words. A moment later, Fong Deep said, "All right, from now on I will trust you because luck comes to those who believe." Hak Kwok-to interrupted Fong Deep, "So even if you see that you're about to lose, don't worry, we're still here. And those useless lackeys of Fong Heap too. Furthermore, there's a girl who, although injured, is not in her best condition, drugged and brainwashed. Previously, Otto was in our group and is now a member of Hu, right? The first generation of Ho and Dao. On the side of Bun Jiang Hawk, and in Rong, a girl after removing her mask stood stunned, surprising in Rong who said, I'm sure I already beat her. Before she could finish, the girl grabbed a small knife and charged at Buan Jiang Hawk. Then suddenly, she moved behind him and used her legs to wrap around Buan Jiang Hawk from behind. One hand wrapped around Buan Jiang Hawk's neck, the other raised a knife, ready to stab him in the neck. But Bun Sang Huk quickly caught her leg and threw her forward. The girl also reacted very well, doing a somersault and landing very safely, without any injuries. For eyes met, Bun Jiang Hawk thought, this woman, her movements are unbelievably fluid. Could it be that she ducked to reduce the force of Enrong's attack? Her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Her movements were like a vibrant flower. If I attack, she will move as lightly as a feather. With that, the girl continued to attack Buan Jiang Hawk. He also hesitantly threw a punch at her, but she gracefully dodged it, which surprised Bun Jiang Hawk. Bun Jiang Hawk said and dodged it then that attack won't be effective. While analyzing, Bun Jiang Hawk was injured by the girl, but he also figured out some ways to counter her. Bin Jiang GCC Teenage, Mchen CNN Thun, and Dong Thi Bin Jiang GCC Bathong the Hung Hot Head Ellen, Ji Trong. Buan Jiang Hawk exclaimed, this woman is really strong. I don't want to kill anyone, but I have no other choice. If the attack has no effect on the swaying flower, accompanied by action, Bun Jiang Hawk timed his attack perfectly as the girl attacked, and Bun Jiang Hawk threw a punch at her. But unfortunately, the girl used a knife to stab through Bun Jiang Hawk's hand to block the attack. But it also made Bun Jiang Hawk's plan succeed. He used his hand to pin her head of the girl to the floor. Buan Jiang Hawk said sharply, then I just need to pin her to the floor, and I'll rip her apart, piece by piece. Then he continued to rain down more punches, and the man who made the girl lie unconscious, ready to die. After completing his plan, Bun Jiang Hawk looked at the girl lying there. Then he looked at the knife stuck in his hand and thought, how ironic. And Rong shouted in fear, Captain, this needs to be treated. Bun Jiang Hawk ignored the wound and said calmly, her eyes when she died looked more alive than when she was alive. Bun Jiang Hawk picked up his walkie-talkie to report on his team's situation. This is Bun Jiang Hawk's team. The room on the left has been cleared. We will regroup now. Bak Dong Ho exclaimed, the captain is fast. Cha Xian also couldn't help but praise, not bad. I knew it. I was worried because the mission started a while ago, but the captain still managed to do it. Cho Di-ong, he said, I think everything will be fine with you, Mr. Sun. Cha Xian replied, oh, did you notice my body was a bit stiff because I might not have warmed up properly? Looking at the people lying all over the corridor, Cho Zi-ong, he said, what? All these people were taken down as a warm-up? Cha Xian replied, yes, when I was in my prime and doing many missions, I completed everything much faster than I do now. Cho Giong, he asked excitedly, are you some kind of special forces soldier? Cha Xian replied, no way, the special police force wouldn't take me. Cho Giong, he asked, really? You look so strong. Cha Xian replied gently, I know. I became like this because I kept chasing after the strength of someone I always aspired to reach. Cha Xian put her arm around Cho Diong-he and smiled. You know what I mean. Cho Diong-he replied flustered. What do you mean? Cha Xian thought to herself, so cute. Phew. Bak Dong-ho sighed and said, we've only just finished, damn it. If only we had weapons in our hands. Choi Sang-ho stood beside him and reminded him, Dong-ho, every time you open your mouth, you swear. Stop swearing so much. Dong-ho replied helplessly, they're just exclamations. Cho Sang-ho reprimanded, why do you always talk like that? You should only swear at the right time, otherwise it will become a habit. Bak Rong-ho muttered, why do you keep nagging me? Suddenly Cho Sang-ho shouted, go a damn it. Bak Dong-ho asked in a panic, what? What's wrong? What happened? While Bak Dong-ho was still confused, Cho Sang-ho said, those women. Before them were the beautiful girls named Sich Deep and Home Deep, sitting and looking at them with a confused expression. Home Deep said, this guy is so loud. Sich Deep also added, I thought I was going deaf. While Choi Sang-ho was so captivated by the beauty of Home Deep and Sich Deep that he exclaimed, they're so beautiful. Bak Dong-ho said helplessly, this damn fool. A little introduction about Hong Deep and Home Deep. The image of Hong Deep and Home Deep nestled beside Fong Deep was very clear. They were Fong Deep's most trusted retainers. As children, they were raised to be assassins for Ho Kwok too. The Buddha gave them Fong Deep as a reward. Choi Sang-ho said excitedly. The more I look at them, the more they look like my type. What should I do? Bak Dong-ho said helplessly. You'll only stop being a girl chaser in your next life. To Choi Sang-ho's compliments, Deep said, that guy has good taste. Deep replied, I agree. Suddenly, they remembered something. Because Deep had brainwashed them since they were young, they were very loyal to him. Then the two girls started pulling out their weapons and said, but, what can we do? We already have the men of our hearts. Choi Sang-ho and Bak Dong-ho's expressions changed. Bak Dong-ho said loudly, hey you two, put down your weapons. Let's just talk. Let's not fight. Choi Sang-ho also agreed. That's right. We won't fight. Before he could finish his words, Deep attacked Bak Dong-ho and Choi Sang-ho, causing them to scream in panic. Wow. Deep was quite surprised that the two of them dodged her attack. She said, you dodged it. Deep also added, it seems he's not all talk, sister. With that, Deep rushed forward like the wind, directing her attack towards Dong-ho, who was standing there. Deep said, so, how about this? But Bak Dong-ho, with his quick reflexes, dodged the attack. Deep said smugly, this guy isn't just all talk either. Bak Dong-ho turned away. Jiang said in a panic, Sang-ho, let's run. We can't win without weapons. Deep looked at Rong-ho with contempt and said, all talk. Dong-ho turned back to look at Sang-ho and said, what are you doing? I told you to run. Sang-ho said calmly, Dong-ho, I don't run in front of beautiful women. With that, Choi Sang-ho lunged and threw a punch at Deep. Deep looked at Sang-ho and said, I'm your type, right? Are you going to hit me? Choi Sang-ho remained calm, ignoring Deep's words. Choi Sang-ho shouted, the fastest way for a man and a woman to get closer is to let their bodies do the talking. Choi Sang-ho threw a powerful punch at Deep's face, but unfortunately the blow was blocked by Deep with one hand. Choi Sang-ho's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Deep asked him. What did you say, talk? You're mistaken. With that, Deep grabbed Sang-ho's arm and squeezed it tightly, saying, how can a weed like you reach for the clouds? According to the information source, before Deep and Deep were sent to Deep as a reward, the image of a target, the masked girl with a pink fan in her hand said, the special task force that was there at that time was wiped out. I thought he had suffered the same fate, so I didn't pay him any mind. Continuing with the information source, they along with the current Ho and Dao, the candidate for the third-generation Ho and Dao position. Sang-ho was restrained by Deep. She looked at him with contempt and said, how can I reach you? So now there's no more talking. As soon as I finished speaking, Deep struck brutally. She used her weapon to hit Sang-ho, causing him to scream in pain. She said nonchalantly, instead, I will only punish you. Sang-ho was in pain, gritting his teeth, blood flowing endlessly. Suddenly, Sang-ho's eyes fluttered open, and he saw Deep also came rushing from somewhere, aiming his attack at him. Deep said coldly, go to hell and repent. Bak Dong-ho saw Choi Sang-ho being attacked and ran over with the table, cursing relentlessly, you damn bastard. That's why I told you to run. Then he threw the table straight at Deep and Deep. Thanks to Bak Dong-ho's help, Choi Sang-ho's life was saved. At the same time, Deep was also startled by Bak Dong-ho's attack. Choi Sang-ho said, these ladies are really violent. Bak Dong-ho immediately said, let's run. Choi Sang-ho replied firmly, I'm not running anywhere, even if I have to die. Hearing that, Bak Dong-ho said, then let's do it. Sang-ho replied reluctantly, I hate doing that. Deep and Deep immediately asked, why do you hate doing that, you damn antique? Choi Sang-ho replied gently, because it will give these ladies a bad impression of us. Bak Dong-ho shouted angrily, you damn bastard, calm down. Are you going to tell the captain or not? Choi Sang-ho raised his eyebrow and replied, all right. Sang-ho turned and continued, hey ladies, you'll find this annoying, but please understand. Bak Dong-ho grumbled in helplessness, shut up, Sang-ho, because we're going to play dirty. The scene changes to Kim Gyeol-so's side. Kim Gyeol-so entered the second floor of the church wondering, is there no one on the second floor? They probably think we can't even make it to the second floor. The fact that there's no one here proves it. A few people were looking at the surveillance camera and sneering, Deep, remember back when I told you to go on a mission while I was still an assassin? I felt so cold because every time we met, someone else would appear, but now I'll finally get to see your face. Deep observed Kim Gyeol-so and said, this man, so handsome, blessed. Deep watched Kim Gyeol-so approach and thought, I have information about Bun Jeong-hak, so I can at least measure his strength. but I can't know exactly how strong he is. So he's the one who caught Fu Hong, huh? The special task force that was there at the time was wiped out. I thought he had suffered the same fate, so I didn't pay him any mind. But it must have been a fluke that the special task force was wiped out. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not as easy prey as Fu Hong. I still have a trump card that even Ho Kwok-tu doesn't know about. But luckily, I won't have to use it. Because Kim Jiao-so carefully observed his surroundings and said, even the third-floor corridor is empty. Ha Kwok-tu said from a distance. What do you mean empty? Can't you see my huge body? Kim Jiao-so smiled smugly and said, you've arrived. So Hong Shun was right. There's more to this mission than meets the eye. Ha Kwok-tu charged forward and said, I knew you come. Kinzel-so replied, that's good. Let's finish what we started. I've always wanted to end your life with my own hands. Kim Jiao-su said with a sharp gaze. Ha Kwok-tu looked at Kim Jiao-su and said, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. Killing someone has a lot of meaning. Look at me. We're all alone like this. When you say you'll kill me, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. Faced with Ha Kwok-tu's strange attitude, Kim Jiao-so didn't react, just coldly charged forward and kicked him straight in the face. But Ha Kwok-tu managed to use his hand to protect his mask from Kim Jiao-so's kick. Ha Kwok-tu said, no, I don't think so. Kinzel-so frowned and said, you misunderstood me. Since your brain is also just a bunch of muscles, taking you down won't be difficult. A muscular man was introduced. April, Ha Kwok-tu. In Kwegoksha, Ha Kwok-tu has the strongest punch, but Kim Jong-un is judging. Quickly dodged the powerful punch with ease. Kim Jiao-su said, every time I see you, you get bigger and stronger. Ha Kwok-tu said, huh? What did you say? Since the Fung Hong incident, I've been saying you act like you know me, so you really do know me. Kim Jiao-so replied seriously, I know you very well. You're a stupid pig, a guy who only knows how to use his strength. Ha Kwok-tu was about to grab Kim Jiao-su, but Kim Jiao-su quickly disappeared. Ha Kwok-tu was surprised and grabbed. He took off Kim Jiao-so's jacket, stunned, then smiled, excited as if he had found his opponent. Kim Jiao-su said, who said I was slow? Even when you take off your shirt, you're still the same. Ha Kwok-tu asked back with contempt, so now you're going to take off your shirt, and then your underwear. Go ahead and laugh. I'll end up skinning you alive anyway. Remembering their past battle, Kim Jiao-su said that back then, it was because of the drugs. Dao-du, I saw that you were strong but quite slow, but now it seems you've gotten faster, haven't you? After that day, he became a man. It seems you've made a lot of progress. What did you say? Ha Kwok-tu asked with a puzzled look. Kim Jiao-su answered quickly. That's right. We should only know what we need to know. You're a pretty interesting guy. Ha Kwok-tu asked. What's with all the sudden philosophizing? Kim Jiao-su said, all of you have trained hard to improve your weaknesses. To get that body, you must have gone through countless failures. But despite the difficulties, you didn't give up, and your body is proof of that. You failed in many battles, yet you still got back up and overcame your weaknesses to be in the great shape you're in now. Well done. I recognize your effort and I commend it. A very confused Ha Kwok-tu asked Kim Jiao-su. What the hell are you babbling about? And who are you to know all this? Kim Jiao-su continued. Most people, no matter how hard they work, can't get a body like yours. Kim Jiao-su said with contempt, I can't even imagine how many drugs you used to get a body like that. Ha Kwok-tu protested, it's all natural, don't you dare say I used drugs. Kim Jiao-su replied, no matter what you say, I know. To build those muscles of yours, you sacrificed another part of your body. To make your muscles bigger and stronger, you gave up a very important part of a man, didn't you? Ha Kwok-tu flared up. What the hell are you talking about? Kim Jiao-su sneered. You used steroids, didn't you? A lot of them. Now you're practically a eunuch, right? Hearing the taunts from Kim Jiao-su, Ha Kwok-tu grew even angrier and shouted, this is a natural body. With that, Ha Kwok-tu charged to attack Kim Jiao-su. But Kim Jiao-su managed to dodge in time. He picked up his knife and said, to create a massive body like this, you have to give up other important parts, just as I said. But even so, Ha Kwok-tu turned around in surprise. Kim Jiao-su took the opportunity to attack his arm. Kim Jiao-su continued, you can't do anything to me. No matter how much bigger you get, you're still just a sloppy pile of meat. It's a good thing I brought my weapon. This knife will make it easy to destroy your muscles. You're much faster than before, but you still can't use weapons? Ha Kwok-tu said grimly, weapons. Only weaklings use them. With that, he rushed in to punch Kim Jiao-su, shouting, what kind of man isn't confident in his own body? Kim Jiao-soo coldly used his techniques to continuously shred Hak Kwok Tahoa's muscles. Kim Jiao-soo said, "You're as arrogant as ever, only to lose in humiliation again. Did you think you only lost to a slow-moving machine? You still haven't asked this big brother for advice, have you?" Hak Kwok Tahoe was furious. He clutched his chest and said, "Who are you?" Kim Jiao-soo replied coldly, "You'll find out soon enough." Above, Fong Deep was watching the entire fight between Kim Jiao-soo and Hak Kwok Tahoe and said, "Let's go back to that nightmare day." Fai Kwong. With that, he took off his mask. He stared at Kim Jiao-soo. On the screen, full of anger, Hak Kwok Tahoe stood stunned, remembering his painful past. The story of the arduous life of the Hak Kwok Tahoe brothers in that brief conflict. Everything changed the lives of the two brothers. Hak Kwok Tahoe looked at the Kim Jiao-soo before him. He felt the same pressure as the first time he tried to bench press to 150 kilograms. In the past, Hak Kwok Tahoe and Kwok Tahoe had survived the starvation room, thanks to constant struggle and effort. After getting out of that room, they killed the first generation April and July, and took their respective positions. They overcame their physical disadvantages through training. Training helped the brothers survive. They could achieve anything through training. Training was their life. Then, they targeted Fu Hong, the 12th-month member. The thought of her getting stronger through drugs was something the two brothers couldn't understand. As his brother, July, Kwok Tahoe said while lifting weights, "Kill Fu Hong. She annoys you that much. I don't like what she does, but she looks decent enough from the outside. Her group is also easy on the eyes." Hak Kwok Tahoe approached and said, "Big brother, stop it. You're obsessed with women again." Kwok Tahoe said, "Isn't it, because you hate women too much?" Hak Kwok Tahoe retorted, "I don't hate all women. It doesn't matter if they're male or female. I hate anyone who neglects their body, especially women. And when I look at that bitch Fu Hong, I feel like everything I've strived for, to survive, is being negated." Kwok Tahoe said while lifting weights, "Alright, if that's what you think, then I agree. Let's just wait and see how things are tomorrow. Then we can find a reason to kill Fu Hong." With that, the two brothers secretly sabotaged everything she did. Fu Hong went crazy. Damn it. Why does everything fail just when it's about to fall into place? If I don't succeed this time, me. Fu Hong nervously bit her nails, her whole body trembling. Bodhisattva Ho said, "Fu Hong of the 12th month, I don't think you're useful to me anymore. What do you to think?" The Kwok Tahoe brothers, they thought. Finally, a chance. Hak Kwok Tahoe knelt and cursed loudly, "You bastard. What are you doing? I've been keeping an eye on you this whole time." Fai Kwong said, "You've been following Fu Hong and interfering with her work." Hak Kwok Tahoe replied, "So what?" Fai Kwong said, "I'm the one who decides whether she lives or dies. Don't meddle in her affairs." Just like how you two became the Kwok Tahoe brothers, Fu Hong and I have a similar relationship. I decide whether she lives or dies, understand? Hak Kwok Tahoe yelled in his face, "Shut the hell up and answer me." Fai Kwong countered Hak Kwok Tahoe's attack with his knife. Then he used the knife. Pointing it straight at his face, he said, "Do you get it now? You son of a bitch," Hak Kwok Tahoe screamed. On that rainy day, Hak Kwok Tahoe was beaten to the brink of death. While still in shock, for the first time in his life, he realized there are things that he can't achieve through pure training alone. Just when he thought he was about to die, his big brother, Kwok Tahoe, appeared and saved him. Fai Kwong also stopped. Kwok Tahoe looked up with difficulty and said, "Big brother." Then he passed out in a panic. When he woke up again, his big brother, Tahoe, was standing beside him and asked, "Are you awake?" "So," Hak Kwok Tahoe said, "Big brother, what about Fai Kwong? While you were fighting, he made a deal with me. He'll let me take you for treatment first in exchange we're not to touch Fu Hong." Kwok Tahoe reassured his brother, "Sounds good." Then Hak Kwok Tahoe went crazy. That's it. Kwok Tahoe continuously calmed his younger brother. "Don't be so angry. If you train hard, you will win." After that day, Kwok Jia placed a ban on assessing Kwok Jia. Tahoe used steroids. With the drugs, he quickly grew stronger. The more massive his body became, the more he hated women. Years later, when Hak Kwok Tahoe decided to take revenge on Fai Kwong, the guy was already dead. Back in the present, Hak Kwok Tahoe was still muttering about Fai Kwong. "He's dead, really dead. But why? Why do I have a feeling this bastard is Fai Kwong? Damn it. Why is my body shaking like this?" Hak Kwok Tahoe calmed himself down from his fear of Fai Kwong. He told himself this was just a habit from stretching during training, not because of fear. After a furious roar, Hak Kwok Tahoe charged at Kim Jiao-soo. He rushed at Kim Jiao-soo like a crazed beast, screaming. But Kim Jiao-soo was not intimidated at all. On the contrary, Kim Jiao-soo was always ready to fight. Then with a swoosh, Kim Jiao-soo sliced Hak Kwok Taho's mask in two, causing him to fall back, down to the ground. All this time, Kim Jiao-soo said in a cold tone, then slashed Hak Kwok Taho's back several more times, causing him great pain. Kim Jiao-soo continued, you only changed your speed and body angle. Your technique hasn't improved at all. Kim Jiao-soo looked at Hak Kwok Taho standing there with his body covered in wounds and said, this time, you still just charged straight at me. Hak Kwok Taho said as he turned his face towards Kim Jiao-soo, no matter how many times I failed to lift a certain weight, at least once, if I can lift it just once afterwards, I will have succeeded. It's the same with you, as long as I can grab you once. Kim Jiao-soo pointed his knife at Hak Kwok Taho and said, you're deluded if you think your body is made of steel. Hak Kwok Taho, as if losing control, screamed wildly and rushed towards Kim Jiao-soo, just once. Once. Despite trying his best, Hak Kwok Taho still couldn't do it. He couldn't touch Kim Jiao-soo, which made him even more frantic. He kept screaming, just one time, I'll lift you up, lift, lift. Hak Kwok Taho was so crazed that he imagined the weights being lifted by him and the scene of him training with his barbell. He thought to himself, can I do it? But reality brought him back to his senses. In fact, no barbell was being lifted by him, just as his attempt to defeat Kim Jiao-soo was completely impossible. Kim Jiao-soo took the opportunity to slash a line across Hak Kwok Taho's neck, then calmly said, the cut isn't deep. To charge at me like that, and your body still managed to step back. Your instincts saved your life. Kim Jiao-soo continued to mock. Where is all your confidence gone? You look so small and weak. What? Hak Kwok Taho asked full of anger. Who the hell are you? Does Fai Kwong have a disciple? But even so. What is this? What the hell is going on? A constant stream of questions left Hak Kwok Taho bewildered. But despite his confusion, he was sure of one thing. He couldn't win. To be honest, when it was announced that Fai Kwong was dead, he felt a sense of relief at not having to face him. Although he had also lost to others, he believed that with hard work, one day he would defeat them. But Fai Kwong was very talented. Fai Kwong was a natural-born genius. No one else but him. Scene change. Amidst a lush green forest, a long-haired man in black with a scar on his face was trying to teach a young boy. He said, you have a gift for killing people. That man was the first-generation Fai Kwong. The innocent boy asked, is that a compliment? Fai Kwong looked at the child and replied, well, for people like us, that's the best compliment we can get. Though for ordinary people, it's like a curse. The boy lowered his face and replied, I don't want that kind of talent. Fai Kwong calmly stood up and said, it's better than being talentless, and having such a talent doesn't matter. Fai Kwong looked at the boy and continued, what matters is who possesses it. Although it's a cursed talent, if it's you. Kim Jiao-soo looked at Hak Kwok Taho, felt inferior. When faced with such overwhelming talent, suddenly Hak Kwok Taho remembered his brother's advice, because if you train hard, you will win. Hak Kwok Taho felt ashamed. His face lost all control. He tried his best not to cry. Hak Kwok Taho looked at Kim Jiao-soo and said, do you know, when you lift weights, there's always safety equipment to avoid injury. Kim Jiao-soo said, I know. Hak Kwok Taho continued, if you can't lift the weights and get crushed by them, you'll die. That's why they use safety equipment when they reach the maximum weight they can lift. Kim Jiao-soo asked, confused, so what? Your last words are a bit strange. Hak Kwok Taho, holding his bloody face, said, but when I try to reach the heaviest weight possible, I don't use safety equipment. I also choose to go in the middle of the night, when no one is around, so no one can save me. Hak Kwok Taho remembered his time at the gym, always reassuring himself when he struggled to lift weights. I'm ready to face death. If I can't lift it, I'll die. If I don't want to die, I have to lift it. Back to reality, Hak Kwok Taho, covering his neck, said, I finally lifted that weight. Nothing scares me more than death. The weight of the barbell is nothing. Kim Jiao-soo looked at Hak Kwok Taho with an annoyed expression and said, that's a rather long-winded explanation for your own stupidity. Hak Kwok Taho, clutching the wound on his neck, continued, the situation is the same. I didn't think I would die when I came here, but now I'm prepared for death. Kim Jiao-soo, with cold eyes, raised his knife and asked, so? Hak Kwok Taho let out a scream and used the seed. To Kim Jiao-soo's surprise, Hak Kwok Taho tried his best to run away. Kim Jiao-soo watched Hak Kwok Taho flee and said, I really didn't expect you to run away, but you won't get out of here. Kim Jiao-soo chased after Hak Kwok Taho and slashed at his leg. With cold eyes, Kim Jiao-soo said, die. Hak Kwok Taho roared in anger and immediately grabbed Hak Kwok's hand. he grabbed a nearby chair and threw it straight at Kim Jiao-soo. Kim Jiao-soo easily dodged it and said coldly, "Why are you throwing things around like that? Do you really want to die that badly?" Hak Kwok Taho stood, holding another chair, and said wearily, "Yeah, that's right." Kim Jiao-soo said with a cold look, "How pitiful. You look so pathetic." Kim Jiao-soo's words triggered memories of Hak Kwok Taho's cruel past. In the past, Hak Kwok Taho had wanted to die countless times. He was so despised by others that he thought to himself, "Why was I born so weak? It's not fair. It's really not fair. Why do I have to live such a hard life? This is even more pathetic." The two brothers were taken to the quiet room. Hak Kwok Taho said weakly, "Brother, maybe this is for the best. I had to struggle so hard to live. It's over, little brother." Kwok Taho immediately encouraged his brother, "Little brother, trying to live is not pathetic at all." Back in the present, Hak Kwok Taho said, "The only thing that isn't pathetic in this life of mine is that I tried very hard to live. That was the motivation that helped me change." Hak Kwok Taho's words also made Kim Jiao-soo remember his own difficult past. Kim Jiao-soo calmly replied, "That's true. I'll take back what I just said, but you will definitely die here." Hearing this, Hak Kwok Taho struggled to run away with his injured left leg, and his body covered in scars. Kim Jiao-soo was speechless and shouted, "Just keep running away like that." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Jiao-soo was stunned by Hak Kwok Taho's desperation when he jumped straight out the window. To escape, Kim Jiao-soo frantically ran to the window to check. He saw Hak Kwok Taho was lying on the ground below, with a trembling hand trying to sit up. Looking down from above, Kim Jiao-soo said helplessly, "What's the point of living with a disabled body like that?" Hak Kwok Taho said in pain, "I'm still alive, so that's meaningful enough. If I'm still alive, I can try again. I can overcome injuries like this. I will survive. I will do everything to survive." Kim Jiao-soo said in a firm voice, "Fai Kwong, this guy, I can't let him live." Kim Jiao-soo could fully sense Hak Kwok Taho's desire to live. With that, Kim Jiao-soo immediately threw the knife in his hand down at the back of Hak Kwok Taho's neck, but he managed to block it with his hand. Kim Jiao-soo, seeing that, he was helpless. Hak Kwok Taho struggled to say, "Live. I will live. If I live, I can try." Looking at Hak Kwok Taho's blood-soaked body crawling on the ground, Kim Jiao-soo thought to himself that he would die from blood loss like this. He's not necessarily going to live. Waiting like this isn't a good idea. It might take some time, but I'll go straight down there and finish it. Kong Tam's son suddenly appeared and swung his sword. The sword injured Kim Jiao-soo, but luckily, it was just a superficial wound. Their eyes met, and Kim Jiao-soo said, "Kong Tam's son." On Park Jong-ho and Choi Sang-go's side, things were also quite difficult. Zich Deep and Home Deep said, "This is tough. Why is their defense so strong?" Choi Sang-go said reproachfully, "Real men just standing on defense like this is truly shameful." Back Rong-ho sighed and said, "Shut up, you idiot. You should feel lucky we have so many people to use as shields." A brief introduction to the positions of the members in Bun Jiang-hok's Special Task Force. Everyone was assigned to positions that suited their individual strengths. For example, sniping and support were Kim Jong-chun and Shin So-hee. The vanguard team consisted of Bun Jiang-hok, Cha Zion, and Choi Hun. And finally, the defense team was Dong-ho and Sang-go. Looking at the two, Dong-ho and Sang-go, in front of him, Home Deep said, "But what's the use of doing that? They're going to die anyway." Zich Deep added, "That's right. Those shields won't help them defend for long." Zich Deep launched an attack aimed straight at Dong-ho and Sang-go and said, "Let me destroy them." Back Dong-ho said, "It's all right. If we can hold out like this, the captain will arrive in time." Bun Jiang-hok and In-dong were walking and reporting to everyone via radio, "This is Bun Jiang-hok. I'm currently heading straight to Dong-ho and Sang-go's room." Hearing this, Back Dong-ho said cheerfully, "See?" Bun Jiang-hok continued, "That was my original plan, but after hearing the sound of a window breaking on the second floor, as well as someone screaming, I've decided to go check it out. Everyone, hold your positions. Over." Both Back Dong-ho and Choi Sang-go looked at each other in amazement, then turned to look at the two sisters. Deep and Home Deep, Dong-ho and Sang-go said timidly, "Let's talk." Under the blue sky, Bun Jiang-hok and In-dong observed and said, "A trail of blood. It looks like someone fell from the second floor and left." In-dong said in a panic, "Wasn't Kim Jiao-soo the one on the second floor?" In-dong kept speaking into the radio to check on Kim Jiao-soo's safety. "Check, Kim Jiao-soo. Kim Jiao-soo, are you okay?" It seems Kim Jiao-soo's radio has been dropped. After trying for a while without being able to make contact, In-dong became even more frantic. She turned to In-dong and said, "He's lost contact." What if Kim Jiaosu has been taken down? Should we follow this blood trail? Ban Jianghua calmly said, or we could go up to the second floor to see. Looking at the long blood trail on the ground, Ban Jianghua seemed to have an idea. The scene shifts to back Dongho and Choi Sang-go's area. Zichdeep and Hongdeep chased after Dongho and Sang-go with their weapons and said in unison, "You two are pathetic men. Didn't you say men should never run away?" Choi Sang-go turned back to explain, "There are times when men have to run." Dongho added, "If only we had our equipment, we would definitely defeat you two." Hongdeep picked up speed and said while running, "Go tell your excuses in hell." With that, Hongdeep prepared to attack Dongho and Sang-go. Just as Hongdeep was about to succeed, suddenly Bun Jianghua appeared and punched her straight in the stomach, making Hongdeep spit blood and fly back. Thrown backwards, the two, Dongho and Sang-go, said joyfully, "Captain." A brief introduction to Captain Bun Jianghua. Throughout his time in the Special Task Force, he had encountered countless strong individuals, so with just one physical contact with someone, he could easily assess that person. When he shook hands with Kim Jiaosu, Bun Jianghua he could feel that among all the men he had met, Kim Jiaosu's strength ranked in the top 3 of everyone he knew. And Dong called out from behind, "Captain, what should we do? Why didn't you answer after I shouted that we had to go to the second floor to save him?" Bun Jianghua calmly replied regarding Police Sergeant Kim Jiaosu, "We don't need to worry about him." Bun Jianghua said he ordered Kim and Dong to follow the blood trail while he went to help Dongho and Sang-go. Zichdeep said to Hongdeep, "You let your guard down, didn't you?" Hongdeep struggled to stand up and said, "I'm sorry, sister." Back Rongho said, "Captain, you have to be careful with these women." Bun Jianghua replied, "I know. These women, they have outstanding natural stamina, and their strength is quite high." Hongdeep wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "It seems that guy is pretty strong." Zichdeep tilted her head and said, "Is that so?" Bun Jianghua looked at the two, Zichdeep and Hongdeep, and analyzed that the red-haired older sister seemed to be as strong as the younger one, or perhaps even stronger. "There are more strong opponents to face in this mission than I thought. I need to kill these bitches to be at peace. I guess these hands will be soaked in blood today." On Hongdeep's side, the sun was setting. The surveillance monitor he was watching seemed to have a problem. Hongdeep said to Kong Tam-sun, "Kong Tam-sun, he destroyed all the surveillance cameras on the second floor. But why would he do that? Oh God, please." Hongdeep suddenly remembered the past. The red-haired girl was the first Hongdeep. She said to him, "You said you don't want to be kicked to the curb. Why would you think that?" Hongdeep replied, "Because I love you." The red-haired girl replied, "So that means as long as I don't abandon you, it doesn't matter what I do to you, you'll still love me, right?" Hongdeep replied mesmerized, "Yes, my love." Back to the present, Hongdeep angrily crushed the object in his hand and said, again, "Because I was kicked out. Now then, hey, I guess I have no attention. Choice left. On Cha Xian's side, she said, "I guess we have cleaned up everything, right? Now we should go back and join the others. Let's go." Cha Xian hadn't finished her sentence when suddenly the entire church shook violently. Bun Jianghua's group also panicked and said, "What was that?" Looking over at Zichdeep and Hongdeep, Deep Hong said with fear, "Hongdeep." Cha Xian's side was fine. She wondered, "An earthquake?" Choi Jiaong said, "Huh? The house is splitting apart." What was that? Below the steps, there was a group of people stepping up. Among them were a girl and 3 grotesque men. Cha Xian's eyes became wary and cautious. The group brazenly introduced themselves, Hongdeep Master, Hakdeep, a brief introduction about Hongdeep. Hongdeep in the first month are the only months that do not belong to Korea. He reorganized the remaining believers and decided to join the other country. To join, he swore an oath to never have subordinates and known to Honguk. But in reality, Hongdeep still had an ace up his sleeve. 3 of the 12 disciples that everyone thought had died with the first Hongdeep were actually still alive. The second Hongdeep's group included Matthew, Philip, James. Now there are Choi Jiaong, he asked in confusion. Who are they? Hakdeep spoke up and asked about that girl. She seems dangerous. With that, she approached Cha Xian. Cha Xian reacted in time and threw a punch aimed straight at Hakdeep's face. But Hakdeep blocked the blow, surprising Cha Xian. Hakdeep said, "I don't think Master Hongdeep would be summoned by you people. It seems something is happening up there." Taking advantage of Hakdeep's distraction, Cha Xian kicked at Hakdeep's head, but it seems she still couldn't defeat her. She managed to dodge in time and even injured Cha Xian. Choi Jiaong, he shouted in panic, "Senior." Hakdeep turned and ordered, "Matthew, Yes, sir. Matthew obediently replied. Hak Deep said excitedly, I want to go on a date with Master Fong Deep soon, so please take care of this bunch, will you? Matthew replied, yes. Hak Deep left. Matthew was about to step forward but was stopped by Choi Ji-yeon. She mustered all her courage and shouted, Don't come any closer. I said don't come any closer. Chazion regained consciousness in time, rushed forward, and used her legs to lock Matthew in a chokehold. Then she twisted Matthew's neck without mercy. Hak Deep, who was leaving, had to stop. Chazion wiped the blood from her lips and said, You know, you're not the only one who wants to finish this quickly and go on a date. Hak Deep laughed loudly and said, Haha, I don't care. With that, she left. Chazion angrily gritted her teeth and said, You. Chazion rushed forward to chase Hak Deep, although she was blocked by two men, Jacob, Bob and Philip, but Chazion quickly defeated them. She punched Jacob in the stomach, causing him to fall in pain. Then she moved on to Philip, continuously landing blows on him. But Philip seemed stronger. He managed to punch Chazion in the hip and grab her hair, but Chazion quickly grabbed his neck. She slammed her head hard into Philip's forehead and nose, causing him. His nose started bleeding, and at the right moment, Chazion used her bare hands to break Philip's neck, defeating him on the spot. Witnessing everything, Choi Ji-yeon covered her mouth in shock and said, That's insane. Chazion was chasing after Hak Deep when Jacob, who had been knocked out earlier, woke up. She quickly shouted, Choi Eung-hae, I'm leaving one for you. Choi Ji-yeon only had time to react. What? She turned to see Jacob had woken up. While Chazion was chasing after Hak Deep, Jacob clutched his aching body and looked at Choi Ji-yeon. Jacob didn't hesitate and ran away. Choi Ji-yeon chased after him, shouting, What? Then she took a taser from her bag, aimed it straight at Jacob and pulled the trigger. Jacob was electrocuted to the point that his veins bulged. He turned back to look at Choi Ji-yeon who was laughing because she had shot Jacob. Chaeyeon continuously chased after Hak Deep without rest. A brief introduction to the character Chaeyeon. Cha-chun, she graduated from the police academy when she was only about 20 years old. Her goal was to get another national flower on her badge. But one day she fell in love with that person. To be with that person, she transferred to the special action team. After much effort, she finally got to work with that person, and her love for that person grew even stronger. That's how she's been working alongside him for the past 10 years, and she has aged. Cha-chun shouted, How can you be so fast? Hak Deep didn't care that Chaeyeon was chasing her. What she cared about was Master Fong Deep. Master Fong Deep, Master Fong Deep, Master Fong Deep, Master Fong Deep. It's been a long time, Chaeyeon said angrily. If I were 10 years younger, I would have caught you already. Hak Deep retorted, Keep dreaming. Don't you think the reason you're slower than me is because your love for the person you want to see isn't as great as my love for my master? Hearing those harsh words, Chaeyeon thought to herself, What is she talking about? Is she crazy? But why do I feel so insulted? You bitch. Chaeyeon shouted, I guess you like it fast, huh? Your boyfriend probably finishes fast too, right? Hearing that, Hak Deep stopped and asked in anger, What do you mean by that? Chaeyeon smiled provocatively and said, I know. What do you think I mean? What are you thinking that's making you so angry? Hak Deep saw Chaeyeon's extremely annoying attitude and became enraged. I'll kill you, old hag. Chaeyeon raised her arm to block the blow. Hak Deep continued to attack. Block this, bitch. Hak Deep launched a flurry of kicks. Chaeyeon didn't hesitate to curse back. Die, you bitch. Hearing that, Hak Deep became furious. Who are you to talk like that? Chaeyeon attacked her opponent while scolding. I'll say whatever I want. Don't you dare. Take back what I said. You stupid bitch. Hearing this, Hak Deep became even more furious. Hak Deep aimed for the head, but Chaeyeon dodged it. Then before Hak Deep could regain her composure, Chaeyeon swung her elbow into Hak Deep's face. You bitch, you're pissing me off. Hak Deep took a direct hit to the face and fell to the ground. Chaeyeon taunted. You have quite the aesthetic taste, don't you? That lipstick color looks as pale as a corpse. Did you let yourself get into this state for some rotten man? Hak Deep covered her face and spoke. Are you making fun of me? We're both part 2. Women. I didn't want to fight here. But if you keep pushing it like this, I won't hold back any longer. Hak Deep said as she took out a round object with a 6-petaled flower design. You were the one who provoked me first, so you'll have to bear the consequences. Chaeyeon didn't back down and cursed back. Bitch. You look older than me. The 12 Apostles, an organization founded by the first generation Fong Deep, the strongest of the 12 months. They were very confident in their strength, but in the end, they had to submit to the Bodhisattva. They didn't want to endure it like that. After the battle at HEC USA, they suffered a heavy defeat and had to evacuate to the Philippines. Of course, the remaining members were defeated by Fai Kwang. Those successive failures broke their will. The defeated ones no longer wanted to fight. However, Kyung Hai was kicked square in the chest by her opponent. The situation at this point was not very promising. The remaining ones are still strong. In a match with such a low chance of winning, why would Cha Xian leave Jacob for Kyung Hai to deal with? While she was confronting the white-robed believers, it was because this side was still continuing the fight. Her eyes were sharp and cold. Cha Xian couldn't help but sweat when she saw that. Cha Xian called out, "Hey, Miss Kyung Hai." Kyung Hai obediently answered yes. Cha Xian continued, "You can rest. I'll handle them." Kyung Hee was a bit puzzled. What? It's true I'm a bit useless. I should have just listened to Kyung So. I probably would have heard it. In Cha Xian's mind, she couldn't help but think, why does she emit such a strong killing intent when she fights? I wonder where she learned those things. When she attacks, she always hits her opponent's weak points. Of course, when she fights, she hasn't mastered those techniques yet. But later, if she becomes proficient in combat, those disciples might even die. It's truly terrifying to think about. That's what you'll be capable of in the future, Kyung Hee. At that moment, Kyung Hee screamed, "Kim Kyung-soo, save me." Speaking of Kim Kyung-soo, at first, when I saw him resisting so firmly against unfair treatment, I thought he was so foolish. But looking back, I feel that he has some really great points. After seeing Kim Kyung-soo resolve those situations, and after overcoming those difficulties, he went on to do many other things. Now, after witnessing such things, Cho Kyu-hai sees Kim Kyung-soo. At this moment, hack deep through the round object. Cha Xian was startled. She ducked her head back to avoid Hack Deep's throw. After the attack, the round object spun back to Hack Deep. Hack Deep, seeing Cha Xian dodge the blow, praised her. That was a good dodge, Cha Xian thought. What a strange weapon she's using. But even with equipment, before she could finish her thought, Hack Deep threw the weapon again. Cha Xian could only raise her hand to block. The weapon left a gash on her arm, a cut on her tail. After retrieving her weapon, Hack Deep asked, "What's on your mind? Are you worried about your own little life?" Cha Xian answered without worry, "Me, afraid of death. You're the one who should be thinking about that. If I die, the captain will surely spend the rest of his life hunting you down. Sounds pretty romantic, doesn't it?" Hack Deep heard this and laughed. "Then you should die first," Cha Xian didn't hesitate to say. "Even if I die, I won't die by your hand." On this side, the battle was still fierce. Captain Bayan acted decisively. The whip with sharp blades, he still caught with his bare hands without hesitation. Zichdeep tried to pull the whip back, but failed. Bayan yanked hard, the whip towards himself. Zichdeep was also pulled towards Bayan as a result. Bayan slammed his fist straight into her face. Hongdeep, seeing her comrade being attacked, also rushed forward. But before she could make a move, Bayan's elbow slammed straight into her chin. Young-ho, watching from the sidelines, commented, "Our captain has to fight in such a disadvantageous situation." A comrade next to him added, "If he had auxiliary weapons, I don't think he would be so seriously injured." Bayan stood proudly, looking down at the two defeated women kneeling on the ground. Bayan thought, "These women are so scared they can't even display their skills. It seems they're not afraid of me. Anyway, it's over. Fortunately, their resistance is weakened, so there's no need to kill them." After that, Bayan assigned the remaining work to Young-ho and Sang-ho. "Tie those two up with the fishing line you brought." Young-ho and Sang-ho immediately carried out the order. "Yes, we will follow this order." After they finished tying them up, Tong-ho said, "Because I tie these two women up." Young-ho heard this and angrily interrupted, "Shut up, you bastard." Sang-ho retorted, "Don't curse like that. Captain, when you return, please instruct us on what to do with them now." Bayan replied, "Both of you, be quiet and move towards Cha Xian." Sang-ho spoke up and asked, "Come to think of it, Senior, isn't Cha Xian a bit late?" Sang-ho also wondered, there must be a formidable opponent in the basement. Bayan explained, "I'm not worried about that. Nothing bad will happen to her." At that moment, someone called out, "Captain." Turning around, he saw Cha Xian being held by Hack Deep, her mouth covered. Her hair was being pulled, and her face was covered in blood. Hack Deep provoked, "I'm here." The police captain was shocked. "Senior Cha Xian, how can this be?" Bayan rushed to attack Hack Deep, but she quickly dodged. Hack Deep was also surprised. Despite being attacked, Hack Deep still held onto Chazeon's hair, refusing to let go. If I beat her up right here, you know what will happen, right? Bayan said angrily. Let her go now. Hack Deep provoked even more. Why are you so angry? You should be grateful to me. You're about to get the ingredients to make pumpkin porridge. And I guess you don't understand your current situation. If you take one more step, I will personally send this girl to the afterlife. Hack Deep's eyes were sharp and cold. Then she shoved her entire hand into Chazeon's mouth. She continued to threaten. Don't think it's that easy. You want to commit suicide by biting your tongue? No way, if you're going to die, I have to be the one to kill you. At that moment, a blue electric current shot out. Hack Deep was shocked and stood frozen. It turned out that Kyung had used a taser. She also didn't expect to hit her. That's right. Hack Deep turned around and looked. What the hell is this now? Young-ho took this opportunity to swing a punch at Hack Deep. As she dodged the punch, she was kicked in the face. She couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the kick. Hack Deep was kicked a short distance away. The captain couldn't help but praise Young-ho and Sang-ho. Good job. Kyung-hai asked worriedly, Senior, are you okay? Bayan ordered San-ho and Young-ho, you to take Chazeon out and treat her. Q-hai, you go upstairs and join Captain Kim Kyung-so. Kim-hai immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Bayan continued, as for me, I'll finish things here and join you soon. Hack Deep heard this and laughed, saying, I see. So Fong Deep called me here because of you? During his time with the Special Response Force in the police department, he had faced many strong opponents with various fighting styles. Those enemies might have had different levels of agility or strength, but they were all difficult to deal with. Some had a violent fighting style, while others relied on agility to launch continuous, storm-like attacks. There were also those who could be called natural-born assassins, fighting with caution in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to their prey. The wiser ones relied on their experience to observe their opponents, find their weaknesses, and attack them. But over time, with many changes and his own combat experience, no matter what methods his opponents used, they could never learn Bayan's diverse and completely different fighting style. To be precise, it was a powerful fighting style of relentless attacks, disregarding personal injury to achieve the final result. Hack Deep charged and attacked Bayan. You fight so violently and powerfully. I've never met an opponent like you before. Not everyone can handle this kind of reckless fighting style, right? But don't think that just because you have a big body, you're not afraid of getting hurt. No matter what, if you get hit in a weak spot, you'll be taken down. Bayan mocked back. That's easy to say, but try coming here and attacking me. Let's see how you can hit my weak spot. Charging in without any defense like that is still lucky for you. If I were a little more precise, that I would be blind. No matter how strong or agile you are, being blind in one eye makes you nothing but a cripple. As mentioned before, Bayan relies on his physical strength and power to attack his opponents without any hesitation. You say you can do it, so prove it. With these hands, I will crush that talkative mouth of yours today. That reckless fighting style also caused him a lot of harm, but it also made it impossible for his opponents to figure him out. Hack Deep spoke up. Come to think of it, it's strange. What's so great about that old woman that you're so interested in her? After all, you're a man with strength and a masculine appearance. Bayan held a cigarette and replied, Does talking so much do any good? My fighting style can't be changed. The reason is that it suits me better than anything else. Others can't follow this fighting style even if they want to. Hack Deep spun her weapon, preparing for the next fight. Alright, if you keep fighting in that suicidal way of yours, you won't live long. Bayan replied with a stoic face. But you need to hurry up too. I'm just here to block your way. The real danger is upstairs. He's much stronger than me, someone whose strength even I can't predict. He's already gone upstairs. Hack Deep thought. There's someone even stronger than this guy here. Bayan continued, This fight between you and me won't end simply. You'd better be careful. To have the strength I have today, I've trained and fought with many dangerous enemies. Therefore, you're just like those guys. Facing me only has one outcome, death. This is what I wanted to say to you, you talkative bitch. Seeing Bayan charge, Hack Deep immediately threw out her sharp weapon. It struck Bayan in the chest. Even though he was hit, Bayan was not afraid. You wanted to die like this. As he spoke, Bayan raised his fist. Hack Deep raised her hand to block. Then I'll grant you your wish. Death will come quickly and without any sensation. Hack Deep grunted softly and pulled her hand back. Then she continued to throw her weapon. The weapon grazed Bayan's face but still didn't make him flinch. What do you think of my brutal fighting style with my fists? Do you think you can get past me to the upper floor and protect that Fong Deep? To do that, you need to take me down here. But it seems that's too much for you. This is my powerful fighting style. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with it. The problem here is that you've underestimated it too much. Hearing this, Hack Deep couldn't help but curse, bastard. Byung continued, don't think that toy can take my eye. This time I'll charge in again, and I might get injured somehow. But in return, it will be your death. An eye, a hand, a nose. You choose. After the next attack, which part will you lose first? If you can't even take down someone like me, don't expect to face the more talented opponent upstairs. On this side, Fai Kwang was still fighting. His opponent, Kong Tam's son, was always in a state of high concentration. Then he gathered his strength. He leaped up and lunged towards Fai Kwang with his sword. Seeing this, Fai Kwang's eyes turned sharp. He then dodged the blow, which grazed Kong Tam's son's left waist. Remembering the first time Fai Kwang and Kong Tam's son met, during his time as an assassin in the Bodhisattva's organization, Fai Kwang had met many talented assassins, but he paid close attention to Kong Tam's son because he was one of the talented ones who approached his level. This is why this confrontation with Kong Tam's son was so evenly matched. The battle would not end as quickly as the previous ones. Fai Kwang couldn't help but think, he seems to have improved a lot compared to before. Of course, on the other side, Kong Tam's son also fully understood his opponent's strength. The person he was facing was no ordinary police officer. Kong Tam's son held his sword and focused on his opponent. Fai Kwang didn't let his guard down for a second either. Then the two of them clashed as fast as lightning. To end this battle, both would have to use all their strength. Over here, Kyung-hee was surprised. Oh my. How many of these white-robed disciples have I taken down? Then she saw what she was looking for. That door there. Hey, Kim Kyung-soo. What? This is. Looking at the room, which was now just a pile of rubble, Kyung-hee was stunned. On this side, Fong Deep spoke up. It seems the sound has stopped. The battle has been decided. Has Hack Deep also been defeated by the enemy? In this battle, the Special Police Organization has dispatched a large number of personnel here to destroy my base. Although I had many helpers like Hack Kwok Taho, Kong Tam's son, and the talented Fong Leaves, I don't understand why it still failed like this. Has the Buddha truly stopped protecting me? Fong Deep, I am truly angry. I cannot understand. Why? What situation led to a failure like this? Even though I knew they would attack this base of mine. As he was talking to himself, someone suddenly entered with a sword. Fong Deep spoke up and asked, Kong Tam's son, you're back. The other person replied, wrong. It's me, Fai Kwang. Hearing this, Fong Deep was startled. He quickly put his hand inside his shirt and threw a series of darts. Fai Kwang nimbly dodged them all. Fong Deep asked, you even managed to defeat Kong Tam's son. How is that possible? Damn it, you bastard. How did you manage to survive the traps I set? How is this possible? Fai Kwang sneered. You don't need to ask so many questions. Anyway, your subordinates have all been defeated. It's just you left, Fong Deep. This is your last chance. Put your hands up and surrender. Hearing this, Fong Deep was extremely angry. You bastard, don't think you can make me surrender. Fai Kwang suddenly wondered. But it seems, you're that kid, the one who witnessed the death of the first Fong Deep, right? At that time, through a crack in the door, he had seen Fai Kwang holding a knife, standing before the body of the first Fong Deep. Fong Deep was a bit stunned. What? Fai Kwang continued, you're good. You didn't keep your promise to me back then, and now you've become the next Fong Deep. Fong Deep didn't understand. What are you talking about? Fai Kwang roared. I'll repeat it for you. I am Fai Kwang. Have you forgotten your promise to me back then? At that time, he knelt before Fai Kwang. His face showed an earnest plea. Fong Deep's current face was a bit stunned. It seemed he remembered that moment, remembering the past, the promise. So it's you? You're the second generation Fai Kwang, huh? The previous Fong Deep asked. You look quite young. I didn't think an assassin of the Bodhisattva would just reveal their true face and walk around like this. Fai Kwang replied, I'm different from you. This doesn't affect me at all. Of course, anyone who learns my identity will certainly not survive. Fong Deep said ambiguously. If that's the case, then I should also take off my mask, right? How can I be so disrespectful to you? This mission is relatively difficult. Let's help each other out, shall we? Fai Kwang's eyes were sharp. I understand. It seems that among your 12 apostles, the maple leaves, some are still very young. Look at those two kids. Are they two of your 12 apostles? Fong Deep looked back at the two children and said, those two kids. They haven't reached the level you mentioned, a mature maple leaf. They are just small leaves. When a maple leaf gradually turns orange, then red, and then falls, it gradually turns into a brown leaf along with other yellow leaves. Then these fresh green leaves will rise again, inheriting the titles of those withered and fallen leaves. This is all that the apostles, the small leaves, have to go through. When they are young, they are always loved dearly. This is the first time we've met, but you seem to have done your research on me. It looks like we'll cooperate well in the future. Fai Kuang cut her off immediately. I'm just doing my mission. I guess those little leaves are just your tools. One day, they'll have to grow up and continue to be assassins under your command. Then they might die without ever knowing why. Fong Deep laughed and replied, "You're being a bit unfair to me. Although they are just little kids who don't know anything, and they're of no use to me yet, I still love them with all my heart." "Right, you too?" The two children answered obediently, "Yes, ma'am." That was the first time I met the second-generation Fong Deep and her maple leaves. Their resistance was also fierce. I didn't think there were still so many of the remaining bastards from this Black Kill organization. Looking at the pile of bodies, Fai Kuang couldn't help but think, I didn't think she had that much strength. But what's more confusing is that those small maple leaves also have quite terrifying strength and ferocity. When they grow up to be a leaf, they might have strength that's not inferior to anyone. They might even be as strong as a grown man. The little kids will become powerful assassins in the future. Fong Deep stood before Fai Kuang and said, just as the Bodhisattva said, "You are much stronger than I thought. I wonder what you think about joining my side. With my help, you'll get everything you want. You won't have to suffer like this anymore." Fai Kuang replied without hesitation, "I refuse your offer. I can completely guess what your love is. For me, love doesn't exist in my thoughts. But I guess for you, it's just a form of exploitation." Fong Deep retorted, "Why do you say that?" Fai Kuang continued, "Why? Looking at those kids, I can figure it out for myself. It's not difficult at all. Every action they take must be attentive to your emotions. When you're happy, they're cheerful. When you're sad, they're afraid. Your love for them must be immense, right? That's why they have to depend on your emotions. This is the love of yours that I see in them." Fong Deep laughed and said, "Of course, love, hate, and fear are all considered emotions. You could say that love is a difficult thing to describe. When we see the person we like and get to talk to them, we feel happy and joyful. Whatever we do, we think of that person. If one day we can't meet or talk to that person, we will miss them endlessly. Of course, you could say my feelings are like that right now. When I look at you, my feelings are already very happy and joyful. My heart is pounding. You want to hear my heart?" Fai Kuang was not moved at all. "Stop it." Seeing this, Fong Deep stopped teasing. "All right, you understand what I mean. Think about that offer slowly later." However, Fai Kuang remained unmoved. "I already said no." Fong Deep said placatingly, "All right, let's figure it out later. I hope you'll change your mind when we meet again. Time will make you reconsider." Fai Kuang watched her leave with an emotionless face. 3 years later, Fong Deep and her apostles, the maple leaves, once concentrated all their strength to attack the Hakusa temple when the monks were not present. The iron ball smashed straight into his head, then shattered into pieces. A crowd of people rushed at Bodhisattva Duho. Bodhisattva Duho, holding his prayer beads, beat the crowd half to death. Fong Deep stood outside and smiled. Bodhisattva Duho finished off the crowd in a moment and said, "I really didn't think you would stand up to me like this. What reason do you have to be so bold as to do this?" Fong Deep replied confidently, "Of course, I don't want to live in fear. Fear that one day you will turn on me. Now, you're the only one in this temple. I know your power is great. But try to live until you get help from the monks, Bodhisattva." Bodhisattva Duho challenged, "All right, you think I'll be defeated by you? Bring it on, all of you. I'll make you suffer the consequences." Fong Deep and the maple leaves, along with 60 subordinates, they all attacked the Bodhisattva, but they suffered a bitter defeat. It was unbelievable. After that, the first-generation hack Tadang saw the scene from afar and was a bit startled. "Oh my, there are so many people, right?" The second-generation Homo don't ask back, "Are you asking me?" "All right, let's go down there and finish things quickly." The monks had returned to rescue the Bodhisattva. At this moment, the first generation, and Dao and the first-generation Kong Tam's son arrived. They dared to attack here. They must have the guts of a tiger. The first-generation Kong Tam's son asked, "But why did you let those two little maple leaf kids go?" Ho and Dao retorted, "No way. They must have run away on their own." Looking at them just now, they have some potential. But whatever, without Fong Deep, they'll probably wither away. Kong Tam's son disagreed, not necessarily. Looking at them, they might develop later and become a threat. Even the months might have their positions threatened in the future. We are truly people who always stand on the brink of life and death. We can be replaced at any time when we fall or our strength is no longer what it used to be, but no one wants that to happen. Ho and Dao was a bit helpless. Alright, I understand what you mean. But you should worry about yourself. The second generation Fai Kuang might threaten your position. Kong Tam's son replied, he and I have never fought, so nothing can be said for sure. Of course, it's almost impossible for the other months to surpass me, so I'm not worried about being replaced at all. After Fong Deep's failed attack on the temple and the loss of her forces, they all had to retreat to the Philippines to seek refuge. Fong Deep was still trembling as she thought, it can't be. He was the only one at the temple. How could I lose? What was the reason? Remembering that moment, Fong Deep shouted, everyone, advance, defeat him quickly. Why are you all still standing there? Didn't you hear what I said? The Bodhisattva spoke up. It seems they're scared, Fong Deep. The fear of the difficult person cannot be greater than mine, so their legs have been rooted. Fong Deep clutched his head in anger. Impossible. I finally understand the kind of love I have for. After a moment of thought, Fong Deep spoke up. My dear apostles, we need to talk for a bit. These little leaves are still not enough. With the terror the Bodhisattva had instilled in her, she began to frantically torture and indoctrinate her followers to make them more submissive. Of course, the young leaves were no different. Fong Deep seemed to have gone mad now. Come here, my followers. The young leaves were a bit scared. Ma'am. Fong Deep continued to speak. What are you afraid of? It seems the love I have for you is not enough. That's why you dare to disobey me. Come here. She carried a metal rod shaped like a maple leaf symbol. After dealing with the matter, the small maple leaf, with his mouth wrapped in a bandage, was being held by Fong Deep on the bed. She whispered, you know why I want to defeat the Bodhisattva and take his position? He replied softly, no, I don't. Fong Deep continued ambitiously, I want to become a god, a Buddha, standing above all. Then I will no longer have to depend on anyone's love. No matter what happens, I can still be free, unbound, and not abandoned by anyone. Hearing this, he asked, what about me? I'm not like you, so will you abandon us someday? Fong Deep patted his head reassuringly. You don't need to worry about that. I will never abandon my apostles. I promise. On this side, there were sounds of pleading desperately. You, for me. Fai Kuang's eyes remained cold and unwavering. After that, Fai Kuang followed the Bodhisattva's orders and found Fong Deep. Fong Deep couldn't help but sigh. So tired. I didn't think that when we met again, it would be in a situation like this. Fai Kuang was a bit puzzled. I didn't think he would betray and attack the Bodhisattva like that. Now that the apostles who followed you have been defeated, how can you still be smiling there? Is that the kind of love you have for these children? Fong Deep's face didn't change color. What's so strange about that? They can even sacrifice themselves for me. Fai Kuang continued, but I find it strange. There were always 2 young leaves following you before, but now they're not here. Fong Deep didn't answer the question. An assassin like you doesn't need to care about that. Maybe they're already dead. Hearing this, Fai Kuang didn't ask further. Alright, Fong Deep, your betrayal will be paid for with your life. Fong Deep turned and ordered her subordinate, my disciple. Yes, ma'am. You stay behind and support me, okay? Watch carefully. I'll kill that guy right away, and learn from it. Fai Kuang, you will definitely die here today. She aimed for Fai Kuang's head and attacked. But Fai Kuang nimbly dodged. Then Fong Deep launched a second attack. Fai Kuang couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the chin by her. She still wanted to attack again. Fai Kuang held his knife. His eyes became sharp. He then swung his arm to slash, but Fong Deep dodged it. She taunted, is that the Bodhisattva's #1 assassin? It seems your strength doesn't match the rumors. Fai Kuang jumped up to attack and said, you've only seen my surface. Don't think I'm that weak. Fong Deep landed a punch on Fai Kuang's face. Of course, I'm sure to win this match. I thought I had kicked him, but in fact, Fai Kuang had dodged it. Fong Deep. The leaves are falling. The roof was shattered and full of holes. Fong Deep couldn't help but curse, bastard. How can you be so strong? Do I not have enough strength to face you, Fai Kuang? However, there are still many injuries on my body from previous after effects, but you are truly very strong. But there's something I don't understand. You're so strong. If you wanted to escape the Bodhisattva, why didn't you join my side before? If you had, maybe I wouldn't have failed at the temple. You don't want to be his subordinate either. Fai Kuang replied, because of a promise. After I eliminate you, Fong Deep, he will give me a few years to live like a normal person, to put aside this assassin identity. Fong Deep sneered, and you just believed him like that. That's strange. You know it too. For people like us, a peaceful life like that is impossible. And yet you still wish for that from him. Your strength is undeniable. Maybe even Kong Tam's son can't beat you. Soon you will be at the top of his subordinates and wipe out all the months. You have everything a person could want: power, money, strength. Yet you still want to leave. Maybe I guess the Bodhisattva has held you back too much. That's what makes it impossible for you to escape the organization. Or maybe you're just too afraid of his power and have no choice but to endure. Is that right, Fai Kuang? Looking at you, you don't seem so bad. But you seem more timid and fearful than you appear on the outside. However, here today, you can still choose again. Cooperate with me. Together, you and I will get what we want. Let's become. Before she could finish, Fai Kuang ended her life with a single stab. You talk too much. How are you any different from him? The subordinates saw this and rushed forward. Oh no, holy maiden. Why did you leave us like this? How will we live now? Holy maiden. At this moment, Fong Deep still had a little breath left. Fai Kuang continued to speak. Your life and personality are no different from his. The subordinate shed tears. Seeing this, Fong Deep spoke up. I'm sorry. The subordinate wailed. No, I'll kill you. But Fai Kuang just threw a punch. The subordinate flew several meters away. Don't try anything, kid. You should give up too. The subordinate didn't listen. No, you bastard. Fai Kuang said helplessly. Ridiculous. Why do you have to suffer like this? Think about it. She was just being a hypocrite when she loved you. Love is something she never had. What she gave you was fear. Now that she's dead, your fear will be gone too. You're quite young, so you can start your life over. It's not too late yet. That's what I remember. Back in the present, Fai Kuang asked, you remember now? It was all a lie. I don't want to think about it. The subordinate from back then is now Fong Deep. You lied to me. I don't believe you. Fai Kuang continued, stop lying to yourself. Surrender. Don't end up dead like she did. Fong Deep covered his face in disbelief. Impossible. Is this a test from the gods? The gods want to see if my faith in them is strong. It's all just a test. I will overcome this test and conquer the fear in my heart. Holy gods, I'm sorry for not being able to do much for you, but my faith will never change. Seeing his madness, Fai Kuang couldn't stand it and hit him on the head with his sword. You fool. You're still the same as before. You've been completely brainwashed. This fanaticism is hard to cure. The battle on Hack Deep's side was still ongoing. Bayan has the upper hand. It seems the battle has been decided, right? You seem to be quite distracted. You can't even make a calm judgment anymore. Things are as they are now. Why don't you just rush up and fight me to the death? Anyway, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Hack Deep hesitated slightly. She screamed, you too. Hong Deep and Zich Deep, hearing their names called, said startled, yes, sister. Hack Deep screamed, you're just going to let me be attacked like this? Why don't you come here and help? The two of them heard this and trembled like leaves. We want to do that too, but we're tied up right now. And the bastard captain you're facing is too strong. We can't help you. Bayan couldn't help but sneer. What a bunch of demonic bastards. Your comrades can't do anything to help. They're just afraid of dying. So now it seems you have no one to rely on, right? Hack Deep immediately took out a round weapon. Then she swayed and hypnotized them. You two, stand up and fight. Now, Deep and Zich Deep were hypnotized. Oh, hello. The scene in their eyes was that they were tied up in a dark room. Hack Deep was holding a sharp scythe and her round weapon. Then came a terrible torture. Both of them screamed in pain. We're sorry, sister. We'll do as you say right away. Hack Deep ordered. Go on, kill him. The two rushed towards Bayan, but Bayan gave Zich Deep a kick to the stomach and gave Home Deep a punch to the face. Then Bayan turned to look at Hack Deep. Seeing that things weren't going well, Hack Deep ran away. She used all her strength to escape. On this side, Fong Deep was still mentally unstable. Master Fong Deep, wait for me. Fai Kuang immediately punched him in the middle of the face. Fresh blood spurted out. Fai Kuang continued to raise his sword and struck his ribs, then plunged it into his neck. Fong Deep fell face down on the ground. Fai Kuang couldn't help but tease. You bastard, still so stubborn. You're just like your previous master. Behave and release the hypnosis on the maple leaves. Fong Deep sat up. Impossible. Fai Kuang hit him again. Do I need to repeat myself for you to understand? Release the hypnosis now. Despite being beaten, Fong Deep still refused. No. Fai Kuang had no choice but to continue his attack. Alright, if you're still so stubborn, then I'll beat you until you come to your senses. Faced with death, what's more important, your apostles or your own life? At that moment, Fong Deep seemed to remember something interesting. Haha, that's right. Now I remember the old days. You are Fai Kuang, the one who killed my master, Fong Deep, before. Fai Kuang looked at him and said, I already told you my identity. You're only remembering now. Fong Deep mocked himself slightly. Of course, I didn't realize it before. But after you defeated Hak Ho Tri, I started to have my suspicions. The police couldn't possibly have someone with such strength on this mission. In my desperation, I didn't have time to realize your true identity. Now I'm clear-headed. That day, you told my master that she was just like that old bodhisattva. Maybe you can't see it from your own position. In reality, you're just like those two, no different at all. Fai Kuang grew impatient. What nonsense are you talking about? Fong Deep continued, violence and fear inflicted on others. You, the bodhisattva, and even my former master, Tong Deep, all solved things that way. This is what I want to say. All of your opponents, past and present, have been subjected to your violence and pressure. Isn't this exactly what the current bodhisattva is doing to his enemies and his disciples? Fai Kuang sneered. That's a good one. Your observation seems correct. I didn't think the little kid who used to hide timidly behind Fong Deep has grown up so much. The current Fong Deep chimed in. It's only natural. After all, I've been this generation's Fong Deep for many years. Back then, you told me to leave and live the life of a human being that I desired. But you also know that we are in this situation, so it's not possible to just leave. You tell people like us, how are we supposed to live a normal human life? After the mission to eliminate my master, Fong Deep, did the Bodhisattva give you the 5 years of freedom as promised? Were you able to live as a normal person? Fai Kuang replied, I don't know about that. I've never lived a normal human life. Fong Deep continued, that's exactly it. So tell me, how can I live like that? I'm no different from you. From childhood to adulthood, I only depended on my master. After you killed her, I only knew how to do this kind of work. So even if I could leave, I wouldn't know where to go. Even though my master treated me with violence and deceit, that was all I had before, and you took that away from me, Fai Kuang. What is a normal life as a human being? The scene flashes back to when Fai Kuang was a child. The first generation Fai Kuang was speaking. I haven't thought about that either. Why do you ask me that? The boy said naturally. I was just curious. You also want to live a life like that. Why don't you know what it's like when you talk about it so often? The first generation Fai Kuang replied, everyone has a different life, so what we desire is also different. You and I both have different wishes, so I can't say if my life would suit you or not. Everyone in this life has a mission, a purpose. How I want to live is something I decide for myself. In our lives, we can be free to do what we want, but in the end, it will all stop at one point. That is death. Whether that person lives a bad or good life, it will all end the same. However, live in a way that your acquaintances will think of you as a useful person to this society. Living a free, unconstrained life, that is the normal life I wish to have. The boy heard this and said, then you should just live a free life as you wish. The first generation Fai Kuang didn't think so. You're still young, so you don't understand. Even if I want to, I can't do that. I just try to live true to myself and do what I can, trying to find the smallest happiness in this constrained life, and hoping that I won't do anything to harm others. Kid, when you grow up, you'll understand what I'm saying. In our position, we're not in control of our own bodies. It's hard to act as we wish. The boy was a bit puzzled. What about me? Will I also live a constrained life like you, having to listen to others? Hearing this, the first generation Fai Kuang didn't know how to answer. Well, you could simply say that you've placed your life here as a subordinate under the Bodhisattva. Then in the future, you will be somewhat like him. You won't realize it now, but when you reflect on it later, it will be so. But you don't need to think too much. With you, every era is different. In the future, you might be able to break free from that restraint and have a life of your own choosing. The boy looked at his uncle patting his own head full of question marks. Uncle, are you teasing me? The uncle said again, I really want you to be better than me in the future. You will be able to decide your own life. Besides, if you're also like the Bodhisattva, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Being like him in terms of strength is also something I desire. The boy was a bit puzzled. Really? But if my life continues like this forever, I'll end up harming a lot of people. The uncle immediately spoke up. In the life of an assassin like us, that's unavoidable, kid. You'll understand when you grow up. This is the fate of people like us. And of course, to survive, we need to do that. You'll get used to it later. When we get used to everything, our emotions will gradually fade and we'll see it as a completely normal thing. At that time, you might be different, but remember what I said today. When faced with any situation, you need to remain calm and deal with it. And don't think you can impose your will on others just because you have strength. Important people will gradually appear in your life. You will have to try to protect them. I can't do it, but I'm sure that with you, you'll be able to do it. The later generation Phi Kwang in the present said, those are the things that, and I learned to suppress fear, and not let fear control my spirit. Fong Deep said with a trembling voice, that's great. So our assassin Phi Kwang lived a life like that. Phi Kwang answered confidently, that's right. Fong Deep continued to mock. But don't impose everything on me like that. After you killed my master, I had to live a miserable life. Now everything is repeating itself. So, what will my life be like? Or will it end like Fong Deep and Fuang Hong, both dying at your bloody hands? Everyone wants to live the life they want, but in the end, everyone is afraid of the Bodhisattva's power. Supreme power like a god, that's how he can be described. Phi Kwang said firmly, the Bodhisattva will have to pay for his actions later. I tried to do it before but failed, but this time, I will succeed. That's why I will eliminate everyone who stands in my way. You are no different. If you don't give up, I will take you down too. Can you see that your life will only be free when you stand against him? Fong Deep said contemptuously, freedom. Stand against him. That's easy for you to say. I'll do what I like. What my master and I believe is right. You can't change anything about me. Phi Kwang furrowed his brow and said, you're truly as pathetic as your former master. Fong Deep sneered and continued, in front of me, you're always like that, imposing your fear on others. I've realized that about you. You can stand up to the Bodhisattva. What about me? You've had another life to do what you need to do. I didn't get that. I've had to live in fear since I was a child. Now that I'm a maple leaf, I'm no different. All I want is to live. That alone would be enough for me. My disciples will forever be loyal to me without your presence, Phi Kwang. Phi Kwang couldn't stand this guy. Truly pitiful. If you don't break the hypnosis to free the disciples, I'll have to do what I always do. Phi Kwang raised his sword, about to strike him down, when a voice stopped him. Don't. If you dare to act, then this girl will die first. It turned out to be Hack Deep, holding Kung Hai hostage to threaten Phi Kwang. Seeing this, Fong Deep said cheerfully, Hack Deep, so you've come. Hack Deep asked anxiously, are you hurt, my lord? Seeing Hack Deep, Phi Kwang guessed. So this is the little girl from back then? You two have continued to live together until now. Hack Deep screamed and scolded, who are you to dare to hurt Lord Fong Deep like this? I will have to punish this girl to avenge my lord. I think I recognize you. You're the police officer who led the attack here. You look pretty strong. Fong Deep spoke up at that moment. Stop talking. Hack Deep, come and save me. Hack Deep, still holding a weapon to Kim Hai's neck, said, don't worry, my lord. I'm here now. As for that guy, don't even think about making a move, or this girl will die at my hands. You. Seeing her being aggressive, Phi Kwang said, all right, I'll say this once, listen carefully. Let her go, and I'll spare both of your lives. Hack Deep screamed, you're the one who should be. Before she could finish, Phi Kwang had already dislocated her arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Phi Kwang then said, the outcome will only be death. I already told you. She screamed in pain, no. Phi Kwang told Kung Hai, get out of here. Don't stay here anymore. Kung Hai obediently ran to another place to hide. Yes, thank you. Hack Deep cursed. Bastard. Phi Kwang replied nonchalantly, what else? But just then, Phi Kwang saw. Fong Deep was secretly trying to escape. And you're still so stubborn. You want to run now. Seeing Phi Kwang charging towards him, Fong Deep ordered, Hack Deep, stop him. Hack Deep also risked her life and charged towards Phi Kwang. But a sword grazed her face at that moment. She was hit by the blow and sent flying. You're really no different from your master. A bunch of heartless people. She accompanied you since you were little, and you use her as a shield for yourself. Even if you do that, you still won't be able to escape. Fong Deep didn't listen and turned back, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Hack Deep, hang in there. Hack Deep trembled on the ground. My lord. Fong Deep continued to order. Even if you die, you must save me. You understand? Hearing this, tears fell from Fong Deep's eyes, but she still obeyed the order. Yes, my lord. Fai Kuang couldn't watch anymore and said, all right, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Fong Deep was still hoping to escape. I have to escape. Get out of here quickly. If I return to the Bodhisattva's side, I will regain my strength. Bodhisattva is my guardian deity. At this moment, Hack Deep had been finished off by Fai Kuang. Even so, her eyes couldn't stop looking in the direction Fong Deep was fleeing. My lord, she said her last words before dying. I love you. Hearing this, Fong Deep's eyes widened in shock. I like you. Message from the second generation. The scene shifts to when the two were young. Hack Deep had said the same thing before. I like you a lot. Before, the first Fong Deep had adopted children from an orphanage with a purpose. Of course, it was to make them disciples, so that she could command them later, using them as tools to achieve her goals. The first generation Fong Deep was a bit disappointed. Is that all you can do? That could also be considered a way of working similar to what the Bodhisattva was doing with his disciples, but on a smaller scale. Among those children, there was a boy, had more potential than the others. Later, this boy became the second generation Fong Deep. This child was very quick. He had lost his parents in an accident. At that time, he was taken in by an orphanage. Although he had many friends here, he still lacked love and affection. However, the other children in this group were the same. All of them, due to some circumstances, were abandoned by their parents or lost their parents when they were young. They grew up lacking affection, which made them controllable. To turn them into tools for herself, Fong Deep taught them that love is sometimes also fear. Of course, with her strict management, these small children all revered and feared Fong Deep. However, brother, I love you, Hack Deep whispered to the boy when he was young. There was a little girl there, the one who became Hack Deep, who was always close to the second generation Fong Deep. She was the only one who still remembered what family love was like. The little girl was full of life and quick. She always followed the boy because he looked very much like her deceased older brother from when she was young. The little girl followed closely behind, calling out, "Brother, wait for me." The boy replied coldly, "I'm not your brother." Even so, the little girl didn't give up. "Brother, stop following me." The two children grew up together, and they became closer and closer. As for the second generation Fong Deep, he grew up without any romantic feelings. He mistakenly thought that the first generation Fong Deep had stronger feelings for him than for others. Of course, that couldn't escape the eyes of a woman, specifically Fong Deep. The little girl was very afraid because of that. Hack Deep asked, "Brother, Lord Fong Deep always scares us. Everyone who sees her has to bow." "Why do you like her?" Fong Deep said. "Well, love is a difficult thing to explain, my dear." Hack Deep was clueless. "Love," Fong Deep continued, "that's how I feel." "So, what is love?" "It's the feeling of one person liking another." As they were talking, a voice interrupted, "You two kids, please remember to like and share this video to support my channel." "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to train?" "Greetings, Lord Fong Deep. This is not the time to sit around and chat, understand? Follow me, I have something for you to do." Hearing this, Fong Deep asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The first Fong Deep said, "The battle has begun." Then the battle between the first generation Ho and Dao and the young second generation Fong Deep broke out. Ho and Dao commented, "Fong Deep really has an outstanding disciple. However, you're still just an inexperienced child." Ho and Dao charged forward to attack. But at that very moment, the little girl, Hack Deep, rushed in and blocked the sword strike. "Run," Fong Deep said, "but this is the mission the Lord gave us." Hack Deep thought, "Run quickly, brother. If not, you'll die." Hearing this, Ho and Dao chimed in, "That's right. You two can die together." After saying that, she swung her sword at Hack Deep's face. But surprisingly, Hack Deep blocked her knife strike. Then she pulled her hand back. "This girl has some skills, so I'll spare you for now and take down this kid first." With that, she rushed past Hack Deep to attack Fong Deep. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was actually Hack Deep's blood from taking the hit for him. Fong Deep called out, "My dear, just now you told me." Lord Hack Deep spoke up, I love you." Hearing this, Ho and Dao sneered. "How emotional. But in the end, you'll still die here." "What are you going to do now, kid? Come to think of it, You all are just like I was when I was young. This assassin's life is so boring. Ho and Dao looked at Hack Deep's pitiful face. She suddenly changed her mind. I have become a man. I've changed my mind. I'll spare you today. If we meet again, there won't be another chance. Disappear quickly before I change my mind. The two of them felt a bit strange. Later, when Hack Deep's wound was bandaged with Fong Deep's shirt, Fong Deep asked with curiosity, "Why did you take that knife blow from me?" Hack Deep replied, "You're like my brother. He protected me and died in front of me. That's what I could do to protect you." Fong Deep lamented, "My dear, our lives are so hard. We can't decide anything for ourselves." Hack Deep didn't feel that way. It's okay. As long as you're here, I feel happy, even though I know you're not my biological brother. But I still want to say it. I would sacrifice myself for you. Is that love? From that day on, the boy realized many things. Hurry up and take it off. Still standing there, Hack Deep was then questioned by the first Fong Deep, who raised her weapon. You dare to refuse my love, so that's love. At this moment, I have found a man. At this moment, the boy who would become the second generation Fong Deep spoke up. Lord, let your subordinate take the punishment for her. Please use that on your subordinate. It's not fear at all, as Fong Deep said. Then the marks of the weapon were imprinted on the boy's back. It seems that Fong Deep knew about their feelings, so she locked Hack Deep in the prison to prevent them from seeing each other. Furthermore, look at this maple leaf. The second generation of Deep Fong was increasingly controlled. The intention was to make him forget Hack Deep, to only believe in the soul love of the first generation Fong Deep. Fear spread, anger all consumed Fong Deep. Fong became more and more afraid of what Hack Deep's love for him meant. This was Fong Deep's desire to control his disciples, to make them obey his every word. All right, your power. You've become stronger. If you keep this up, your hypnosis skills will soon be on par with mine. Hearing his master's praise, Fong Deep replied, "Thank you, my lord. But there's something I want to ask you. Aren't we doing this to make the disciples obey us? So why is there still a way to break the hypnosis? I don't want to learn this counterspell, is that okay?" The first generation Fong Deep was a bit surprised by the question. Looking at the boy waiting for an answer, the first generation Fong Deep said, "Well, you always need to be prepared for any eventuality. If everyone is hypnotized, they might become quite dazed. When they need to do something detailed, they won't be able to. Then you need a spell to break the hypnosis." These were the things that the first generation Fong Deep taught the second generation Fong Deep, hoping that he would help her get more disciples in the future. I can't live anymore. After the first generation Fong Deep died, all of her commands and influence on the second generation Deep Fong weakened. As a result, the second generation Deep Fong was able to awaken his own mind and escape the hypnosis. At that time, he went to find Hack Deep in the prison. "Brother." At this moment, Hack Deep was extremely frail. She called out, "Brother." But after so much time being indoctrinated by the first generation Fong Deep, he had gradually changed his personality. He no longer felt the same way about Fong Deep as before, and gradually developed a domineering personality like her. Deep down, he knew this, and was terrified of it. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded person like the first generation Fong Deep. He then tried to avoid and forget that past in every way possible, but it was impossible. Even so, Hack Deep remained infatuated with him. "Whatever you do, I will follow you. You are everything to me. My feelings for you have not changed." Therefore, in order to control his emotions and eliminate the fear deep within him, the second generation Deep Fong hypnotized himself. This allowed him to work and live a life like the first generation Deep Fong, as well as being able to serve the Bodhisattva without fear of his power and authority. Of course, he didn't want his life to be like a puppet either. He also created his own method to protect his dignity, so that he could return to his former life when needed. In order to activate the element that breaks this hypnotic bond, his emotions needed to be stirred. Back in the present, Hack Deep still said the words, "I love you." Countless memories of their childhood together flashed by. Fong Deep looked at her and exclaimed, "You, so that's, see you, big family. I've come to my senses." He no longer ran away, but charged towards Fai Kuang. "You bastard!" Fai Kuang immediately punched him in the face. He fell down involuntarily. Fai Kuang said, "What are you doing? Do you think you can beat me?" At this moment, Fong Deep got up again. "Me? No." Seeing this, Fai Kuang kicked him again. He seemed stubborn. Kuang Su was a bit surprised, because at this moment, Fong Deep was crying. He crazily charged towards Fai Kuang again. But the surprising thing is, it wasn't Fong Deep who rushed towards him, but he ran to hug Hack Deep, so he wanted to be with her. not intending to attack me. At this moment, Hack Deep still had a little life left. Brother. Tears streamed down Fong Deep's face. I remember now. The maple leaf is a very beautiful leaf, but it also carries the fear that the first generation Fong Deep sowed in the minds of the disciples. Later, when I grew up, I realized that it was not as beautiful as I thought. Every drop of blood that spilled and spread looked like a deep red maple leaf, although it was very scary. But there was one leaf that I found very beautiful. I just realized that now, after so many years of burying my memories in hypnosis, the leaf that I loved and cherished so much, an innocent and pure leaf that helped me live happily through my terrible childhood, under the maple tree that year. The innocent girl said to the boy, I like you. That was you. After 3 months of living together and going through many things, I realized, tears streamed down Deep Fong's face, I like you too. You are the maple leaf I have always cherished. Then Deep Fong said to Fai Kwang, I will release the hypnosis on the disciples. Please, you have to save her. The leaf sweeping mission complete. A moment later, Bayan spoke up with praise. I can't believe it. You actually convinced that Fong Deep guy to surrender like this. It's true. Besides your martial strength, your quick thinking and strategy are nothing to scoff at. Very commendable. Fai Kwang asked with a stoic expression. All right, is there anything else for us here? Bayan continued. It looks like you got hurt fighting those two. Was it that Fong Deep guy? Fong Deep, who was sitting on the ground, didn't say a word. Fai Kwang then denied the question. No, it wasn't. Bayan was a bit confused. Then who caused the wound on your face? Fai Kwang answered honestly. It was someone with considerable strength. Bayan got straight to the point. Is he dead? Fai Kwang explained the situation. No, he escaped. Bayan wanted to ask another question. You couldn't stop him. Kwang Hai interrupted at that moment. Hey, I've finished giving her first aid. Seeing this, Fai Kwang spoke to Fong Deep. You heard that, right? Now, release the disciples from your hypnosis. Fong Deep seemed to be thinking about something. Then he replied, I understand. After Fong Deep released the disciples from the hypnosis, they turned against him. You bastard! How dare you use us for such evil deeds? Meanwhile, after Hong Deep and Zich Deep were freed from the hypnosis, Zich Deep screamed. Oh no, my head. It hurts. How dare you do this to us, you demon? Just then, a voice cut in. Hey, you all will take back those words right now. Zich Deep and Hack Deep were startled by the threat. Then the two of them rushed towards Fong Deep. We'll kill you. Bayan promptly bonked them both on the head and said, All right, just sit there. The hypnosis was truly broken, but I don't know where they got the energy to rush in and risk their lives against him. Fai Kwang couldn't help but think. Whenever I'm on a mission, I always want to work alone. But this time, he made me trust him. This is a good team leader who cares for his comrades. I hope I'll have the chance to cooperate with him again in the future. So that's 3 people injured. No one was sacrificed in this mission. The mission was a success. On the other end of the phone, Officer Hong Chen also congratulated them. Everyone worked hard. That was a job well done. Hearing this, Fai Kwang made a dismissive comment. That's one way to put it. Bayan also replied to Hong Chen politely. Everything is stable here. Thank you for the praise. Is there anything happening at headquarters? Hong Chen said. Nothing over here either. You can wrap up the mission there. Come back to headquarters and we can talk later. After that, everything was reported. Bodhisattva, Fong Deep has been defeated. The Bodhisattva also inquired, what about Hak Tadang and Kong Tam's son? Am I sent to help Fong Deep? A voice came from the flower pot, sir. There's still no information about those two. But judging from the clues, it seems that Tung Hak has betrayed us and leaked information to the police. Bayan Trangok asked, a private mission. Shin So-hei stammered in response, that. The commissioner wanted to meet with Police Chief Hong Jun, so he sent his captain to pick him up. Hearing this, Bayan Trangok was speechless. Shin So-hei glanced aside and continued, as for the cult leader Fong Deep here, the commissioner said we have full authority to handle him, so I brought a boat. Kim Keong-su immediately refused, saying, no way, absolutely not. We've already captured them all. Does your commissioner want to swoop in and take all the credit? If we have to go, we go together. At that moment, a hand was raised and a voice spoke from behind. We also want to go with you. It turned out to be Fong Deep. Shin So-hei covered his mouth and laughed scornfully at him. Oh, what are you kids saying? Do you think you can do whatever you want? This is an order from the commissioner. It's not a joke, Bayan Trangok said. Captain Kim Keong-su. It's an order from above. We have to follow it. Kim Keong-su's face fell into silence. Bayan Trangok was also furious, but he said, What can we do? Seeing Bayan Trangok's expression, he understood the helplessness in it. He said, I understand. The whole group sat on the large boat. Bayan Trangok asked Kim Ajeng, by the way, did you find anything, Officer Kim Ajeng? She began to recall the events of that time. She said, we followed a trail of blood to a dense forest, but then the blood trail vanished. We searched everywhere, but, in the end, we found nothing. Kim Kyong-soo, hearing this, crossed his arms and blamed her. Useless. Bayan Trangok asked again, you didn't find the body? Kim Ajeng replied, no. We scoured the entire surrounding area, but found nothing. Kim Kyong-soo remembered, that little girl, and Hak Ho Tri. They're so irritating. At that moment, in the forest, it turns out Hak Ho Tri was still alive, his whole body tense from the strain. He was hanging from a tree, trying not to leave any trace. He kept muttering, survive. I have to survive. In another development at the church, both Sich Deep and Home Deep were asleep, covered in blood, while Fong Deep said, something is wrong. An ominous feeling is about to unfold. Shin So-hye smiled insincerely and said, hello. Fong Deep said angrily, why, from a police perspective, it would be very beneficial for us to surrender. Shin So-hye replied, it's all because of orders from above. Well, to make it easier for you to understand, I should put it this way. The commissioner said there's no need for any more variables. Fong Deep said, the commissioner. Shin So-hye said, you will all be dealt with for resisting arrest while being transported, then shot dead. Hearing this, Fong Deep laughed loudly and said, the truth is, I'm just a pawn being controlled in a prearranged game of chess. I've lived a life like that. It's fitting to die now. But this girl knows nothing. Please spare her. Hak Deep said, it's all right. My love, I will go with you wherever you go. Hearing this, Fong Deep was very sad and began to cry. Shin So-hye pointed a gun and said, well then, goodbye. A rather abstract scene of a playing card sinking deep into the sea. The scene changes to the police office. A voice rang out, oh, Kim Nak-ho said angrily. You've arrived? Officer Hong Jun, you have successfully completed this leaf-sweeping mission without any casualties. How does it feel to get revenge for your wife? Hong Jun's face fell silent after hearing Kim Nak-ho's words. Hong Jun asked, why did you call me here? Kim Nak-ho said calmly, don't be afraid. I just want to assign you the next mission. We're on the same team, right? We have to share information about the operation to support each other. Hong Jun said, when did I ever consider you family? Kim Nak-ho reminded him, Police Chief Hong Jun, I have information on all the months, except for February, May, and August. The next operation will use this information to act. Hong Jun was surprised to hear that. Kim Nak-ho continued to assassinate and eliminate each month, weaken the forces of Ho Kwok-tu, then deal with Bodhisattva. The mission will be carried out sequentially. He spoke in a very dangerous tone, making Hong Jun wary. Hong Jun said, the months are anonymous assassins, they can be assassinated. But the Bodhisattva is a public figure. How can we deal with him? Even if the operation succeeds, it will cause a huge wave of protest. This is too risky for the police force. Kim Nak-ho replied, I have a plan for that as well. But unfortunately, I can't reveal the plan to take down the Bodhisattva now. This next operation is very important for both of us. Police Chief Hong Jun, please cooperate with me. The action team you formed, led by Kim Kyong-soo. Although they don't listen to me, they listen to you very well. However, Bayan Trangok's quick reaction special forces and the Hak are forces directly under my command. If we join forces, I believe we can eliminate all the months. The battle between the police department and Ho Kwok-tu has reached a tense stage. Flower battle. The war for the flowers. This is what both sides are aiming for, to eradicate the opponent's allies. At Ho Kwok-tu, the Bodhisattva was preaching his opinion that right now, in front of him were the assassins. All the assassins looked towards the Bodhisattva. He said, the Dharma assembly may now begin. The group all looked at the Bodhisattva. Over here, Kim Nak-ho made an offer. Cooperate with me. Let's create an interesting game. At this time, after listening to the Bodhisattva's instructions, the assassins were discussing among themselves. It seems the situation is a bit unstable. Then the peach blossom woman covered her mouth with a fan and said, we've gathered here too many times. And it seems like there are quite a few members present today. The peony flower said, but the strange thing is the Hak Kwok-tu brothers aren't here. Oki didn't know what to say. Mandye said, Bodhisattva, why have we gathered today? The old man said, in short, Fong Deep has completely failed. All the assassins were surprised. Mandye said, how? In that defensive mission, Besides Fong Deep, Hak Ho Tri and Kong Tam's son were there to help, and Tung Hak was assisting from the police headquarters, wasn't he? The old Bodhisattva said. Tung Hak is now on the police's side. It seems he wants to be a double agent. Hearing this, the group was shocked. Manhwa said, I really didn't expect the situation. If Fong Deep failed, does that mean Hak Ho Tri and Kong Tam's son are dead? Is that why they're not here today? Oki analyzed. This attack mission from the police was forewarned by Tung Hak, yet it still failed. It means the police force sent quite a few elite detectives there, according to what was discussed with Tung Hak beforehand. Hong Jun's team was supposed to be sent on the mission. At that time, Tung Hak would summon Hong Jun and eliminate him. But when the mission ended with Fong Deep's failure, we completely lost contact with Tung Hak. As for Kong Tam's son, he's still alive, not dead. He has returned and sent some important news to us. The Peach Blossom woman said cheerfully, That's right, Kong Tam's son wouldn't die so easily. Oki continued, This failure is definitely related to Tung Hak's betrayal. At this moment, the Bodhisattva spoke. As for Tung Hak's true identity, I'm sure you don't know yet. He is Commissioner Kim Nak-ho. Hearing this, the whole group was stunned. Manhwa asked, Bodhisattva, what did you say? Oh my, I didn't think Tung Hak held such a high position in the General Police Department. The Peach Blossom woman said, So it really was him. The Bodhisattva said, Previously, after Fong Deep rebelled, attacked the temple and turned traitor, there were no other betrayals, but now Tung Hak has appeared. I don't understand what his intentions are. Since he knows a lot about our organization and also has a lot of power, we need to be on high alert. Now, the meeting officially begins. The group shouted in unison, Yes, sir. The peony flower spoke first, Bodhisattva. So Hak Dang hasn't returned yet. The Bodhisattva was silent for a moment. The old man said, Hak Dang. At this time, Hak Dang was with Hak Ho Tri. He was severely injured, with a bloody nose and mouth. Hak Ho Tri was constantly groaning in pain. Just then, Kukchi walked in and said, He's injured all over. Luckily, he managed to crawl back here before he died. These guys really have a strong will to live. Hak Dang asked, Who did this to you? Hak Ho Tri struggled to speak. It was that policeman. Him. He's very strong. Kukchi said to Hak Dang, All right, he's seriously injured. Don't force him to talk too much. I don't know if he'll ever recover to his former self. If his condition is too poor, the organization might just choose a new month of April. Hearing this, Hak Dang became extremely agitated. He grabbed Kukchi's shirt and said, How dare you say that? Kukchi remained calm. Getting angry at me won't change his condition. You can see his injuries for yourself. I will do my best to help him recover, but I can't promise anything. At that moment, Hak Ho-chi also said, It's okay, brother. I came back alive, so I can recover just like before. Kukchi stepped outside and said, All right, you should go out. I need to perform a small surgery. Hak Dang fell into deep thought. The scene was now in the late afternoon. Hak Dang walked with fury. His face was filled with resentment, determined to find the one who had seriously injured his brother. He said, I have to kill that bastard. At that moment, at the police station, Kim Kyung-soo said, Tung Hak. He said he would cooperate with us later. Hong Jun replied, Yes. Kim Kyung-soo asked, So, you've met that captain of Hak Hak. How strong is he? Hong Jun replied, Quite strong. He was previously the vice captain of the commando team led by Bayan Trangok. Hearing this, Kim Kyung-soo nodded and said, Oh, I see. I've gotten to know Captain Bayan Trangok through the mission. So if that Hak Hak guy is the vice captain, he must be tough. Are we going to cooperate with them now? Hong Jun was still hesitant. He said, I'm still thinking about it. But indeed, this is a good opportunity for us to deal with the Bodhisattva. At least the Bodhisattva's side has lost 1 month to our side. According to my calculations, we will first cooperate with Tung Hak to weaken the Bodhisattva's forces. After we become stronger, and the Bodhisattva is weaker, we will eliminate Tung Hak as well. This might be the best all-around plan I can think of. After hearing this, Kim Kyung-soo said, Let's do that. As for me, I'll be in charge of making my team members stronger. Hearing this, Hong Jun was quite surprised. He said, You're not angry that I'm cooperating with Tung Hak. How do you feel about having comrades with you on this mission? Kim Kyung-soo pondered for a moment, recalling that time. At the port, Bayan Trangok said, You worked hard on this mission. Kim Kyung-soo said, You too? Thank you for your help this time. Bayan Trangok said, But from what I've observed, it seems like you always want to act alone. Even though you have teammates, you hardly ever want them to accompany you. Of course, your strength is undeniable. Or is it that you don't trust those teammates? Hearing this, Kim Kyung-soo's heart sank. Bayan Trangok continued, I always trust my comrades. You should reconsider my words. No matter how good you are, there will be times when you need their help. Even if they aren't strong now, they'll gain more experience after battles. Kim Kyung-soo said to Hong Jun, that's up to you. As for having teammates on missions, I'll reconsider it. The leaf sweeping mission was a success. Commissioner Kim Nak-ho held a press conference. He issued a statement and commended the police officers who participated in the mission. The press conference was crowded with reporters, all focused on recording this important event. On the podium, he announced, I am Commissioner Kim Nak-ho. In this term, trusted by my colleagues and the entire nation, I am determined to wipe out the bad guys and clean up our country. That was a warning to the Bodhisattva and his subordinates. After the announcement was made, the Bodhisattva took new actions. At this moment, a female police officer entered Kim Nak-ho's room and said, Sir, it's time to go. He stood up with a grunt. All right, I know. Commissioner Kim Nak-ho had begun preparations for the war. Well, that's enough. He and his subordinates, including Shin So-hae and Choi Hun-chong, headed to that place. It turned out to be Ho Kwak-ta Temple. The Bodhisattva was just stepping out. Kim Nak-ho said, Long time no see. Bodhisattva, I've come to talk to you today. The Bodhisattva also smiled, welcoming the police department to Ho Kwak-tu. Kim Nak-ho said, Bodhisattva, I've gone to the trouble of coming all the way to this temple, yet you don't even offer me a drink. That's not very polite. The Bodhisattva still appeared very relaxed based on his facial expression, but he said nothing. Only now did the old man speak. You are truly a bastard. Kim Nak-ho said, I've heard that a lot. The Bodhisattva lunged forward to punch Kim Nak-ho. A loud sound echoed, creating a shock wave in the room. Kim Nak-ho laughed. Kim Nak-ho caught the Bodhisattva's fist completely. He said, Bodhisattva? You're getting old, so your strength isn't what it used to be. Getting physical like this is really not good. It's best we just talk. The old Bodhisattva withdrew his hand full of anger. Kim Nak-ho said, I came here to talk about this very issue. Your power will gradually be eliminated at the hands of the police. Therefore, if you submit to me, I will let you be. You and I have known each other for many years, right? So if there's anything, just say it. The Bodhisattva cursed, You bastard. You used to be just a subordinate of mine. Now that you have a little power, you've turned around to bite your master. Do you think I don't have enough strength to fight against that police mob? Kim Nak-ho smirked and said, Don't think things are so simple. As of now, if you don't surrender, the months will gradually be eliminated by us. I wonder what your expression will be then. The Bodhisattva said confidently, The months? Weren't they always replaced whenever someone was eliminated before? Kim Nak-ho laughed and said, That was before. It's not like that now. You don't have enough strength to replace them anymore. The Bodhisattva said, Tongue hack. You've been too hasty. Everything you want is too much for what you can do. Don't think you've gotten the upper hand on me. This is all just the beginning of this war. Kim Nak-ho said, I'm different now. I no longer want to be under anyone. I will rise up and control this entire game. I've come today and said everything that needs to be said. Bodhisattva, just you wait and see. The police will soon launch an all-out attack on you all. Kim Nak-ho opened the door, stepped out and said, The upcoming battle. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, it seems Kim Kyung-soo's group is training. Cho-G-Onhee is being beaten senseless. Kim Kyung-soo rushes forward to attack the bald guy. Lee Seon-hae missed grabbing Kim Kyung-soo because he was too fast. Kim Kyung-soo immediately landed an elbow. Wang Hee-chun also rushed to attack Kim Kyung-soo from behind. But in a flash, Kim Kyung-soo struck Wang Hee-chun's neck. The training session paused as everyone was beaten to a pulp by Kim Kyung-soo. Kim Kyung-soo, however, was thinking about something else. He pensively recalled that Kong Tam's son. He remembered the moment in the church, the place where Kim Kyung-soo and Kong Tam's son were fighting. While blocking the sword, Kim Kyung-soo felt that something was not right. Kong Tam's son took a few steps back. Kim Kyung-soo said, You're hiding your true strength, aren't you? You don't think I'm a worthy opponent. Kong Tam's son remained silent. He handed his sword to Kim Kyung-soo and said, Take it. This? Kim Kyung-soo felt like he was being insulted. He cursed, You bastard. Then, quick as a flash, he took the sword that Kong Tam's son offered him. Kim Kyung-soo swung the sword, cleaving the air. But it seems he was too fast, and the slash missed. Kong Tam's son vanished before Kim Kyung-soo's eyes. Kong Tam's son said, Just as you said. It seems this isn't your full strength either. There will come a time when we both need to use our full power in a life-or-death battle in the future. I look forward to it. Kim Kyong-soo stood frozen, watching him leave. Back in reality, he thought, that bastard. I didn't think he was that strong. Next time, I won't let him escape. At that moment, a voice spoke. You cruel bastard. You did. You harmed my brother. It turned out to be Hak Dang. He was sitting on the roof, and everyone had to look up at him. Hak Dang said to Kim Kyong-soo, your strength is indeed great, just like that other guy. But today, you will die. Cho Deong, he asked in a panic. Who is he? Kim Kyong-soo said, you came here. Do you want to become crippled like your brother? Hak Dang had already jumped down. He said, I saw the wound you inflicted on my brother. It's quite clear. It's similar to what the assassin Fai Kwang used to use. The cut is quite thin, shaped like a willow leaf. Kim Kyong-soo said, are you saying your brother, Hak Dang, is dead? He replied, no. Kim Kyong-soo said, so he's still alive. The man known as Hak Dang said, that's right, but I'm here today. Before we fight, I want to ask who you are. Fai Kwang's disciple? Kim Kyong-soo admitted it right away. I am Fai Kwang. Kim Yong-soo's teammates didn't understand anything. They wondered, what are you talking about? Hak Dang was angry. What did you say? Kim Kyong-soo said, I've already said it. Hak Dang rushed forward in a flash and said, no matter who you are, you can't escape death. At that moment, at Ho Kwak 2, he was analyzing the results of Hak Hokai's medical examination. He said, looking at the analysis of Hak Hokai's wound compared to the wound the second-generation Fai Kwang inflicted on the first-generation Fai Kwang, they looked quite similar. The room fell silent. The Bodhisattva examined it closely and said, so it's him, the ghost of Fai Kwang, that bastard Kim Kyong-soo. What is his identity after all? The Bodhisattva called out Kong Tam's son. He immediately replied yes. The Bodhisattva asked, that Kim Kyong-soo. What is your assessment of him? Kong Tam's son replied, he is a very strong individual. I'd say he's an opponent whose strength I acknowledge as greater than mine. The Bodhisattva turned to ask Cook Chi, Ho Cook, how did the surgery for Hak Ho Chi go? Cook Chi said, Your Holiness. He looked behind the Bodhisattva, where Hak Dang was standing. He saw Hak Dang glaring at him threateningly. Cook Chi said, everything went quite well. Rest assured, he will recover soon. Hearing this, the Bodhisattva said, good, then there's no need to reselect the 4th month. After the meeting, Cook Chi said, it will take 3 months for him to recover. So, you should prepare yourself. You owe me a favor this time. Cook Chi turned away, held up 5 fingers and said, you got that? Hak Dang also replied, thank you. He was pensive for a moment, then said, Kim Kyong-soo, that bastard. Back in the present, Hak Dang was attacking Kim Kyong-soo fiercely. He launched a kick, but Kim Kyong-soo dodged it. He immediately spun around and threw another kick. This time, Kim Kyong-soo had to block with his hands, but he was still knocked back a few meters. Kim Kyong-soo said, you seem to be Hak Ho Tri's brother, huh? Hak Dang replied, you and Kong Tam's son seem quite similar. Sometimes I don't understand what you guys are doing. Even though you can't defeat me, you still charge in. Kim Kyong-soo said, why not spend that time training? Of course, with hard work, you guys will get stronger. You've come here so soon. Are you looking to die? He said, before coming to find you, I went to talk to Kong Tam's son. At that time, when Kong Tam's son saw Hak Dang, he said, hey, Bach Ho Chi, are you going to meet that police officer? Hak Dang replied, yes. Kong Tam's son reminded him, hey, be careful. He's not ordinary. But if you defeat him, don't kill him, because he's my prey. If you kill him, I'll kill your brother. Hak Dang said, Kong Tam's son, you think too highly of yourself. Kong Tam's son replied, that's true. It seems you're much more talented than your younger brother. So, you're risking your life here because you're talented. Back to the present, Kim Kyong-soo said, aren't you afraid of death? Before seeking out an opponent, you should be careful. That Kong Tam's son guy still owes me a life. Hearing this, Hak Dang fell silent. Kim Kyong-soo continued, and even if that guy said you have more strength than your brother, that may be true, but only physically. In terms of brains, you're both equally stupid. I have to be blunt about this. I don't understand how you two brothers managed to hold the position of a month in Hak Kwak Taho. This is the Bodhisattva's mistake that will lead to his swift downfall. Hak Dang said, you say my brother and I are stupid. You're mistaken. To get where he is today, my brother worked very hard. Kim Kyong-soo replied, anyone can work hard. You understand that, don't you? Hard work alone won't get many things done. Hak Dang replied, say what you will, I won't listen to you. Kim Kyong-soo said, it seems you're scared. I've already experienced your brother's strength in our previous match. You're definitely stronger than your brother, but compared to me, the gap is still too wide. And today, you coming here to kill me is a mistake. If you wanted a chance, you should have waited for your brother to recover before coming. Hak Dang said, no. The one to kill you won't be me or Kong Tam's son. It will be my younger brother. Kim Kyong-soo said thoughtfully. What did you say? Hak Dang repeated. That's what I believe. I will always believe that my brother will definitely recover and defeat you. Kim Kyong-soo yelled. Then what the hell are you doing here today? Hak Dang rushed forward and said, to vent my brother's anger. Then he kicked Kim Kyong-soo. Even though he blocked it, he was still knocked to the ground. The underling said worriedly, Captain. Kim Kyong-soo said, don't come here. Hak Dang said, seeing my brother hurt like that, I couldn't just sit still. Kim Kyong-soo said, that's great. So, you came here to vent your brother's anger? Hak Dang replied, yes. Hearing this, Kim Kyong-soo issued a challenge. I thought this would be a duel to the death, but since you're here, we need to make this a proper fight, right? However, it will be harder for you to kill me in the future. By then, I'll be much stronger than I am now. Hak Dang said, don't worry, my brother will take you down then. Kim Kyong-soo rushed forward in a flash and said, but since you're here today, I don't want you to go back. He immediately elbowed him. Hak Dang said, goes to Fai Kwang. You seem to have a misconception about me. I don't know when he appeared behind Kim Kyong-soo. He immediately delivered a side kick to his waist. He said, I'm sparing your life today. Kim Kyong-soo was in pain. He panted and laughed. He said, you're right. I was careless. Hak Dang was still watching intently. At that moment, Hak quacked too. The Bodhisattva summoned Oki and said, Orchid. He replied, yes. The Bodhisattva said, gather the others. It's time for us to choose the next Fai Kwang. Kim Kyong-soo rushed forward again. Hak Dang also launched a kick, but Kim Kyong-soo dodged it. He swiftly changed his stance and kicked Hak Dang's supporting leg, but he still stood firm, completely unfazed, even on one leg. Kim Kyong-soo couldn't help but exclaimed that he was as hard as a rock. He looked up, and Hak Dang's foot came stomping down. A single stomp, and Kim Kyong-soo quickly blocked it with both hands. He even smiled with excitement and said, not bad. He really hasn't gone all out yet, but thanks to you, my old feeling has returned. Hearing this, Hak Dang's jaw dropped. He brought up his knee and said, don't be so arrogant. Kim Kyong-soo tried to dodge but was grazed on the cheek. Despite his tough talk, Hak Dang also felt that his opponent was quite difficult. However, in this battle, he had also unleashed his full potential. Kim Kyong-soo counterattacked, throwing a punch. Hak Dang dodged it. Hak immediately kneed Kim Kyong-soo straight in the face. The underlings were very worried when they saw Kim Kyong-soo getting hit repeatedly. Kim Kyong-soo staggered back. He said, you're good. It's true that to get stronger, you need to face powerful opponents. But, if you haven't gone all out yet, you should be careful. This is what I realized when I fought both you and your brother. Hearing this, Hak Dang thought Kim Kyong-soo was bragging. He said, huh? Kim Kyong-soo rushed forward again, thinking to himself, just a brief confrontation, and he could already feel the pressure from his opponent. He threw a right hook to Hak Dang's side, but his body barely even flinched. What's with him? He thought. This is a tough opponent, the first one he's faced like this. He couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration, and said, your upper body is as sturdy as your brother's. Kim Kyong-soo recalled Hak Ho-tri. To be honest, this older brother's strength is far superior to his younger brother's. Now I have the chance to face them one by one. Therefore, I can't let him escape from here. In the heat of battle, Hak Ho-chi recalled his younger brother's voice. I'm fine, big brother. I can still survive and come back. Just wait for me to get well. Then we'll go find him together. After the flashback, Hak Dang said, all right, let's stop. I have to go. Kim Kyong-soo said, you want to run? Why do you have to leave in the middle of a fight? Hak Dang froze for a moment. He turned his back and walked away, saying, I have something to do. Kim Kyong-soo also chased after him, cursing as he ran, you bastard. Hak Dang sped up dramatically, and Kim Kyong-soo kept chasing him. He chased him all the way to the forest. Kim Kyong-soo panted continuously, but Hak Dang vanished in an instant. I was really lucky. At that moment, Hak Dang looked up at the sky and said, that guy, he's stronger than I thought. If I had fallen here today, what would my brother do? If it were you, you'd probably do the same as me, that's for sure. And at that time, at the police station, Hong Jun was in shock as he read the report. He said, there's nothing more to say. The documents Kim Nak-ho provided me contain the complete records of months 3, 6, and 9. March, Cherry Blossom, she seems to be a celebrity. A singer named Siho, month of June, Mulin, she's a pet trainer. She's stroking a dog and saying, "That's right, good puppy." The pet trainer's name is Hyun Jeong-ho. The 9th, Chrysanthemum, he's a doctor. Dr. Jeong Bik-ho. All of them are all talented individuals in their respective fields. I don't understand why these people would follow the Bodhisattva. At Hakwak Taho Temple, the Bodhisattva said, "From now on, you are the new forces, my main strength. 2nd generation Tunghak, 3rd generation Phoenix, 3rd generation Phi Kwang. I hope you can all unleash your full potential." The group replied, "Yes, Bodhisattva." And Kim Kyong-soo's group. Someone called out Kim Kyong-soo's name. The subordinates all said, "Are you really the Kim Kyong-soo we know?" They looked terrified. Kim Kyong-soo also fell silent for a while. Kim Kyong-soo said, "Why is everyone suddenly asking this?" The group said, "Isn't that obvious?" Cho Deong, he said, "You just told that guy you were Phi Kwang. What does that mean? And why have you been acting like that guy for so long? After you woke up in the hospital, I always felt that you were a bit different. What happened to you, Kim Kyong-soo?" He seemed to be trying to deny it, saying, "I don't understand what you all are thinking. Instead of asking about that, everyone should be training. You should learn from those two. They don't have any questions." Just as he finished speaking, both Lee Seon-hyeon and Wang Hee-chun said in unison, "But we want to ask too. We doubt whether you are really Kim Kyong-soo or not." At this moment, his face became very serious. Back at the police station, Hong Jun said, "So Deep Fong is dead?" Kim Kyong-soo hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's right. So you feel he was the one who killed your wife?" Hong Jun replied, "Of course. I'm very happy. The Bodhisattva, he created all of this. Those people were his victims, and then those victims became the perpetrators of this incident. In the end, Deep Fong was just one of his puppets. We must catch that man and make him face justice. He must accept the consequences of his evil deeds." Kim Kyong-soo was still listening intently. Hong Jun continued, "Deep Fong, he said he would surrender, so I didn't think he would be dead. It seems Tunghak did this to cut off any loose ends related to him." Hong Jun handed a document to Kim Kyong-soo and said, "These are the documents he gave me regarding upcoming missions." Kim Kyong-soo took the file, read it, and commented, "His plans to counter the Bodhisattva are decent, but it seems that's only on the surface. Internally, it's impossible to guess what he's thinking." Hong Jun replied, "That's right. A quick look shows you've already faced the Hak Dang brothers and Kong Tam-sun. Have you met months 2 and 5 yet?" "I haven't met month 2, but I've met month 5 many times. That bastard is always behind the Bodhisattva. But every time I go to Hakwak Taho Temple, I see him there." Hearing this, Hong Jun said, "I see. Of course, during this time, we will join forces with Tunghak to deal with the Bodhisattva." Kim Kyong-soo seemed reluctant, but he said, "I have no choice." Hong Jun reassured him, "It's okay, he's a police officer after all. We can just have a common enemy. Working together will be a bit difficult, but we'll have to overcome it. Facing the Bodhisattva together will give us a much bigger advantage. By the way, do you have any news on that Hak Ho-chi after his defeat?" Kim Kyong-soo replied, "I've met his older brother, and about that, my teammates are now questioning my identity." Hong Jun said, "That's not surprising. The fact that they're only asking you now means they've been pretty oblivious. But what did you tell them?" Kim Kyong-soo stammered, "Well, Hong Jun reassured him. Even if you told them the truth, they might not believe you." Kim Kyong-soo said, "Then I don't need to say anything." Hong Jun replied, "Of course, that's up to you. But if your teammates trust each other, they'll be happy. In the future, they will do anything for you. The relationship between people requires trust, especially in our line of work." Kim Kyong-soo was still hesitant. At that time, Phi Kwang had followed Officer Hong Chun's advice and told his comrades everything about his past. After hearing all that, his comrades, Lee Seon-hyeon and Wang Hee-chun, cried and said, "It's definitely a side effect from being beaten and hospitalized." Poor guy. "What are you talking about, Kim Kyong-soo?" Of course, they didn't believe him. Cho Jeong, he asked about Kim Kyong-soo's mental state. "You had a pretty serious head injury. Maybe you should get it checked at the hospital again. Let us take you to the hospital." "Just listen to us," Wang Hee-chun said, "although your story is very interesting. But that's not true, Kyong-soo." Lee Seon-hyeon also said, "That's right. If something is bothering you, please tell us." Kim Kyong-soo tried to change the subject, saying, The only thing bothering me is your strength. Cho Jiang-hee said worriedly. We have to send him to the hospital like this. It's not good to leave him like this. Seeing this, Kim Kyung-soo sighed and said, so tiring. I've said it all. You can think whatever you want. A moment later, Kim Kyung-soo's teammates asked in surprise, hey, why are you saying that? And why did you all come here? Kim Kyung-soo said, we need to train with them. To prepare for dangerous missions in the future, we need to train harder. We need to fight as if it's real. Kim Kyung-soo's teammates broke out in a sweat upon hearing that. Cho Ji-on, said, huh? What? At that moment, they ran into Park Jung-ho and Lee Seong-hyan. Park Jung-ho greeted them. You look pretty funny. Lee Seong-hyan said shyly, hello. Choi Sang-ho was paired with Wang Hee-chun, but Choi Sang-ho said wearily, I don't want to get close to men, which left the other guy confused. Cha Jae-on and Kim Se-young were paired with Cho Ji-on-hee, causing her to complain, why am I paired with two people? Kim Kyung-soo immediately replied, because she's the weakest. Finally, it was Kim Kyung-soo and Bayan Trangok. Kyung-soo said, I'm counting on your help. Bayan Trangok, while puffing on a cigarette, said, is fighting in pairs like this really okay? Kim Kyung-soo said, I have no opinion, but after facing the hacked Dang brothers, I realized my skills are still lacking and I need more practice. Bayan Trangok said, no. What I mean is, when I'm paired with you like this, do you think I'll be okay? Everyone knows how strong you are. I don't want to end up in the hospital. Hearing this, Kim Kyung-soo was so frustrated he was speechless. He said, all right, then I'll go easy on you. Bayan Trangok said, thank you so much. Over here, Kim Kyung-soo's comrades were sweating bullets anticipating a beatdown. They said, so we're going to fight for real? At that time, in the police office, a girl walked in and said to Kim Nak-ho, Commissioner, Senior Chief Officer Hong Jun has sent a letter confirming his cooperation with us. He replied, all right, so how is our next plan progressing? She said, everything is going as planned. But what about the long-term plan to deal with the Bodhisattva? How do you intend to proceed? Kim Nak-ho said, we can't take him down just yet. Hong Jun is a rigid and suspicious person. Of course, after this mission to deal with the Bodhisattva is completed, he will immediately turn against us. She said, in that case, how can the two sides cooperate? Kim Nak-ho said casually, it's fine. Of course, there will be variables in everything that needs to be done, and I can completely control those variables. After this mission to eliminate the Bodhisattva, no one will be able to touch my power anymore. Of course, this needs to be done cautiously, but I've already made good preparations for this. Looking at his insignia, the police department emblem showed that Kim Nak-ho was aiming for a higher position. On the other hand, in a place where reporters were eagerly seeking answers, one reporter asked, Congressman, was your statement at that time the truth? I think it's quite sensitive for some people. The congressman replied, all right, just publish it. I'll say it again for you to understand. Commissioner Kim Nak-ho, he is a corrupt police officer. To add, this woman is Congresswoman Hong Ho-duong. The next day at the police department, Kim Nak-ho said angrily, thank you for cooperating with me. Senior Chief Officer Hong Jun, I'm very grateful for what you've done. Hong Jun asked, so what's the specific plan? Kim Nak-ho said, all right, since we're cooperating, I'll share everything. But first, we need to understand the forces we both command. Hong Jun immediately refused, saying, I don't want to know about that. Kim Nak-ho explained, hey, why do you say that? I always want to know what you're thinking and how you'll act in this mission. Hong Jun said, get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Kim Nak-ho said, I want to ask you, what is your dream, Senior Chief Officer Hong Jun? He immediately replied, I already said, I don't want to share or get to know each other. Kim Nak-ho said, as for me, I want to become the President of the Republic of Korea. Hearing this, Hong Jun was very surprised. He asked, become president? Kim Nak-ho replied, that's right. Even though the path to achieve that is very difficult, if I were still the Bodhisattva's subordinate, then that path might be more open. The Bodhisattva, with his power, would help me much more to reach that seat. But I'm still always conscious that I am a police officer. In addition to that, the Bodhisattva is just a pawn of mine in this game. I have now completely severed my relationship with the Bodhisattva. If I can become president, I will turn this country into a wonderful one. Hearing Kim Nak-ho's dream like that, Hong Jun immediately said, interesting. A criminal for president, with the largest criminal organization in the country in his hands. There's really nothing left to say. Kim Nak-ho hesitated for a moment, then said, in the past, in order to eliminate the notorious masked criminal, I had to join forces with the Bodhisattva to do so. After that, I received a lot of valuable information from the Bodhisattva about large-scale criminal organizations. Thanks to that, I was able to destroy them. Now, it all comes down to just the Bodhisattva. It's time for us to eliminate him. To be honest, you're just like me. To achieve a goal, you'd even sell your soul to the devil. Hearing this, Hong Jun said, "So, as you say, you're a devil yourself." Kim Nak-ho confidently replied, "I don't deny that. The day the mission to destroy the Bodhisattva's forces begins is the day I will run for president. At that time, I will announce all the crimes that the Bodhisattva and his subordinates have committed. Now, you understand, right? Join me in destroying them all." Hong Jun said, "Although I also want to eliminate all evil, but I will not do as you say. We will not kill all the monks if it's not necessary. Instead, we will try to persuade them to surrender. As for the Bodhisattva and you, in the future, you will have to face judgment in court for what you have done." Hearing Hong Chun's firm words, Kim Nak-ho burst out laughing. He said, "After the leaf-sweeping mission, I see you've become much more capable. You're directly challenging me like this now, which I find quite strange." Hong Jun remained resolute. "I will do what I say I will do, because I have a secret card up my sleeve that neither you nor the Bodhisattva would expect." Kim Nak-ho said, "So you're talking about Kim Kyong-soo as your card? If it's him, everyone already knows." Hong Jun said, "So what if they know? In the end, good will always triumph over evil. I will definitely win this game of chess." Kim Nak-ho laughed loudly and said, "Excellent, that's the kind of person I want to partner with. After all, we're temporarily on the same side now, so let's help each other. In the future, you'll have to take care of things yourself. First, master what you have and use it well when this mission begins. That's also when I'll be running for office. Now, let's see who will ultimately master this game." Hong Jun said, "There's something I want to say. Although I can delve into evil, there's always been a difference between you and me. You know what it is. You work for that grand dream of yours. To achieve your goal, you can become one of them. But I'm different. I'm not like you." Hong Jun left Kim Nak-ho's office. There was still a year and a half until the election. During that time, everything was carefully prepared. Each person trained and prepared the best they could for themselves. During training, Lee Seon-hyan was being kicked around by Park Chung-ho. He said, "Let's take a break." But Park Chung-ho yelled, "Hey, don't be lazy. Laziness gets you killed." Over here, Choi Sang-ho and Wang Hae-chun are practicing martial arts. Choi Sang-ho said, "Men have to train hard to attack." On the women's side, they're playing tag. "Why are you chasing me?" Cha Zion was chasing Kim A-zeing and Cho Deong-hee. Over here, Kim Kyong-soo and Byun Trangok are also sparring. The scene changes to Hak Kwok-tu. Kong Tam's son said, "So these kids are the new candidates for Phai Kwang." It turns out the Bodhisattva called them for this reason. Kong Tam's son said, "Let's test their strength first." The new recruits also prepare themselves mentally. The scene changes to a blood-soaked place. Hak Dang brings 2 more guys and says, "Add a few more people." The other 2 guys are pale with fear. It turned out to be Hak Ho-chi. He gave a sinister smile and said, "Thank you, brother." Just like that, 6 months have passed. Kim Nak-ho then said, "It's time. Prepare for the press conference immediately." She said, "Commissioner, according to the investigation, the percentage of voters supporting new potential candidates has increased. This could be said to be the perfect term for you to run. But if you announce your candidacy too early now, many forces will target you." Hearing this, Kim Nak-ho calmly said, "It's okay. After all, just by capturing the Bodhisattva and destroying the power of Ho Kwok, I will have gained considerable support. If this doesn't go well, it could be bad. After all, we don't know what Ho Kwok-tu has prepared for this battle. Our job is to stick to the plan and execute it well. I've calculated everything." She said, however, on the political battlefield, Congresswoman Hong Ho-duon has gained significant support from many sides. Furthermore, she has publicly opposed you. Kim Nak-ho replied, "That's true. That woman opposes every statement I make and everything I do, wanting to do the opposite. But everything stems from the 2 words self-interest. Therefore, if there are enough benefits, other forces will also turn to support me. The truth is, as long as I can complete this mission, I will have won this game. Let's go." At the subsequent press conference, Kim Nak-ho stood up to give a speech. "It has been 5 years since I took office as commissioner. I have accomplished many things, but there are also things I regret. My current term is about to end. During this time, I can be proud that I have dismantled many major criminal forces. However, there is still one huge, notorious criminal organization left in our country. During my remaining time in office, I will wipe out that criminal organization and restore peace to the people. Hong Jun was also watching on his phone as the old man spoke. Commissioner Kim Nak-ho, I declare that I will do my utmost for that noble mission. Along with this, I will also run for president. That is a declaration of war against the Bodhisattva. Hong Jun said, so it has begun. The Bodhisattva also widened his eyes in anticipation. He called for Ho Lan, and the person behind him immediately answered yes. The Bodhisattva gave the order, tell the monks to prepare well. In his hand, the old man held a flower card. Kim Nak-ho said, please follow my journey to destroy evil. Kim Nak-ho declared the mission had begun. In the Special Task Force's private meeting room, Kim Nak-ho said, everyone, listen up. I will now announce the month each of you will be responsible for. Month of March, Cherry Blossom. Choi Hun said, she doesn't look like anything special. Month of June, Peony. Shin So-hei said confidently, she looks crazy. Are you interested in facing me? Month of September, Chrysanthemum. Jin Myung-kwan said, I really don't understand how a doctor who is supposed to save people ends up harming them. After the assignments, Kim Nak-ho continued, alright, once the months are eliminated, we will focus on the Bodhisattva's other followers. After we eliminate the Bodhisattva's henchmen, I will hold a press conference to condemn his actions. At that time, all forces will be concentrated to attack Hokwak-tu. That way, no one will ever know about my relationship with the Bodhisattva. Cho Hun asked, Commissioner, is Bayan Trangok's team also participating in this operation? The old man replied, that's right. For now, the immediate goal is to eliminate the Bodhisattva. So, both sides should just get along. Let's temporarily put aside past issues and deal with them later. Cho Hun replied, I understand. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. The assistant said, Commissioner, I have something to report to you. We've been contacted by Congresswoman Hong Ho-duing's office. Kim Nak-ho said with interest, oh. What does that woman want? She must have seen my previous press conference. Now she's busy. Tell her to call back later. The assistant said, it's quite serious, sir. I think you need to contact her immediately. Kim Nak-ho asked, oh, why is that? The assistant continued, is the final mission the commissioner is undertaking related to Hokwak-tu? She asked about that. Kim Nak-ho's expression changed. What? Congresswoman Hong Ho-duing said, I'm very pleased to speak with you, Commissioner. Thank you for contacting me despite your busy schedule. Alright, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Hong Ho-duing said, I've already discussed what needs to be said. The final mission you need to carry out is related to Hokwak-tu, isn't it? I'm contacting you because I'm curious about it. Kim Nak-ho was silent for a while. In his mind, he thought, so it seems she already knows about that. That's why she's contacting me like this. Or did Hong Jun say something? It seems that's not the case. Kim Nak-ho said, alright, I don't understand what you're talking about. Hong Ho-duing heard this and said, oh really? It seems I've misunderstood you somehow. Kim Nak-ho thought, looking at this woman, I really want to get rid of her. Hong Ho-duing, she rose from being a lawyer to a respected member of the National Assembly. She always focuses on her opponent's weaknesses and strikes them hard. Furthermore, her strengths are rhetoric and persuading people to her side. Therefore, I need to be careful not to reveal any weaknesses. I must end this conversation quickly. The old man said, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm sure what you heard about me being involved with Hokwak-tu is not true. Hong Ho-duing said, is that so? But that's information I got directly from someone related to you. How could it be wrong? Kim Nak-ho said, you mean Hong Ho-duing immediately replied, that's right. The person I'm referring to is the Bodhisattva. He told me that. He said you are targeting him. You want to target Hokwak-tu Temple. After hearing this, Kim Nak-ho said, I see. He laughed loudly and said, so I understand now. You are Mandya. Hong Ho-duing said, Tung Hak. The Bodhisattva's message to you is to not act so arrogantly. Do you understand? Sit quietly in your place, and no one will touch you. What will your answer be? Kim Nak-ho said, alright, since you've put it that way, I'll give you a reasonable answer. Come over to my side, Mandya. I know your identity now. The suspicions I had about you before are now resolved. I'll overlook your involvement with underground forces and your constant opposition to me. Come to my side. Together, we can defeat the Bodhisattva. Hong Ho-duing interrupted him and said, all citizens must comply with the provisions of the law, school laws, traffic laws, health, education. Anyone who has been educated and is aware must know that. Whatever role one has in society, one must perform that role well. Our role is to follow what the Bodhisattva says. That's what I need to tell you, Tonghak. This is the last chance the Bodhisattva is giving you. You should think carefully. Turn back before it's too late. You understand? Kim Nak-ho said with amusement. I understand what you're saying, but I refuse. Hong Ho-doing said, in that case, whoever breaks the law, that person will be punished. She took off her shirt and tie, revealing Mandu's assassin uniform and the tattoo on her chest. Ho-doing continued, this conversation was just a probe. The two were talking via video, not in person. Kim Nak-ho said, thank you for letting me know your identity. I always had suspicions about the information regarding the month of February, Mandya. Now I have it, thank you. Hong Ho-doing said, of course, since you betrayed the Bodhisattva, you're on the elimination list. You should be careful. Kim Nak-ho said, oh, I wonder who will eliminate whom. Hong Ho-doing said, you forgot. Assassins have appeared outside the police station. Hong Ho-doing said, are we assassins? The game isn't over yet. Hong Ho-doing said, you're not the one in control now. We are. Kong Tam's son, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, said, persuasion failed. Hong Ho-doing said, Ho Kwok-tu, we will launch an all-out attack on you? Kim Nak-ho said, you must be. Are you crazy? Hong Ho-doing said, you're the crazy one. Betraying the Bodhisattva only leads to death. Kim Nak-ho said, hey, if you think you can kill me and get away with it, you're wrong. If anything happens to me, the police department certainly won't let it slide. When that happens, there will be many repercussions, and of course, to make an example of you, the Bodhisattva will surely eliminate you. That's the undeniable truth. Even knowing that's how it will end, you're still so stubborn. Hong Ho-doing said, that's just my role in the organization. I will be loyal to the role I've been given. Alright, that's enough for today. I will be loyal to the role assigned to me. Alright, that's enough for today, Tonghak. We will meet again many times. Kim Nak-ho fell into a pensive silence. Suddenly, a voice called out, Commissioner. Outside, many intruders have entered here. It was an attack by the Bodhisattva's subordinates, but Kim Nak-ho, he couldn't stop laughing. He laughed loudly and said, this is so much fun. Is that a laugh of joy or fear? However, Kim Nak-ho said, good. He remained calm in the face of the current situation. Now I have a way to eliminate that bastard Bodhisattva. Of course, I need to eliminate the months first. This final hand will decide whether I'm the winner or not, depending on how I deal with and counter your strategies, Mr. Bodhisattva. Alright, let's see. Come at me. Kong Tam's son also entered the battle. Hong Ho-duon held a badge. She said, so the entrances have been cleared, right? Next, send in a few more assassins. The person next to her answered yes. He was the vice president of the Poisonous Flower Society, Nguyen Jiangtran. He gave the order, and immediately his subordinates complied. Mun Jiangchen said, those guys aren't very strong. Is that okay, boss? Hong Ho-doing said, it's fine. They only have one role. To be bait? Moon Jiangshan said, I see. With that role, I hope they can fulfill their responsibility and buy us a little more time. But attacking the police station like this is indeed a bit problematic. Hong Ho-doing said, of course, our roles were decided long ago. Mun Rangshen said, but if we attack the police station, they won't let us go peacefully. Whether we win or lose, there's probably only one outcome for us. Hong Ho-doing said, therefore, are you scared? Mun Rangshen said, not at all. I've made up my mind. It's an honor to fight alongside the president. But before we cross over to the other side with you, let's call out Tonghak's name. This is his fate. Hong Ho-doing said, let's go. Mun Rangshen saw this and said, aren't you going to wear a mask? She replied, no need. The months at that time. A bloody surgical scalpel. All the police officers were killed by him with ease. Ho Cook said, the arteries of any enemy always make me happy. Suddenly, a dog lunged at him, but Ho Cook just needed to land an elbow. The dog whimpered. It returned to its owner with a pitiful look. Ho Mok Lan said, oh, don't hit this little one. Ho Cook said, all right, be careful. Watch them. Ho Mok Lan grunted in agreement. She said, I'm managing and controlling them well. The police used tasers to attack. Kong Tam's son only needed a single sword stroke to sweep away the police officers. They all coughed up blood. Kong Tam's son rushed towards the last police officer. The officer aimed to shoot, but he immediately jumped up, disappearing from the officer's line of fire. He had somehow jumped onto the officer's head. He immediately dismembered the officer. Cherry Blossom clapped and praised. So talented. All the police officers were beaten to death. On this side, the new recruits applying for the position of Fai Kwang have also cleaned up the police officers. She said, So the first floor is cleared. The current situation of Kim Nak-ho. He asked, how are we dealing with the intruders? Choi Hun said, yes, those guys are assassins sent by Ho Kwak-tu. Kim Nak-ho said, we need to get rid of those troublemakers quickly. Shin So-hei raised her hand and said, so, can we use our weapons? Nak-ho said excitedly, that's right. Put on the silencers. After this, we'll head to Ho Kwak-tu to find that bodhisattva. Let's go. Let's show them what power is. Kim Nak-ho's subordinates, the Hack team, are now in action. Countless gunshots echoed throughout the police station. The shooter inside the police station was new yet thing. Once they had guns, all the members of Ho Kwak-tu became much more dangerous. Of course, Kim Nak-ho also knew this, but a gunfight between the two sides would have countless unpredictable variables. Kim Nak-ho allowed the situation to unfold like this, also hoping to eliminate some members of Ho Kwak when Hack clashed with the Munts. But Kim Nak-ho had not calculated that this variable would be blocked by a card he could never have expected. That is, the police were almost unable to fend off the assassins once they had guns. The red-robed assassin rushed forward. A police officer on guard said, the enemy is approaching. The other one said, take them down. But he was killed in an instant. Second-generation Tung Hak said, good support, and the third-generation Phoenix too. Over here, quick as a flash, the third-generation Phi Kwang also killed a series of police officers. She said, it's done. That was something Kim Nak-ho hadn't expected. The Munts fought too well and coordinated with each other perfectly. After watching the Munts fight, he was completely surprised. This is not good, he said. They're coordinating too well. Rewinding to the earlier meeting with his Hack Special Task Force, he had said, although the Munts are all monsters, but our team still has a chance to win. The Hack-to-Dang brothers have one injured member. Month 3 and Month 8's forces are newly formed and lack experience. The Munts don't trust each other. In a life-or-death battle, a lack of trust can only lead to failure. All the Munts were assigned to fight in this important mission. Manga said, in this battle, I will take on the role of commander to assassinate Commissioner Kim Nak-ho. For this to proceed smoothly, I will train everyone to fight as a team in the most fluid way possible. Cherry Blossom said, fight as a team. Ho Cook also said, I don't like it. Cherry Blossom said, we've always fought alone. This won't suit me at all. Manga said, alone? I will be in command here, so don't you dare resist. This mission cannot fail. Even if you don't like it, you still have to fight together, understand? Consider this a side mission. Whoever takes down Tung Hak will be rewarded. Ho Cook said, all right. Kong Tam's son stepped forward and said, in that case, we need to train well together to fight smoothly. But Manga, do you think you can command this operation? Show us your strength. We are always hoping for the best to lead. Manga said, stop making a fuss. As she took off her mask, it was revealed to be Hong Ho-duong. When Ho Cook recognized her, he said, is that Congresswoman Hong Ho-duong? Cherry Blossom was surprised. Oh. Hong Ho-duong said, everyone listen to me. This is the responsibility the Bodhisattva has entrusted to me. The mission must be completed. It cannot fail. You think I'm not strong? We'll find that out on the battlefield. But the fact that I could become a congresswoman means my strategic thinking is not simple. I know how to achieve victory better than anyone here. When I fight, I won't wear a mask to show my determination to take down Tung Hak. I'll say it again. From now on, everyone will fight under my command. That's the answer. Kong Tam's son also seemed to accept it. He said, all right, we will follow you. Kong Tam's son pointed his gun up towards the camera that Kim Nak-ho was monitoring. A single shot destroyed the camera. They're fighting as a team, annoying. And the Munts seemed to be more united. He turned and said, Officer Lai, I have a job for you. She replied with a yes. Kim Nak-ho said, we'll use rubber bullets to injure them. I want them to face punishment before the law. But to deplete their forces, Hack, use live ammunition. All right, now, contact Hong Chun. At this time, Police Chief Hong Chun was not in uniform, meaning he was resting. But he received a call from Kim Nak-ho. Hong Chun said, he needs support. They attacked Tung Hak's location. Hong Chun said, this is truly unpredictable. The person on the other end asked, what now? Should we wait for him to die before we counterattack? Or should we go and save him now? Hong Chun said, we need to provide assistance. If we let them take down Tung Hak, it will be harder for us. The person on the other end said, we're ready. We're just waiting for the order. Hearing this, Hong Chun felt relieved and said, all right. Hong Chun began to outline the situation and the plan. The person on the other end said, he wants to join forces. Then let's join forces and go there to eliminate them. It turned out to be Kim Kyong-soo on the phone all along. He said they will. They must face defeat. After saying that, the group marched to the main battlefield, Kim Nak-ho's location. Back in old Kim Nak-ho's office, Officer Lai said that the other side had agreed to provide support. He grunted in acknowledgement and said, "So tiring. I'm really getting old. Now, it's my turn to fight. I have the flower card, so this hand." The war between the assassins of Ho Kwok-tu, Kim Nak-ho's Hak team, and Hong Chun's police team, including Kim Kyong-soo, where the three leaders, including the Bodhisattva, are clashing. Kim Nak-ho and Hong Chun as well. Kim Nak-ho said confidently, "We will win." And so the battle began. Sent to the Bodhisattva early this morning, we have begun the strategy to eliminate Kim Nak-ho. The left flank has month 1, month 11, and month 12. The center has month 3 and month 8. The right flank has month 6 and month 9. Currently everything is going well, approaching the target step by step. The month of February, Manga pledged to decisively handle Kim Nak-ho, to show those who dare to defy the Bodhisattva's orders what kind of punishment they will receive. Kim Nak-ho's battle command. Currently, Ho Kwok-tu's forces have infiltrated the police headquarters. Shin So is in charge of the left flank, Jimmy Ong-kwan handles the center, and Sho-hun is in charge of the right flank. I will join the weakest side and finish off the enemy quietly and decisively. Do not allow any outside interference immediately after the battle ends. We will launch a direct attack on Ho Kwok-tu. Battle report from Byung-chonggak. We have safely arrived at the police headquarters. Byun Trangok and Kim Kyong-soo are attacking the left flank, while Park Trung-ho, Choi Sang-ho, Lee Seon-hyen, and Wang Hee-chun are handling the center. Sang-ho entered and saw police corpses everywhere. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, look at that," Hee-chun said. "It smells horrible, master." Sha Zion, Kim A-zin, and Cho De-ong-hee were providing support on the right flank. A gangster was slashed, blood gushing everywhere. The group was a bit intimidated, but after a moment, they charged forward recklessly. Kim Kyong-soo also rushed in, slashing without hesitation, but they were numerous, wave after wave rushing forward. He also began to use his secret techniques. He quickly took them down. Kim Kyong-soo charged ahead on his own. "I am not in control of the situation, so I'm staying in the central area to observe the situation and be ready to assist the weakest team. Don't worry about Kim Kyong-soo. He's not in any trouble." At that moment, the third-generation Phi Kwang looked behind her. She saw a bloody knife. It turned out Kim Kyong-soo had arrived. He said, "The new generation of Phi Kwang." The three of them were silent. "So there's no problem, right?" The girl in the middle said, "Are you Kim Kyong-soo?" The ghost of the second-generation Phi Kwang. "We must capture Kim Kyong-soo alive. That's our order." Kim Kyong-soo was surprised and said, "Oh, is that so? We've received the same orders. I was also ordered to capture the months alive. By the way, you all look so young. What's the relationship between the three of you? Childhood companions?" The girl in white and red said, "Although we are cooperating, but before becoming months, we were rivals competing for the position of Phi Kwang." Goes to the second-generation Phi Kwang. "I want to ask you something. What kind of person was the first-generation Phi Kwang?" Kim Kyong-soo was curious. "You want to know?" "That tall, lanky tongue-hack guy interrupted. Blah blah blah, you're talking so much in front of an enemy. I don't understand how a talkative person like you became a Phi Kwang." He stepped forward and said, "You to just stay still. I'll capture him myself." The Phoenix said, "But the captain said we must work together." The other guy said, "No need. I'll handle him myself and take the credit before the Bodhisattva. That way, the Bodhisattva will have to reconsider the position of Phi Kwang." Kim Kyong-soo said, "Thanks to me, the Phi Kwang seat has become a top-tier position. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that." Just as he finished speaking, Tung-hak rushed forward to attack Kim Kyong-soo, but he quickly leaned back to dodge. Immediately, the other guy tried to throw a left hook at Kim Kyong-soo. Once again, he rolled backward to dodge. He said, "Your legs are so long." But Tung-hak launched a kick aimed straight at Kim Kyong-soo's head, but he also blocked it easily. Kim Kyong-soo's legs seemed quite sturdy. It surprised Tung-hak. He said, "What?" Kim Kyong-soo smirked and said, "Your legs are too skinny. So scrawny that even a toothpick would sigh looking at them." He then got into a stance, preparing to launch his next attack. A side kick to Tung-hak's waist. He said, "Thin waist. Skinny arms too." He kicked one of his arms. Then he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks and said, "Being long doesn't mean anything. Flexibility is what's important." The two watching from behind remained emotionless. Kim Kyong-soo said again, "Surrender. You still don't realize that even in a one-on-one fight, You are not my opponent. Tunghak hadn't given up yet. He said, don't you dare. Laughing, he threw a punch straight at Kim Kyong-soo's face and continued, I am the one who received praise from the Bodhisattva. Kim Kyong-soo raised his knife and said, those words, if you don't intend to surrender. He stubbornly asked, surrender what? Kim Kyong-soo, angered, brought down his knife and said, then die. An old move, still aiming for the vital spot on his neck. Kim Kyong-soo slowly approached. The third generation Phi Kwang said, weren't you ordered to capture us alive? Your orders. Kim Kyong-soo said, it's not capture alive at all cost. It's capture as many alive as possible. So, you all choose. Surrender or not. Choose. I won't ask a second time. After that Tunghak guy died, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually silent. Suddenly, a hand was raised and someone said, I will do it. It turned out to be the Phoenix. She seemed to be raising her hand to surrender to Kim Kyong-soo. He asked in surprise, you'll do what? She said, if I surrender, the Bodhisattva will kill me. And if I don't surrender, you'll kill me, right? Kim Kyong-soo nodded and said, right? Don't worry about that bastard, because I'm going to kill him. The third generation Phi Kwang said, between you and Kong Tam's son, who is stronger? Kim Kyong-soo replied that, suddenly he was grazed by a knife slash from the Phoenix. It turns out she was just pretending to get close to Kim Kyong-soo, then pulled out a gun to shoot him dead. At this point, Kim Kyong-soo didn't hold back either. He gave the Phoenix dozens of slashes, then said, right? How could you possibly surrender? You will also die here. But she raised her hand and said, wait, I have a question for you. If you really are the second generation Phi Kwang, then the first generation, Kim Kyong-soo, lost his patience and lunged forward to attack. She continuously retreated to dodge. She let out a few grunts. Kim Kyong-soo kept on attacking. She also pulled a knife from her sleeve. She blocked Kim Kyong-soo's blow, but with his skillful maneuvers, he immediately switched his knife to his other hand. The other hand held it in a different grip, so the thrust would be much more powerful. She also struggled to block it. He also praised her, better than the previous ones. She said, please listen to me, as if she had a question for Kim Kyong-soo about something. He changed his stance. He immediately knocked the knife she was holding out of her hand, and said, even if I listened, it would just be a waste of time, wouldn't it? She said, I. Her eyes widened and she said, I am the daughter of the first generation Phi Kwang. The knife was now right at her throat. Kim Kyong-soo was also surprised. What? Then she pushed Kim Kyong-soo away and ran. He was angry. Running away now. He chased after her and grabbed her, but he only managed to grab her mask. The girl's face was revealed. Kim Kyong-soo said, you? He looked very angry and cursed. You don't look anything like him. How dare you lie? She flinched away. Kim Kyong-soo rushed forward and said, you will definitely die. She then ran for her life, saying, I'm telling the truth. In another area, Shin So-hae was still waiting to see what would happen. She said, why is there no one here? At this moment, in the middle lane, Cherry Blossom said, my feet hurt. Carry me. Kong Tam's son didn't say anything, as if he didn't care. Cherry Blossom said, don't look down on me. Kong Tam's son suddenly realized something. He immediately turned back to warn Cherry Blossom. He pushed her against the wall to take cover. She asked, what is it? He signaled for her to be quiet. Ahead of them was an empty room, but the assassins felt that something was there. Chinmi Ong-kwan was also waiting on the side. He said, such sharp senses. He remembered the words Kim Nak-ho had said. Month of August, Kong Tam's son. The Bodhisattva's secret weapon. The one considered the strongest was the first generation Kong Tam's son. A show-off who killed months and candidates for month. That displeased the Bodhisattva. He personally trained that child. That child killed the first generation Kong Tam's son, becoming the second generation Kong's son. The special thing about Kong Tam's son and the second generation Phi Kwang is that they were personally trained by the Bodhisattva himself. Since then, the month of August has become a secret weapon that is rarely seen by the other months. The reason he told that story is because of him. He is an extremely strong individual, so we must be careful and on guard. Chinmi Ong-kwan said, why is he on this side? So scary. Kong Tam's son and Ho An were also curious to see. Anyway, a familiar police officer said, there are only two of them. Can't we just rush in and take them down? Chinmi Ong-kwan reminded him, hey, you idiot, there are two of them. The other guy asked in surprise, huh? There are monsters who can change the entire battlefield by themselves, and I've seen such people with my own eyes. Although at present, both are standing on our side. But Cherry Blossom asked, what's wrong? Is there something there? Kong Tam's son said, "There's an enemy," she said. "Is that so?" Kong Tam's son said, "Let's attack together." Chin Myong-won also sensed the killing intent. He said, "How terrifying. Let's finish this quickly and move to another direction." At this moment, Month 3 and Month 8 were preparing a pincer attack. In the middle path, Cherry Blossom held a hidden weapon in her hand and said, "Let's begin." Kong Tam's son replied, "Okay." She began to crush the pills in her hand. The pills broke, releasing a stream of pink gas. It exploded, creating a large cloud of smoke. Chin Myong-kwan looked out. He said, "Pink smoke, to obscure vision. We don't know if it's poisonous gas yet. Just use the anti-poison masks." The soldiers shouted, "Yes, sir." Pink smoke filled the hallway. Our hearing becomes more sensitive when our vision is obscured. I'm starting to smell the fragrant scent of cherry blossoms. If you see anything, shoot without hesitation. The soldiers shouted yes. A sound came from within the pink smoke. There was a figure behind the smoke. The soldiers immediately fired a few shots. They were stunned. He even bragged, "It's over." But Chin Myong-kwan said, "No. It was just a corpse thrown as a test. They want to pinpoint our position. Fire randomly, by time until reinforcements arrive. They're tough opponents. To be able to move in that smoke, they must be monsters." The soldier was about to take another shot. He told him to stop. "It's not the enemy. It's a corpse." At that moment, Cherry Blossom rushed forward. She pulled out her gun and fired a shot. Chin Myong-kwan was lucky to have a soldier with a shield protect him. He said, "A gun." Kong Tam's son quickly rushed forward to attack first. He cut down a police officer. His head flew off. The police had to huddle together defensively. Cherry Blossom continued to throw in a few more smoke pellets. The smoke exploded. Chin Myong-kwan said, in front, fire randomly, by time until reinforcements arrive." The soldiers immediately opened fire, but Kong Tam's son, quick as a flash, had already reached the policeman. And so, two more were added to the scoreboard. Chin Myong-kwan kept saying, "Hold the line. No matter what, you have to hold on." The soldier was surprised when a sword appeared from the smoke. And so, the young men also died. One by one, the special forces officers fell. Chin Myong-kwan still clung to the hope that if reinforcements arrived, they would have a chance to win. The sound of gunfire continued to echo. It seems this police officer was isolated. He kept saying, "Captain, Captain, Captain." It turned out to be just the radio. It kept broadcasting, "Hold the line, hold the line." The soldier was also taken aback. He still didn't know that death was behind him. Kong Tam's son and Ho and Dao killed him without mercy. Chin Myong-won was running while looking at the radio. He said, "They are really tough opponents. To be able to move in that smoke, they must be monsters. I have to get to Captain Choi Hun quickly." At this time, Choi Hun was fighting with great difficulty. He punched the gangster right in the face. The guys with knives rushed forward, but were punched so hard their mouths were bent. Next was a kick. And so, the gangsters were easily defeated by Choi Hun. Choi Hun said, "This is never ending." A voice said, "I agree." Choi Hun quickly dodged the knife thrown at him. It turned out to be Ho Cook and Ho Mo-don. Ho Cook said, "We've also killed a few dozen people, but no matter how many we kill, it never ends." Ho Mo-don said, "I'm worried my little ones are getting tired." Choi Hun asked a rather naive question, "Are you guys the months?" Peony said, "Can't you tell by looking?" Chrysanthemum said, "That's right. But why are you the only one here?" Cho Hun said, "Me. I work better alone." Ho Cook said in surprise, "You're not even using a gun." Choi Hun said, "I don't usually carry one." Ho Cook said, "What? So you can't provide us with ammo?" Peony stroked her dog and said, "Useless. Bite him to death." But the dog immediately screamed in pain. Peony's eyes widened. Choi Hun said, "Finally, I've met the months. I was curious how strong you guys were to make the commissioner so cautious." Peony's jaw dropped. No, let go," Choi Hun said as he tore the dog's mouth apart. "Let's try. Let's fight. I won't disappoint you." Peony seemed very agitated as her pet was torn in two. She screamed, You bastard." A voice full of resentment. Ho Cook took out a knife and said, Calm down now. You can tell he's not an ordinary person. Who knows what weapon he's using?" Peony said, "Do you think I can calm down now?" Ho Cook said, "It's just a dog. Why are you overreacting? Don't you have many other dogs besides this one?" Peony said, "Do you know how much time it takes to train each one?" Ho Cook said, "It's just a damn dog." Peony said, "Hey, it's not a damn dog, it's a puppy. Don't call it a damn dog." Ho Cook said blankly, What an idiot. She and her pack of dogs charged forward. But she realized something was wrong. At that moment, Choi Han had pulled out a silence weapon. He took aim. A single shot drew blood. Ho Cook's face was as cold as ice, unchanged. A white dog leaped up to take the bullet for Ho Mo-don. Another one lunged at Choi Han while he was aiming at Ho Mo-don. Choi Han shifted his aim to the dog, but it seems the dog had already bitten his hand. Its jaws were very strong, even strong enough to crush the gun. Choi Han threw the gun away. The dog lunged once more, but Choi Han delivered a knee strike that sent the dog flying. The dog showed signs of pain, but only retreated a little. Peony, at this moment, hugged the white dog and screamed loudly. Ho Cook said, "I told you so." Peony cried and said, "You died for me. I will never forget you." Seeing this, Ho Cook said blankly, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Working on a mission with an idiot who's like an animal is exhausting. Take care of yourself. I'm going to join the new guy. I'm a doctor who treats people, not a veterinarian who deals with animals." And with that, Cook Chi left. Peony said, "Well, I don't like you either." Seeing this, Choi Han said, "Your comrade has left." "So it's one-on-one now," she replied. "Comrade? I never considered that guy a comrade. My only comrades are these dogs. So it's not one-on-one. It's two-on-one." Choi Han said, I see. But your dogs' names are really A and Chi. Could the other one be Gang?" She praised Choi Han for being sharp. "By the way, the Chi you killed was the 10th one. AI is the 12th. Only Gang is the 1st. Choi Han asked, "So he's the strongest, right?" "No wonder his bite force is so extraordinary." Peony said, "No, I am the strongest because I am their leader." Choi Han said, "Is that so?" At this moment, both man and dog charged forward. Choi Han took a step back, then kicked the dog's mouth to the side. Peony, on the other hand, unleashed a flurry of punches. Choi Han managed to block them. Suddenly, a kick came from below. It knocked Choi Han's jaw out of place. He cried out in pain, which surprised Peony. "What?" Before Choi Han could recover, Peony continued to throw punches. And so, Peony landed a straight punch to his face. She threw a second punch, right into Troy's stomach. She said, "You wanted to meet a month so badly, but you only have this much strength." Choi Han cried out in pain. He froze for a moment, then he turned and ran, shouting. Peony said, "If you turn your back and run from a dog, the dog will become even more ferocious." The dog lunged at Choi Han. It bit into Choi Han's shoulder. He was wearing body armor. He took it off and continued to run. Peony said, "What? You're throwing away your clothes to run? What kind of man are you? Go, Gang!" Choi Han screamed while Ho Mo-don said, "Go after him." Choi Han continued to scream. But Choi Han's expression seemed different. He didn't seem scared at all. It seemed that Gang sensed something. Peony saw Gang stop and asked, "Gang, what's wrong?" The dog just kept growling. She looked intently ahead. She saw Choi Han run to the end of the road, then turn right. Choi Han seemed quite disappointed. HMPH. "You smelled something strange, huh? Smarter than your owner. Just a little deeper, and I could have cleaned things up." What a pity. Even so. Seeing the dog growling and pacing in one spot, Peony still asked, "Gang, what's wrong?" She still didn't know that she was the prey being stalked. Choi Han stepped out with a G8 rifle aimed and said, "This distance is enough." Peony was surprised. A gunshot rang out and her mask flew off, covered in blood. Over here, the girl who claimed to be the daughter of the first-generation Phi Kwang was running for her life, screaming continuously. Kim Kyung-soo was chasing her relentlessly. He said, "Aren't you ashamed? Stop tarnishing the name of Phi Kwang and just accept your death." She said, "I really am the daughter of Kim Kyung-soo," immediately yelled, "Stop joking, I told you. You don't look like him." Suddenly, he realized. It was the captain standing in the middle of the road. Bayan Trangok said, "Kim Kyung-soo." He shouted, "Captain, I can't let this girl go." Bayan Trangok looked at the girl. The girl even lunged forward to punch Bayan Trangok, saying, "Get out of the way." Bayan Trangok immediately grabbed her by the face and slammed her to the ground. When Kim Kyung-soo ran over, he praised him. "Nice, sir." Bayan Trangok looked at her thoughtfully, and she was thinking, "Is this monster?" Captain Bayan Trangok asked, "Who is this girl?" Kim Kyung-soo replied, "She's one of the enemies I'm dealing with. The left flank is cleared, only this girl is left." Hearing this, Bayan Trangok exclaimed, "As expected, you're fast." Kim Kyung-soo said, "Let's quickly deal with this brat and move on." But she kept saying, Wait, don't kill me. I have a lot to tell you." Kim Kyung-soo said, "I have nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Bayan Trangok considered it. He said, she looks quite young. How old is she? Kim Kyung-soo said, I don't know. Kim Kyung-soo was about to stomp on her head and said, Hey, who do you think you're talking to? She immediately corrected her speech to be respectful. No, I don't know, sir. Byun Trangok said, Don't kill her. Let's keep this girl. Kim Kyung-soo remained wary, saying, Who knows when she stabbed me in the back. Why would I bring her along? He said to kill her immediately, but the two of them suddenly became alert. A pack of many dogs approached. They were very aggressive. Kyung-soo asked, What is this? Byun Trangok said, I don't know. At this time, back at Choi Hun's location, where he fired a G8 round at Ho Don, causing her mask to fly off. The dog saved her by pushing her away, so the bullet only grazed her shoulder. She let out a grunt. He continued to fire relentlessly, and Peony had to clutch her shoulder to dodge. Choi Hun clicked his tongue. That dog is really a nuisance. At this moment, Peony was panting heavily while the dog tried to lick her wound. Peony said, That man is a liar. He said he wouldn't use a gun, but he brought one. He said he works better alone, but he brought people with him. That's why you can't trust people. The only thing you can trust is, she whistled. In a white van, it turned out there was a speaker in the car. It emitted a sound that agitated the pack of dogs. They started to fix things up, getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, the dogs rushed towards Kim Kyung-soo and Byun Trangok. Kim Kyung-soo was surprised, because the pack of dogs ignored them. He asked, What's with these dogs? Byun Trangok didn't know either. On the other side, a scream was heard. All three of them were surprised. What was that? At that moment, as Ho Cook was walking, he also heard dogs barking. The dogs approached and passed by Ho Cook. He said, What a mess. Cutting ties was the right decision. Choi Hun also heard a very loud noise. He said, Something is coming. The police officers immediately raised their guns on alert. Choi Hun's eyes widened, because in front of him was a massive pack of dogs. Everything descended into chaos. As the dogs attacked the Special Forces officers, Choi Hun reassured them, Don't panic, everyone calm down. The pack of dogs kept falling as they were hit by bullets. The other police officers did the same. They kept falling. Choi Hun also fired his gun until he ran out of bullets. Then he drew his knife. He slashed them one by one. But he realized that behind the layers of dogs was an iron fist, which turned out to belong to Peony. A clanging sound was heard. Peony's eyes bulged. A voice said, It's true. Peony's fist was blocked by a staff. It turned out to be Kim Nak-ho. He cursed a pack of mad dogs. Peony said tongue hack, and just as she finished, she was hit in the face with the staff. She screamed, Kim Nak-ho cursed mad dog. Only a stick can handle you. She attacked once more. Kim Nak-ho brought his staff down from above. As she raised her hands to block, Kim Nak-ho struck her side. She tried to endure it despite the immense pain. The dog immediately lunged at Kim Nak-ho, but blood splattered. Kim Nak-ho knocked the wolf away. She punched Kim Nak-ho straight in the face, but he dodged it instantly. She suddenly realized Kim Nak-ho was indeed very strong. She could only defend while he continuously swung his staff, repeatedly striking her in the face. Kim Nak-ho just kept hitting her in the face with the stainless steel staff. She clenched her teeth tightly. Kim Nak-ho swung his staff far back. A blow to the face sent her flying backward. She hit the ground hard, and Kim Nak-ho said, Are you done yet? Choi Hun replied with a yes and said, All of them are dead. Kim Nak-ho said, So there are only two left. At this moment, Peony tried to get up. The dog, Gang, growled. It lunged towards Kim Nak-ho, but Peony witnessed the dog's agonizing scream of pain. Gang was mercilessly struck on the head by Kim Nak-ho. His face was excited as he said, Well, there's only one left, right? After a tough battle, Ho Don struggles to get up. Kim Nak-ho asks, You still want to keep fighting? Can't you see that you're no match for me? She says, Once a dog bites, it won't let go, even in death. Kim Nak-ho retorts, You're not a dog, you're a psychopath. They're the dogs. Ho Don recalls her past of being constantly abandoned and betrayed, so she says, They betray you at every turn, unlike people who just walk away. Dogs. At that moment, Ho Don was about to eat a rat because she was so hungry. But she also saw the sickly dogs. It seemed she realized that there was a creature in this world she could trust. Seeing the dogs trembling from hunger, they never betray their master. From now on, you will be June's Peony. Become a loyal dog to me. From that moment on, I was determined to become his dog. Kim Nak-ho says, Is that so? Well then. He rushes forward to attack her with great determination. Kim Nak-ho swings his baton, but Ho Don ducks to dodge it. But he immediately follows up with a knee strike. She takes the full force of the knee. She falls back several meters. But it's not over. He jumps up and stabs downward with his baton. It pierces her hand. A piercing scream echoes. Kim Nak-ho says, if you're a dog, then you should be crawling on all fours. He is suddenly surprised. She tries to attack Kim Nak-ho with her mouth, but he quickly dodges it with a grunt. He says, now you really look like a dog. I like it. Do you want to crawl at my feet? We have plenty of dogs at the police station. Homodon says, a dog never bites its master. She musters all her strength to attack Kim Nak-ho one more time. He dodges, then glares up. She really uses her teeth to bite. Kim Nak-ho coldly swings his baton straight at Homodon's neck, but she manages to endure it. Then she knocks the baton away and bites again. Kim Nak-ho, not one to be trifled with, shoves the baton in her face for her to bite. He says she even fights like a dog. Choi-hun says, Chief, the old man replies, stay put. It's been a long time since I've been this fired up. He knees her once more. It breaks a few of her teeth. She still tries to bite him. She aims for Kim Nak-ho's neck, but she screams in pain. Choi-hun is also surprised at this moment. Kim Nak-ho has shoved the baton into her mouth. She is almost unable to resist. Kim Nak-ho rushes forward and pushes her down. He even uses both hands. He forces the baton into her mouth with both hands. Kim Nak-ho's face is splattered with blood. He exhales sharply and says, June's peony, among all the women I've ever met, you're the most dog-like, even more so than my wife. The entire police station is stunned by Kim Nak-ho's fighting prowess. The fact that he could so easily defeat someone like Homodon is truly terrifying. Choi-hun asks, is she dead? Kim Nak-ho replies, yes. A woman like an animal. Just to be sure. The old man pulls the baton out of her mouth. The entire police force doesn't dare to blink. He holds out his hand and says, give me the gun. Choi-hun hands him the gun and says, yes, Chief. He coldly fires the gun and asks, so? Choi-hun replies, sir. Kim Nak-ho asks, how does it feel to finally meet the month you've always wanted to meet? Choi-hun says, well, the feeling. Since the chief handled it in an instant, I'm not really sure. Hearing this, Kim Nak-ho laughs loudly. Even if I hadn't come, you still would have won. Even so, it's better not to leave any variables. We'll have to fight many more people later. Choi-hun says, I understand. In his heart, he thinks, as expected, following this man is the right answer. At this moment, his radio crackles. The voice on the other end says, this is Shin So-hee. I've been waiting for a long time, but no enemies have appeared. They were all taken care of beforehand. That is all. Hearing this, Kim Nak-ho says, is this the work of Hong Chun's team? It seems Bayan Trangok has made his move. He asks again, you didn't run into Hong Chun's team? Shin So-hee replies, I didn't see anyone. Should we be wary of Hong Chun's side? Kim Dak-hun says, for now, just press forward. Hearing the order, Shin So-hee joyfully says, yes, I understand. Let's go. Over here, another call comes in. This is Chinmi Ong-kwan. I'm avoiding March and August. I'm moving towards Captain Choi-hun's position. March and August are making their choice. Choi-hun asks, what should we do next? Kim Nak-ho grunts. Then he wonders to himself, where should we go now? With a sinister look on his face. Right now, they are waiting for information from the other teams. Mandya is quite anxious. She keeps staring intently. A man named Mun Rang Chan sees this and asks, what's wrong, sis? Hong Ho Duin says, I don't see a signal from January or August. Mun Rang Chan hears this and reassures her. They're new, so they lack experience. Didn't we already expect this? She wonders again, but why is December's signal still active? But June's peony has lost her signal. It's strange. It could be that Bayan Trangok or the chief made a move. Mun Rang Chan hears the name Bayan Trangok and gets excited, saying, that name sounds so familiar. Mandye continues, but September, who was with Peony, still has a signal. That brat. They should have teamed up and moved together. Those idiots. But things are still progressing well, aren't they? March and August are handling things cleanly. She says, they are our strongest cards. So, we don't need to worry. Have the reinforcements from Hong Chun's side arrived yet? Behind them is the group of 4 that merged earlier, including Park Jung-ho, Choi Sang-ho, Lee Se-ong, and he and Wang Hai-chun. She says, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hong Hee-chun says, Councilwoman Hong Ho Duon. Mun Rang Chan says with interest, oh, Choi Sang-ho. He recognizes the orange-haired guy. Mun Rang Chan Mandya asks, an acquaintance. He laughs and says, yes, very familiar. These guys are subordinates of Bu Trangok, so we need to be careful. Lee Se-ong-hyan asks, Master, who is he? Park Jung-ho says, it's a fateful encounter. Mun Rangshin shows a bloodthirsty expression and says, long time no see. How's Bayan Trangok doing these days? At this moment, Bayan Trangok is puffing on a cigarette. He says, this should be enough. He has tied up December with a roll of blue tape. She keeps struggling. He says, otherwise, your existence cannot be explained. Kim Kyung-soo laughs. The others all had to be beaten to believe my words. But you're different. Kong Tam-sun rushes forward. What about now? Kim Kyung-soo raises both hands to block the blow. He is knocked back a step. Kong Tam-sun takes the opportunity to rain a barrage of punches on Kim Kyung-soo. Kong Tam-sun asks, are you in your best condition? Between Fai Kwon and Kong Sun, who is the stronger card? Kong Tam-sun's eyes flash with a fiery red. He punches Kim Kyung-soo straight in the stomach. Kim Kyung-soo gasps in pain. He clutches his stomach and stumbles back. Kim Kyung-soo picks up the roll of tape and says, should I make it tighter? Kong Tam-sun says, today, we'll probably get a clear answer, won't we? Kim Kyung-soo frowns. You really are. Just like that monk. Kim Kyung-soo said, if I fought you back when I was still Fai Kwong, I might have lost. Kong Tam-sun was confused. What? Kong Tam-sun said, we've only fought a little and you're already saying things like that. Don't you have any self-respect? Kim Kyung-soo replied, the truth is the truth. Even if I won, I would still be seriously injured. Kong Tam-sun is surprised, but Kim Kyung-soo jumps up and knees Kong Tam-sun in the face. That was then. Kong Tam-sun's mask shatters. Kim Kyung-soo lands and says, and now is now. Kong Tam-sun covers his face and raises an eyebrow. Kim Kyung-soo says, you'll regret not killing me when you had the chance. Kim Kyung-soo's gaze is fierce, because now I'm even stronger than when I was Fai Kwong. Finally, it's time for that teaching to shine. A moment later, she is almost completely wrapped up, with no room to breathe. Genius, born with outstanding talent, or people who possess such abilities are called geniuses. A genius, once they set their mind to something, there is nothing they cannot achieve. At Hokwak Temple, there once existed such geniuses. The distance between the two was almost zero, not only in terms of level, but also in the type of abilities they possessed. Both of those geniuses, both faced a colossal wall in front of them. Kim Kyung-soo throws a knife. Kim Kyung-soo blocks Kong Tam-sun's wrist. Kong Tam-sun puts all his strength into his fist. He throws a punch, and Kim Kyung-soo blocks it with both hands. Kong Tam-sun punches again. Kim Kyung-soo says, let's leave this girl here for now. Kim Kyung-soo quickly ducks his head and dodges. The knife swings, its tip close to Kong Tam-sun's face. Kong Tam-sun spins to dodge. He kicks with his leg, a spinning kick, and then delivers another kick. Yuta closes in on Kim Kyung-soo's face. Although Kong Tam-sun's kick missed, its power was truly terrifying. Kim Kyung-soo jumps back. He pants as expected. It's easier said than done. So similar, you're just similar to him. Kong Tam-sun says, wrong, not similar, but identical. But in my opinion, the one who resembles Bodhisattva the most is you. Just similar. Which way are you heading, Captain? I've already cleared the left side. Kim Kyung-soo frowned, displeased with Kong Tam-sun's words, not exactly like me. Kong Tam-sun says, hey, second generation Fai Kwong, you know why the moon shines? Kim Kyung-soo replied, because it reflects the sun's light. So what? Kong Tam-sun says, I am the moon. And Bodhisattva, he is the sun. Kim Kyung-soo mocks, yeah, well, his head is pretty bright. Kong Tam-sun says, hey, goes to Fai Kwong, you once said you were stronger than when you were Fai Kwong, right? When are you going to show me? Or do you only know how to talk? Kong Tam-sun frowns, listen carefully. The path to the top has already been set, and only the Bodhisattva knows that path. But you, unlike me, have refused to walk that path. Kong Tam-sun said that choice was the reason for your failure. It's true that, as Kong Sun said, there was only one difference between the two. Bu Trangok says, I'm torn between the left side and the middle path. That was the feeling when facing that huge wall. One person admired it. He yearned, longed to become that wall itself. And like a true genius, he made his dream a reality. But the other person, that wall was too scary, so he didn't want to become that wall. Hey kid, scared again? The first generation Fai Kwong asked, so scared you're shaking just because he's getting close. The boy lowered his head. Yes, I'm really scared and I hate Bodhisattva. In front of that wall, I feel like everything about me is blocked. As if I'm becoming like that person. Kim Kyung-soo says, Kong-sun, you're right. You're perfectly like him. Without a single difference. Kong Tam-sun asks, just realized that. At this moment, The group of 4 seems to be getting beaten badly. Kim Kyung-soo exclaims, I didn't expect it to be so perfectly similar. Kang Tam-sun says, because he is extremely confident, I am a genius. The boy asks, become like Bodhisattva. The boy is confused. But I hate that. The first generation Fai Kwang said, kid, what's the first thing you need to know before breaking down a wall, do you know? It's the blueprint. To demolish a powerful and sturdy structure, you must understand how it was built, what the blueprint looks like. If you want to destroy something, you must first understand its design. Understand why I'm saying this. The first generation Fai Kwang said, first, learn under him, then become like him, understand him. And no, Mun Rang Chan draws his knife to fight. Ong Tam-sun is astonished. Kim Kyung-soo stabs him in the stomach. The first generation Fai Kwang says, crush everything. Kim Kyung-soo says, it's a good thing you're like him. Kang Tam-sun spits out blood. 2 geniuses. One person who had once admired the wall before him too much, and told himself that he would become a huge statue like that, and in the end, he achieved what he wanted. On the contrary, the other person, who had been afraid of that wall, swore to himself that one day he would destroy it with his own hands. Currently, Kim Kyung-soo pulls out his knife. Blood pours from the wound. He glances to the side. He is also gradually achieving what he wants. Blood pours from Kang Tam-sun's wound. Kim Kyung-soo raises his knife and charges again. Kang Tam-sun retreats, dodging to slashes. He puts all his strength into his fist. His eyes suddenly filled with panic. In front of Kang Tam-sun is only a black screen and leaves. When he realized it, Kim Kyung-soo had already approached from below. Kim Kyung-soo punched one of Kang Tam-sun's shoulders. He pulled back his knife, and blood spurted out. Kang Tam-sun clutched his wound and Kim Kyung-soo said, are you surprised? It's my fault. You probably didn't see my movements. Kim Kyung-soo casually says, because I know all your moves. He says, it's so similar. Choi Sang-ho had already rushed up without him noticing. But Moon Jang-chang's reflexes are also very quick, and he manages to dodge. Kim Kyung-soo mocks Kang Tam-sun just like him. Me too. Ever since I was a child, I've tried every day to become more like him, to crush him. Kim Kyung-soo said, but you only live to become his perfect copy. You don't think about what comes after. That's your limit. Kang Tam-sun shouts, He's thrilled. This is amazing. Kang-sun looked at Kim Kyung-soo with eyes full of admiration. Actually, the more I become like that person, the more I have a question. Is this the end? Kang Tam-sun said, when I achieved my goal, I gradually lost interest in fighting and also gradually lost the will to live. Kang Tam-sun says, you're right, goes to Fai Kwang. I didn't think about what comes after. I was just focused on becoming like that person. Because in my world, that person was everything. Then he uses his knife hand. Kang Tam-sun looks at Kim Kyung-soo. But it's true that there are still higher realms. He shouts excitedly, goes to Fai Kwang. I'm so happy right now. Kim Kyung-soo grimaces. Kang Tam-sun says, I've found a new purpose in life. He pulls a knife from his thigh, goes to Fai Kwang. Kang Tam-sun says, now I want to become like you. Kim Kyung-soo shows clear discomfort. Kang Tam-sun says, become my new son, I will be your moon. Kim Kyung-soo clicks his tongue, really? He frowned, how ridiculous. Kang Tam-sun lunges forward, slashing repeatedly. Kim Kyung-soo is surprised. Kang Tam-sun manages to cut his shoulder. Kang Tam-sun asked, well, is it similar? He stabs at Choi Sang-ho, but he dodges as well. Kang Tam-sun continues to slash wildly. It's similar, isn't it? It will be similar, because from the beginning, you and I were already alike. He's excited, goes to Fai Kwang, show me. You must still be hiding something, right? Kim Kyung-soo scoffs. You can't walk your own path. You only know how to imitate others. Kang Tam-sun replies, what's wrong with that? He says, what's wrong with imitating good things? What's not good about living according to what others have set for you? Kim Kyung-soo said, I was taught to live like a human being. Kang Tam-sun was confused. Live like a human being. Kim Kyung-soo says, to live like a human means to write your own life story, to become the main character of your own life. Don't just think about becoming the second in command of that old monk or a Fai Kwang. You must become the first to bear your own name. Kim Kyung-soo said, the moment you decide to live by imitating someone else, you will forever be second-rate, and that will be the source of your emptiness. Kang Tam-sun laughs, the main character, that sounds nice. He is surprised. But my life was never my own. Because we, the people of the moon, were born as pawns of that person. That is our destiny. Kim Kyung-soo says, hey Kang-sun, it seems you've forgotten. I was also a moon just like you. Kang Tam-sun is stunned. Kim Kyung-soo said, I also lived as his pawn, and once thought he was the whole world. But the only difference is, I had someone by my side who showed me a different world. Kim Kyung-soo says, listen carefully, Kong-sun. My life is my own, and your life is also your own. Just then, Mandia calls him back. Our lives do not belong to him. Kong Tam-sun hesitates. Don't just treat it as someone else's business. Kim Kyung-soo interrupts. I'll say it again. He says, this is not someone else's business. Although right now, Fight Kwang is about Kong Tam-sun, but back when they were just kids. Kong Tam-sun is silent. Kim Kyung-soo said, you felt it too, didn't you? That's why you spared my life that day, right? You, who always listened to him more than anyone else, right? Kong Tam-sun mumbles, I see, goes to Fight Kwang. He corrects himself. No, Kim Kyung-soo, I was right to spare your life that day. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. Kim Kyung-soo replies, you're a quick learner. Kong Tam-sun puts his knife away. Just as you said, this is not someone else's business. Kim Kyung-soo said, I don't hold any grudges against you. On the contrary, because you're like me, I only feel sympathy for your life. Kong Tam-sun says, now there's no need for pity. Munrang Chan, who gave you permission to fight on your own? Kong Tam-sun gets into an attack stance. I've also found my own goal. I will defeat you in my own way. Kim Kyung-soo sighs, I really don't know if I should say these things. It's no benefit to me, just meddling in other people's business, he said, but I think I did the right thing by speaking up. Now, when I look at people, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. Perhaps the reason we used to feel uncomfortable with each other was because, Kim Kyung-soo said, I feel that if I hadn't met that person that day, I might have lived a life similar to yours, so I felt uncomfortable. And you, because I'm living a different life from you, you also feel uncomfortable. Kong Tam-sun said, but now I don't feel uncomfortable looking at you anymore. It's not really discomfort. Kong Tam-sun said it was a feeling of regret. Come on, Kim Kyung-soo. Let's settle who is stronger. I beg you. Kong Tam-sun is full of determination. When I die, let me die with no regrets. He immediately apologizes. I'm sorry, sis. It's been a while, so I got too excited. Manjia says, get a grip. He quickly replies, yes. Kim Kyung-soo replies, all right, I'll show you everything I've got. The images of the two boys reappear, just as you wished, and says, these guys have gotten a lot stronger, haven't they? The two guys behind you look unfamiliar. Are they new? Mandia says, don't worry about the new recruits. January, November, December, and June and September. Unlike these fools, we will join forces to eliminate the enemy. Munrang Chan says, I understand, sis. Wang Hee-chun asks Choi Sang-ho, Master, is he? He immediately answers, yes. He's the one who took the captain's eye in the past. Hearing this, Wang Hee-chun says, we must avenge the captain. Choi Sang-ho is calmer, saying, what revenge? Call the captain quickly. That man is very strong. Munrang Chan is thrilled to hear the name. Is Bayan Trangok coming? Excellent. I'll take the other eye he has left. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hallway becomes tense. Munrang Chan cracks his neck and says, my body is itching. Mandia also speaks. She pulls something from behind her waist. They all watch her intently. It turns out to be a handheld weapon. She says, let's go. With that, Munrang Chan and Hong Ho Duon charge forward. Munrang Chan slashes at Choi Sang-ho with his knife. He says, you dodged again. You've really gotten stronger. And Choi Sang-ho could feel his strength. He says he's completely different from back then. At this point, the two, Lee Se-ong-hyen and Wang Hee-chun, start running away, yelling. Mandia chases after them, saying, is this side full of amateurs? She attacks the two young men who can only run and dodge. The two are sweating profusely in panic. But they remember their master's words. To be honest, you two are more outstanding than us. This startles the two young men. Huh? Choi Sang-ho says, both of you have studied martial arts and were trained by Kim Kyung-soo, so your skills are very refined. Park Jung-ho adds, we're a defense team that's been training with the captain constantly, so our defense should have improved. But you'd have a very big problem. Back in the present, the two of them are screaming. Mandia chases them, saying, what a bunch of cowards. Dai Shi rushes forward to attack Lee Se-ong-hyen. A splash of blood erupts. A voice says, damn it. Lai Xiong-hyen and Kwang Hee-chun say, Master. It turns out Park Jung-ho took the blow for them. Park Jung-ho says, wasting everyone's efforts, Lee Xiong-hyen, you punk. Did you forget what I told you during training? Remembering that time, Park Jung-ho said, what you to lack is the mindset of a police officer. Being ready to sacrifice your life to protect people from danger. That's what a police officer is. If you've decided to become a police officer, You must be prepared to fight to the end. After hearing this, the two of them seem to have been enlightened. At this moment, Park Jung-ho yells, even if it means risking our lives. Hearing this, both Lee Se-ong-hyan and Kwang Hee-chun are filled with determination. They yell and charge at Mandia. Lee Se-ong-hyan charges forward without flinching, even though she attacks him, drawing blood. Park Jung-ho is quite pleased to see this. Lee Se-ong-hyan ignores his injuries and continues to charge forward. But he misses his grab on Mandia. Another fist attacks her. It's Wang Hei-chun's, but she dodges it. She starts to be more vigilant. At this moment, Park Jung-ho clutches his chest and says, these kids, they should have done this long ago. But I used to be like that too. After saying that, he collapses in pain and says, it hurts like hell. Meanwhile, Lee Se-ong-hyun and Wang Hei-chun are still fiercely attacking Mandia. Over on Choi Sang-ho's side, he is throwing a punch. He punches Moon Jeong-trang straight in the face. But the man says, hey, you guys have really gotten much stronger. Back then, you couldn't even move. It seems Bayan Trang-gok has taught you a lot over the years. Moon Jeong-trang blocks Choi Sang-ho's punch with his bicep, looking very casual. He says, but, and he turns his knife around. Then he stabs him right in the shoulder. Then he smiles and says, you need more training. Choi Sang-ho seemed to not expect his knife skills to be so proficient. He continues, but now you can't train anymore, can you? Lee Se-ong-hyan tries to charge forward. He manages to grab Mandu's clothes. She immediately uses her weapon in an upward slash, forcing him to let go. Instantly, Kwang Hee-chun rushes in and kicks her in the face. But she uses her secret technique, knocking Kwang Hee-chun away and leaving several wounds on his body. She says, your movements have improved, but it only adds about 5 more minutes to your life. After saying that, she charges forward and continues, this is enough. But Bayan Trang-gok has arrived and punches her, forcing her to retreat. She looks at her outstretched hand and is pushed back by Bayan Trang-gok. Moon Jeong-trang, who is busy fighting, glances over and is surprised to see his sister being pushed back. Bayan Trang-gok rushes forward again to attack Moon Rang-trang. This time, he has to use both hands to block. He is also sent flying just like Mandia. He stumbles back a few steps before regaining his footing. Moon Rang-trang laughs and says, as expected. Choi Sang-ho stammers, Captain. Bayan Trang-gok asks, are you okay? Choi Sang-ho replies, I'm fine. What about Jung-ho, is he dead? Jung-ho says, not yet. I'm not dead yet. Moon Rang-trang says, hey, Bayan Trang-gok, long time no see. He replies, an acquaintance. Mandia says, so you've appeared. Hong Shun's strongest trump card, Bayan Trang-gok says, you guys, don't worry about the pain. Fall back. Get to the medical station immediately. You've held on well, Choi Sang-ho says. Captain, those two are too tough to handle alone. Let us help you. Hearing this, Bayan Trang-gok replies, what are you talking about? I didn't come alone. It turns out Kim Kyung-soo has also arrived. He says, hello. Choi Sang-ho saw him too. He drags Park Jung-ho along and says, then we can rest easy. Go get help. But Park Jung-ho says, can you carry me back? Sang-ho replies, I don't carry men. Mandia says, are you Kim Kyung-soo? The ghost of Phi Kwang. He replies, are you Mandia? This is the first and last time we'll meet. He puts on a very dangerous expression. The scene in the hallway is now turned into a TV2. Mandia says, Moon Rang-trang, I'll take care of Kim Kyung-soo. Hold on for a bit. Over here, Kim Kyung-soo and Bayan Trang-gok are still listening intently. She steps forward and continues, I'll finish this quickly and then help you. He replies, yes sis. Before the mission, Mandia, Ho Kwak-tu, and Kim Nak-ho, Hong Shun had arranged the cards. The strongest card leading the pack is August, Kong Tam-sun vs Kim Nak-ho. September, Ho Kook vs March, Ho En-hidao. Moon Rang-trang, Bayan Trang-gok, Choi Hun. June's Magnolia, December's Phi Kwang, Shin So-hee, Chimmy On-kwan, Cha Jian. January's Pion and Crane, November's Phoenix, and Kim Kyung-soo, Chun-ho, Sang-ho, Kim Ah-jeng, and also Lee Se-ong-hyun, Wang Hei-chun, Cho Ji-ong-hee. Of course, Kim Kyung-soo will handle Phoenix. Hak Trai was already paralyzed from the waist down. Mandia doesn't think highly of Kim Kyung-soo. She says, how did you catch those two? After dealing with Deep Fong, she thought Kim Kyung-soo had received help from Bayan Trang-gok. Mandia ranked Kim Kyung-soo below Bayan Trang-gok. However, she rushes forward to attack Kim Kyung-soo. A splash of blood splatters. But it turns out Kim Kyung-soo had slashed Mandu's cheek. Just one move. Just one short move. Mandia realized her assessment was wrong. She curses, You damn bastards. This clouded Mandu's judgment. At that time, she asked, Kong Tam's son, you're curious about my true strength, aren't you? I will show you. Even if I'm not your equal, I'm strong enough to make you acknowledge me. Kong Tam's son seemed to be looking forward to the match. A moment later, Kong Tam's son defeated Mandia. She said, Ha? What a monster. So, I'm not like those low-level guys, am I? Kong Tam's son said, Right, you're quite strong. I acknowledge that. For this mission, I will follow your instructions. Mandia asked, but before that, I have a question. How strong is Kim Kyong-soo? Kong Tam's son pondered for a moment, then said, Not to the point where you need to be wary. Kong Tam's son's answer. Today, you've met Kim Kyong-soo before, right? You don't know him, so he's probably as strong as you, right? Kong Tam's son said. Hak Dang said while lifting weights. Oh, no, there's nothing special about him. She was surprised and asked, What? Then why didn't you kill him? Hak Dang said, My younger brother will kill him. Mandia said, You fool, when you're sure you can kill him. Then, Hak Dang immediately interrupted, No, I'm sure my brother can do it, so I spared him. And Dang's answer. Kim Kyong-soo attacks her, forcing her to retreat. Mun Rang-chan is surprised and says, Sis. But he is hit by Bayan Trangok's fist, which he also quickly dodges. Bayan Trangok says, Want to lose an eye? He scoffs and thinks to himself, I predicted the months wouldn't cooperate, so this isn't a mistake big enough to turn the tables. She frowns at Kim Kyong-soo and thinks. But Kim Kyong-soo moves as fast as the wind. He strikes, and although Mandia dodges, it still grazes her face. She thinks about him, trying to fit Kim Kyong-soo into her hand, pairing him with Pine Crane and Phoenix. Kim Kyong-soo continuously attacks, pairing him with Phai Kwang and Homo Don. Him, paired at the same level as Bayan Trangok and Mun Rang-tran. Choi Hun is paired with Ho Kook and Ho In-dao. The cold gaze of Kim Kyong-soo. She even paired him with Kim Nak-ho's and Kong Tam-sun's group. Kim Kyong-soo jumps up. He uses Phai Kwang's secret technique. Her eyes widen. The Kim Kyong-soo card is making her defend desperately, even spitting blood. The hand set up by Mandia, it turns out Kim Kyong-soo's pastas. She only now recognizes him. His technique is really similar. Phai Kwang. Her hand has been overturned as Kim Kyong-soo is the second-generation Phai Kwang. Kim Kyong-soo skillfully twirls the knife, continuously switching it from one hand to the other. Mandia reminds herself while dodging, Calm down. Even if this is an unexpected event, that doesn't change the fact that my strongest card is still stronger. Not yet. It's not time to play the card yet, she yells and charges forward. Kim Kyong-soo uses a secret technique to knock her weapon away. His technique is truly excellent. Mandia looks on with helpless eyes. Mun Rang-chan looks back, worried for her. Sis. Bu Trangok says, Hey. Then he lands a powerful punch, forcing him to block with both hands. Mayan Changok says, Focus on me. We have a lot to settle between us, don't we? His stance is quite solid. At this moment, Mandia feels the blows like sharp leaves continuously trying to stab her. Kim Kyong-soo attacks relentlessly without tiring. He channels power into his legs. Then he jumps. She breaks into a sweat. She continuously defends with all her might, retreating a few steps. Kim Kyong-soo continuously switches hands to change his knife grip. Then he lunges, aiming for her neck. Mandia manages to block, but she needs to use both hands. Kim Kyong-soo retracts his hand. Then he rushes forward again, kicking her in the hip, causing her to cry out in pain and retreat. Kim Kyong-soo says, You're quite skilled at defending. If it were the old me, I would have had a hard time. Mandia wonders, this guy. What on earth is he? From where did Kim Kyong-soo suddenly appear like a flash? He says, It seems you're confused. He slashes Mandia across the shoulder and continues, Perhaps you're curious about who I am, right? She clutches the wound on her shoulder and remembers. Bodhisattva said, Mandia. She said, Lord Bodhisattva. The old man asked, Is the planning going well? She replied, Yes, everything is proceeding smoothly, but there are a few obstacles. Bodhisattva said, What are they? She said, The strength of Kim Nak-ho, then the strength of Kim Kyong-soo. I can't accurately judge them. The old man said, Kim Nak-ho. He used to be quite strong. His strength was enough to harm me, but in the end, he just sat there and laughed. Now, if anything, he's only gotten weaker, not stronger. So there's still a chance. So at March and August. She said, I understand. So now, about Kim Kyong-soo. July's Tadang and August Kong Tam-sun are very strong. so there's no need to worry. But what bothers me is the spirit of Phi Kwang that Bodhisattva mentioned. Bodhisattva pondered for a moment upon hearing this. She asked, so, during their prime, between Phi Kwang and Kong Tam's son, who was stronger? Bodhisattva laughed and said, their prime. Mandya, that's a very interesting question. Those guys never had a prime. Hearing this, she asked, what? Why? Bodhisattva said, what is a prime? Doesn't it mean reaching the peak during one's active period? She said, that's true. But, Bodhisattva said, Mandya, the peak has always been me. Absolutely, it will never be anyone else if he is truly Phi Kwang. In that case, back to the present, Kim Kyong-soo continuously attacks Mandya. She counters as well. But he manages to hook his knife onto the handle of Mandu's weapon. Her weapon flies out of her hand. Her eyes widen. She quickly retreats to avoid Kim Kyong-soo's blade. She somersaults back. She curses, damn it, that bastard to Dang and Kong Tam's son. They gave me all sorts of useless information. Kim Kyong is clever. The second generation of Phi Kwang. I have a question, Kim Kyong-soo said. I've received quite a few questions today. She asks, if you and Kong Tam's son fought, who would win? Kim Kyong-soo sighs and says, you're about to die, but you're still standing there babbling about who's stronger. Are you a child? She replies, no, because it's very important. With that, the game will change. Kim Kyong-soo says, hey Mandya, have you ever fought Kong Tam's son? She replied, of course. Then he lunged forward and said, in that case, you try to judge for yourself and tell me who is stronger. Kim Kyong-soo and Mandya clash one more time. At this moment, at Kong Tam's son's place, he feels as if someone is talking about him. Bayan Trangok rushes over. He throws a punch. Mun Rangshin blocks it with his arm. He exhales sharply. The two hold their poses. Bayan Trangok asks, finally have the mind to focus? Mun Rangshin suddenly calls out, hey, Bayan Trangok. He asks, who was that kid just now? Mun Rangshan is in the middle of speaking. Where did that monster come from? Bayan Trangok immediately swings his other hand. It seems like his entire fist smashes into Moon Jiangshan's face. Mun Rangshan takes the hit and falls backward. Bayan Trangok immediately rushes over and raises his foot. Still have time to worry about other things, huh? He stomps hard on the floor. Mun Rangtran had already jumped out of the way, right? He holds the knife in his hand and charges forward. That's why my nose is on fire. Mun Rangshan thrusts his knife forward. The blade is blocked by Bayan Trangok right next to his ribs. Mun Rangshan knocks Bayan Trangok's hand away. He once again slashes his knife right in front of Bayan Trangok. He spins the knife in his hand. Looking at that face, it seems your stupid way of fighting hasn't changed at all. Bayan Trangok frowns, and Mun Rangtran takes the opportunity to mock him. Your face is turned into a rag. Bayan Trangok and Mun Rangtran. On a mission shortly after Bayan Trangok's Special Forces team was formed, a figure in red appears. The person wears a traditional Korean mask, the Haho mask. Bayan Trangok fought to protect his comrades, and lost an eye to Mun Rangshan. Mun Rangshan asks, looking at you now, you think sacrificing your eye that day was worth it? Moon Rangshan laughs, I don't think so. Your skills have improved, but they're still far below standard. Bayan Trangok says, everyone has their weak moments. Mun Rangshan says, even so, if we have to wait until your level improves. He readies his knife swing. Mun Rangshan quickly slashes forward. A cut appears on Bayan Trangok's face, and blood spurts from it. Mun Rangshan laughs, are you sure your body will remain intact? Back in the past, Kim Kyong-soo once asked Bayan Trangok, Captain, are you a masochist? Bayan Trangok didn't understand his words. He replied, if I had to say, it's the other way around. Kim Kyong-soo waved his hand. No, I wasn't really asking. He said, I'm only asking because of the way you fight, Captain. If you keep fighting like that, your body will be destroyed sooner or later. Bayan Trangok holds a cigarette compared to trying to protect my body, he said, and then having to endure the pain of losing someone important. I'd rather be injured myself than suffer that pain. Kim Kyong-soo said, there was a time I thought the same way, not caring about my body and hurting myself. He thinks about Phoenix, but by the time his body was destroyed, he could no longer protect the people who were important to him. Bayan Trangok lets out a sigh of confusion. He asks, but your body is fine now. How did you do it? Kim Kyong-soo calmly replies, I died and came back to life. Bayan Trangok is stunned. I see. He asks, so what should I do? Should I change my fighting style? Kim Kyong-soo says, I don't know. You've lived like this for decades. If you change, It might get worse. Bayan Trangok says, so I have to die and come back to life too? Kim Kyung-soo is silent for a moment, then says, in my opinion. Back in the present, Mun Rang Trang frantically slashes his knife. Bayan Trangok still dodges consistently, but now there are 3 cuts on his face. Bayan Trangok says, your knife skills are still the same as ever, he exclaims while dodging. So lucky, so lucky. It's a good thing you're still as bad as you were back then, Kim Kyung-soo said. Captain, anyway, when facing an opponent with a large skill gap, you can still control them without getting hurt, right? Bayan Trangok replied, that's right, I'll avoid what I can. He says, if it's not an overwhelmingly strong opponent, I'll try to avoid as much as possible to minimize damage. Kim Kyung-soo says, in that case, Captain, you need to raise your standard of what a strong opponent is. Bayan Trangok asks how. Kim Kyung-soo's arm has already reached out, catching Bayan Trangok off guard. His eyes widened in surprise. A fresh streak of red blood stained the blade of Kim Kyung-soo's knife. He steps forward. The standard for a strong opponent, Captain, from now on. Blood flows from the cut on Bayan Trangok's face. Kim Kyung-soo held the knife with a sharp gaze. Is me. Mun Rang Chan pauses for a second. Bayan Trangok charges forward. Mun Rang Chan grips his knife tightly. He continues to make sharp slashes. Bayan Trangok looks terrifying. His bloodshot eyes easily dodged all those knife slashes. Mun Rang Chan is surprised. What? Bayan Trangok seizes the opportunity to punch him in the stomach. Mun Rang Chan spits out blood. Bu Trangok says, Mun Rang Chan aggressively raises his knife. He stabs repeatedly, but Bayan Trangok calmly dodges them all. Me and Changok punches Mun Rang Chan in the stomach again. Blood trickles from Mun Rang Chan's mouth. He grits his teeth. He charges forward and slashes twice more. Bayan Trangok's fist has veins popping out. He punches Mun Rang Chan straight in the face. His face caves in. I'm not the same as I used to be, Bayan Trangok says. Now I don't have to trade flesh for bone with you anymore. It's a good thing you're still the same. Mun Rang Chan's face contorts with anger, veins popping on his forehead. You. He screams. You bastard. Bayan Trangok swings his fist. He slams his fist down on the forearm holding Mun Rang Chan's knife. He cries out in pain and drops the knife. The knife falls to the ground with a clang. Bayan Trangok coldly asks, now what are you going to do? His eyes are bloodshot. Now you can't play your little sword dance anymore. Bayan Trangok says, hey Mun Jiang Chan, if you surrender, I'll spare your life. Mun Rang Chan sneers. I'm not that weak. He says, when you have the chance to kill, you should take it. If you get spared for surrendering, Mun Jiang Chan says, then Choi Hun will also leave you. And then the whole group will fall apart. Bayan Trangok growls, hey Mun Jiang Chan. Mun Rang Chan frowns in surprise. Bayan Trangok charges forward. That's not weakness. Mun Rang Chan swings his arm, but Bayan Trangok ducks under it as a police officer. He furrows his brow. Of course I have to give a warning first. Bayan Trangok throws an uppercut. Bayan Trangok said, you used to be a cop, but you act like a thug. You think this is a job for killing people. Mun Rang Chan staggers from the blow. Bayan Trangok says, and your sword dance is pretty good. But he sneers, but your fighting skills are only at a child's level. Mun Rang Chan is furious. Shut up. He lunges to punch but misses. Bayan Trangok punches him right in the mouth. He's already lost a few teeth, and now his nose is bleeding. Mun Rang Trang tries to punch again, but Bayan Trangok easily dodges. What follows is a relentless barrage of punches from Bayan Trangok, raining down on Mun Rang Trang. Blood pools on the floor. Mian Trangok looks at the exhausted Mun Jiang Chan. You look like you're in a lot of pain, don't you? He says. In that case, Bayan Trangok swings his fist towards Mun Rang Tran. Mun Jiang Chan's face takes the full force of 5 punches. He is knocked backward. Mian Trangok silently observes. Mun Rang Chan lies on the floor, panting heavily. Bayan Trangok walks over. Still alive. You're pretty tough. He sits down next to him. Even so, you're about to kick the bucket. Hey, Mun Rang Chan. Bayan Trangok said, I have something I want to ask you. Where did that fortune teller woman with the mask go? Mun Rang Chan forces a laugh. I don't know either, he said. Back then, I was just a small fry in the organization. Then one day, I heard that the boss was infatuated with that fortune teller. After that, I received an order to guard her residence, and so I went there. But I couldn't hold out for long before those bastards caught us all. After that, I drifted through different gangs before I met my sister. He laments, I should have taken your other eye. I never thought you'd be this strong. Bayan Trangok says, the man fighting your boss. He says, he's even stronger than me. Mun Rangshan replies, I figured as much. My sister will probably die too. Bayan Trangok is surprised. You're calmer than I thought. Mun Jiangshan said, from the moment we rushed in, we never thought about a way out, even if my sister might die. He laughs. But I'm sure she won't die easily. You should go help. It would be better. Bayan Trangok is calm. No. On the contrary, it would only be a hindrance. He'll know how to take care of himself. Mun Rangshan exhales sharply. I have a question for you too. He asks, how does it feel to get revenge on the person who took your eye? Bayan Trangok replies, hey, it seems you're misunderstanding something. He said, I'm not hunting you down just for my own revenge. I'm simply arresting you because I'm a police officer and you're a criminal. Bayan Trangok finds it ridiculous. You think just because you took one of my eyes, you've become someone special. You're just one of countless pieces of scum. Don't talk as if you're something important. Mun Rangshan silently listens to the scolding. You piece of trash. Bayan Trangok stands up. Moon Donshan's eyes gradually turn white. He says no more. Mian Chonggok coldly lights a cigarette. Is he dead? Kim Kyong-soo frowns and stabs forward with his knife. Hong Ho-duong tilts her head to the side to dodge, but she is still grazed by the knife on her shoulder. Hong Ho-ruong stomps her foot. Then she spins and does a hook kick backward. Kim Kyong-soo quickly ducks down. He looks straight ahead. Then he springs forward and hits her chin with his elbow. He grabs Hong Ho-ruong's wrist, and Kim Kyong-soo raises his knife. He stabs the knife straight into Hong Ho-duong's arm. Blood spurts out. Hong Ho-ruong screams. Kim Kyong-soo's face remains expressionless as he pulls out the knife. He was about to slash again, but Hong Ho-ruong pulled her hand away. She gritted her teeth and swung her fist. Hong Ho-duong aims for Kim Kyong-soo's face. She is surprised. Kim Kyong-soo uses one hand to block, the knife blade whistling through the air. Hong Ho-duong is terrified. Kim Kyong-soo raises his knife. Hong Ho-duong instinctively raises her hands to shield her chest. Kim Kyong-soo delivers several slashes. Hong Ho-duong is cut from her arm down to her thigh. She screams frantically. She recklessly charges forward to punch, but Kim Kyong-soo easily sidesteps. He gripped the knife tightly. The knife plunged straight into Hong Ho-ruong's stomach. Blood spurted from her mouth. When Ong-soo pulls out the knife, at the same time, his other hand punches forward. Hong Ho-duong takes a full punch to the face. Blood sprays. She falls backward. A loud thud. Hong Ho-ruong trembles on the ground, one hand covering her face, the other clutching her stomach. Kim Kyong-soo steps closer. He says, it seems you're gradually reaching your limit. Kim Kyong-soo's face is full of killing intent. So what should we do? Kim Kyong-soo asks, in your opinion, who is stronger, me or Kong Tam's son? Hong Ho-duong said, hey, second-generation Phi Kwang. It's impossible to know, she said, because both of you, in my eyes, are a colossal wall that cannot be measured. Hong Ho-duong stands up. One must reach a certain level to be able to determine it. At my current level, it's impossible to know who is better. Kim Kyong-soo is surprised. You're quite good at self-awareness. Now I understand why you always sit in the final position. Hong Ho-duong said, it's truly a matter that would startle even ghosts and gods. Even though I've experienced it myself, it's still hard to believe. She continued, but there is one thing I am sure of. She holds a signal transmitter in her hand. Your appearance. Hong Ho-duong crushes the signal transmitter. She frowned deeply, has made it so this game can no longer end on such a small scale. The sound of beeping alarms echoed everywhere. Dao Honu is surprised. Really? Kong Tam's son looks at a similar transmitter in his hand, lost in thought. The beeping continues to echo everywhere. Chazian is curious. What's that sound? Another hand holds a signal transmitter, sign. Kukshi mumbles as he walks. This way, the plan to handle things in the shadows has been exposed. The three, Cho Deong-hee, Kim Ji-yeon, and Cha Ji-yeon, are astonished when they see him. Kukshi also sees them. It's over. It's really over. The green object in Bodhisattva's hand also beeps. He reveals a terrifying face. Choi Sang-ho, Wang Lichen, and Li Xin-hun look surprised. They look at the tightly bound December with a confused expression. What is this? Li Xianghu says. It seems the captain and Mr. Su caught her. Hey. What's this alarm sound? It's so noisy. Hon Hee-chun asks. Do we need to take this girl too? Park Jung-ho complains. First, we need to get some first aid. I'm about to die. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey. The four of them turn around in surprise to look. Oh. They cheered joyfully. Shin So-hee led a group of police officers. Looks like you guys got beat up pretty badly. Just defending and taking hits again, huh? Choi Sang-ho is visibly happy. I never thought this detestable face would make me so happy. Shin So-hae laughs. How hateful. Choi Sang-ho quickly helps Park Jung-ho up. Come here quickly and treat them. Shin So-hae asks. Treatment? She replied, we're not a medical team. Choi Sang-ho impatiently says, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Shin So-hae cuts him off. She points her gun up. Can't do anything but kill. Kim Ki-ong-soo asks, what did you do? Hong Ho-duong replied, you'll find out soon enough. She asks, second generation Phi Kwang. Why do you always oppose him? Kim Ki-ong-soo said, I learned that. An image of the first generation Phi Kwang appears. One must live like a human being. Hong Ho-duong mumbles, a human's life. Yes, well said. She said, second generation Phi Kwang. Hong Ho-duong frowned. A person's role is determined from the moment they are born. Mandia was born into a family with a father who was a nameless gangster. But unlike her father, she possessed extraordinary potential. And what's more, she was well aware of her talent. Time passed by. She used her talent to get what she wanted. And from a very young age, she had it all. A young Hong Ho-ruong asks, so, what's next? Feeling empty. No pleasure could fill her empty heart. That emptiness. A young Hong Ho-duong sits on the ground, looking in panic at the person in front of her. Hey, kid. The person was wearing a mask. He said, I think very highly of you. You were not born to be a leader. The thugs in this place. He took off his mask, revealing his sharp eyes. Follow me. I will show you the true meaning of your life. And so, she decided to erase everything she had ever achieved. Erase everything. To walk the path she was always meant to walk. Hong Ho-duong says to Kim Ki-ong-soo, you and us, we were born to be loyal pawns of the Bodhisattva. That is our life. She says, you died for refusing the role that was set for you. Kim Ki-ong-soo replies, yes, that's right. He points to himself. But now I've been resurrected. Hong Ho-duong said, this is something I really can't understand. Kim Ki-ong-soo said, look, you couldn't have predicted this, yet you still act like you know everything. Hong Ho-ruong complained. How could I have predicted that? Kim Ki-ong-soo interrupted, shut up. He says, in this world, nothing is predetermined. In this life, everything is unpredictable. Hong Ho-duong denies it. No, there is one thing that is predetermined. She said the Bodhisattva is the one who will become a god. Hong Ho-duong says, I know that my role in this plan is to be a pawn that must die. And I thought I would die at the hands of Kim Nak-ho. But no matter what, victory will be ours. Hong Ho-duong sighs. It's a real shame. I really wanted to survive at all cost, to follow his path to the very end. She said with a pitiful voice. It's so unfair. Kim Ki-ong-soo sighs. Hong Ho-duong immediately asks, why are you sighing? Kim Ki-ong-soo frowns. Because I'm so disappointed. I thought you were smart. It seems New Yet only chooses dim-witted people. Hong Ho-duong laughs. That calm expression will soon be replaced by despair. She screams, tremble, you fools, for you dare to oppose him, instead of following your destined fate. Hong Ho-ruong is immediately stabbed in the throat by Kim Ki-ong-soo. He forcefully pushes her to the ground. The knife pierces straight through Hong Ho-duong's throat, killing her on the spot. So noisy. You're going to die. Kim Ki-ong-soo says in annoyance. You really are an unpleasant person. At the same time, over at Choi Sang-ho's side. Hey, Shin So-hae. Now's not the time to joke around. Shin So-hae picks up the radio. Do we look like we're joking? She says into the radio. Yes. Is the chief busy? The other side asks. What's the matter? Shin So-hae says, well, I just ran into some guys from Hong Chun's team, and they're all injured. The other side asks, who are they? Shin So-hae says, Trung-ho, Sang-ho, and the two guys who were with Kim Ki-ong-soo. The other side calmly says, all right. Kim Nak-hun says over the radio, kill them all. Shin So-hae said, yes, I understand. Then she turns off the radio. Did you hear that? Cho Sang-ho is astonished. What? Are you kidding me? Shin So signals to her team. I told you I wasn't kidding. She aims her gun. Well then, bye. Suddenly, a strange noise makes her freeze. The whole group of Choi Sang-ho is also surprised and turns to look. They hold their breath, looking towards the source of the sound. Shin So-hae frowns. What's that sound? At the end of the dark corridor. They still look in that direction. In the darkness, a pair of hands holding a wooden fish appears. The sound of the wooden fish echoes. The group of Choi Sang-ho and Shin So-hae look towards the end of the hallway. Shin So-hae is confused. What's that sound? Suddenly her eyes widened. A few small beads roll towards them. The beads gradually break apart. With a boom, the beads explode, creating smoke that separates Choi Sang-ho's group and Shin So-hee. Wang Hee-chung quickly covers his nose. "What's that?" Choi Sang-ho says. "Everyone, move to the side." "Hide." Shin So quickly pulls out a mask. She says, "Everyone, put on your gas masks." But before she could finish, the soldiers behind her were pierced through the forehead with sharp spikes. To people fall in front of Maxine So-hee, she puts on her mask and quickly gives the order, "Fire." Shin So shouts, "Fire." The bullets pierce through the smoke, creating small swirling holes. The person next to her says there's no reaction. Shin So seems tense. She orders, "Breach team, advance with shields." The men shout in unison, "Roger." Then they rush forward. Shin So-hee warns, "Advance while staying alert of your surroundings." The breach team enters the smoke, but there's no sign of the enemy. Suddenly, a figure in a monk's robe appears in the smoke. The soldier from the infiltration team stammers, "Up there." The wooden fish is flying towards his face. Shin So is shocked. "What?" Her eyes widened. "What is this?" Shin So-hee screams, "What the hell is coming?" Through the smoke, a blood-stained wooden fish gradually appears, and a large figure holding the wooden fish. Bodhisattva said, "You will be the discarded pawn." Mandya and Hong Ho Duong completely accepted this. "Yes, Bodhisattva." Du Ho said, "Your mission is to eliminate Kim Nak-ho, and then take all the blame and commit suicide." Hong Ho Duong replied, "Yes, I will do as you say. I now fully understand why you had me constantly confront and criticize Kim Nak-ho." Mandya said, "Because Kim Nak-ho intends to investigate the connection between me and the gang, I will lead the gang, eliminate Kim Nak-ho, and then leave a trail for them to follow before committing suicide. I will write the script that way." Du Ho said, "It's a pity, Mandya. You are a valuable pawn." Hong Ho Duong replied, "You flatter me. It is my honor to be used as a pawn to eliminate Kim Nak-ho." Du Ho sighed. "Yes, I once intended to trust and share the same aspirations with someone like that. That was my mistake," he said. "But it was also Kim Nak-ho's mistake. That fool, if he had just listened to me obediently, I could have helped him achieve his dreams. He truly doesn't know his place." Hong Ho Duong said, "Bodhisattva, although it's unlikely. But what if something unexpected happens and we can't eliminate Kim Nak-ho?" Du Ho said, "If so, I will take action myself." Hong Ho Duong is agitated. "If Bodhisattva personally intervenes, it will cause problems for your path later on." Du Ho says, "Anyway, if we can't eliminate that Kim Nak-ho, Kwok Ho will also collapse. I have been spreading fear throughout this country for months, and as the only one who could control that fear, I emerged as a symbol of hope for this country. I intended to elevate the level of fear I could control even further after making Kim Nak-ho president, and become the living Buddha of this country. In other words, my goal is to become a god." Hong Ho Duong is flustered. If Bodhisattva personally intervenes, the outcome will be the opposite of that goal. Du Ho said, "Are you busy? Do you know what a god is?" Shin So-hee yells. The smoke is clearing. "Everyone." Amidst the smoke, a gun barrel appears. Du Ho is the one raising the gun. He fires continuously. He is an entity that everyone can rely on. The soldiers are all hit by bullets and fall. He can be seen as a symbol of hope. Shin So-hee raises her gun. "Damn it." Du Ho hides behind the shield. Du Ho firmly grips the shield and is also. He forcefully throws the shield towards Shin So-hee, an entity of fear. A member of the infiltration team quickly uses a shield to protect Shin So-hee. She is knocked down. Her eyes widened. "Me." Du Ho leaps forward with the wooden fish in his hand. Shin So-hee screams in fear. Du Ho brings the wooden fish down on her head, shattering her mask. Shin So-hee's face is covered in blood. "If I can't become the god of hope that everyone can rely on." A soldier quickly aims his gun. "You?" Du Ho has already swung the wooden fish close to his head. One touch shatters his helmet, and then his neck is snapped. Blood pours out as he becomes the god of fear. Du Ho, holding a shield in one hand and a wooden fish in the other, quickly takes down enemies. Another one is hit in the face with the wooden fish. The remaining ones fired with all their might, but Du Ho had a shield to block them. He throws the shield forward, taking down one of them. His bloodshot eyes are incredibly terrifying. The sound of impacts echoed everywhere, along with splatters of blood. Choi Sang-ho is hiding behind a wall. What on earth is happening? He cautiously peeks out. Immediately, Choi Sang-ho's pupils constrict in fear. Blood is still dripping from the wooden fish. Du Ho stands amidst the corpses. Sang-ho is horrified. Du Ho, his face stained with blood, exudes a murderous aura, the one that all the people of this land fear. Not long ago, after Hong Chun finished explaining the plan, Trung Ho and Sang Ho were in a state of confusion. The reason was that the leader of the assassin organization was Do-ho himself. Sang-ho finds it hard to believe. Really, it's like listening to a fairy tale. Park Jung-ho says, it must be true. Would the Director General of the National Security Agency lie? Choi Sang-ho is bewildered. No. But you're 100% sure. It sounds too ridiculous. Trung-ho said, if the superiors said so, then it must be so. But until I see it with my own eyes. Park Jung-ho and Choi Sang-ho peeked out. Do-ho, in his blood-stained cassock, stood amidst the corpses. His face was covered in blood, and he exuded a murderous aura. Trung-ho and Sang-ho immediately realized the harsh truth, and they also realized their own future, that their fate was to die here. Trung-ho calmly says, Sang-ho, I'll buy some time. Choi Sang-ho is surprised. What? Park Jung-hun said, whenever there's a chance, you bring up marriage and women. You must survive and get married. I have no regrets. Trung-ho said, go. I'll risk my life to buy time at all cost. Choi Jeong-ho flatly refused. No, you can't do that. Park Jung-ho scolds, you idiot. Now's not the time to act cool. Choi Sang-ho replies, I'm not trying to be cool. And stop cursing like that. He said seriously, how can someone who can't protect his most important friend protect his future wife? Park Jung-ho was stunned by Sang-ho's words. In that case, I'd rather die. I will sacrifice myself like a true man. Hong Hee-chung calls out, Master. He said, we want to fight too. Lee Se-ong-hun raised his hand. Me too. Choi Sang-ho immediately cut them off. You must live. GHC made up his mind. We can't do that. Lee Se-ong-hun hesitated. Choi Sang-ho said, Police Officer Hong Hee-chun, Lee Se-ong-hun. He raised an eyebrow. This is an order. Park Jung-ho said, as police officers, you must obey the orders of your superiors. Wang Lichun and Lee Se-ong-hun were bewildered. You must live. Chess and Park Jung-ho begin to warm up and stretch. We still have to repay our debt to the captain. It's so embarrassing. Let's just die coolly like men. Park Jung-ho said, don't tarnish the reputation of the special agent Bayan Trangok. Hong Hee-chun's tears welled up. Master. Lee Se-ong-hun raised his hand. I'm sorry for speaking up, he said, but that person has already disappeared. The group blankly walks out to look. A big question mark hangs in the air. Two men with knives charge forward. Bayan Trangok swings his fist. A punch to the face of the first guy. He continues to swing his fist up. The second guy also takes a full punch to the face. He spits blood from his nose and falls backward. The two men taken down by Bayan Trangok lay motionless on the ground. Even though I killed their leader, their morale hasn't dropped, huh? Bayan Trangok wonders, are they on stimulants? Or do they not know their leader is dead? Bayan Trangok glances over. What is Kim Kyong-soo thinking? Bayan Trangok asks Officer Kim Kyong-soo. What's wrong? Kim Kyong-soo is startled. Oh, he muses, something doesn't feel right. Bayan Trangok is silent. He asks, it's not my fault, is it? Kim Nak-ho looks at the unresponsive radio. Choi Hun asks, what's wrong? Kim Nak-ho replies, there's no contact from Shin So-hee. Kim Nak-ho calls into the radio, Shin So-hee, did something happen? On the other side, there are only corpses lying scattered about. Kim Dak-ho calls again, Shin So-hee, answer me. Shin So-hee is now just a corpse with her eyes rolled back. Kim Nak-ho calls again, Shin So. Suddenly, the other side answers, Kim Nak-ho. Kim Nak-ho's face changes color. He held his breath. Do-ho spoke into the radio, where are you right now? Kim Nak-ho doesn't answer. Do-ho urges him, answer me. Kim Nak-ho. Only now can Kim Nak-ho utter a single word. Do-ho. Do-ho asks, which hallway are you in right now? Nak-ho remains silent. Do-ho speaks again, since Jun's Ho-muk Lan is dead, I should just head in that direction, right? Kim Nak-ho laughs. What's going on? You actually managed to drag your heavy body all the way here. Do-ho said, because there are a few words I want to hear from you. Kim Dak-hun said, what do you mean? Ask, and I'll answer. After causing such a mess, are you planning to seduce me now? Do-ho says, no, I have to meet you in person to hear it. Kim Nak-ho mocks, is that so? What could it be? Do-ho grips the radio tightly. Your last words. He crushes your radio. On Kim Nak-ho's side, the radio signal is lost. He's annoyed, still as feisty as ever. Says his piece, and hangs up immediately. Does he still think I'm beneath him? Me. Things are very different from back then. Kim Nak-ho laughs coldly. Alright, come on then. Let's see who dares to bet it all and face me. He walks away full of confidence, just you wait and see. Do-ho also walks calmly. Let's see whose mouth the last words will come from. Hong Shun had received a report on the current situation from Trung Ho and Sang Ho. He asked, he has arrived. Choi Sang Ho says over the radio, yes, he came, wiped out Shin So Hee's entire team, and then disappeared. Hong Shun asks, are you guys okay? Sang Ho replies, I don't know why. He ignored us and walked straight ahead. Hong Shun is surprised. He didn't know you were there. Sang Ho says, that's not it. We even made eye contact with him. How terrifying, Hong Shun said. I understand. I will report back to Captain Bayan Trangok. Choi Sang Ho asks, what should we do now? Hong Shun replies, don't leave your current position. Continue to guard the woman who is tied up. Sang Ho replies, yes, I understand. Hong Shun mumbles, that's good, but to just leave them and go. Why? This one, BM. Is there anything else outside? Current position, Central Corridor. Blue represents the police department and red is Kwa Kotu. An order are for people, Lai Se Ong Han, Wang Hee Chun, Choi Sang Ho, Park Jung Ho and December, followed by Du Ho. Next up are Kim Kyung Soo and Bayan Trangok, then Kong Tam Sun and Dao Honu. Further down, Chin Myong Won stands alone. Finally, Kim Nak Ho and Choi Han, the right-hand passage. First, there are three people, Cha Zion, Cho Deong Hee and Kim Azin, along with Jiang Bik Ho. Kim Kyung Soo frowns deeply. He's here? The radio on the other end replies, that's right. Kim Kyung Soo said, that guy. He grits his teeth. Where is he now? Hong Shun replies, he's entering the central corridor. Kim Kyung Soo turns around. Right now, Hong Shun calls him back. Lieutenant Kim Kyung Soo. Hong Shun said, I understand how you feel, but calm down. I know you really want to get revenge on that guy, but the most important thing for us right now is Kim Nak Ho. We joined this operation on the condition that we would receive all information about the crimes of the Ho Kwok To Temple from Kim Nak Ho. Kim Nak Ho said, of course. He smiled slyly, except for what concerns me. Hong Shun said, but regardless of how this operation unfolds, his mere presence here has already made the situation irreversible. He's at a dead end with Kim Nak Ho. The situation is a great opportunity for us. If Kim Nak Ho can eliminate both Ho Kwok To and us and survive, then there will be no one left to stand in his way. Therefore, our priority is to capture Kim Nak Ho. If everything goes according to his plan, Kim Kyung Soo is furious, then he's even more dangerous than Bodhisattva. Bayan Trangok asks Lieutenant Kim Kyung Soo, I still don't understand the relationship between you and that monk, Du Ho. Bayan Trangok said, but there is something more important than personal revenge. That is the success of the mission that your comrades have undertaken with you. Kim Kyung Soo is silent. Bayan Trangok continues, you've been watching everything for a long time, haven't you? The comrades who fought alongside you, the people who have had to sacrifice so much for this mission. They are all risking their lives to fight. Bu Trangok said, personal revenge can wait. He reminds him, you're a police officer, right? Kim Kyung Soo frowns. He remembers old memories. Then he gritted his teeth. Kim Kyung Soo resentfully said, I understand. Let's go catch that Kim Nak Ho. Someone calls for Kim Nak Ho. Chief. Chimyeon Kwan says, I'll join you. Kim Nak Hun says, good, you made it back alive. He's here, Kim Nak Hun said. He wants to choose a path of mutual destruction. But things won't go his way. Choi Hun said, so first, we'll join forces with Hong Shun's side to destroy him, right? Kim Nak Hun replied, no. He laughed. The reason Hong Chun is cooperating with us again is because I have evidence of Ho Kwok To's crimes. But the moment Bodhisattva set foot in this place, all of that became meaningless. Hong Shun no longer has a reason to continue cooperating. He says so. They will prioritize capturing me first. Hong Shun hesitates. So then, Kim Nak Ho smiles cunningly. Fight fire with fire. We must avoid direct conflict. Let's make the Hong Shun side and the Ho Kwok To side fight each other. Kim Nak Ho said, we will take advantage of both sides being weakened to wipe them all out. He thinks, considering Shinso used the left corridor to get to the main gate, that corridor is probably empty. He walks away. We'll also move quickly through that passage to seal the exit. Kim Nak Hun said, and don't let a single ant escape. The soldiers chant in unison, yes, chief. Suddenly, from behind the soldiers, Kong Tam's son and Dao Honyu appear. The two, with glowing red eyes, charge forward. A soldier spots them. What's that? Kong Tam's son had already slashed a man in half. Dao Honyu held 3 explosive firecrackers in her hand. She throws them out. Smoke begins to pour out, and loud noises erupt from within the smoke. Chimyeon Kwan is stunned. Those monsters. Kim Dak Ho says, give me the gun. He squints. A dark figure appears in the smoke. Kim Nak-ho immediately raises his gun, but a blade from within the smoke stabs out and hits his hand. Kim Nak-ho quickly pulls his hand back, but the gun is also cut in half. Choi Hun and Shinmi On-kwan immediately open fire. Loud bangs echoed through the smoke. Then their guns ran out of bullets. Kim Nak-ho silently observes. Through the pink smoke, Kong Tam-sun and Dao Honu gradually appear. Kim Nak-ho takes out his nunchucks. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Dao Honu and Kong Tam-sun burst out of the smoke, each carrying a shield. Kong Tam-sun says, "Target acquired. Eliminate." Kim Nak-ho laughs, "This is really a hassle. We can't become the poison." Kong Tam-sun and Dao Honu charge towards Kim Nak-ho. Kong Tam-sun raises his sword. He slashes fiercely at Kim Nak-ho, who blocks with his nunchucks. Kim Nak-ho looks at the sword and smiles slyly. Dao Honu leaps behind Kim Nak-ho, but Choi Hun quickly kicks her away. With a loud thud, Kong Tam-sun is surprised. Kim Nak-ho kicks at him, but Kong Tam-sun leans back to dodge the blow. Kong Tam-sun and Dao Honu leap back a step. Shinmi On-kwan is truly impressive in their coordination. Their attacks flow so smoothly. It's like they're one. Just watching their short battle, I realize this. The chief and Captain Choi Hun are no pushovers either. Shinmi On-kwan thinks, so what's my role? There's nothing to do, so I'll just stand still. Kong Tam-sun says, continue, get ready. Dao Honu. Kim Nak-ho says, Choi Hun, don't push yourself too hard and get hurt. Hong Shun's team is coming soon. Don't let us become the target, because the ones we have to risk our lives to fight are not them. Kim Nak-ho says, defense, we just need to defend. He charged forward, of course. Kim Nak-ho swung his nunchucks at Kong Tam-sun, who blocked with his sword. Dao Honu attacked from the right. Where do you think you're going? But Choi Hun quickly rushed forward and knocked her away. But his eyes showed a look of astonishment. Dao Honu is blocking his punch with one hand. You think I'll fall for the same trick? Choi Hun exclaims, what incredible strength. Kim Nak-ho raises his fist. The best defense. He punches Kong Tam-sun in the stomach. He is pushed back several meters. The tip of the staff was just a few centimeters from Kong Tam-sun's forehead. Kong Tam-sun quickly tilts his head, and the nunchucks fly straight back. He stares with wide eyes. Two other nunchucks are revealed. Kim Nak-ho exudes a terrifying, murderous aura with two staffs in his hands. He smiled angrily as an attack. He turns to ask Choi Hun, can you handle her? He replies, of course, Chief. Choi Hun punches with enough force to make Dao Honu let go. Choi Hun confidently says, leave it to me. Dao Honu mumbles, what a formidable guy, he might be my type. She jumps up, but Dao Honu uses her sharp claws to attack. I'm not the kind of woman a man can control. Two cuts appear on Choi Hun's face. She said, the only man who can handle me one-on-one is Kong's son. Her eyes suddenly filled with shock. Choi Hun punches her. Dao Honu slips and falls on the floor. Her mask flies off. Choi Hun says, well, today there will be one more person. Dao Honu, with blood on her lips, laughs with delight. It feels like flowers are blooming around her. This feeling is quite interesting. Among the men I've met, you probably rank 12th. Choi Hun said, that makes me want to compete a little. Kim Nak-ho rushes forward. Kong Tam-sun also charges forward. The sword and staff collide with a loud crash. Kim Nak-ho swings the staff in his other hand at Kong Tam-sun's head. Although it missed, the sword on his back was knocked away. Kim Nak-ho continues to strike with his other hand and Kong Tam-sun slides back. He laughs, hey, show me your full strength. I hear you're his clone. Kim Nak-ho says, I understand him better than anyone else. That day, I fought him when he was unarmed and lost, he said. But the Bodhisattva I know, when using weapons, wields dual swords. Therefore, to defeat him, I have trained in dual swords until now. I should probably show you a little something, right? Kong Tam-sun stands straight. You mean to fight me with dual swords? Kong Tam-sun said calmly, all right, and he drew the sword from his back. Kim Nak-ho is stunned. His eyes widened. The image of the Bodhisattva seems to appear from Kong Tam-sun. I will show you. He jumps and laughs. This. Kim Nak-ho's hands trembled slightly. My post-traumatic stress disorder is acting up again. Kim Nak-ho slams his staff together. All right. Kong Tam-san gets into an attack stance. Kim Nak-ho leaps high into the air. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I have to overcome it slowly. Before selecting the candidate for the second-generation Kong son, the Bodhisattva demonstrated his martial arts in front of the children, and one of them was chosen by the Bodhisattva to be nurtured by his side. The boy asked, Bodhisattva, why did you choose me? The boy said, I'm not the child with the best abilities or personality. Duho said, the day I demonstrated. While the other children trembled in fear, Only you stood there with an expectant look in your eyes. Do-ho asks, "Kid, do you want to become like me?" The boy replied, "Yes, I do." Do-ho is pleased. "Very good," he said. "From now on, I will be your role model." Kim Nak-ho is extremely enthusiastic. "Good, good." He attacked relentlessly. "Kong-sun," Kim Nak-ho said as he attacked, "the way you move compared to the Bodhisattva I know is exactly the same." He swung his staff. "Ever since the day I was defeated by him." Kim Nak-ho slams the staff down. "Not a single moment has passed that I haven't wanted revenge." Kim Nak-ho spins the staff in his hand. At that time, he thrusts the tip of the staff into Kong Tam-sun's side. He reveals a smile. "It was the first time I tasted defeat in my life. An unforgettable day." Kong Tam-sun freezes at Kim Nak-ho's expression. He slashes straight, and Kim Nak-ho retreats. "You probably haven't tasted defeat yet, right?" Kong Tam-sun says, "I have lost to the Bodhisattva many times." Kim Nak-ho scoffs, "Really? You call that a defeat? Failure is spiritual death, physical death." Kim Nak-ho says, "One of those two things is what you call failure." He says that replica of the Bodhisattva isn't called a failure. He charges forward. "I will show you what failure feels like." Kim Nak-ho swings his staff, hitting Kong Tam-sun in the ribs. He laughed, both mentally and physically. While Kim Nak-ho was feeling triumphant, Kong Tam-sun had swung his sword. Kim Nak-ho quickly jumps back. He laughs, "Hey hey." Kim Nak-ho said, "If this were a real sword, you would have died several times already." Kong Tam-sun retorted, "You think if it were a real sword, it would have hit?" Kim Nak-ho laughed, "You have to admit it. Because I admitted my failure that day, I became stronger." But Kim Nak-ho's trembling reaction is working against him. Kong Tam-sun says, "Every time you talk about that day, your hands shake. It seems you're still very afraid of the Bodhisattva." Kim Nak-ho looks at his hand. He laughs. "It's not shaking from fear, but from excitement. The thought of finally washing away the humiliation of that day makes me so excited I could go crazy. Seeing your struggling appearance as I overwhelm you." Kim Nak-ho is extremely pleased. "The Bodhisattva will surely die at my hands." On the other side, Dao Honu is hugging Choi Hun's arm. Choi Hun forcefully pushes her away, but he is immediately surprised. Dao Honu has closed the distance in an instant. Choi Hun raises his elbow, and the elbow strikes Dao Honu directly in the face. She flies backward. Choi Hun sighs, "Hey, this woman is really crazy." Dao Honu is bleeding from the blow, but her face is filled with excitement. "I love it. It's getting more and more exciting." March and Dao. At first, the abilities of all three candidates for the third generation and Dao were on par with each other. But that girl was completely different from the other candidates. Having just joined for a month, she is excited by terrorism. The Bodhisattva saw her potential, and she was quickly promoted to the position of Dao. After that, by carrying out dangerous missions with Kong-sun, she grew stronger and stronger. Dao Honu laughed with delight. "If you can't win, just enjoy it. Enjoy it." Choi Hun clicks his tongue. "This woman's head is broken. The more she gets hit, the stronger she becomes. It makes me think of that person, Bayan Trangok." Choi Hun asks, "What's my rank now?" Dao Honu replies, "So far, around 5th or 6th. Choi Hun said, "I still need to level up." "Hud, who's number 1? Dao Honu said, "Number 1 is, of course." Kim Nak-ho stops and glares. The sword lies discarded on the floor. Kong Tam-sun discards all his weapons and fights with his bare hands. Kim Nak-ho is confused. "What? Dropping all your weapons?" He says, "If you want to surrender." A fierce red glint flashes in Kong Tam-sun's eyes. He lunges forward, punching past Kim Nak-ho's ear. Kim Nak-ho raises his staff and strikes. But Kong Tam-sun had already disappeared before his eyes. Kim Nak-ho looks up. Kong Tam-sun kicks down from above. With a thud, Kim Nak-ho's face is pressed against Kong Tam-sun's shin. Dao Honu says, "The number 1 is Kong-sun." Kim Nak-ho angrily swings his staff. He strikes wildly, but Kong Tam-sun dodges every blow. Kim Nak-ho is annoyed. "Look at this brat, he's having too much fun." Kong Tam-sun says, "I haven't fought without weapons for a long time." The Bodhisattva, upon seeing that Kong Tam-sun had dealt with the group, praised him. "There's no need to teach you how to use weapons anymore. Well done." Kong Tam-sun says, "Thank you." Do-ho said, "Now pick up a weapon and try to fight me." "I won't use a weapon." Kong Tam-sun hesitated. "How can I?" Do-ho replied, "Don't worry." He smiled, "You can't kill me." Kong Tam-sun stops and glares. A moment later, Kong Tam-sun was kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Do-ho said, "Kid, listen carefully. Weapons are like playing cards. Even if you have the strongest card, if the owner of the card is terrible, you can't clear the board. Conversely, even if you have the worst card, if the owner is talented, you can clear the board. Du Ho said the card is just a tool. Victory depends on the owner's ability. Similarly, a weapon is just a tool. He said not to confuse the host and the guest. Remember that the most important thing is this body. From then on, Kong Sun began to take on missions without carrying a weapon. Dao Honu wondered, "What's this? Why are you barehanded?" After so many times, the consequence of doing missions without a weapon. Du Ho asks, "Why haven't you been carrying a weapon lately? Are you crazy?" Kong Tam's son replied, "Bodhisattva, you once said not to rely on weapons." Du Ho said, "I said not to rely on them, but I didn't say not to use them." He reminded him, "If you're not the strongest, then use a weapon. What's the point of a convenient tool if you don't do anything with it?" Kong Tam's son replied, "I understand." He said, "Bodhisattva, there is one more thing that troubles me." Du Ho asked, "What is it?" Kong Tam's son replied, "When I'm on a mission, my weapons get damaged a lot." Du Ho calmly said, "Then take more." From then on, Kong Sun carried many weapons to carry out his missions. Right now, Kong Tam's son is swinging his fist forward. Kim Nak Ho is crossing his arms in front of him to block. He grunts, and Kong Tam's son switches hands. He throws an uppercut. Kim Nak Hun leans his head back to dodge. Kong Tam's son puts his all into it. He charges in and punches relentlessly. Kim Nak Ho struggles to defend. He lets a staff slip from his hand. Kong Tam's son unleashes a kick. Kim Nak Ho uses his hand to block, but the kick is still strong enough to knock Kim Nak Ho away. He slides across the floor. Kim Dak Ho picks up the fallen staff. He calls out, "Hey." Kim Nak Ho says, "I need to conserve my strength to deal with Bodhisattva. As I get older, my strength is not what it used to be. But if it goes on like this, I'll lose." Kim Nak Ho becomes more serious. "From now on, I will use my full strength. We'll deal with the consequences later." Tam's son bursts with fighting spirit. After this, he charges forward, swinging his fist. There won't be one. A loud bang echoes. It was Kim Keong-soo kicking Kong Tam's son in the back. Kim Keong-soo says, "You." Kong Tam's son is surprised. Kim Nak Ho is delighted. "Oh, just in time." Kong Tam's son turns around. Kong Tam's son punches Kim Keong-soo but misses. Kong Tam's son calls out, "Kim Keong-soo." Kim Keong-soo replies, "Yeah, you been well?" Kim Nak Ho interjects, "Oh, you know each other. Maybe you do too." Bayan Trangok steps forward. "Kim Keong-soo, how are you?" "Need help?" Kim Keong-soo replies, "No need, Captain." "Go after Kim Nak Ho." Bayan Trangok walks past Kong Tam's son. "Got it." He glances at Kong Tam's son, even just a glimpse, but it's him. The one who injured Kim Keong-soo back then. Kong Tam's son also glances at Bayan Trangok. Bayan Trangok thinks, "I have a bad feeling about that guy." Kim Keong-soo said, "It's time to settle this, isn't it?" Kong Tam's son replies, "We'll find out soon enough." Kong Tam's son asks, "Manhwa is dead?" Kim Keong-soo replies, "That's right. Before she died, she asked, 'Between the two of us, who is stronger?'" Kim Keong-soo holds a knife and gets into a ready stance. Kong Tam's son also gets into an attack stance. "All right, let's see between Kong Sun and the ghost of Fai Kwang. Who is the stronger card?" Choi Hun asks, "Is the number one really Kong Sun?" Dao Honu replies, "That's right. No matter what anyone says, number one is still Kong Sun." Choi Hun mumbles, "Number one is Kong Sun, huh?" He says, "I heard from the chief that there's someone named Fai Kwang who is also called the strongest." Dao Honu says, "A Fai Kwang?" Choi Hun interrupts, "All right, that's enough." He glares, "Cut the crap. Anyway, if I kill you, I'll be number one for life, right?" Dao Honu is delighted. "Try it." Suddenly, the sound of someone running approaches. Kim Nak Ho appears, looking happy. "Hey, Choi Hun." Choi Hun is surprised. "Chief?" Dao Honu is also shocked. "Tung Hak." Choi Hun asks, "You've captured Kong Sun?" Kim Nak Ho says, No. He smiles happily. Kim Keong-soo has met Kong Sun. Those two seem to have a lot to talk about, so I gave them some space. Kim Nak Ho says, "Let's go now." Dao Honu angrily asks, "Where do you think you're going?" Kim Nak Ho swings his staff, knocking Dao Honu away. Blood trickles from her lips, too. Dao Honu slams to the ground. Rank 2. Kim Nak Ho is confused. Rank 2. What the hell is she talking about? Choi Hun says, "She's just a crazy woman." He said, "It's better to capture her and move on, but it'll be a hassle if we take her with us." Kim Nak Ho said, "It's okay." He looks behind him. That guy will hold her back. A large figure approaches. Choi Hun greets Captain Bayan Trangok. Bayan Trangok also calls his name Choi Hun. Kim Nak Ho rushes Choi Hun. "Save the greetings for later. Let's talk again if we make it back alive." "Let's go." Choi Hun follows. "Yes." Dao Honu stands up. Bayan Trangok asks, is that the girl? He says, Kong Sun's companion. Dao Ho Nu laughs. Are you Bayan Trangok? Today, many guys have made it into the rankings. At this moment, on Kim Kyong-soo and Kong Tam-sun's side, Kong Tam-sun throws a punch. Although Kim Kyong-soo dodged it, a scratch appeared on his face. Kim Kyong-soo fights back with his knife. A scratch appears on Kong Tam-sun's mask. Kim Kyong-soo swings his knife again. He makes 2 diagonal slashes and Kong Tam-sun jumps back. Kim Kyong-soo asks, well, different from last time, right? Do you feel like it's time for us to have a proper fight? Kong Tam-sun replies, that's right. Your movements have become more natural, he says. That time, I felt you still weren't used to using that body. Kim Kyong-soo speaks up. Let me ask you something. Kim Kyong-soo asks, why didn't you fight me back then? If you wanted to get rid of me, it would have been much easier then. Kong Tam-sun replied, at that time, I felt something from you that was like myself. Kong Tam-sun says, you feel it too, right? Kim Kyong-soo replies, yes. He said, and that's why I feel very uncomfortable. But what does that have to do with what happened back then? Kong Tam-sun said, after training under the guidance of Bodhisattva Master, no one was my match anymore. But I heard that a person named Fai Kwang also trained under the guidance of the Bodhisattva, just like me. So I sought him out to see who was better. But his body was severely damaged at the time, so I gave up on that idea. Kim Kyong-soo was surprised. So it was you? That uncomfortable gaze I sometimes felt. Kong Tam-sun says, and I also watched you fight with the Hakjia. I also felt the same discomfort as you. But if I had killed you then, when you weren't in your best condition, Kong Tam-sun said, then maybe I would never be able to shake off that feeling of unease. Kim Kyong-soo says, you're very obsessed with strength, aren't you? Kong Tam-sun asks, is there anything wrong with that? He says, strength is truth. The strong can have everything and can become anything. Kim Kyong-soo replied, I didn't say it was wrong. He gets into a defensive stance. I also pursue strength like you, although our purposes are different. Kong Tam-sun squints as expected. He says, in that case, I also have something to ask. Kim Kyong-soo, are you really the second-generation Fai Kwang? Kim Kyong-soo replies, that's right. He asks back, what do you think? Kong Tam-sun replies, I also think you are the second-generation Fai Kwang.